Chapter 1. Lord Orochimaru. Long time no see. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water echoed ominously within the shadowy underground laboratory. Shiera Shuz, clad in dark attire befitting an Umbu, cautiously trailed behind a purple-haired female Umbu as they advanced forward. The pitch-black corridor resembled a passageway to hell, and any ordinary person witnessing this scene would undoubtedly feel a chill creep into their hearts. Be careful, this is suspected to be the laboratory of the rogue ninja, Orochimaru. The purple-haired girl cast a glance ahead and whispered to Shuz behind her. Moreover, we have been separated from the others, and a battle could erupt at any moment. We must remain vigilant. I understand, Yugure-senpai, Shuz nodded, but his words caused the figure of Yuzuki Yugure ahead to pause momentarily. Didn't your Umbu evaluation indicate excellence? Why are you unaware that you should use your code name during missions? Focus more, we are up against Orochimaru. Yes, I understand, senpai, Shuz replied, clearly sensing Yugure's discontent, particularly as they, as Umbu, represented the Hokage and, by extension, Konoha, especially given the dire circumstances that had befallen Konoha in recent years. 5 years ago, in the 47th year of Konoha, the Nine-Tails incident resulted in the loss of the Fourth Hokage. Subsequently, in the 50th year of Konoha, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, defected from the village. Last year, the threat of war with Kumagakure loomed ever closer, leaving Konoha in a precarious state. As Umbu, they were duty-bound to uphold the honor of Konoha, particularly as they had finally obtained intelligence on Orochimaru. Something's amiss, be cautious. Just as Yugure was about to speak further, Shuz suddenly interjected, pulling Yugure aside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens whizzed toward them, and the sounds of battle could be faintly heard from elsewhere within the laboratory. Clearly, they had been ambushed. Damn it! Yugure steadied herself, muttering under her breath, as she swiftly drew the ninja blade from her back and turned to Shuz. Prepare for battle, we. Before she could finish, the explosive tags tied to the shurikens detonated, engulfing the area in flames and smoke, while figures rushed towards them through the haze. In a moment of crisis, Shuz suddenly formed hand seals, causing the ground to tremble slightly. This chakra, is it that powerful? Yugure stared in astonishment. Although she was only 13, her entry into the Umbu indicated her considerable talent. Yet, having reviewed Shuz's report, she noted that this newcomer was even younger than herself. No wonder his evaluation was rated as excellent. As she pondered, the ground cracked open and numerous spikes erupted from the earth, instantly engulfing the assailants charging at them. Amidst the smoke, Shuz suddenly leaped into the fray, darting towards the obscured figures, causing Yugure's expression to shift once more. That's too reckless. Those minions of Orochimaru are formidable foes. How could he act so carelessly? Though Yugure was somewhat displeased with Shuz's earlier demeanor, her concern for him as a fellow Umbu prevailed. The Umbu were the Hokage's direct operatives, individuals deeply imbued with the will of fire. If one were to falter in embodying the will of fire, gaining entry into their ranks would be arduous, let alone earning the Hokage's trust. While the Umbu might employ extreme measures for their missions, they were still more compassionate than the Root, which disregarded the lives of its comrades. I must assist him. Yugure's ninja blade glimmered ominously. She sought an opportunity to aid Shuz, this newcomer. However, she soon realized that her assumptions might have been drastically misguided. Even amidst the smoke, she was able to distinguish Shuz's figure, notably shorter than the others. Yet, despite his height, Shuz's combat prowess was unfazed. Yugure could clearly see that within the smoke, Shuz moved like a phantom, weaving through the attackers and launching strikes. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing reverberated throughout the area, accompanied by the sickening sounds of blades piercing flesh. His speed was astonishing, and his mastery of techniques left Yugure utterly speechless. Before long, the smoke began to dissipate. Shuz landed gracefully, standing calmly amidst a scattering of fallen assailants. Gazing at his silhouette, Yugure felt a momentary sense of disorientation. It seemed as if she had accomplished nothing. Are you all right? Despite her inner turmoil, Yugir spoke with concern. However, as she turned to her, he grasped her hand and pulled her behind him. This action prompted Yugir to want to protest, but the next moment, she froze entirely, hearing footsteps approaching slowly yet deliberately. Accompanying those footsteps was an intangible pressure that loomed ominously. Before long, a figure clad in white, with a pale complexion and serpentine orange eyes, emerged into view. Upon seeing this figure, Yugir's face paled beneath her mask. Orochimaru. Her grip on the ninja blade tightened involuntarily. Even though their mission was to confront Orochimaru, he was still one of the legendary Sannin. Countless ninjas had grown up hearing tales of his exploits, and facing him instilled an overwhelming sense of dread within Yugir. Yugir-senpai, do not worry, I am here, she suddenly murmured, and his voice surprisingly calmed her racing heart. It was my lapse. No, anyone would feel anxious when faced with Orochimaru. Shiz gently shook his head before speaking earnestly. Yugir-senpai, you must leave this place, regroup with the others, and swiftly bring reinforcements. I will do my utmost to delay Orochimaru. No. Before Shiz could finish, Yugir interrupted him. How could I entrust such a perilous task to you? Yugir-senpai, this is not the time for debate. Shiz's gaze remained fixed on the encroaching Orochimaru as he spoke swiftly. Your expertise lies in swordsmanship, but against someone like Orochimaru, such skills are unlikely to yield substantial results. However, I am different. You have witnessed my abilities, so I implore you to trust me. Yugir gazed at Shiz, hearing the footsteps drawing ever nearer, and she understood time was of the essence. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and nodded solemnly, saying, Make sure you stay safe. You must wait for my return. With that, she cast one last lingering glance at Shiz before resolutely turning to leave. At that moment, Orochimaru had already approached within 3 meters of Shiz. Clap, clap. Applause echoed, filling both Shiz and the departing Yugir with an inexplicable sense of being scrutinized by a venomous serpent. Such commendable courage. How long can you truly impede me? A raspy voice resonated, a blend of admiration and amusement gracing Orochimaru's features. Upon hearing that voice, Yugir felt the pressure intensifying, prompting her to hasten her pace. Meanwhile, Shiz remained composed, and once he was certain Yugir had distanced herself sufficiently, he slowly removed his mask. With his short black hair and handsome visage, he easily evoked a sense of affinity, and facing the chilling presence of Orochimaru, he bowed slightly. Lord Orochimaru, it has been a long time. Side quest completed. Meet Orochimaru. Quest evaluation. A. Rewards obtained. 1 freedom point. Due to the encounter with Orochimaru and achieving an A rating, a special reward has been granted. Unclimate Kursesel. Chapter 2. Shiera Shiz. It's you, the orphan boy who was brought into the route back then? Orochimaru regarded Shiz's face for a moment, taken aback, before a playful smile crept across his lips. If memory serves, your name is Shiera Shiz, correct? Yes, Lord Orochimaru. It was Lord Danzo who sent me to meet you. Shiz nodded. While it was somewhat absurd for Orochimaru to identify him as a root member amidst the Umbu ranks, he bore an even more astonishing identity. He is a traveler through time and space. Once upon a time, he was a seasoned worker, earning a decent wage with little to occupy his mind, enjoying a small drink upon returning home from work, and idling away his time at the office. He vividly recalls the night before his journey, when he encountered a female university student at a bar. She confided in him about her family's struggles. Her father was gravely ill, her mother was unemployed, and her younger brother was still in school, leaving her in need of tuition funds. Motivated by a desire to do good, he wished to learn more about her situation. But little did he know that while waiting for others to finish their showers, he would inadvertently find himself transported to another world. Although the timing of his transition was fortuitous, sparing him from the anxieties of a Third World War, the Iron Fist of Konoha soon imparted valuable lessons on humility. As an orphan taken in by the Medicine Yakushi no Nai, he not only witnessed Obito, the great filial disciple, bid farewell to the Fourth Hokage and his wife, but also observed Danzo's visit to the orphanage in search of recruits. To his utter astonishment, the very person who had merely sought to observe events found himself singled out by Danzo during Yakushi Kabuto's unsolicited recommendation. Though he did not infiltrate other villages, the Roots were never a place for the faint of heart. Danzo's training methods for members of the Roots were traditionally rigorous, favoring physical prowess over mere lectures to cultivate strength and elevate the spirit through tangible experiences. In such a harsh environment, and with thoughts of the future looming, Zaya's mindset began to shift. If I don't strangle this bastard to death, how on earth am I supposed to survive? Determined to protect his own life, Shoujo resolved to eliminate Danzo. Yet, at that very moment, the benefits of being a traveler became apparent. Since you're a member of the Roots, then, Orochimaru regarded Shoujo with a sly expression, yet he did not forget the matter of utmost importance. Have you brought me what I requested? Of course, I would never dare to neglect Lord Danzo's mission. Without hesitation, Shoujo produced a scroll and tossed it towards Orochimaru. Despite his defection, Danzo's support for Orochimaru had never wavered, and Shoujo was merely delivering the goods. Orochimaru effortlessly caught the scroll and began his meticulous examination, while Shoujo discreetly opened his own interface. Ziyuan Shoujo. Overall physical quality, LV6. Chakra, LV6. Abilities, Water Release LV5, Earth Release LV6, Taijutsu LV5, Sealing Technique LV5, Unbound Curse Mark, and more. Free points, 5. Zaya's system lacked artificial intelligence. Operating on a straightforward principle, tasks would materialize as system missions, and completion would yield rewards, regardless of how he accomplished them. The rewards were diverse, encompassing techniques, currency, and even ninja tools. Most importantly, he could earn free points based on the difficulty of the tasks. These points could be allocated to enhance his attributes, although the cost of advancement increased with each level gained. For instance, to elevate a LV6 ability, he would require 6 free points. This particular task was not overly challenging, yet his gains were exceptional. In addition to free points, he had acquired an unbound curse mark. If memory serves, this curse mark originated from Orochimaru's research on those born with the ability to assimilate natural energy. Natural energy, synonymous with sage techniques, thrilled Shoujo, despite being a product of Orochimaru's studies. After all, his system did not offer rewards like bloodline limits or Sharingan. Initially puzzled, he soon found himself disheartened upon deeper reflection. In simple terms, his lineage could not be described as illustrious. Rather, it resembled generations of laborers. Bloodlines were beyond his reach, and the system's rewards did not encompass such things. It seemed he could only aspire to be a mere statistical anomaly. For example, his overall physical quality was a composite of strength, speed, reflexes, and mental acuity. Every 2 levels corresponded to a ninja's strength, with LV6 belonging to the elite Genin category, exhibiting comprehensive development without specialization. Chakra, naturally, indicated his chakra production capacity, and this attribute was intricately linked to his overall physical quality. After all, generating chakra required a synergy of physical and mental strength, while Earth Release and Wind Release reflected the potency of his ninjutsu. Most importantly, from what he understood, his growth seemed to be limitless. Of course, those considerations were for another day. He currently needed this advantage to extricate himself from Danzo's grasp. To associate with Danzo was a path leading to certain doom. Not bad. As Shoujo assessed his interface, Orochimaru completed his examination of the scroll and regarded Shoujo with a bemused expression. However, I'm curious about one thing. Are you currently affiliated with the Umbu because of Uchiha Shursui? And why have you chosen to enter my laboratory in such a manner? Is this not somewhat discourteous? The matter of Uchiha Shursui's entry into the Umbu was known even to Orochimaru, who, despite his departure from Konoha, was well aware of certain developments, having nearly ascended to the position of Hokage himself. As for this particular operation, it is Jiraiya, Lord Orochimaru. Shoujo spoke softly, and Orochimaru displayed an expression of sudden realization. If Jiraiya had sensed something amiss, then Shoujo and his companion's actions could indeed be deemed reasonable. As for myself, I truly align with what Lord Orochimaru has stated, just as he surmised. A look of disdain emerged on Orochimaru's pale visage as he gently shook his head. That fellow Danzo is unlikely to part with his precious family ninjas, while you, having emerged from an orphanage, are the optimal choice in his eyes. Yet, having a root operative in the Umbu surveilling Uchiha Shursui certainly fits his modus operandi. Shoujo pressed his lips together. Deep down, he yearned to distance himself from the roots. Yet such sentiments were best left unspoken. That guy Danzo remained as insufferable as ever, and my teacher continued to embody hypocrisy. Danzo was merely a tool for him to manipulate the shadows. How could he be unaware of Danzo's deeds? Orochimaru, unfazed by Shoujo's silence, sneered with disdain. My teacher has become increasingly hypocritical and cowardly, unwilling to engage even a hint of darkness. But truly, what purpose does it serve for you to share this with me? Is the brainwashing and incitement not overt enough? Shoujo could not help but murmur a remark in his heart, noting that Orochimaru possessed a remarkable talent for temptation. This seemingly subtle complaint, akin to a gentle drizzle, contained within it a plethora of sensational revelations that could easily arouse the suspicions of certain ninjas. Had it been any other time, he would have eagerly engaged in a lengthy discourse of conspiracy theories with Orochimaru, for he was well versed in the narratives of his previous life. The LV5 sealing technique was not to be taken lightly. He was unshackled by any cursed seals. However, at present, his thoughts were occupied with seeking aid from Uzuki Yugao. Should she return to find him engaged in idle chatter with Orochimaru, it would be quite disastrous. Very well, you may take your leave, he stated. Orochimaru seemed disinclined to prolong the conversation, fully aware of the art of discretion. Yet, he offered a slight warning. It would be prudent for you to leave some traces of your presence. Otherwise, certain matters may prove difficult to explain. Do you require my assistance? Thank you for your kind offer, Lord Orochimaru, but I am capable of managing on my own. Shoujo promptly shook his head, unwilling to be touched by Orochimaru. Who knows what this fellow might leave behind? Orochimaru, unfazed, turned and strode towards the exit of the laboratory, but as he walked, he suddenly turned back, chuckling. You'd better move quickly. Your comrades are on the brink of collapse. Chapter 3, Senior, this is the second time. You seem to be in good spirits. Watching Orochimaru's figure as he completely departed, Shoujo couldn't help but mutter a sarcastic remark. Yet he felt an immense sense of relief. The pressure exerted by Orochimaru was indeed formidable. Even someone as absurd as Shoujo found it somewhat overwhelming. However, this was to be expected. Although Shoujo's profile appeared quite splendid, in strict terms, his strength was merely that of a jonin. Yet, from another perspective, I joined Root at around the same age as Kabuto, both of us about 7 years old, but while he was assigned to external missions, I merely executed tasks within the village. How did I manage to reach this level? Reflecting on this, Shoujo felt it was absurd. How exactly was Danzo exploiting child labor? Upon further contemplation, he considered himself fortunate. After all, compared to Kabuto and those who had been mere fodder on the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War, his situation didn't seem so dire after all. A new task emerged: rescue the Umbu team members. Upon seeing this new assignment, Shoujo felt no surprise. Having tasks was advantageous for him. Without them, how could he extricate himself from Danzo's grasp and betray his superior to alter his circumstances? Moreover, being a Konoha ninja meant being part of one of the 5 great ninja villages. This identity was one Shoujo was reluctant to relinquish. Yet, even a seasoned veteran as he was, harbored aspirations for advancement. However, to rise through the ranks, he must first await his superior's promotion. If the latter did not ascend, he would have to wait for the inevitable. As a seasoned professional, Shoujo understood the intricacies of navigating the workplace. While donning his mask, he glanced at his status panel. With 5 free points at his disposal, he had several options for upgrades. He could attempt enhancements for levels up to LV5. However, what piqued his interest most was the recently acquired Unbound Curse Seal. Unbound Curse Seal, a product of natural force curse sealization, it can be bonded to oneself, preventing disorder and chaos induced by natural powers. Once activated, it enhances one's abilities according to their level. Shoujo is acutely aware of the advantages and disadvantages of the Curse Seal. Although he feels a surge of excitement, he remains cautious, as he does not wish to lose his sanity like Zhongwu and Sasuke. However, it seems that he has been overly apprehensive. Despite the system never having bestowed anything of great value upon him, this Curse Seal appears to be quite commendable. Yet, he wonders to what extent the power granted by a lower-level Curse Seal can reach, and why even the rewards seem inclined towards numerical monstrosities. Shoujo could not help but remark that, in truth, being a numerical anomaly is not entirely negative. Strictly speaking, the first Hokage of Konoha could also be considered a numerical anomaly, as he possessed bound seals that enhanced his abilities. Shoujo silently issued his command, and soon he felt a sudden warmth spreading across the back of his hand. He immediately removed his gloves to inspect the source. To his astonishment, a black, three-pronged mark appeared on his skin, and simultaneously, his panel underwent a transformation. The curse seal had been bound, and its current level was LV1, elevated to LV3, with 2 remaining free points. Absorbing the information that surged into his mind, Shoujo nodded in satisfaction after a moment of contemplation. He then took careful note of his surroundings, quickly grasping the overall situation. Remarkably, the option to enhance his physical attributes indeed seemed to encompass everything, even granting him an unexpected boost in perception. This must be the benefit of being a statistical anomaly with comprehensive development. To be frank, had it not been for the necessity of augmenting his combat prowess, he would have eagerly allocated all his free points to this attribute. Nevertheless, it was time to act, coincidentally testing the capabilities of the curse seal. Yakushi wore a grim expression as she faced the few disoriented yet exceptionally formidable ninjas before her. Heeding Shoujo's advice, she had temporarily disengaged from her confrontation with Orochimaru to seek assistance, yet she had not anticipated encountering such formidable adversaries. Truly, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had numerous followers even after departing from Konoha. As she grappled with the enemies at hand, Yakushi reflected on the extraordinary circumstances. Normally, a mission of this nature would not fall to their small team. However, the sudden issuance of the task, coupled with the urgency of the situation and their proximity, had led to their hasty deployment. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves and understood the mission's challenges, the eventual outcome left her somewhat disheartened. No, she must accelerate. That young man, dodging a lethal blade, Shien gritted her teeth, her thoughts resolute. Especially considering Shoujo's choice to confront Orochimaru alone, her determination solidified. As the disoriented yet fearless enemies surged toward her, she suddenly leapt into the air, her ninja blade spinning gracefully. This was a technique she had developed herself. Though still a mere prototype, it was well suited for desperate encounters. Konoha style, mysterious moon. The longsword in her hand transformed into an ethereal shadow as she charged toward the approaching ninjas, who responded with fervent shouts. Their eyes were filled with madness and a reckless disregard for death, and in the blink of an eye, they closed in on her, ignoring the edge of her blade. They hurled their weapons toward her with relentless ferocity. Clearly, these individuals were Orochimaru's test subjects, unwaveringly loyal to him. Any threat to Orochimaru was perceived as a threat to them, and they would not hesitate to sacrifice their lives to ensure his safety. Damn it. Shien recognized their madness but met their charge with her own blade, her conviction unwavering. She would overcome these foes, seek out her comrades, and rescue Shoujo. As they drew closer, the sharp blade swept perilously close to their clothing. Yet, just as they were on the verge of collision, their expression shifted abruptly as the ground quaked beneath them. Earth release, earth flow wall. In the next instant, a colossal earthen wall erupted from the ground, interposing itself between the two parties. The impact of this formidable barrier exceeded all expectations. Neither Shien's nor Orochimaru's subordinates' attacks could breach it immediately. Just enveloped the area, causing both sides to be repelled. Shien stumbled slightly as she landed. However, before she could regain her balance, she felt a steadying hand grasp her. She quickly looked up to see a somewhat disheveled yet resolute figure emerging through the swirling dust. Senpai, this is the second time. You must be more cautious in the future. Chapter 4. Curse Seal. Observing Shien, who appeared momentarily dazed, Shoujo smiled and turned his gaze forward. Though she wore a mask, he recognized that this young predecessor, slightly older than himself, possessed a striking appearance. Are you all right? Shien, oblivious to Shoujo's errant thoughts, voiced her concern with a hint of worry. And what about Orochimaru? It seemed Orochimaru was reluctant to prolong the encounter, perhaps fearing the arrival of their backup forces. Shoujo spoke softly. Their small teams had been positioned closely together, thus serving as the vanguard, which was indeed part of Danzo's scheme. Fortunately, I managed to endure under his influence. That's good. That's good. Upon hearing this, Shien also sighed in relief. Although she felt a tinge of regret at Orochimaru's departure, surviving the encounter with one of the legendary Sannin was certainly a cause for celebration. Are your injuries severe? Rest assured, I am unharmed. Shoujo cast a fleeting glance at his own body. The array of injuries appeared rather disheveled, yet in reality, it posed no significant threat. After all, he had inflicted this upon himself. Moreover, His physical constitution was remarkably robust, and his recovery rate was commendable. Suddenly, amidst their exchange, the earthen wall that Shioja had previously conjured was finally breached, sending a cascade of debris echoing through the underground laboratory accompanied by anguished cries. Upon witnessing this, Shiyuin immediately tightened her grip on the ninja blade in her hand, but Shioja clasped her hand gently. "Senior, allow me to take care of this." No. You are injured. How can you?" Shiyuin began to protest instinctively, yet Shioja shook his head resolutely. "I have only just joined you, and our coordination is insufficient. I fear mistakes may arise. Furthermore, I do not wish for you to sustain further injuries." Shiuza's words quickened Shiyuin's heartbeat. Did this fellow not consider the occasion while speaking? Fortunately, Shioza released his grip and moved toward those howling monsters, who had become somewhat inhuman and ghostly. "However, I still require the senior's assistance, and I implore the senior to aid me in critical moments." The seasoned person's understanding of social nuances is indeed commendable, on one hand. It indicates a lack of coordination, and on the other, it expresses the need for reinforcement. This approach not only spares Shiyuin from embarrassment, but also provides a sense of involvement, and most importantly, it allows Shioza to truly experience the power of the cursed seal. Moreover, this laboratory is likely dedicated to the study of cursed seals, right? Observing these monstrous beings before him, particularly the black markings upon them, he sensed a chaotic and violent natural aura emanating from their bodies. Roar. At that moment of observation, one of the monsters emitted a furious roar and charged at him with great intensity. "Be careful," Shiyuin promptly warned, just as Shioza sprang into action. The cursed seal on the back of his hand flickered slightly, and in an instant, the aura of natural chakra manifested around him, just as described. Shioza was not overwhelmed by this violent natural energy. He retained his rationality. However, the enhancement did not seem as substantial as he had anticipated. As a numerical anomaly, Shioza possessed a strong grasp of his own condition and could discern the extent of the cursed seal's enhancement. It could elevate him to the level of an elite jonin, but to progress further would require either his own advancement or an enhancement of the cursed seal. The cursed seal corresponds to Sage mode, yet Shioza found it challenging to determine which was superior. After all, one is obtained through external forces, while the other is achieved through personal cultivation. Nonetheless, Shioza understood that these natural forces were essential to countering the Sharingan. Roar. While deep in thought, a monstrous ninja suddenly lunged toward Shioza. Its hands transformed into claws, viciously slashing at him with incredible ferocity. Yet, in the cursed seal state, Shioza reacted with remarkable speed, the enhancement of natural energy augmenting his perceptual awareness. In an instant, he evaded the strike, while simultaneously launching a throwing knife with great force toward the creature. He had become even faster than before. Shiyuin, who had been anxiously observing the battlefield, immediately sensed Shioza's extraordinary change. In that moment, she seemed to understand something profound. No wonder he could withstand Orochimaru. Shioza's assault compelled the monstrous ninja to change tactics, yet he refrained from pursuing actively. Instead, he tilted his head slightly. In an instant, another figure materialized behind him, severed strands of silk floating away in the air. However, Shioza paid it no heed. As he turned his body, he swiftly formed a hand seal with one hand. Earth style, and hell. Under the infusion of natural chakra, the ground instantly softened and began to whirl, ensnaring a ninja who could not react in time, pulling him underground. Observing this, Shioza brought his index and middle fingers together, unleashing another surge of chakra. Earth style, earth spike. The previously pliable ground erupted with sharp spikes, piercing a ninja covered in curse marks before he could respond. Simultaneously, Shioza thrust a kunai forward, the sound of slicing air heralding the arrival of a figure that collided eerily with the kunai. The weapon plunged into the jugular, blood spraying past Shioza's mask. Yet, at that moment, the final experimental subject of Orochimaru lunged forward. With a roar, the creature's fist descended violently towards Shioza's head, but he remained utterly composed. As the fist struck, his form shattered, leaving behind a mound of solid earth. Earth clone? When did he create it? So swiftly? Yuin, standing nearby, was utterly astounded by the dazzling display of combat, which far exceeded her expectations. Her heart was a mixture of joy and helplessness. The situation seemed to be resolving, yet she felt utterly powerless to contribute. Ah, have they arrived? Meanwhile, Shioza, concealed beneath the ground, sensed a disturbance. Outside the laboratory, a group of Umbu had surged in, evidently reinforcements for the operation. This was fortuitous. It was time to conclude this encounter. In a moment of thought, Shioza's body surged forth. erupting from the earth as the LV3 curse mark could not sustain itself for long. With a resounding crash, he burst forth, having completed another hand seal. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet. The roaring water dragon surged towards the last experimental subject of Orochimaru, crashing down with tremendous force as the creature howled, crashing heavily to the ground. However, the subject was unwilling to surrender, hurling several kunai towards the advancing Shioza. Yet, in his cursed state, Shioza displayed remarkable agility, deftly evading the desperate counterattack. The next moment, his kunai pierced deeply into the creature's head. In that instant, Shioza's retina flickered with renewed energy. Mission accomplished. Rescue the Umbu member. Chapter 5. A New Acquisition. It seems we were a step too late. Orochimaru has escaped. In the Hokage's office in Konoha, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe while perusing a report. He cast a glance at the Umbu standing before him, particularly at Shioza, who stood at the rear. With a hint of resignation, he spoke, "Despite our losses, acquiring intelligence on Orochimaru is commendable. We were unprepared, so this mission cannot be deemed a failure. Thank you for your efforts." "Thank you, Hokage-sama," the Umbu replied in unison, bowing slightly. Among them, Shioza could not help but press his lips together. Had he truly attained the status of a most successful failure? Shioza is acutely aware that the third Hokage likely harbors no genuine desire to confront Orochimaru. After all, when Orochimaru departed from Konoha, why did this third Hokage, who was still in the twilight of his prime, refrain from enacting a righteous vendetta against him? It is worth noting that in just a few years, he would find himself nodding in acknowledgement at a certain individual notorious for having eradicated his entire clan. Yet, the third Hokage's contemplations hold little relevance to Shioza. After all, his presence in Konoha is partly due to the allure of its civil service prestige, and partly because he has not yet eliminated Danzo. Moreover, remaining in Konoha affords him the protection of the village, allowing him to evade personal accountability for his actions, which is indeed a most fortuitous arrangement. Very well. You may retire and rest for now. In the midst of Shioza's wandering thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke up, his gaze once again directed at Shioza, a smile gracing his lips. "Shioza-kun, I would appreciate it if you could stay for a moment longer." Standing at the back of the crowd, poised to depart, Shioza was momentarily taken aback by this statement, his body stiffening slightly. Uncertain of what the third Hokage was up to, he nonetheless remained in place, understanding that, as one who aspired to progress, he ought to heed his superior's wishes. "Shioza-kun, according to the reports, your performance this time has been exceptionally commendable." Once the other Umbu members had exited, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and inquired, "Furthermore, how does your experience in the Umbu compare to that en route?" "Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. Whether en route or in Umbu, I serve the village of Konoha." Shioza immediately donned a solemn expression, yet inwardly, he couldn't help but reflect on how the Umbu was infinitely superior to the route. Not to mention, the LV5 sealing technique had cost him a considerable amount of freedom points. With those freedom points, his physical prowess could have ascended to LV7. Furthermore, the dark nature of Danzo, a man so loathsome that even the most disenchanted would shun him, was truly abominable. His propensity to threaten annihilation against entire families rendered his subordinates, aside from Shioza himself, scarcely normal. Yet, despite these thoughts, when confronted with Danzo's close ally, even one he had considered assassinating, the third Hokage, Shioza resolved to endure. Indeed, it was all for the service of Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, oblivious to Shioza's musings, appeared quite pleased upon hearing these words. "Although our duties diverge, my old friend has truly nurtured a promising talent. The essence of root lies in cultivating and training individuals for the Umbu." Upon hearing these words, Shioza found himself at a loss for a response. It was evident that Orochimaru's assertion held a kernel of truth. The third Hokage was acutely aware of the reasons behind his assignment to the Umbu. However, this revelation was hardly surprising, as it was likely that he had long been conspiring with Danzo in the shadows, engaging in heated verbal skirmishes. "Your performance this time has been commendable. I shall ensure you receive adequate rewards in accordance with Umbu protocol," the third Hokage continued with a smile. "Moreover, due to recent personnel losses, certain teams will undergo reorganization. Your current team will also be restructured, and I will arrange for new members to be integrated into your squad." Shioza was momentarily taken aback. Is this the influence of Danzo at play? Utilizing Orochimaru's hand to eliminate a few Umbu, while simultaneously passing his research materials to Orochimaru and allowing himself to maneuver within the Umbu. Impressive, old man. Shioza was even contemplating whether to leave the old man with a complete corpse when the time came to eliminate him. Everything would be arranged according to Lord Hokage's directives. Shioja nodded in agreement. Very well. Sarutobi Hizashi maintained a beaming smile. You and Shien work exceptionally well together. Given that Fujikawa has sustained injuries this time, it is best for him to recuperate. Now, you should also take some time to rest and unwind. I eagerly anticipate your commendable performance in the Umbu. Truly, a testament to the bond between master and disciple. As Shioja turned to leave the office, he couldn't help but express his thoughts inwardly. The manner in which these two conversed was indeed characterized by a piecemeal approach ostensibly aligned in meaning, yet secretly conveying an entirely different message. Fortunately, Shioja was quite seasoned in such matters. He understood their words and, based on his professional experience, discerned which statements he could comprehend and which he could choose to disregard. However, the nuances of their relationship seemed exceedingly delicate. Could it truly stem from the Kyuubi incident and the death of the third Hokage's wife? Suddenly, a chill ran down Shioja's spine, as an unsettling image surfaced in his mind. Danzo, subdued by the third, bowing his head, unable to articulate his thoughts. This bizarre vision caused his complexion to pale, as it was utterly revolting. At the very least, he wished for the lights to be dimmed, to obscure this disturbing image from his consciousness. Are you finished? Just as Shioja was grappling with his own discomfort, a voice abruptly interrupted his reverie, drawing him away from that strange mental tableau. Yuin-senpai? Shioja turned his gaze and was met with the sight of Yuzuki Yuin, who had already removed her mask. He promptly took off his own mask and, smiling, inquired, Senior, were you waiting for me? Indeed, Yuin replied with a nod before continuing earnestly. You have just joined the Umbu and are still unfamiliar with many matters. Moreover, during this recent mission, you saved me twice. Am I to presume that I owe you my very being? Shioja raised an eyebrow, amusement flickering in his mind, for he held a profound confidence in his majestic appearance. Indeed, regardless of the profession one pursues, physical allure invariably serves as a formidable asset. Otherwise, why would the aesthetically blessed often find companionship? Then allow me to treat you to ramen. Despite the whimsical thought swirling in his head, Shioja's words were grounded in sincerity. Huh? Shiyuin was momentarily taken aback. How had the tables turned, leading to Shioja offering to treat her? Before she could voice her thoughts, Shioja continued with a smile, as your junior. It is only natural for me to invite you, and considering we are likely to be teammates in the future, I hope you will bear with me. This left Shiyuin momentarily speechless. Although she felt hesitant, Shioja did not grant her the opportunity to elaborate. He reached out and took her hand, grinning as he said, All right. Senior, let us be on our way. I have heard that Ichiraka Ramen is a delightful place, and I have yet to try it after all these years. Moreover, I wish to express my gratitude to you. Gratitude for me? Shiyuin found it somewhat perplexing, yet Shioja merely smiled, leading her onward without providing an explanation. However, within Shioja's consciousness, a message materialized. Side quest completed. Rescue of the Umbu member quest evaluation. B reward acquired. Konoha flow sword technique. Azuki Shiyuin. Due to possessing Taijutsu LV5. Rewards have been merged. Chapter 6. Senior, are you questioning Lord Hokage? The Konoha flow sword technique, in essence, is indeed a facet of Taijutsu. Shioja's system possesses an intriguing characteristic. If the powers belong to the same category, once he masters or acquires the reward, he can seamlessly integrate it and unleash the current level of strength, much like his water and earth release techniques as his levels rise. He can wield newly learned skills with equivalent potency. From this perspective, his enhancements appear exceptionally formidable. However, the crux of the matter lies in the challenge of acquiring freedom, which is entirely contingent upon task difficulty. He truly epitomizes the adage, from humble beginnings to soaring heights. One's fate rests solely in their own hands. After all, a moment's inattention could lead to dire consequences for others. Nevertheless, the abilities gained this time around are rather intriguing. Shioja's task reward this time was obtained through the esteemed Yuyue Shiyin, which also granted him certain abilities from the senior. The Dance of the Crescent Moon, Mysterious Night, and the Konoha Lingering Slash. The first two were manageable, but the last one left him utterly perplexed. He seemed to recall it was something from a certain pay-to-win game. However, none of that mattered. What was paramount was that these abilities could indeed augment his combat prowess. If one were to also consider the promised rewards from Sarutobi Hizashi, which were purportedly meant for him, it would undeniably signify a substantial enhancement to his capabilities. What's wrong? As they walked along the streets of Konoha, the already attired Shiyin cast a puzzled glance at the seemingly distracted Shioja and gently inquired, Why do you appear so preoccupied? It's nothing. Merely reflecting on our injured and absent comrades. Shioza immediately shook his head, expressing a sigh, and his words caused Shiyin to ponder for a moment before she replied earnestly. This is the fate of the Umbu. We must have this awareness, for we stand at the forefront of Konoha. I understand, senior. Shioza nodded quickly, not wishing to be undervalued, and promptly echoed, we walk in the darkness, serving the light. This is the essence of the Dark Division. Serving the light. This is indeed the essence of the Dark Division. Upon hearing these words, Shiyuin felt a stir of emotions. This simple phrase encapsulated the very meaning of their organization with striking clarity. She realized that this newcomer to the Dark Division seemed to grasp its significance even better than she did. After all, she had joined the Dark Division 2 years ago alongside her senior, Moonlight Gale. Yet here was a junior, recently inducted, who appeared more attuned to its ideals. Contemplating this, Shiyuin felt a twinge of gloom, but fortunately, Shioza was not one to dwell in melancholy. Under his influence, they quickly discovered numerous shared interests, and the atmosphere brightened considerably, allowing Shioza to learn more about his esteemed senior. For instance, she expressed her fondness for admiring flowers, her passion for swordplay, and shared her perspectives on friends who were nearly contemporaneous with them. In summary, Shiyuin spoke earnestly, while Shioza listened with great interest. He was eager to seek her guidance on swordsmanship when the opportunity arose, humbly requesting her instruction. Of course, that is no problem at all. Just call me Shiyuin. Though during work, please use code names. The two engaged in lively conversation, especially as Shiyuin's delight grew upon hearing Shioza express an interest in swordsmanship. Before long, they arrived at the Ichiraka ramen stall. Having passed the restaurant, the area was now somewhat deserted. But Shioza was surprised to spot a small boy with yellow hair standing beneath an eave nearby. The lad was patting his hungry stomach while casting glances toward the Ichiraka ramen. That little rascal. Shiyuin furrowed her brow upon seeing the boy. Clearly not well acquainted with Naruto. Like many in the village, she harbored a degree of aversion toward him. What was wrong with that little boy? Shioza was aware of the situation and deliberately blinked, inquiring, haven't you heard those rumors? Now it was Shiyin's turn to gaze at Shioza with confusion. She spoke earnestly. According to the whispers, that lad is the embodiment of a fox demon, the very perpetrator of the calamity 5 years ago. 5 years prior, the nine-tailed fox manifested, bringing endless misfortune to Konoha, resulting in the demise of not only the Fourth Hokage and his wife but also numerous shinobi and innocent lives. One can only say that Obito is someone who understands the concept of gratitude and retribution. But if he is indeed the incarnation of the fox demon, why is he still permitted to remain in Konoha? Shioza blinked, revealing a look of curiosity, while Shiyin was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she spoke with an air of solemnity. This is merely because the Hokage, in his benevolence, does not wish to engage in entanglements with this little imp. Is that so? Shioza displayed an expression of partial comprehension, before inquiring with evident perplexity. However, even if Lord Hokage is merciful, he cannot disregard the safety of other residents and allow such a potential threat to remain. What if, one day, it were to suddenly erupt? Shioza's words left Shiyang momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. She had intended to mention the Umbu, the multitude of ninjas in Konoha, and the third Hokage. But the words faltered on her lips. She had witnessed the devastation of Konoha after the Nine-Tails attack and had participated in the Fourth Hokage's funeral. She understood all too well the peril posed by the Nine-Tailed Fox. Yet, why would the Hokage allow it to remain in Konoha? Observing Shiyang's expression, Shioza realized that, according to her standing within the Umbu, she was likely unaware of the intricacies surrounding Jinchuriki. In truth, Shioza's own rank offered him little insight as well, as Danzo had not arranged for him to engage with matters concerning the Jinchuriki. However, being a time traveler and a seasoned individual, he was aware that ignorance could be a source of comfort. After all, the Nine-Tails was not akin to the deranged Uchiha clan. Rather, it was a loyal entity, serving Konoha as a humble instrument of society. Furthermore, Danzo might very well prefer that he establish a connection with Naruto. Therefore, dear predecessor, do not doubt the wisdom of the third Hokage. Shioza, with a familiar ease, patted Shiyin's shoulder, and then, with a playful wink, remarked, rumors are but mere whispers. As members of the Umbu, we must steadfastly believe in Lord Hokage. Surely you do not think that he would allow Konoha to fall into peril? Of course not. Shiyin hesitated momentarily, unsure whether it was Shioza's casual demeanor or his words that had plunged her into contemplation. She found herself at a loss for a rebuttal, as doing so would seem akin to questioning the Hokage, which was decidedly inappropriate for an Umbu. However, the years of circulating rumors left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Unperturbed, Shiuza took her hand and led her directly toward Naruto. At that moment, Naruto remained oblivious to their approach, preoccupied with counting the scant coins in his withered frog pouch. Suddenly, a youthful voice broke through his thoughts. Huh? Is this all there is? It's barely enough for a bowl of noodles. Naruto, startled by the voice behind him, turned to see Shiuza and Shiin. His initial confusion quickly morphed into instinctive caution, and he instinctively took a step back. Who are you? We were just on our way to Ichiraku for some ramen when we happened to see you. Shiuza shrugged nonchalantly, stroking his chin as he gazed at the withered frog purse in Naruto's hand. Initially, he had contemplated getting acquainted, perhaps even persuading him to treat. But the outcome was quite different. Naruto's eye twitched as he glanced at the meager contents of his purse. Surely, it was insufficient for any reasonable expenditure. Nevertheless, such thoughts remained unspoken, for he had already endured countless heavy-handed encounters with the residents of Konoha. He immediately lowered his head, appearing both honest and aggrieved. I'm sorry. I purchased other items, so I'm out of money. Seeing Naruto in such a state, Shiin found herself momentarily at a loss. Having spent her time training in the Umbu, she seldom returned home and had scarcely interacted with Naruto, knowing only whispers of rumors about him. Indeed, even if she had the chance to meet him, she would have likely refrained from engaging, as her heart was filled with animosity towards the Ninetales. Yet, this boy before her appeared markedly different from the tales she had heard. How curious. Shiuza was not particularly surprised by Naruto's demeanor at that moment. Although he often wondered if Naruto had taken a hit from the god of deception, he had to concede that Naruto truly was the son of the ninja world. It was absurdly poor. What could this little brat possibly buy that warranted such extravagant spending? Naruto remained silent, bewildered by the pervasive disdain he sensed from the villagers. In such circumstances, merely acquiring anything was a considerable achievement. Thus, when he did purchase items, he ended up with an overwhelming quantity, leading to a shortage of funds. However, he dared not voice his concerns, fearing a heavy-handed response. To his utter astonishment, the older boy before him suddenly spoke up. Never mind, considering that you are also an orphan. I shall treat you today, but remember to repay me. What? Naruto looked at Shiuza in disbelief, not expecting to hear such words. You're treating me? So, are we going or not? Shiuza shrugged, choosing to disregard Naruto's incessant chatter as he turned and made his way directly to the ramen stand. It hardly mattered. It was a perfect opportunity to save some money. I'm going. Before Shiuza could finish his thought, Naruto exclaimed loudly and hurriedly followed suit. His heart brimmed with joy at the prospect of encountering someone who not only tolerated him, but was also willing to treat him to a meal. Such kindness was indeed rare in Konoha. Seated at Ichiraku Ramen, Shiuza and his companions had already placed their orders. The chef was notably enthusiastic, while his daughter, Ayam, observed Shiuza and his friends with a hint of curiosity. On one hand, they appeared somewhat unfamiliar to her. On the other, she was intrigued by the fact that someone, much like her father, would treat Naruto to a meal. Are you all ninjas? Naruto inquired, his curiosity piqued as they awaited their ramen. Upon hearing this, Shiuza glanced at himself and then turned to the somewhat silent Shiin. Noticing that neither of them wore headbands, he decisively shook his head. No, we are not ninjas. Shiin was taken aback by this statement. As members of the Umbu, they typically don masks rather than headbands. Moreover, having just departed from the Hokage's office, it was only natural that they were not wearing them. If we are not ninjas, how unfortunate that is. Naruto, with his tousled blonde hair, remained oblivious to the implications, vigorously waving his small fists. I am determined to become a ninja, and I aspire to be the Hokage. However, one must acknowledge that to become a ninja, one must at least have the means to eat, right? Shiuza gazed at the exuberant young blonde, and timely doused him with a bucket of cold water. Setting aside other matters, the training of a ninja necessitates the purchase of tools, and one must possess wealth to afford sustenance and nourishment. Currently, you are relying on my generosity even for a bowl of ramen. How infuriating. The young blonde, Naruto, felt a twinge of defiance, stubbornly retorting. I will surely have enough money. In the future, I will treat you to ramen every day. But first, let us address the matter of repaying us for a meal before discussing anything else. With a cheerful demeanor, Shiuza once again shattered the inner resolve of the young blonde boy. Observing Naruto's dejected expression, Shiin could no longer tolerate the jesting. All right, do not tease him any further. Everything will be fine once we enter the school, she remarked, turning her gaze back to Naruto. After a moment of contemplation, she curiously inquired, what compels you to aspire to be a ninja, and even audaciously proclaim your desire to become Hokage? I'm not being audacious, Naruto protested, pouting as he shook his head. Despite the grumbling of his stomach, he earnestly replied while rubbing his belly, "I don't know why it seems like so many people in the village dislike me. I don't want that. I hope everyone will like me, notice me, and acknowledge me. I once heard from an old man that becoming Hokage would earn the recognition of everyone. So I must become Hokage." Naruto's words left Chien momentarily speechless. She never expected such an answer. A desire to be recognized by everyone? At that moment, she truly wondered if there was some misunderstanding about this boy. Meanwhile, Shioja pressed his lips together, pondering, "So why is it that upon entering school, you imitate those little rascals and engage in mischief? You certainly garnered attention. But is this truly how one seeks recognition?" Suddenly, as he contemplated, Shioja became aware of something and lifted his head, with Chien doing the same beside him. Turning to look, they spotted a man with white hair and a mask approaching, while another figure lurked in the shadows nearby. Kakashi-senpai? Chien immediately recognized the newcomer. This white-haired individual was indeed Kakashi. Kakashi subtly glanced at Naruto before shrugging and speaking. "So, you are here. I hope I haven't disturbed you. Although it may be a bit presumptuous, I believe it is time for you to meet your new teammate, right?" "New teammate?" Chien curiously leaned forward, naturally noticing the figure hidden in the corner. "Let us go over then, senpai." Shioja stood up decisively, while Naruto beside him wore an expression of bewilderment. "Teammates? Wait. Are you ninjas? Did you not claim otherwise? Young man, this is a lesson for you today." Shioja shrugged nonchalantly, offering a smile. Being a ninja is not child's play. One must learn to observe and, at times, not easily trust the words of others. However, as Naruto attempted to argue further, Shioja interrupted him directly. "No buts, kid. You haven't realized that you've lost. As punishment, you'll have to eat these 3 bowls of ramen all by yourself." Sighing, Naruto looked at Shioja in astonishment, questioning whether this older brother had misspoken. This was hardly a punishment, it was clearly a reward. Yet, he quickly grasped that this was Shioja's intention. In that fleeting moment, he felt a genuine sense of recognition, which made his eyes slightly misty. Oh no, he forgot to ask their names. Kakashi observed the scene quietly before turning to leave. He had no desire to be bombarded with questions from Naruto, particularly since his feelings towards Naruto were rather complex. Nevertheless, he inwardly mused, that could isn't half bad. Just as he departed, Handashi, carrying the ramen, rushed out after him. "Excuse me, Mr. Kakashi. What is it, Mr. Handashi? For the 3 extra bowls of ramen. The total is." Kakashi rolled his visible eye in exasperation, feeling as though his judgment of Shioja had been somewhat premature. Chapter 8. You are being excessive. Greetings. I am a newly assigned ninja. My name is Uchiha Shursui. I look forward to your guidance. By the riverside in Konoha, Uchiha Shursui smiled as he introduced himself, while Shioja displayed no surprise at the arrival of this individual. After meeting with the 3rd Hokage, he was certain that his superior, Danzo, had reached an understanding with his close friend. Moreover, having been sent to the Umbu, if Danzo failed to achieve his objectives, it would mean that Shursui had been sent here for naught. For someone like Danzo, who prided himself on being ruthless and never allowing himself to be outmaneuvered, such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. "Shursui-senpai, what a surprise to see you here." Yuin regarded Shursui with slight astonishment. He was only a tad older than her. Yet he had entered the Umbu under the label of a genius. Unlike the typical arrogance associated with other Uchiha, he had garnered a decent reputation within the Umbu. How had such a prodigy ended up in their small team? "It must be a matter of configuration," Shursui explained with a smile. The Hokage remarked that this team is exceptionally talented, but due to mission-related attrition, I may be a better fit for the 2 of you. His words were humble, even eliciting a raised eyebrow from the seasoned Shioja. In Shioja's recollection, this Uchiha hero seemed not particularly clever, often faltering when firmness was required and being overly rigid when softness was called for. His resolve in moments of desperation was particularly striking. Yet, at present, he seemed rather agreeable. "Senpai, my name is Shiwan Shioja. I look forward to your guidance as well." Though doubts lingered in his mind, Shioja maintained a smile as he nodded at Shursui. Regardless of Shursui's true nature, Shioja's foundational tasks were secure, allowing him to simply feign gratitude for Danzo's mentorship. Furthermore, with Shursui possessing the Sharingan, there would finally be someone to cover his back in times of trouble. After a brief and casual exchange among the 3, they became somewhat familiar with one another. Yuin, while appearing somewhat aloof, was warm at heart. Shursui, a Uchiha favored by the 2nd Hokage, displayed no airs and was particularly amiable. However, Shursui seemed to have a curious matter on his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he quietly inquired, "Yuin, Shioja, I noticed earlier that you were with that little brat? Are you referring to Naruto? Shioza blinked, and Shiyuan felt somewhat helpless. Although their interaction had been brief, she sensed that Naruto might not be as terrible as he was rumored to be. Indeed, Jishui, unaware of their thoughts, recalled the words of the third Hokage and the whispers circulating in Konoha. Thus, he felt compelled to caution his companions. You must have heard some murmurs. That boy seems to embody misfortune. Yet, it was the same old narrative once again. Shioza and Shiyan exchanged a glance. Shioza's eyes sparkled with amusement, while Shiyan's face was painted with embarrassment. Their expressions caught the attention of Shishui, who felt a twinge of confusion. Had he perhaps misspoken? Shishui-senpai, may I pose a question to you? Certainly, please proceed. Senpai, you seem to have gone a bit too far. Are you questioning the decisions of the Hokage? In an instant, the countenance of Uchiha Shishui shifted dramatically. In the underground base of Konoha's root, an air of sinister gloom enveloped the atmosphere. Entering this place felt as if one were stepping into a realm of oppressive energy. Despite the presence of towering, ornate structures and expansive training grounds where several root trainees practiced, the oppressive ambience remained unaltered. However, Danzo reveled in this atmosphere. Believing that Root should dwell beneath the shadow of the Hokage, firmly entrenched in darkness, his conviction was to employ any means necessary to eliminate those who posed a threat to Konoha. Whether or not this was indeed the case mattered little to him. What he thought sufficed. That young boy should have delivered the items to Orochimaru by now and likely teamed up with Uchiha Shishui. In an office within the base, Danzo pondered as he sifted through the documents in his hands. Young one, you must perform well. I have invested considerable resources. The idea of Uchiha Shishui entering the Umbu was utterly incomprehensible to Danzo, despite having once had a fellow disciple named Uchiha Kagami. Moreover, Shishui was a descendant of Kagami. Kai should have taken action as well. Kakashi's eye. As he touched his own blind eye, Danzo contemplated that he could indeed utilize Uchiha Kagami's eyes. He had preserved them after all. Kakashi's ability to wield Obito's eyes suggested either Kakashi's uniqueness or the extraordinary nature of that eye. Regardless of the reason, Danzo sought to reclaim Obito's eyes while also testing Kai's combat prowess. The fact that Kai had been defeated by Kakashi in a single move during his assassination attempt on Hiruzen Sarutobi was intolerable. Did this not imply that what release could not contend with the Sharingan? This was something Danzo could not abide. This time, Kai must yield results. With this thought, Danzo's gaze fell upon the documents in his hands. He was not only the leader of Root, but also an advisor to the Hokage. This position afforded him access to a multitude of intelligence, allowing him to contemplate how to benefit his village. The Land of Rain remained embroiled in conflict. Hanzo's treachery had compelled him to reconstruct Root while Hanzo cowered in his shell. Did Inoki of the Land of Earth still intend to march south? It seemed that tensions with Sunagakure were set to escalate. Perhaps he could incite further conflict between them. The intelligence capabilities of Yakushi Nan were impressive. She truly lived up to her title of the Wandering Witch. However, she remained a potential threat, always demanding more information. The intelligence from Yakushi Kabuto of the Land of Wind indicated that Kirigakure was troubling Sunagakure. Surprising news indeed, given the difficulty of infiltrating that area. Nonetheless, the performance of the Scorching Release user, Yukura, against Kirigakure seemed commendable. The question remained, how would Rashi respond to the dual threats from Kirigakure and Iwagakure? He needed to devise a strategy while also seeking a means to eliminate that woman, ideally, the Scorching Release. The individuals from Kumogakure remained as ambitious as ever, seemingly coveting the secret techniques of the Land of Rice. What a pack of rabid dogs! Danzo's attitude towards the other villages in the shinobi world was consistent. He viewed them with equal disdain, driven by a desire to obliterate them. Unfortunately, his old friend Hiruzen Sarutobi held differing views, leaving Danzo to function as a troublemaker in the shadows, scheming and plotting, whether forging alliances or eliminating adversaries. All his actions were for the sake of Konoha. Of course, it also served to bolster his own ambitions. He was determined to conquer the shinobi world in due time. Hiruzen, you are truly too weak. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Danzo couldn't help but exclaim in genuine reflection. Yet, to his astonishment, a familiar voice echoed beside him. Is that so? Perhaps, but I also believe you have gone a bit too far, Danzo. Chapter 9. That is my person. Hiruzen, what brings you here? Danzo conceded that he was indeed taken aback. The implications of someone infiltrating Root without a sound were unfathomable. However, upon recognizing his old friend, his emotions stabilized in an instant. Danzo could not claim to hold any fondness for this old acquaintance, despite having shared years of camaraderie and the latter alleviating him of assassination responsibilities. Yet, The fact that his friend had yet to ascend to the position of Hokage, wasn't he that a reflection of his own shortcomings? Yet, such thoughts remained confined to his mind, and he was curious about the purpose of his friend's visit. While my comments may have been somewhat excessive, do you not think your handling of many issues reveals a certain weakness? I refer to this matter? Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, noting that Danzo seemed reluctant to address him as Hokage. However, he did not take offense. He had grown accustomed to it over the years. What was your intention in allowing that child to join the Umbu? I do not wish to delve deeper for the sake of unity. Given that route serves as the training ground for the Umbu, are you feigning ignorance, or do you genuinely not wish to investigate further? Danzo nearly blurted out a response but was halted by reason, concluding it was best to let it slide, for it was not a significant issue. However, Hiruzen paused momentarily before continuing. Did we not have an agreement that you would not interfere with Naruto's affairs? Why then? Have you gone back on your word by allowing that child to interact with him? Do you not consider this excessive? What? Interacting with Uzumaki Naruto? At this moment, Danzo's mind raced, struggling to grasp the situation until he suddenly realized the implication. Was it that rascal, Shiwan Shioza, who had come into contact with Naruto? Yet, he had not arranged such an encounter, and that boy was likely unaware of Naruto's true identity. Danzo opened his mouth to explain, only to realize he had no need to justify himself. He had indeed long desired for the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails to enter root. After all, such a dangerous entity should be kept within its confines. The Night of the Nine Tails resulted in the sacrifice of the Fourth Hokage of Konoha and numerous elite ninjas, plunging the village into a state of internal and external turmoil. Had the Fourth Hokage not sealed the Nine Tails, the predicament faced by Konoha would have been far more dire. Unfortunately, his old friend consistently opposed this course of action. After a thorough yet accessible discussion, they ultimately decided to draw upon the experiences of other ninja villages. However, this decision directly led to Naruto's tragic childhood. A Jinchuriki must acclimate to a life of suffering to maintain composure and resist the temptations of the tailed beasts, lest they lose control. Yet, such a dark existence cannot persist indefinitely. The potential for a Jinchuriki to succumb to madness is an unacceptable risk. Thus, to prevent Naruto's breakdown, his old friend would intervene at pivotal moments, much like a torch, steadfastly bolstering Naruto's resolve, providing warmth and solace, and attempting to mitigate the consequences of their choices. Nevertheless, Danzo's ambitions have not been extinguished. He simply has yet to find the opportune moment to act. Shioza, that little rascal, remains oblivious to Naruto's true identity. Regardless of his underlying motives, his actions have inadvertently brought forth an unexpected delight. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki requires careful management, although you have been monitoring with the Umbu. I do not believe they possess greater expertise than those from the root. Contemplating this, Danzo resolved to investigate the circumstances thoroughly and decisively chose to take the blame himself. Indeed, you have not relinquished this notion. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow upon hearing this, silently cursing within. Expertise? While the root may excel in gathering intelligence, is their true specialty not the art of assassination and subterfuge? After some reflection, he chose a more persuasive approach. You are aware of Naruto's identity. Subjecting him to such torment is utterly excessive. You are undeniably too weak, Hiruzen. Before Sarutobi could complete his thought, Danzo interrupted with authority. I am fully aware of who he is, but do not forget, this was also the Fourth Hokage's decision. The Fourth has sacrificed immensely, and I have always believed it is unjust for a child. Although Sarutobi maintained his composure, Danzo was impervious to any form of persuasion and insisted firmly. This is precisely why I assert your weakness. Have you forgotten the true brutality of war? Have you forgotten the profound sorrow a village faces without a competent Jinchuriki? Compared to those displaced or perishing in the throes of conflict, Naruto Uzumaki's stable life in Konoha is indeed a stroke of fortune. Enough. Sarutobi could no longer endure the discussion, although he had to concede that Danzo's points held merit. The shinobi world is inherently ruthless when war erupts. Age is irrelevant. If you are a ninja, you are a soldier, a mere instrument. Otherwise, during the Third Great Ninja War, he would not have agreed to send a group of freshly graduated youths into the battlefield. In contrast to that time, it seems Naruto is indeed faring better now. Let us cease this discussion. I shall not alter my stance. Naruto has endured sufficient hardship. He cannot and will not join the root. He would not yield on this matter, gazing coldly at Danzo as he spoke. That is enough, Danzo. Danzo let out a subdued grunt. Truthfully, he felt a twinge of anxiety involuntarily taking the blame, having indeed orchestrated the assassination of his old comrade, an act that had been exposed. Provoking him further would not bode well for himself. Nonetheless, for the sake of his aspirations, Danzo felt compelled to endure. His dreams were straightforward. One was to become Hokage. He had lagged behind in the past, and now his ambition remained unfulfilled. The other was to unify the shinobi world. The world need only one voice from Konoha, and that voice would be his. Beyond that, he understood his old friend well enough. For the sake of unity, he could occasionally be accommodating. However, as anticipated, Sarutobi spoke up. Perhaps you are correct. In certain aspects, the route does hold some advantages. But I must deliberate on this matter thoroughly. I understand. Danzo appeared visibly displeased, yet internally, he felt quite satisfied with his performance. His old friend remained weak and preoccupied with the greater good, allowing Danzo to maneuver more freely. It was imperative to ascertain the details of Shioza's interactions with Naruto. If all was in order, this could serve as a pivotal opportunity. After all, that little brat bears my curse mark. He shall never escape the route. As Danzo pondered, Sarutobi calmly nodded in agreement. It is good to know. He could discern the thoughts swirling in his old friend's mind. However, with Shioza now integrated into the Umbu, the matter was beyond Danzo's control. The route is defined as the training center for the Umbu, and he held confidence in rectifying some extreme ideologies. At that moment, both men independently entertained a singular thought. That is my charge. Chapter 10. In Release. Has yet another tranquil day passed? In the early morning, at the Umbu base, Shioza stifled a yawn as he made his way inside. Their period of respite had extended longer than anticipated, allowing Shioza to genuinely relish his time of leisure. He occasionally found himself lamenting how delightful it would have been to enjoy such privileges back in the route. At the very least, he wouldn't have spent every day plotting Danzo's demise, would he? After exchanging simple greetings with those around him, Shioza's thoughts turned to the tormenting figure of his boss, the one responsible for his painful childhood, which left him feeling quite irritable, especially since this old rascal, while he was exacting his vengeance through idleness, still insisted on him completing reports, further aggravating his memories of suffering. The absurdity of the report's content was remarkable. It required a detailed account of his recent mission and the interactions with Uchiha Shursui. Essentially, it was an attempt to grasp the relationship between Uchiha Shursui and Naruto. Shioza was acutely aware that this old fox had likely dispatched individuals to investigate the circumstances of that day. Furthermore, he suspected that he had even conferred with the Third Hokage, for that esteemed leader would not allow Naruto to be linked with Danzo. The outcome was bound to be favorable. Perhaps this old man even took the initiative to take the blame himself. Shioza couldn't help but smirk mischievously, contemplating that his lineage was impeccable, rendering him unafraid of scrutiny. Moreover, he was well aware of his employer's aspirations, which enabled him to devise a strategy for dealing with this particular boss. After all, Danzo sought to become Hokage, but such a position necessitated prestige. Shioza resolved that he would ensure the name of Lord Danzo reverberated throughout the entire shinobi world. As for whether this would result in universal acclaim or enmity, he chose to refrain from comment. After all, the principle instilled in him by his system was simply to complete the tasks assigned. How he accomplished them was of no concern to the system, and thus, it need not trouble him either. As he made his way towards the inner sanctum of the Umbu base, it was not long before he encountered the ever-patient Tsukuyumi and Shursui, who had evidently arrived much earlier than he. Upon spotting Shioza, they greeted him with a semblance of warmth. You seem to have arrived a tad late, Shioza-kun, Tsukuyumi observed. Her demeanor a blend of icy exterior and warm interior, while Shursui appeared somewhat awkward. Their initial meeting had not been particularly pleasant. Shioza's pointed inquiry, "Are you questioning Lord Hokage's decision?" had startled Shursui considerably. In all honesty, how could he ever dare to question the Lord Hokage? He was eager to prove himself worthy enough for his clan to reintegrate into Konoha. Yet, after hearing the explanations from Shioza and Tsukuyumi, a troubling thought lingered in his mind. Had he, in fact, questioned the Hokage? Regardless of the rumors swirling around, that young man had remained in Konoha, which was indeed the Hokage's decree. How foolish of him. Perhaps the timing was just right. The Lord Hokage likely had not even commenced his duties for the day. Shioza glanced at the time and then smiled, his gaze shifting towards Jishui. Good morning, Senior Jishui. Shioza was well aware of Jishui's current awkwardness, yet upon seeing him, his spirits were lifted. This was because Jishui, that rascal, had unexpectedly rewarded him with a bounty of gold coins. Danzo had tasked him with writing a report, which, as anticipated, materialized into a concrete assignment. And such tasks naturally come with rewards. In pursuit of that reward, albeit begrudgingly and with a sense of vengeance, Shioza resolved to compose the report diligently. Upon completing the task, he was presented with some rather intriguing rewards. Task completed. Write a report task evaluation. A reward obtained. Release freedom points. When the mere act of writing a report and receiving a freedom point was enough to send him into a euphoric state. But acquiring release left him utterly astounded. Release and yang release are innate abilities that every individual possesses. Simply put, these two forces can be regarded as physical power and spiritual power. However, to concretely manipulate these two forms of energy is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. Though the Akimichi, Nara, and Yamanaka clans are not bloodline families, they remain formidable forces within the ninja world due to their mastery of the secret techniques that govern yin and yang release. Shioza's comprehensive physical quality is evidently formidable in both aspects of strength, yet he finds himself unable to manifest these powers. To his surprise, while drafting a report, he encountered the mention of Chishui, which unexpectedly triggered a burst of yin release. This raises the question, will future missions involve individuals akin to the Akimichi clan? My former colleague A, and someone like Tsunade, who might also possess the potential to unleash yang release. In the ninja world, opportunities for growth abound. And as long as the tasks are connected to such figures, there lies a chance for advancement, which invigorates him immensely. However, the yin release I acquired seems to mirror the method used by Madara, particularly in its numerical enhancement. Shioza is uncertain whether Madara's yin release, lightning style, possesses any hallucinatory properties. Nevertheless, its power is undeniably substantial, and in some respects, it represents a transformation of values. Fortunately, Shioza, being a numbers enthusiast, understands that augmenting numerical strength transcends mere enhancement. When he allocates points to physical techniques, the system imparts to him the underlying principles and knowledge, granting him profound insight into his chakra attributes. This understanding may evolve into clarity in the future, potentially allowing him to attempt fusion. In the expansive world of Naruto, lineage and connections to the Otsutsuki clan are paramount, and lacking such blessings, Shioza must seek alternative paths. Enough of this fixation, however. Shiyuin, unaware of Shioza's contemplations, observed him smiling at Chishui and couldn't help but pull him back. The entire village is like this. Chishui merely took a moment to process the situation. Do you really perceive me as such a petty person, Shiyuin? Shioza cast a dissatisfied glance at Shiyin, as he had always considered himself a magnanimous individual. Although he frequently reminisced about Danzo's kindness towards him and contemplated how to betray his superior, one must ponder whether he truly held Shimura in his heart. No worries, this is my fault. My understanding is insufficient, and I deserve the criticism. At this moment, Jishui could no longer restrain himself and attempted to mediate the situation. However, upon noticing Shioza raise an eyebrow, he realized that his words inadvertently reinforced Shioza's dilemma. Thus, he swiftly shifted the conversation. Let us prepare to meet with Lord Hokage. It is said that this mission will not be trivial. Not trivial? Upon hearing this, Shioza's eyes sparkled with excitement. A challenging task promised greater rewards. Although he harbored a fear of danger, after all, one life is all he possesses this time. He had Uchiha Shursui by his side. Did this not significantly enhance his safety? This thought piqued Shioza's interest. Chapter 11. 2 missions. Have you arrived? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded Shioza and his companions with a benevolent expression. So, how has your recent period of rest and adaptation been? Thank you for your concern, Lord Hokage. We have been getting along quite well, Uchiha Shursui replied with a slight bow, though there was an air of awkwardness in his words. Despite their occasional meetings over the past few days, most of the time had been spent with Shioza and Shiyin practicing swordsmanship, while the rest of their efforts were entirely independent, lacking any genuine bonding. He was also troubled by his own audacity to question the Hokage's decisions and the well-meaning falsehood he had just uttered, which left him feeling uneasy. That's good to hear. Sarutobi Hiruzen was, in fact, aware of the dynamics within their small team, yet he chose not to address it directly. The formation of bonds requires time, and he understood the importance of patience, whether it pertained to Shursui or Shioza. He sought to resolve the issues surrounding the Uchiha clan. Although he had harbored doubts regarding them in light of the Nine-Tails incident, he would refrain from making hasty judgments as Danzo had done. Moreover, he recognized that the Uchiha were not united, and perhaps in the future, he could rely on Shursui to navigate these complexities. As for Shioza, his motives for joining the Umbu were not entirely altruistic, as he had come with a mission from Danzo. However, during their last operation against Orochimaru, his willingness to protect his comrades and confront the formidable foe head-on had greatly impressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Furthermore, concerning Naruto, he was determined to prevent Danzo from exploiting him. and thus he would devise ways to shield Shioja from Danzo's influence. This time, I have a mission for you, a perilous one. I hope you are mentally prepared. Yes, Lord Hokage. Shioza and his companions immediately spoke in unison, while Sarutobi Izashi rose to his feet and unfurled a map. For this mission, I hope you can make a trip to the Land of Wind. The Land of Wind? Upon hearing these words, Shioja's expression visibly faltered. The Land of Wind is indeed a desolate and inhospitable region. Though it may be somewhat impolite, it is undeniable that it is a land beset by sandstorms. Its hidden villages are continually subjected to budget cuts by the feudal lords, relying on their shadows to unearth gold and generate revenue. Shioza finds it rather challenging to harbor any fondness, yet it appears that Do is currently lurking in this wretched place. It serves him right. I trust you are all aware that Sunagakure is our ally, yet this ally is presently engaging in perilous activities. Sarutobi Izashi pointed to the map and solemnly remarked. According to credible intelligence, Kirigakure has infiltrated the Land of Wind and has been harassing Sunagakure, while Awagakure seems poised to advance southward. These two villages are likely to experience direct conflict, which will undoubtedly affect us in Konoha. Moreover, considering the situation with Kirigakure, the crisis will intensify. For the sake of Konoha, I implore you to ascertain the actual circumstances. In the shinobi world, conflicts or wars among the 5 great ninja villages are never isolated. Now, with Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure stirring in the vibrant and flourishing lands of the Land of Wind, Konoha, situated at the heart of the shinobi continent, cannot help but be concerned. Should the situation escalate uncontrollably, it is difficult to ascertain whether Konoha, as an ally of Sunagakure, might be drawn into the fray. Currently, Konoha is experiencing a genuine state of uncertainty and internal void, necessitating that we prepare for all eventualities. We comprehend the gravity of the situation. Shioza and the others nodded in understanding. Regardless of the internal implications, any adverse effects on Konoha would be undesirable. Furthermore, you must remain vigilant against the individuals from Sunagakure. Sarutobi Izashi timely interjected as a caution. Although Konoha and Sunagakure are allies, this particular ally often refrains from sharing many crucial matters with us. Moreover, following the war, they have engaged in numerous unsavory actions, as it was only in defeat that they sought an alliance with us. Clearly, Konoha harbors deep-seated distrust towards Sunagakure. Otherwise, there would be no need to dispatch the Umbu for this operation, as it could have been resolved through diplomatic means. We shall exercise utmost caution. Shioza and the others nodded once more, clearly aware that this task was indeed rather troublesome. Then you shall prepare, Sarutobi Hiruzen said as he settled back down, letting out a sigh. Initially, I intended for Kakashi to accompany you, but regrettably, we have uncovered some traces of Orochimaru, and he has gone to address the matter. I apologize for not being able to provide you with reinforcements, but I have faith that you will manage everything well and ensure your safety. I will be waiting for your return in Konoha. Sarutobi's tone was calm, yet his words deeply moved Shursui and Tsukuyami. Even Shioza, a seasoned veteran, could not help but feel a sense of admiration. The third Hokage's Umbu was indeed entirely different from his root superior. En route, the mantra was return with your head if the mission is incomplete, whereas here it was take care of yourselves. I await your return. Although there was an element of idealism in his words, they imparted a profound sense of trust, a sentiment that certainly surpassed anything Danzo could offer. No wonder others aspired to become Hokage. Shiuza departed the Hokage's office alongside Jisue, and they swiftly disbanded to return to their respective homes for preparation. Having agreed upon a time to reconvene for their evening departure, their new mission involved investigating the secrets of Sunagakure. As Shioza made his way home, he cast a glance at his mission panel while pondering the circumstances surrounding this task. The disturbances from Kirigakure and the southern movements of Awagakure weighed heavily on his mind. Shioja felt an overwhelming sense of deja vu, and after some contemplation, he suddenly grasped a crucial insight. This was reminiscent of the Fourth Hokage, Rasha, who, in his quest to secure the interests of a small border nation against Awagakure, had sold the entity known as Yetsong to Kirigakure in exchange for their cessation of hostilities. The blazing release of Yetsong was something Shioja remembered quite vividly, for in a certain sense, she embodied the principle of high attack, low defense akin to Uchiha Madara. The distinction lay in the fact that she had been pierced by a multitude of kunai, rendering her akin to a hedgehog. While Madara had engaged in a rather cordial conversation with Kagaya, who had extracted his heart. Now that he understood the situation, the task ahead appeared significantly more manageable. Shioja nodded slightly, yet he was perturbed by the fact that his system had not yet settled, indicating that he would need to follow up on the matter. At that moment, he abruptly halted, his gaze shifting toward the shadows nearby. Quite perceptive, it seems you have not relaxed your guard even after leaving the roots. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows, and upon recognizing this individual, Shioja's brow furrowed slightly. This was the very person who, alongside Danzo and Orochimaru, had lured him into the roots, Danzo's eternal sycophant, Yamanaka Ryoma. Lord Danzo is aware of your impending journey to the Land of Wind, and thus, he has a task for you, Yamanaka Ryoma stated, producing a scroll and extending it forward, his tone indifferent. The details of the task are contained within this scroll. The Lord awaits your report. I understand, Shioja replied. Shioja nodded slightly, and suddenly an odd expression crossed his face as he inquired, Am I the only one? Can I apply for reinforcements? The Land of Wind is certainly not our territory. If someone, say, were to accompany me. He paused, only to be interrupted by Yuya Ryoma, who scoffed, Aren't you still accompanied by your comrades from the Umbu? Aha's other assignments do not disappoint Lord Danzo. With that, Yuya Ryoma turned away without a backward glance, leaving Shioja deep in contemplation as he observed Ryoma's retreating figure. Kakashi was investigating Orochimaru, and Aha mission, could it be? Shaking his head, Shioja hastened home, firmly shutting the door behind him before unrolling a scroll to examine its contents. However, upon reading, his expression transformed dramatically, and he felt an urge to curse aloud. You old thief, you go too far. The new task read, Resolve the issue of the Scorch Release in the Leaf Warehouse. Chapter 12, Scorch Release in the Leaf Warehouse. Several days later, in the desert of the Land of Wind, Shioza, Shiyin, and Jishui meandered thoughtfully through the desert. The climate of the Land of Wind was indeed as delightful as its name suggested, yet it bore a certain extremity. For instance, Shioza observed numerous individuals basking in the sunlight along their path. Perhaps, before they were reduced to mere bones in their next incarnation, they could still be regarded as human? Is this truly a place suitable for humanity? Shioza truly finds it difficult to comprehend what manner of fierce individuals would dare to establish their abode in such a place. In Konoha, he could at least encounter various wild boars and foolish deer displaying their teeth. Yet here, he feels compelled to bare his own fangs at the animals. The climate in this region is indeed rather extreme. The still waters are unbearably hot, yet in order to shield himself from the relentless sand and the harsh sun, he must don the distinctive headscarf emblematic of this locale. Nevertheless, for the sake of the mission, we must endure. Yes, I understand. Shioja nodded slightly. It seemed that Jishui was incessantly preoccupied with tasks, appearing more enthusiastic than even Shioja, who relied on such tasks for sustenance. However, Shioja, you seem to have made considerable progress in your recovery. Suddenly, Shiyin turned her gaze towards Shioja, observing him intently before continuing. When we set off, you appeared somewhat listless. Although the conditions here are rather harsh, it is evident that you have regained your vitality. It appears I need not worry after all. To think, Senior, that you have been keeping an eye on me truly overwhelms me with gratitude. Upon hearing this, Shioja smiled and raised an eyebrow at Xiang, though he was acutely aware that his mood had been rather poor in recent days. After all, his superior had assigned him an exceedingly troublesome task, to deal with Yetsong? What a daunting proposition. Setting aside the chaotic matters of cursed seals, Shioja was uncertain whether he could even contend with that woman. Admittedly, he was a numerical anomaly, and he had practically attained the strength of a high-ranking ninja. With a few enhancements to LV7, he might even be considered an elite jonin. Yet, that woman was no simple adversary. She could very well be an elite jonin or even stronger. Moreover, while others were likely to be marching to their doom in Kirigakure, he was left pondering whether he could even locate anyone. Lost in thought, Shioja suddenly entertained a notion. Could Danzo, that wretched scoundrel, be attempting to seize this opportunity to eliminate Uchiha Shursui? After all, Oil Girl Ryoma had remarked, don't you still have your Umbu teammates? Indeed. Aligning with Danzo could lead to treachery at any moment. What began as a reconnaissance mission had transformed into an assassination endeavor, one that seemed designed to ensure his demise. Danzo was truly the epitome of someone who shouts bravado while avoiding the fray. Furthermore, upon closer reflection, the task assigned to Shioja was in direct conflict with that of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen sought stability, while Danzo thrived on chaos within the shinobi world. Although somewhat misaligned, Shioja firmly believed that this rascal was attempting to elevate his own standing. Fortunately, after some contemplation, Shioja had reached a resolution. His task was simply to be completed, and there were no stringent limitations on how to achieve it, granting him considerable latitude. Isn't it only natural to care for your comrades? Xiang remarked, slightly taken aback by Shioja's words, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. We must focus our efforts on the mission at hand. There seem to be numerous patrols here, indicating that Kirigikure's harassment of Sunagakure is quite severe. Indeed, Shursui concurred, his gaze drifting toward the distant desert as he sighed. To be frank, progressing with this mission will be quite challenging. The usual patrols lack sufficient intelligence. And as for Sunagakure, he paused, but the implication was clear to both Shioja and Shiyang. Sunagakure was besieged by both internal and external threats, resulting in exceptionally tight security, making infiltration nearly impossible. Without adequate intelligence, the mission would be exceedingly difficult to pursue. Contemplating this, both Shursui and Shiyang wore expressions of dismay. In truth, there is no need for us to worry excessively, Shioja mused, scratching his chin with curiosity. While we can't venture into Sunagakure, why not explore the possibility of finding a breakthrough in Kirigikure? Kirikage? Shursui and Shiyang momentarily failed to grasp his point. But Shioja's face lit up with a brilliant smile. Indeed, Kirigikure is continuously assaulting Sunagakure, and those dispatched are unlikely to be mere amateurs. Therefore, in order to counter this, Sunagakure must deploy formidable ninjas. If we just so happen to encounter them. At that moment, both Shursui and Shiyang comprehended the implications. Their gazes toward Shioja subtly shifting. If they were to discover and encounter these ninjas, it would indeed be a case of while the clam and the snipe quarrel. The fisherman benefits. Whether one side weakened the other, they could emerge once the dust settled to reap the rewards. The powerful ninjas from Sunagakure could provide valuable intelligence, while Kirigikure might yield some insights as well, which would greatly assist their mission. Yet, there was a tinge of moral ambiguity to this plan. However, would exposure endanger the village? Furrowing her brow, Shiyang inquired, and Shioja already had a scheme in mind. We can disguise ourselves as Awagakure ninjas, after all. There is friction between them, and let us not forget that Sunagakure has also masqueraded as forces from other villages to attack our outposts. Understood. Shioja-kun's suggestion is splendid. Let us proceed with it. Shursui responded, agreeing with minimal hesitation. Those who had experienced war were unlikely to possess a naive worldview, especially when confronted by adversaries, often embodying a flexible moral code. Furthermore, Sunagakure had previously clashed with Konoha, so it was only pragmatic to proceed as conveniently as possible. Now, Shursui began, but abruptly paused, lifting his gaze to the distant sky. Not only he, but Shioja and Shiyang also instinctively looked up, for a signal flare had suddenly ascended into the air. Upon witnessing this, the three exchanged glances, and Shioja was momentarily taken aback. Acquire new tasks from the Sunagakure and Kirigikure ninjas, obtaining relevant intelligence. Another mission? That made 3. Accumulating 3 tasks took Shioja by surprise. Yet more missions were indeed a fortuitous development. With that thought, he turned to Shursui and Shiyang, grinning, it seems we are rather fortunate. No sooner had he spoken than they swiftly concealed their presence and accelerated toward the location of the signal flare. Only Sunagakure would dare to boldly launch a signal flare in this desert. Such an opportunity was not one they would allow to slip away. Their pace was not particularly brisk, especially as they exercised extreme caution to evade the approaching Sunagakure ninjas. Fortunately, the site of the signal flare was not overly far from them. As they drew closer, the sounds of explosive tags, ninjutsu detonations, and the clash of ninja combat reached their ears. We have entered the combat zone. We must remain vigilant, Shursui cautioned in a low voice, simultaneously donning his mask. Shioja and Shien were in a similar predicament. However, at that moment, Shioja turned to the solemn Shien and softly reassured her, do not worry, senior. With me by your side, you shall come to no harm. You rascal. Upon hearing this, Shien was instantly reminded of the recent encounter with Orochimaru. A mixture of irritation and amusement flooding over her. Yet, before she could articulate her thoughts, the deep voice of Shursui resonated nearby. Everyone, we are in a bit of trouble. As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on the distant horizon. That woman seems to be Yekon from Sunagakure, the wielder of Scorch Release. Chapter 13, The Synergy of Sage Techniques and In Release Yekon. Upon hearing this name, Shioza's expression shifted dramatically. Is it truly this fortuitous? According to Danzo's plans, she was indeed his target. He had never anticipated encountering her in such a location. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Yekon was currently engaged in a relentless hunt against the hidden mist, simultaneously fending off the advance of Noki from the south. This endeavor had garnered her immense fame while inciting deep-seated hatred from the hidden mist, leading them to even halt their conflict with Sunagakure in a desperate attempt to eliminate her. But now, how far had matters escalated? Shioza stroked his chin. uncertain whether Yetsong had already been heralded as the village's hero. In preparation for a confrontation with Iwagakure, he contemplated the notion of putting Yetsong through hardship by selling her to the village of Kirigakure. Frankly speaking, the intelligence here in Sunagakure was rather lacking. Or perhaps Konoha had not anticipated that Sunagakure would decisively resort to such measures, thus similar information was not included. If it were Konoha, damn. What a pair of hidden dragons and phoenixes. Shiozei silently cursed under his breath, then turned his gaze towards the nearby Ji Shui. Senior, this is a formidable opponent. Indeed, Ji Shui replied, furrowing his brow as he stared into the distance, seemingly deep in thought. However, from the intensity of his gaze, it was evident that he was restless. Clearly, he harbored concerns regarding Yetsong's strength and the potential reinforcements from Sunagakure. The enemy was not insignificant in number. Yet he was reluctant to let this prime opportunity slip away. After a considerable pause, he finally resolved to take action. Let us prepare to move. We shall strive for a swift resolution, and should circumstances turn unfavorable, we must retreat immediately to guard against any additional reinforcements. Understood. Xiozha and Shiyong nodded simultaneously. Although their small team had never engaged in extensive discussions regarding the topic of captain, it was evident that, based on experience, strength, and connections, Shisui was the most suitable candidate. After all, he was a prodigy of the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, Shisui had joined the team abruptly and was outmaneuvered by Xiozha on his first day, coupled with his particular disposition, which rendered the matter seldom mentioned. However, when the moment of truth arrived, it was imperative for him to make decisions and bear the responsibility. Should any misfortune occur, there would be others to take the blame. Gradually approaching, concealed on the sloped surface of the yellow sand, Xiozha lifted his gaze towards the imposing figure of Yakura not far away. He observed her skillfully wielding her unique Ketan techniques to hunt down the mist ninjas, evaporating the scarce moisture in the air and leaving those ninjas in utter disarray. It became clear to him why the mist sought her demise. Her fiery abilities were indeed a formidable counter to their techniques. Moreover, this woman was undeniably fierce. While the current situation was favorable and they had Uchiha Shisui on their side, it was prudent to prepare additional safeguards. Xiozha murmured to himself, contemplating the 3 remaining free points he possessed. After much deliberation, he decided to allocate all of them to his shadow manipulation technique. Free points: 0 shadow manipulation, LV3 in an instant, the methodology and advanced information regarding the shadow manipulation technique, reminiscent of that wielded by Uchiha Madara, surged into Xiozha's mind. He immediately grasped the underlying principles and understood how to wield this newfound power more effectively. At that moment, the Sand Village team led by Yakura had nearly eliminated the remaining mist shinobi. Their formation was rather scattered. Upon noticing this, Shizue's eyes transformed instantly into the Sharingan. Let us engage, he declared, charging forth with remarkable speed toward Yakura. As he sprinted, he quickly formed hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball hurtled toward the sand team, startling Yakura's squad, who had just finished dispatching a wave of enemies. Who goes there? They were caught off guard. Some were injured and fatigued, completely unprepared for another assault. Do not panic. Prepare for battle. I am here. Yakura's voice rang out, stabilizing the morale of her team. Simultaneously, several orange fireballs materialized around her, their intense heat warping the air in the vicinity. Shizue's fireball was neutralized by one of Yakura's orange orbs, yet in that moment, he surged forward, standing face to face with Yakura, ready for combat. Senpai, it is time for us to make our move. Xiozha donned his mask and nodded at Shien beside him. In the next moment, he activated his sealing technique and charged forward. The environment of the Land of Wind had somewhat affected him. At the very least, he could not utilize his water release. Moreover, given their need for a swift resolution, he harbored no intentions of holding back. As he felt the power within him surge rapidly, Xiozha's speed intensified once more, resembling a fleeting phantom. In an instant, he found himself before a sand-hidden ninja. What? Such velocity astonished the sand ninja. He could scarcely keep up. Xiozha showed no mercy, as a kunai materialized in his hand. Ignoring the astonished expression before him, he brought the weapon down with ferocious intent. Blood splattered as the sand shinobi collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat, crimson liquid seeping through his fingers. His body began to convulse involuntarily. Meanwhile, Xiozha swiftly pivoted, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed towards another sand shinobi. Die. Though Xiozha is quite formidable, the members of the Yetsong team are no trifles. The demise of their comrade ignited their fury. As soon as Xiozha approached, a sand ninja wielding kunai in both hands charged directly at him. Their audacity is commendable. yet their speed leaves much to be desired. In his cursed seal state, Shioja is not to be trifled with. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the kunai, simultaneously delivering a powerful elbow strike to the ninja's waist. The sand ninja winced in pain, instinctively retreating, yet he did not forget to hurl his kunai at Shioja. The whistling of the two kunai drew ever nearer as Shioja, with an impassive expression, casually waved his own. With a pair of metallic clangs, the kunai fell to the ground, while Shioja's kunai flew towards the sand ninja in an instant. It pierced the ninja's body, and without a moment's hesitation, Shioja leapt away. Wind release, great vacuum projectile. Wind release, wind cutter. Wind release, wind blades. Just as he distanced himself, several wind-based ninjutsu bombarded his previous location, and the swirling sands seemed to grow wilder. Perhaps his aggressive combat style drew even more attention. However, Shi Yin had already entered the fray, and Ji Shui was holding off the Yetsong member, which alleviated Shioja's concerns. He was ready to execute a new strategy. While Yin release cannot enhance physical techniques, it proves effective with ninjutsu, especially when coupled with his current cursed seal state. Landing firmly on the ground, Shioja clasped his hands together to form a seal. In truth, given that his earth release has reached level 6, he could forego some of the formalities, yet he felt the need to maintain an air of seriousness. As he observed the approaching sand ninja, a sudden smile graced his lips, his natural chakra and Yin release chakra surging within him. There are certain individuals in the ninja world one must never provoke, such as a wallflower like me. Senjutsu, Yin release, Earthstone Dragon. The soft sandy ground trembled violently, and in the next moment, the yellow sand was violently displaced as a nearly 50-meter-long earthen dragon erupted from the earth. The colossal dragon roared skyward, its immense form and deafening roar sending shivers down the spine. Shioja, witnessing this scene, was momentarily stunned, pondering a question that lingered in his mind. Is this a wood dragon or an earth dragon? Chapter 14. What on earth is happening here? It is hardly surprising that Shioja harbors such thoughts, for the colossal earth dragon before him is indeed an extraordinary sight, approaching a staggering 50 meters in length. It nearly rivals some tailed beasts in lower-tier Susanoo. The height and strength of Susanoo vary with the evolution of the Sharingan. Even the initial forms of Susanoo barely reach a mere dozen meters. As for wood release, its capabilities are equally astonishing. Otherwise, Senju Hashirama could not have triumphed over Uchiha Madara with that singular technique. What on earth is this? The sand shinobi, who had initially intended to assault Shioja, now found themselves utterly dumbfounded. They could no longer suppress their inner trepidation, their lips trembling as they murmured. Such a gargantuan form. This is Earth Release? When did Earth Release attain such formidable strength? Damn it. In the distance, Yitsong's expression was equally grim. Their small team had been preoccupied with a group of mist shinobi. After finally resolving that encounter, they were confronted with yet another foe, leaving them no respite before engaging in battle once more. This time, their adversary was evidently far more troublesome, not to mention the individual before him, whose astonishing speed and combat prowess surpassed expectations. One misstep on his part could spell defeat. The one who summoned such a massive earth dragon filled him with disbelief. Who were these people? Who are you? Yitsong gritted his teeth and whispered, the Wagakure? Or Konoha? Or perhaps, it was clear they never believed in us. Upon hearing this, Ji Shui nearly laughed in exasperation, initially feeling a pang of guilt for attacking an ally. Although this ally had committed far graver offenses and this operation was initiated under his command, he still felt a twinge of remorse. However, now that was irrelevant. He simply needed to capture the individual first. Yet, Shioja was astonishingly powerful. Well, that seemed reasonable, considering he was someone capable of clashing with Orochimaru. Ji Shui mused internally, quickly rationalizing this notion. Not only him, but even the distant Xiang engaged in fierce combat was in a similar predicament. Orochimaru had always been a legend in Konoha, and the fact that Shioja could battle with Orochimaru and manage to escape from him truly elevated Shioja's reputation. Thus, despite Shioja's seemingly outrageous display, everyone found it somewhat acceptable upon recalling this fact. Do not be deceived by this individual. We must advance. Although the sand shinobi facing the colossal earth dragon trembled slightly, they continued to encourage one another, refusing to yield. This was the land of wind. As long as they could hold on until reinforcements arrived, they might just survive. Must they still resist fearlessly? Shioja raised an eyebrow, softly inquiring, yet regrettably, the sand shinobi offered him no response. They swiftly dispersed, converging on Shioja from various directions, evidently unwilling to be ensnared by the colossal earth dragon. As they sprinted, they either formed hand seals or drew kunai affixed with explosive tags. demonstrating through their actions that they had not surrendered. In light of this, Shioza was unceremonious as he commanded the Earth Dragon to unleash a fearsome roar. In the next moment, the formidable creature lunged fiercely toward a sand ninja. Damn it! Wind release! Blade of wind! The sand ninja, locked in the dragon's grasp, attempted to resist, yet the Earth Dragon offered him no respite. With a thunderous crash, the Earth Dragon collided with incredible force, causing the ground to tremble violently. In an instant, the sand ninja was rendered utterly obliterated, with not even a trace of his body remaining. The impact was substantial, and the destructive power was remarkable, especially given the dragon's significant size advantage. Upon witnessing this scene, Shioja swiftly formed an assessment in his mind. However, the shortcomings were glaringly apparent: excessive consumption, insufficient resilience, and a lack of chakra recovery. The Earth Dragon's ferocious charge not only obliterated the enemies into mere remnants, but it also left itself in a shattered state. Such resilience was utterly incomparable to that of the Wood Dragon. Furthermore, the Wood Dragon possessed the chakra absorption ability, allowing for self-repair and continued engagement in battle. In contrast, the weaknesses of Shioja's celestial technique, shadow retreat, became starkly evident. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. He was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Moreover, the enhancement from the celestial technique and shadow retreat was not limited to this single art. He could explore other avenues as well. Moreover, the consumption was indeed considerable, indicating that he needed to focus on improving his physical attributes and chakra reserves. As he pondered this, attacks from other directions had already commenced. Die! They roared in unison. And in an instant, a flurry of wind-based ninjutsu and numerous shuriken embedded with explosive tags hurtled toward Shioja. Shioza gently lifted his gaze and then raised a hand in a singular gesture. Earth release, earth barrier. In an instant, towering earthen walls surged upward, encircling Shioza. Just then, the onslaught of the sand ninja arrived with a tumultuous roar. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless cacophony echoed against the wall, as powerful shockwaves and explosions marred its surface with numerous cracks. Yet, regrettably, the earth barrier, fortified by the sealing technique, was not so easily breached. In fact, Shioza even had the leisure to examine the wall, pondering whether he should emulate Kakashi and carve some likenesses upon it. However, it was time to bring this to a close. Shioza once again formed seals, and the broken earth dragon outside the earthen barrier stirred subtly. In the next moment, it erupted with a thunderous roar. What? This earth dragon has actually... Damn. As they beheld the resurrected, fragmented earth dragon, the sand ninjas felt a chill run through their veins. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the sky. Looking up, they discovered that Shioza had ascended to the top of the tall wall, gazing down upon these sand ninjas with an air of superiority. Goodbye. Under Shioza's command, the broken earth dragon roared and soared into the air. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, it dove fiercely towards the sand ninjas. The ground quaked once more in that instant. What is this? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and the reinforcements from Sunagakure had finally arrived. They surveyed the devastation around them, the enormous craters still visible beneath the layers of yellow sand. Each of them was filled with questions, yet their expressions were grave, clearly indicating that an unimaginable battle had taken place here. Who could possibly be fighting? One sand ninja could no longer contain himself and whispered, genuinely frightened by the scene before him. Indeed, I too am curious about who is engaged in this battle. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out behind them, prompting them to assume combat stances. Turning around, they beheld a youth clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds, his short red hair contrasting sharply against the dark fabric, standing right behind them. Who are you? For some inexplicable reason, upon seeing this young man, the group of sand ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. Even their inquiry trembled with trepidation. It seems you have forgotten me. But perhaps that is for the best. The youth nonchalantly shook his head and spoke slowly. I merely intended to return and gather some necessary items. Yet I did not anticipate encountering such a situation. By the way, my name is Scorpion. You used to call me the Red Sand Scorpion. Chapter 15. Just send her away. In the land of wind, silvery moonlight cascaded over the desert. In an abandoned village within the boundless wasteland, Shioza and his companions took refuge, while Yutsong lay unconscious on the ground beside them. Senior, you were rather ruthless, weren't you? Shioza cast a glance at the still unconscious Yutsong, and he could not help but shake his head at Jishue beside him. She is yet to awaken, leaving us unable to extract any intelligence. Upon hearing Shioza's words, Jishue opened his mouth, but the words failed to escape his lips. Even Shi Yuan, who was tending to Yutsong, lifted her head, casting a peculiar glance at Shioza. Their ambush on Yetsong's small team had gone surprisingly smoothly, as this team had recently endured a battle, only to find themselves ambushed by Shioza and his companions. Particularly, Shioza had played an astonishing role. The enormous earth dragon he unleashed truly left everyone in awe, and the devastation it wrought was indeed befitting of its grandeur. The violent impact and terrifying power effectively obliterated the Sand Shinobi in an instant. This allowed Shioza and Shiyuin to swiftly coordinate with Jishui, mounting a joint assault against the disoriented Yetsong, who was still reeling from the earth dragon's might. Admittedly, Jishui had been the main attacker against Yetsong. Indeed, her current state of unconsciousness was largely due to Jishui's illusion techniques. Yet, in the memories of Jishui and Shiyuan, it seemed that the one who truly delivered the decisive blow to Yetsong was none other than Shioza, wasn't it? My apologies. Perhaps I may have been a bit too forceful. However, Jishui, being somewhat earnest, hesitated for a moment before awkwardly nodding, prompting Shiyuan to interject. You should temper yourself as well. How did you undergo training in the first place? The training I received was exceedingly rigorous, you know. Shioza raised an eyebrow. And then with a smile, he remarked, it's not just strict, it's downright life-threatening. However, Shioza had to concede one truth. While Danzo was indeed a despicable character, it was precisely through such rigorous training that he had honed his current abilities. It was undeniably strict. Otherwise, one would not possess such strength. Upon hearing this, Xian pressed her lips together, though she felt a tinge of curiosity. Where did you train before? And considering you are of a similar age to us, I don't recall ever seeing you in school? Well, that. Shioza blinked, seemingly unable to articulate his thoughts on the matter. Just then, Yitsong suddenly erupted into a fit of coughs, which provided Shioza with a sigh of relief, although the curse mark held no sway over him anymore. And while he could divulge names without revealing any sensitive information about Danzo, it was prudent for Shioza to exercise caution if he intended to betray Danzo. She has awakened. We must focus on our objectives, he asserted. Despite lacking answers, Shishui and Xian also turned their attention to Yitsong, hoping to resolve the issue swiftly to complete their mission. At that moment, Yitsong was overwhelmed by a throbbing headache and profound fatigue. However, as a ninja, she quickly recalled her previous experiences, sharpening her perception. A rapid scan of her surroundings revealed she was confined within a dilapidated structure, and the three assailants were present as well. Bound tightly, her fingers had been dislocated, causing excruciating pain with even the slightest contact. They spared my life, so. Yet, Yitsong, being a formidable ninja, endured the agony, her expression darkening. She realized these individuals sought information, although she was uncertain of their precise intentions. Their focus on her indicated their ambitions were significant. Most critically, the genjutsu that incapacitated her was evidently not trivial. You are awake? A crisp voice interrupted her thoughts, and she turned to see a masked figure approaching. Yitsong recognized the mask. It belonged to the one who had unleashed the terrifying earth dragon. Who are you? And what is your purpose in capturing me? Yitsong inquired icily, her suspicions brewing beneath the surface. Our objective is straightforward. We wish to gain insight into your village's arrangements and strategies, came the reply from Shioza. In truth, Shishui could have conducted the interrogation, as his genjutsu was quite reliable. However, Shioza was eager to take the initiative, having formed certain ideas in his mind. Shishui readily agreed, knowing he could provide backup. Forgive my candor, but you are currently contending with both Iwagakure and misshrouded threats. If the situation deteriorates further, it will bode ill for all involved. So, are you fools? Yitsong scoffed at Shioza's words, a smirk of disdain crossing her features. How would I know the military arrangements or policies of the village? I am a combatant. And even if I did know, why would you assume I would divulge anything? As she spoke, Yitsong's gaze subtly flicked towards Shishui, yet she exhibited little fear. It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. Shioza raised an eyebrow, fully aware that this woman was utterly oblivious. Otherwise, she would not have been deceived into delivering the message. Nevertheless, appearances must be maintained, as there were indeed matters Shioza yearned to uncover. Your current predicament places you in an exceedingly perilous situation. Should anything untoward transpire, the repercussions would extend far beyond your own sand village. Therefore, from which village do you hail? Yitsong remained unfazed, her gaze towards Shioza as cold as ever. Is it IWA Shinobi probing for intelligence? Or perhaps Kiri Shinobi seeking to gather further information? Or could it be Kumo, or even Konoha? It seemed she was unwilling to cooperate. At that moment, Shishui approached. Having noticed the lack of success in Shioza's interrogation, he softly inquired, shall I take over? A ninja with such unwavering resolve may prove resistant to conventional methods of eliciting information. I understand, yet I wish to attempt once more, Shioza replied. Shioja understood Jishue's good intentions, yet he chuckled and shook his head. Moreover, Captain, have you ever contemplated a particular matter? Jishue, somewhat perplexed, inquired, what do you mean? After all, wasn't Shioja supposed to interrogate this Yisong? Why was he suddenly turning the question back on himself? Shiyin also approached, with her shadow clones maintaining external vigilance, thus they did not need to rush outside personally. Unable to restrain herself upon hearing Shioja's words, she chimed in, what matter? In truth, throughout this journey, I have been pondering how I would act if I were the wind shadow facing the current predicament. Shioza cast a glance at Yitsong, who was staring at them with a solemn expression. Unfazed, he continued in a low voice. At first, I couldn't find any answers, but upon seeing her, a certain idea began to take shape. Jishue was perplexed by Shioza's cryptic demeanor, while Shiyin straightforwardly inquired, what idea? It's quite simple. Shioza extended his finger towards Yekong, his voice resonating with a haunting calmness. Why not send her to Kirigakure? Chapter 16. What are you, after all? Still no news? Indeed. Lord Kazekage. Inside the Kazekage Tower of Sunagakure, Rasha furrowed his brow as he regarded the figure of Yakumaru before him, his mood decidedly grim. The pressure from Awagakure and Kirigakure weighed heavily upon him. For the sake of his village, he was compelled to make a choice. Kirigakure was too distant, while Awagakure held tangible interests, leading him to decisively opt for negotiations with Kirigakure, preparing to confront Awagakure to the bitter end. However, the price demanded by Kirigakure was exorbitant. One of the conditions being Yekong herself. Yet now, after completing a mission, Yekong had inexplicably vanished. The evidence at the scene suggested she had endured a fierce battle. And alarmingly, several reinforcement teams had also gone missing. Such losses represented formidable combat power. Training ninjas required significant resources. Increase the efforts. Continue the search. Rasha instructed his brother-in-law after a prolonged contemplation. Although he harbored suspicions that Yekong may have been abducted by Kirigakure, the consequences of assuming otherwise could be dire. He needed to locate Yekong, if only her remains, for they would still hold some value. Understood, Lord Kazekage. Nakamura nodded, then quietly inquired, should we involve Kaizokuzi? Having the Umbu's assistance might prove advantageous. Kaizokuzi, you say? Rasha pondered, but after some reflection, he acquiesced. Yes, the assistance of the Umbu would indeed make things more convenient. I have but one demand. We must find her, regardless of whether she is alive or dead. Do you comprehend? Yes, Lord Kazekage. What a base attempt at sowing discord. I had expected you to engage in some clever ruse. Within the dilapidated buildings of the abandoned village, Yekong listened to Shioza's words, her exquisite visage increasingly laced with derision. Send me to Kirigakure? Only a village gone mad would entertain such a notion. Yekong held an unwavering love for her village. How could mere words sway her resolve? Think as you wish. I am merely rendering my judgment. Shioja shook his head. He was well aware that a few simple words would hold little impact, yet he remained unfazed. However, he understood the depth of Yitsong's hatred for her village following her betrayal. Had it not been for the fortunate encounter with her disciple who roused her, their resolution might have been far more arduous. What does it truly signify? Jishue furrowed his brow, contemplating before finally voicing his inquiry. In truth, we have consistently approached this matter from the perspective of the ninja, neglecting to consider it from the vantage point of the village. At this moment, Shioja suddenly shook his head, feigning a contemplative gesture as he stroked his chin before continuing. What do you believe is the extent of the Mist Ninja's capabilities here? I fear the impact is rather significant. Upon hearing this, Shiyin promptly provided her insight. This desolate region of the Land of Wind is riddled with deserts, where water sources have become exceedingly scarce and precious. The Mist Ninjas predominantly utilize water-based techniques, as their homeland, the Land of Water, is surrounded by the sea, replete with moisture and shrouded in thick fog throughout the year, providing them with an ideal environment for learning and training. They have even developed the mist technique through their studies of the fog, enhancing their expertise in assassination techniques. However, such a cursed place renders it exceedingly difficult for them to fully exert their abilities. Jishue, contemplating this, seemed to grasp Shioja's implication. You mean, this location is unsuitable for the Mist Ninjas to thrive, and their long journey from the distant Land of Water leaves them without sufficient reinforcements, correct? Indeed. Shioja nodded slightly. Yet Shiyin furrowed her brow. Why would the Mist Cloak still act in such a manner? Are they truly deranged? How am I to ascertain whether they are mad or not? Shiose could not help but express his disdain inwardly. However, considering the current leader of the Mist, it was highly likely that it was the psychotic Uchiha Obito of the crazy filial piety duo. It seemed that everything began to make sense. Yet, I remain uncertain, as we have yet to confront the Mist directly. Shoujo shook his head, his gaze briefly resting on Yitsong before he continued. The hidden mist possesses such drawbacks, which leads me to believe that the Fourth Hokage will likely focus his efforts on the hidden stone, as they represent the greatest threat. As for the hidden mist, I suspect he may employ alternative strategies to drive away these intruders. Without the restraint of the hidden mist, it is likely that the third Hokage will also have his reservations. Only in this manner does the Fourth Hokage stand a chance to reclaim all that he desires. Shoujo essentially recounted the plot, yet at this juncture, he harbored a desire to eliminate Danzo. Although he considered that troublesome mission to involve a scheme against Uchiha Shisui, it inadvertently ensnared Shoujo as well. So, what relevance does this hold for her? Shisui grasped the situation, realizing that Shoujo was indeed engaging in a blatant act of sowing discord. However, he believed the opportunity was slim. After some contemplation, he resolved to cooperate, planning to resort to genjutsu if necessary. Do you recall the events between the Cloud Village and Konoha from a year ago? Shoujo smiled insidiously, yet both Shiyin and Jishui, concealed behind their masks, simultaneously changed expressions. This was indeed the disgrace of Konoha, being coerced by unfounded accusations, even threatened with war to compel Konoha into making a choice, ultimately leading to the sacrifice of the Hyuga clan members. This incident was something they could never forget. Suddenly, it seemed they both realized something, and Shiyin spoke candidly. Do you mean to say that she? Shoujo nodded slightly, his gaze once again directed towards Yitsong. I have previously stated that we approach issues from the perspective of a ninja, rather than considering the village's standpoint. However, when one adopts the village's viewpoint, many matters seem to present themselves with clarity. If we wish to compel the mist-hidden village to cease their actions, negotiation is the only recourse. Negotiation, in turn, requires the offering of valuable concessions. What kind of concessions would satisfy the mist-hidden? Certainly, it would be something that poses a significant threat to them. Perhaps drenched in the blood of their comrades, steeped in accumulated hatred, and involving individuals with bloodline limits worthy of study. As Shoujo elaborated, Shisui and Shiyin's gazes gradually shifted towards Yitsong, who remained silent. What utter nonsense! At this moment, Yitsong's previous disdainful smile had vanished, replaced by an expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the trio of Shoujo. Sunagakure is not Konoha. Such base instigation is utterly tedious. Is this truly the extent of your tactics? Indeed, Sunagakure is not Konoha, for it pales in comparison to Konoha. Shoujo showed no regard at all, disdainfully shaking his head. However, even Konoha understands that following the Third Great Ninja War, everything lay in ruins and required substantial development to restore its strength. Are you from Sunagakure truly oblivious to this reality? Moreover, I have reiterated numerous times that one must consider issues from the village's perspective. For a village, is it not reasonable to achieve the greatest objectives at the least cost? The Hyuga clan is one of Konoha's prominent families, and when sacrifices were necessary, the third Hokage did not hesitate. And you, if your actions could be leveraged to secure peace for Kirigakure and thereby procure greater benefits for the village, what significance do you truly hold? Chapter 17, A New Reward, Summoning Yakushi Kabuto. Shoujo's words truly rendered everyone speechless. Yet, no one could muster a rebuttal. Rather, upon reflection, they found it alarming that what Shoujo articulated appeared to be entirely devoid of fault. From the perspective of a ninja, it seemed fundamentally different from that of the village. The ninja's sole responsibility is to engage in combat, while the village must ponder a multitude of considerations. Leaving Shiyin behind to keep watch, still incredulous, but now enveloped in silence, Yekong, along with Shoujo and Jishui, stepped outside. You deceived her, didn't you? Jishui inquired curiously after a moment of hesitation. No, I have stated that all of this is merely my conjecture. Shoujo shrugged nonchalantly, expressing his indifference. However, I believe that the situation is likely to unfold in that direction. Sunagakure cannot afford to delay for much longer. Warfare demands not only manpower but also financial resources. I have heard that the Fourth Hokage must venture into gold mining himself. Do you understand what this implies, esteemed elder? It signifies that the daimyo has reduced financial support for Sunagakure. Despite being a bit naive, Jishui, a member of the Uchiha clan, is still aware of certain realities. Indeed, otherwise, they would not find themselves in such a predicament. Shoujo nodded, gazing at the earth illuminated by the silvery moonlight. He turned his head and smiled, remarking that the environment of the Land of Wind necessitated the procurement of substantial resources, which in turn required financial means. Cultivating ninjas also demanded funds, and war was no exception. Thus, it seemed they would indeed follow your suggestion to resolve their conflicts and confront a Wagakure with unwavering determination, compelling the third Such Hokage to think twice before acting recklessly. At that moment, Shishui fully comprehended Shioza's insights, yet his gaze towards him shifted slightly. How had this individual managed to conceive such profound thoughts? Previously, during their time in Konoha, Shioza had caught him off guard, and although he had brushed it aside, the discomfort lingered. Reflecting on it now, it became evident that Shioza had grasped the intentions of the Hokage, and understanding that even their family elders had failed to achieve. Shioza-kun, where did you receive your training? Shishui inquired, filled with admiration yet unable to suppress his curiosity. However, he soon appeared to realize something. If it is inconvenient to share, Shioza-kun, you need not feel obligated to disclose anything. Let us leave it at that. Shioza decisively nodded. Jishui, being a veteran of the Umbu, undoubtedly possessed knowledge of certain matters inherent to the Uchiha clan. Very well, what shall we do next? He inquired. Jishui, unperturbed, recognized that some inquiries were best left unasked upon entering the Umbu. He deftly redirected the conversation. While your conjecture may indeed hold merit, we currently lack sufficient evidence. Therefore, let us not rush. It is likely that Yekon possesses limited information as well. For safety's sake, I suggest that you, senior, take the initiative and investigate personally. Shioza stroked his chin. Although Jishui is the nominal captain, this fellow is somewhat unreliable. However, it is precisely this unreliability that is fitting. Shioza hopes to be the one giving orders, so that in the event of a mishap, he can bear the blame himself. As for other matters, he can handle them independently. Regarding Yi Tsang, Shioza has already conceived a notion, albeit still in its infancy. Nonetheless, she remains relatively significant. Senior, it is best to ensure that Yi Tsang survives. She may yet prove to be of greater utility. Jishui nodded earnestly, expressing his utmost seriousness. If the situation unfolds as you surmise, then indeed, her life must be preserved. She could be the key to peace. Shioza pressed his lips together, and he had begun to understand why Jishui foolishly divulged the secret of the kaleidoscope to Danzo. This fellow seems to lack a certain acumen. Nevertheless, Shioza chose not to elaborate further. He casually gestured with his hand and proceeded to step outside. I shall trouble you, senior. I will go out for a while and see if I can locate some sources of water. Thank you for your hard work, and do be careful. Jishui nodded, now placing immense trust in Shioza. After a brief exchange, he turned and walked back into the room. Meanwhile, Shioza strolled leisurely through the dilapidated village, which had likely suffered devastation at the hands of the scorpion, while he simultaneously opened his panel. Mission accomplished. Gather relevant and useful information from the shinobi of Sunagakure and Kirigakure. Mission evaluation, C. Gazing at his panel, Shioza wore a look of bewilderment. He had previously sensed the system's prompt, but had not focused his attention on it. Now, upon examination, it seemed the system had delivered quite a significant revelation. It appeared that the information was not gleaned through inquiry, but rather articulated by him under the guise of speculation, wasn't it? Truly a paradigm of the notion that the means of accomplishment matters not, so long as the task is completed. Shioza pressed his lips together, for his intelligence was 100% authentic, thus deeming this as completion of the task seemed quite reasonable. However, with this completion, he felt increasingly confident in his forthcoming plans. Should he succeed, Lord Danzo would indeed achieve fame in Sunagakure. Reward acquired, Freedom Point 1. Due to the resulting uncontrollable effects, a special reward has been granted. Insight into the Blaze Release. Insight into the Blaze Release? Shioza furrowed his brow slightly, but upon further investigation, he quickly grasped the nature of this reward. Although he was unable to obtain the bloodline limit, the bloodlines within the ninja world were categorized into two distinct types. One type consisted of the exceedingly rare abilities inherently fused within one's lineage, such as the Uchiha Sharingan, the Hyuga's Byakugan, the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiho, and the exaggerated physique of the Senju. This category is inherited from the Tsutsuki or is a result of mutated fruits. The other type is acquired through the fusion of chakra, resulting in bloodline limits that can be manipulated by human intervention. Shioza had long harbored thoughts in this regard, for it was indeed his only path. Little did he expect to receive such a reward now. This reward was the insights and experiences derived from Yi Tsang's own use of the Blaze Escape technique, and such understanding and experience would undoubtedly aid Shioza in his own integration. Truly, it is a remarkable boon. Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Possessing such an artifact would significantly conserve his time and greatly enhance the efficiency of his integration process. After all, it was a proven success. A formulaic task that could be employed without hesitation. However, he acknowledged that he needed further assistance. Though exhilarated, Shioza was acutely aware of the actions he must undertake. With a focused mind, he produced a scroll and swiftly inscribed several pieces of information within it. Forming hand seals, the scroll soon vanished from his sight, and his gaze turned toward the horizon. Hurry and arrive. I am eagerly awaiting your presence, Shioze murmured softly. Employing a technique he had unexpectedly acquired after completing a mission that eradicated an entire family. The other individual adept in this technique was none other than the future Dream Master, one of the clandestine leaders of the ninja world. And a classic case of redemption, Yakushi Kabuto, who had caused Shioze considerable distress in his youth. Although their relationship was marred by past grievances, particularly the betrayal that led Shioze to unleash his wrath upon Do during training, they shared a common background as orphans and Do harbored a sense of guilt. This allowed their relationship to remain relatively amicable. Most importantly, Shioze recognized Do's potential, which motivated him to impart this technique to him. This not only served to share information regarding Yakushi Kabuto, whom Shioze had learned about in Konoha, but also to foster a closer bond between them. Now, it seemed this technique was poised to unveil even greater possibilities. Chapter 18. The director is not in Konoha. Under the enchanting moonlight. With the wind howling, a team from Sunagakure stealthily approached the desolate village amidst the boundless desert. Truly, this forsaken place was utterly desolate. The Sunagakure patrol team maintained a vigilant stance, yet one member could not suppress a quiet complaint. Enough with the idle chatter, focus on the mission. Interrupted the team leader upon hearing the grumbling. We are searching for Lady Yitsong, who has done so much for us. Are you not aware of her contributions? Understood, Captain. But the Sand Ninja dared not oppose his leader, but his gaze wandered to a bespectacled boy behind him. This boy appeared to be merely 11 or 12. Delicate and scholarly in demeanor, which irked the Sand Ninja somewhat. Why must we heed the whims of this little brat in such a remote location? My apologies. I merely thought this place held potential, the boy replied, scratching the back of his head, his expression rife with embarrassment. If we truly uncover Lady Yitsong's whereabouts, our records will. Enough, everyone be silent, the captain interjected, shaking his head. He regarded the boy briefly before continuing, though this area is secluded. It serves as an ideal hiding place. We need only find a clue, the rest will be handled by the Umbu. Understood? Yes. The Sand Ninjas responded in unison. However, scarcely had their words left their lips when the ground began to tremble ominously. The desert transformed as if it were quicksand, with several Sand Ninjas ensnared before they could react. Trouble. Enemy attack. The captain quickly discerned the situation and drew his ninja blade. Yet a profound sense of danger surged within him, sending chills down his spine. In a flash, he attempted to form hand seals. But a glimmer of cold steel had already flashed by. In an instant, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat, so swift echoed as the last thought in his mind, and before his consciousness faded, he witnessed spikes erupting from the ground, impaling all his comrades except for one. Shioji. Now you wish to be called Shioji, Do? Then, if I were to end your life, could it be deemed an accident? From the shadows emerged Shioze, surveying the corpses on the ground before teasingly addressing Do. Stop jesting. Shioze Do pursed his lips, shaking his head with a resigned hollow laugh. His childhood friend remained unchanged, still delivering powerful blows during training. There were times when he questioned whether he might meet his demise on the training grounds. Of course, he was not entirely defenseless. He had simply found that this friend had grown remarkably fast, and now it appeared he had become even more formidable, having dispatched so many in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, after enduring his own share of trials, Do quickly regained his composure. What brings you to Sunagakure? Never mind. I shouldn't ask, you have your own mission. Is there something you require my assistance with? Conveniently, I have a matter to entrust to you. At this moment, Shioja had already deactivated the cursed seal. Having spent such a long time in the route, he had grown accustomed to swiftly eliminating his foes. I trust you will not refuse my request, will you? Do paused in silence for a moment, contemplating whether to mention Shioja's breach of protocol. However, upon glancing at the corpses strewn across the ground and reflecting on his memories from the route, he instinctively adjusted his glasses before responding. Very well, speak your mind. But I must emphasize that I can only do my utmost. I would like you to investigate a few matters for me. Shioja nodded slightly and spoke directly. Regarding certain policies of Sunagakure, particularly concerning Yitsong. Eat song. Upon hearing Shioja's words, Do's expression immediately shifted, paling significantly at the mention of Yi Song. Damn it, did you kill Yi Song? We only captured him. He is not dead yet. Shioja shrugged his shoulders and subsequently elucidated. We intend to extract some useful information through interrogation. However, I am increasingly suspicious that Cheyenne may be planning to sell her. Thus, I require more intelligence. At this juncture, Shioja revealed his prior speculations, which Do listened to with keen interest. Yet, upon hearing all of this, Do's expression grew somber. If all of this were indeed true, it would constitute a significant piece of intelligence. Moreover, what astonished him even more was that all of these insights had been deduced by Shioja himself. How much has this fellow truly grown? Such matters I need to contemplate thoroughly. Do was acutely aware of the gravity of this situation. And soon he suddenly realized an important aspect. If successful, he would undoubtedly be rewarded. Perhaps he could return to Konoha and meet with his director. However, his assumed position as a mere genin rendered this endeavor exceedingly arduous. Cursed be it, I am merely masquerading as a lowly genin. The difficulty of this task is insurmountable. Shioja furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before speaking softly. If I could create a significant disturbance, would you have a chance? It would only be possible if Feng could leave the office, but that seemed quite difficult. Do, without a moment's pause, began to respond, yet he soon shook his head. I should think this through carefully. Do not act rashly, and above all, do not expose yourself. The Umbu of Sunagakure has also mobilized, and your situation is precarious. At this point, Do sighed, his gaze turning resolute. Moreover, I wish to be truly involved in this matter. This could be a rare opportunity for me. A chance to return to Konoha and meet the director, rather than merely relaying information gathered through you. He implored, Please, Shioja, grant me this opportunity. As he uttered these words, Do suddenly bowed deeply to Shioja. His actions were indeed a violation of protocol within the roots, yet for the chance to meet Yakushi no Noyu. He was willing to risk everything, unwilling to forfeit any opportunity. Upon witnessing this scene, a thought suddenly flickered through Shioja's mind. This appeared to be a remarkable opportunity for him as well. At that moment, Do still held a degree of trust in Danzo, or rather, in the upper echelons of Konoha, until all his illusions were shattered. Shioja could preemptively dismantle some of his delusions. Gazing at Do before him, Shioja unexpectedly placed his hand upon Do's shoulder and then whispered, There is something you need to know. The director has long since departed from Konoha. Do momentarily froze, and in the next instant, his complexion drastically changed. What are you saying? You may not be aware, but I am currently in the Umbu. Not in the roots. Shioja shook his head gently and spoke calmly. Although various restrictions still persisted, preventing me from visiting the orphanage, I have gained a considerable degree of freedom. Through certain means, I managed to gather some information about the orphanage. To my astonishment, I discovered that the director was not present. The messages I received to relay to you were likely false. How could this be possible? Do was taken aback. He never anticipated receiving such news. The director was not in Konoha, and the information he had received might be fabricated. So where had the director gone? What was truly happening? Do you remember the purpose of Danzo's visit to the orphanage back then? Shioja did not pause. He continued in a hushed tone. And Do suddenly recalled something. You mean, the dean? There's a significant possibility. She is far too kind-hearted. Shioja sighed, adopting an expression of helplessness. She likely wished to exchange her own freedom for that of the two of us. However, events did not unfold as she had hoped. Danzo at this point, Shioja paused. Gazing at Do, who appeared somewhat lost in thought, and gave his shoulder a firm pat. Of course, all of this is merely my conjecture, and I have no reason to deceive you. We both hail from the orphanage, and I believe you have the right to know a bit about the headmaster's situation. Moreover, as you have rightly pointed out, should this operation succeed, you might indeed return. In that case, wouldn't you be able to investigate matters thoroughly? Chapter 19, Scorpion? Where could he be? In the land of wind, amidst the howling sands, the Scorpion strode deeper into the desert. A few days prior, after noticing a fierce battle, he had embarked on a quest for discovery. His return to the land of wind was driven by a singular purpose, to seek suitable materials for crafting more puppets. Upon hearing that the conflict was likely unfolding in the vicinity of Yekon and involved some formidable, enigmatic ninjas, his interest was piqued. After all, only superior materials could yield more exquisite puppets. Yet, after several days of searching, he had found little. He had even dispatched several search teams, but no reliable intelligence had surfaced, which left him rather vexed. He decided to continue his search. After all, the organization had no tasks at the moment. But he couldn't linger here for too long. Rumors suggested that their Dark Division was also on the move. Scorpion was not afraid of the Dark Division, but he certainly did not wish to be followed by a swarm of nuisances. It seemed prudent to create a new puppet, one that would slightly obscure his identity, he thought to himself. Just then, he noticed a group advancing in the distance across the sands. It appeared that the senior had not gleaned any valuable information. Walking across the desert, Shioza glanced at the sullen-faced Shizuku, then turned to look at the somewhat listless Yekon, and remarked with a smile. 2 days had passed in a flash, during which Shizuka had employed various illusions on Yekon. Yet, the outcome was invariably the same. Yekon truly knew nothing. Although this result was anticipated, after all, how could one possibly inform someone before selling them out? The absence of any valuable intelligence still left a sense of disappointment. As expected, you had already mentioned this, didn't you? Shiyuin tilted her head to observe Yekon before turning her gaze back to Shioza. Furthermore, next time you encounter trouble, do let us know. Do not always bear the burden alone. We are teammates, after all. Yes, I shall remember this. Thank you for your concern, Senior. Shioza nodded with a smile, acknowledging the situation. Strictly speaking, their evacuation was indeed related to him. After all, Shioza still needed to lend a hand to Do. Considering that Do had deceived his own people, leading to their demise at Shioza's hands, yet he must remain in the village for the time being. Thus, it was imperative for him to report certain matters back, indicating that they could not linger in this place any longer. Moreover, Shioza had his own plans. It was time for him to take action. He was uncertain about Do's next steps, but it was evident that this fellow possessed an exceptional talent for espionage. Nevertheless, Shioza also had intentions of his own, particularly in assisting his little brother. Perhaps by putting some pressure on Shirzue? Shioza's gaze inadvertently flickered towards Shirzue, who was vigilantly watching over Yitsong to prevent any escape. He pondered extensively on how to enable the enigmatic Du to function more effectively, particularly on how to lure the elusive Feng Wang away from the office, which posed a significant challenge. After much contemplation, it seemed that the most viable solution lay in leveraging Shirzue, who had likely activated the kaleidoscope at this juncture. This notion was compelling, for Shirzue possessed the power of the kaleidoscope, and by harnessing its essential capabilities, he might indeed coax Feng Wang out of hiding. However, merely relying on the kaleidoscope might not suffice to provoke Feng Wang's involvement. Thus, Yitsong became a pivotal bargaining chip. Shioza's initial strategy was to lay a trap for Yitsong, subsequently employing Shirzue to apply pressure, thereby compelling Feng Wang to engage in negotiations. It was likely that Luo Sha was currently in discussions with the Mist Village, with Yitsong as his leverage, making his appearance probable. Furthermore, in order to safeguard Yitsong's reputation, he might opt for a discreet dialogue. In such a scenario, Shioza could brazenly attribute the blame to Tuanzong while simultaneously planting a seed of suspicion within Yitsong. However, at present, he craved more. If Du could procure intelligence, it would inevitably allow the seeds of doubt within Yitsong's mind to take root and flourish. Moreover, this incident could serve to elevate Tuanzang's esteemed name, casting a shadow over the skies of Sunagakure. Indeed, I am the most loyal. Shioza nodded slightly, taking a moment to ponder before addressing Jishue. Captain, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Jishue paused for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, let us proceed ahead. With that, Jishue took the lead, moving forward while Shiyin promptly assumed his position to watch over Yetsong. After they had walked a short distance, ensuring their conversation would not reach Yetsong's ears, Jishue curiously inquired, "What are your thoughts, Shioja?" "Indeed, I do have some." Shioja nodded. Although he had already formulated some ideas, he needed to carefully consider his choice of words. After all, the objective was to make Shirzue endure some hardship. And figuring out how to persuade him to willingly accept this challenge was indeed a formidable task. "Senior, I have been pondering a question. How can we ensure that our village reaps greater benefits? How can we enhance the welfare of the village?" As soon as this topic was broached, Shirzue, the member of the Uchiha Pigeon faction, perked up with enthusiasm. "Do share your thoughts. It's actually quite simple." Shioja smiled knowingly. Aware of the subtle intentions of Shirzue, or rather, the covert motives of this faction of Uchiha, he did not conceal his thoughts. "Although I have my suspicions, I lack concrete evidence to substantiate them. Nevertheless, this does not hinder a singular truth: whether the village is genuinely willing for Sunagakure to navigate this crisis with stability." "What do you mean by that, Shioja-kun?" Shirzue's brow furrowed at this statement. The turmoil within Sunagakure would undoubtedly spell disaster for Konohagakure. Why did the conversation take a different turn with Shioja? What I mean is, Sunagakure must remain stable, as any disorder would adversely affect Konoha. Shioza let out a helpless sigh. Jishui truly was rather foolish. However, the sand-hidden village must also pay a price, and he was even unable to resist the rock-hidden village to the north. This seems to serve our interests more significantly, does it not? After all, a complete sand-hidden village dares to provoke Konoha, while a fractured one would become Konoha's most advantageous ally, would it not? Jishui struggled to comprehend Shioza's words, as they were rather convoluted, yet upon reflection, it seemed there was no inherent flaw in the logic. Was it not the sand-hidden village that instigated the outbreak of the Third Great Ninja War? And their defeat rendered them allies. However, if the Hokage does not trust this ally, then by keeping them suppressed and denying them the chance to rise, they could remain allies indefinitely. Let us explore this further. Jishui's small mind finally grasped the concept, and he asked with eyes aglow. In truth, it is not particularly difficult. It merely requires the seniors to invest a bit more effort. Shioza cautiously opened his mouth, while Jishui remained indifferent, directly inquiring. Please provide me with more details. If there are no issues, I am willing to do it for the sake of the village. That's good. A smile emerged on Shioza's face beneath the mask. It seemed that if he was willing, matters would be easily resolved. Firstly, just as Shioza was about to articulate his thoughts, his gaze suddenly shifted to the distance. Not only him, but also Jishui's attention was drawn there. In the far-off expanse, a solitary figure appeared amidst the swirling sand, the ferocious winds rendering this silhouette somewhat indistinct. The individual approached them at a leisurely pace, and Shioza could sense a formidable and perilous chakra emanating from this person. Jishui's brow furrowed, and as the figure drew nearer, Shioza's expression subtly changed. The stranger donned a long robe adorned with a black background and red clouds, his crimson hair dancing in the wind. The pair of eyes visible were strikingly bright, yet the gaze within them evoked a profound discomfort, reminiscent of a beast fixating on its prey. This individual, is it Scorpion? Shioza murmured to himself, but soon a thought struck him, causing his eyes to gleam with a newfound brightness. Wait, Scorpion. Chapter 20, Damn you. You bastard. Scorpion's significance in Sunagakure is, to some extent, comparable to that of the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, in Konoha. To speak candidly, given his strength and status during his time in Sunagakure, aspiring to become the Kazekage would have been a trivial pursuit for him. Although the third Kazekage is hailed as the strongest of the Kazekage, his unfortunate fate is beyond mere description of tragedy. It epitomizes the notion of a corpse being desecrated even after death, as well as the exploitation of one's residual value to the utmost. However, this ultimately proves that if Scorpion truly desired to become Kazekage, the title of the strongest Kazekage would merely be a jest in his eyes. Shioza never anticipated that his mission in this small land of wind would lead him to encounter so many hidden dragons and crouching tigers at once. However, despite the extreme danger posed by Scorpion, a sudden thought flashed through Shioza's mind upon seeing him. Such influence, if not utilized effectively, could prove detrimental. Scorpion approached leisurely, and as he surveyed Shioza and his companions, a smile unexpectedly spread across his face. I didn't expect to find you here. I've been searching for you for several days. Who are you? Jishui inquired with a furrowed brow, sensing the formidable threat that Scorpion represented, yet unaware of his true identity. You don't appear to be from Sunagakure. Why are you looking for us? Well, indeed, I am no longer associated with Sunagakure, Scorpion acknowledged, nodding slightly. He then leisurely produced a scroll and continued with a smile. As for why I sought you, it is simply that I happened to observe the remnants of your battle. And I require certain materials. You all seem quite suitable. Materials? Quite suitable? Jishui was perplexed by Scorpion's words, while Shioza appeared to grasp the implication. What a lunatic! Shioza silently cursed, realizing that this individual had come to Sunagakure to procure goods, but now had cast his gaze upon both himself and Yetsong. He had always been aware that within the ninja world, there existed a spectrum of mental states. Some individuals radiated vigor, while others succumbed to madness. A typical example was the Uchiha by his side, yet in comparison, this Scorpion seemed equally formidable. Enough of this idle chatter. May I boldly inquire about your origins as ninjas? With a casual gesture, Scorpion unfurled a scroll, and amidst a plume of white smoke, a puppet materialized before Shioza and Shisui. Of course, it was of little consequence if he chose to remain silent. He could scrutinize matters at his leisure later. A puppeteer? Shisui raised an eyebrow. As a wielder of the Sharingan, and even higher-tier variants, he could perceive the threads of chakra. Thus, he harbored no fear of the puppeteer. However, upon glimpsing the black iron sand swirling around the puppet, his expression shifted dramatically. Black iron sand this is the third Kazekage? The third Kazekage had been missing for an extended period, with no sign of life nor death, leading to a significant conflict within the ninja world. To think that the strongest Kazekage had been transformed into a puppet? Moreover, Shursui seemed to grasp the implications of that material, prompting him to mutter under his breath, insanity. Shioza cast a peculiar glance at Jishui. It was indeed somewhat bizarre for a Uchiha to insult another as insane. Regardless of what you all may say, the current situation. Scorpion tilted his head, appearing utterly unconcerned, yet his hands were in motion. It was time to appreciate my art. As Scorpion's words fell, the iron sand that floated around the third Kazekage transformed into a myriad of fine needles, madly shooting towards Shioza and Jishui like raindrops. Unfortunately, neither Shioza nor Jishui could be struck. Their speeds were extraordinary, evading the assault with ease. However, Jishui's expression darkened considerably. Had the bloodline limit persisted even after death? Who exactly was this puppeteer? In contrast to Jishui's anxiety, Shioza remained remarkably composed, deftly dodging amidst the rain of iron needles, while simultaneously forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Earth style, earth wall. The sandy ground immediately sank, and in the next moment, a wall of earth surged upwards, clanging as the iron needles struck against it. With a swift motion, Shioza performed another seal, and the wall transformed once more. Earth style, earth dragon bullet. A colossal dragon's head emerged from the earthen wall, roaring as it launched a fierce mud projectile towards Scorpion and the third Kazekage's puppet. This transformation of earth style. Scorpion raised an eyebrow. True masters never focused on flashy techniques, but rather on fundamental skills. Just as when Orochimaru defected. The third Hokage's method of defeating him was merely the silent use of an explosive tag. Yet, Scorpion was not slow to react. Under his control, the third Kazekage quickly gathered iron sand to form a formidable iron wall, blocking Shioza's attack. Magnet style, sand iron wall. Even though both he and the third Kazekage were puppets, Scorpion had no desire to sustain any damage to his art. A splendid opportunity. Taking advantage of Scorpion's focus on Shioza, Jishui seized the moment to launch his own attack. He understood that in order to deal with a puppeteer, one must get close and grasp their true form. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Naive. Yet, Scorpion calmly turned to face him, instantly condensing black iron sand, sending countless sharp spears hurtling towards Jishui. Realizing the predicament, Jishui could only retreat helplessly. Such a dense array of magnet style was exceedingly difficult to penetrate, unless... How could this be possible? As Shioza and Jishui engaged in battle with Scorpion ahead, Yekon, who was being guarded by Shiyan, found herself utterly bewildered. They were not far apart, and as a member of Sunagakure, she could not possibly be unaware of the implications of the black iron sand. She could not have dreamed that the long-missing third Kazekage had actually been found, only to become a puppet. And the one manipulating the third Kazekage puppet, could it possibly be him? But how could that be? Why would he do such a thing? Yekon clenched her fists. For this was certainly not the outcome she desired, nor was it an encounter she wished to face. Do you know who that guy is? Shiyan noticed the change in Yekon's expression and immediately whispered sharply, "Give me that guy's information, or else. There's no need for threats. They are futile." Yekon shook her head and sighed. "Do not misunderstand. If possible, I would rather you kill him. However, regrettably, I have no information on him." Yekon harbored a deep-seated hatred for Scorpion. If she could, she would wish for his demise right here. Yet, it was unfortunate that Scorpion had long since left Sunagakure, and even she was unaware of his current state. Nevertheless, she felt that even if she possessed information and shared it, it would not alter the situation. Scorpion was the strongest genius of Sunagakure, having stealthily assassinated the mightiest Kazekage. Such formidable power was enough to leave one breathless. Now, with the additional strength of the third Kazekage's puppet, she truly had no idea how they could possibly achieve victory. Boom. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, causing both Shiyan and Yekon to momentarily lose their balance. Upon regaining their composure, their expressions turned incredulous, with Yekon exclaiming in shock, "This? How could this be?" However, she quickly lifted her gaze to the sky, where she observed a signal flare ascending gracefully, bursting into brilliant colors against the horizon. In that instant, her face turned ghostly pale. That was her signal flare, and she seemed to grasp the implications. "Damn it, you bastard. You will pay for this." Chapter 21. The chaos of Sunagakure on the battlefield. Shioza and Jishui were continuously entangled in combat with Scorpion. It must be said, Scorpion, while utilizing the third Kazekage in conjunction, exhibited a formidable blend of offense and defense. The high-intensity, high-density sand iron, combined with his unimaginably refined puppet control techniques, made it exceedingly difficult for anyone to find a suitable opportunity. However, both Xiozha and Jishui noticed that Scorpion appeared to be maintaining a sort of cat-and-mouse mentality. It seemed as though he was being underestimated. Xiozha raised an eyebrow. However, this was not necessarily a negative development, especially considering that neither he nor Shishui had exerted themselves to their fullest. He had refrained from utilizing the Curse Seal and the power of release. While Shishui had not activated his Sharingan, they were essentially in a phase of cautious exploration. Nevertheless, Xiozha had resolved to abandon this playful approach. For upon catching sight of Scorpion, he had devised a little plan in his mind. Initially, he intended to torture Shishui a bit, but now he had a more compelling target in mind. It was time to intensify his efforts, lest Scorpion escape. With this thought, Xiozha instantly activated the state of his Curse Seal. The natural chakra within the seal required little concern from him, just like Orochimaru's seal, as it possessed self-restorative capabilities. Although sustainability remained an issue after all. This technique was still at LV3. The enhancement it provided had become an indispensable choice for Xiozha in the face of formidable adversaries. Earth Release, Rock Collapse. With hands forming the necessary seals, Xiozha pressed his palms into the sandy ground, and in an instant, the earth began to tremble violently. HM? Scorpion's expression shifted dramatically. Yet he had no time to react as the sand beneath his feet began to disintegrate. A vast expanse of sand rapidly crumbled, revealing a colossal pit that silently emerged, ensnaring Scorpion within its depths. Now was the moment. Without a trace of hesitation, Xiozha swiftly retrieved a signal flare confiscated from Yakura and ignited it, sending it soaring into the sky. The flare erupted into a resplendent display of colors against the horizon, while Scorpion's expression below in the pit transformed into one of sheer astonishment. You. Scorpion lifted his gaze, casting a dark glare at Xiozha. You little brat. Are you seeking death? Xiozha, however, was undeterred. Just then, Shishui rushed over, his understanding of Xiozha's motives somewhat clearer, yet he still felt a twinge of concern. Was this not overly reckless? Senior, do you recall what I just mentioned? Xiozha did not respond directly. Instead, he smiled and turned to Jishui, whose words left him momentarily speechless, unsure of how to reply. Xiozha gently patted his shoulder, assuring him, leave it to me. Do not worry. With that, Xiozha's gaze shifted to Xie, who, aided by the third Kazekage, had taken to the skies. Xie remarked with a smile, it seems you have misunderstood me, my lord. I was merely pondering how you possess such mastery over puppet techniques, capable of creating a puppet infused with the bloodline of a living person. Such skill appears to rival that of Lord Chiyo from Sunagakure. Hence, I believe you would be quite pleased to meet. Xiozhe's words cast an increasingly dark shadow over Xie's expression. He genuinely felt an urge to strangle the little imp before him. He was entirely convinced that this child was being deliberately provocative, fully aware that once the Sand Shinobi arrived, the situation would likely spiral out of control. However, did they truly believe they could detain him? A surge of anger welled within Xie as he coldly addressed both Xiozhe and Jishui, urging, you ought to carefully consider how you plan to confront those Sand Shinobi. Senior, we must intensify our efforts. Xiozhe disregarded Xie and turned his gaze towards Jishui. We cannot allow this situation to escalate, nor can we permit him to leave. Do you understand? Jishui nodded slightly, acknowledging that, given the circumstances, he had no viable options left. Xiozhe forcefully activated the signal flare, and when the Sand Hidden Village's personnel arrived as expected, they found themselves with no means of escape. Despite their individual strength, facing a multitude of ninjas meant that a single misstep could lead to their demise. They had no choice but to detain the one who had killed the third Kazekage, compelling him to engage in a fierce battle against the Sand-Hidden ninjas, thus providing them with a glimmer of hope. As this thought crossed his mind, Shishui's Sharingan began to rotate slowly. Meanwhile, the power of release within Xiozha quietly began to unfurl. Hurry, move swiftly. Elsewhere in the Land of Wind, countless squads converged towards a single point. The Sand-Hidden Village was already in a state of panic, pressured by the looming threat of the Rock-Hidden Village outside and the incessant disturbances from the infiltrating Mist-Hidden Village within. Most troubling was the disappearance of their village's hero, Yakura, who had dealt a significant blow to the Mist-Hidden. Such news was unbearable for every Sand Ninja. They had been anxiously awaiting updates, yet days passed with little information, testing their patience to the limit. Now, having finally spotted the signal flare, they could not afford to overlook it. However, as they hurried along, they suddenly sensed that the situation was beyond their expectations. The closer they approached the location of the signal flare, the more abnormal the desert appeared. The piercing roar, the eerie howls, and the trembling dunes of sand seemed to signal that a great battle was unfolding ahead. What on earth was happening? With a mix of anxiety and speculation, they pressed on, only to find themselves utterly dumbfounded upon arrival at a closer vantage point. What is this? Above them, countless black figures moved rapidly through the sky, evidently puppets. The sky appeared to be blanketed by a dense swarm of puppets, and among them, a unique puppet was surrounded by swirling black iron sand. This iron sand continuously pierced the ground from above, forming a colossal barrier-like structure, with high-density iron spikes relentlessly launching attacks. Below, a massive green figure seemed to lurk amidst the puppets and swirling sand, while countless damaged puppets lay scattered across the ground. Additionally, the sight of a roaring stone dragon, seemingly over 50 meters in length, launching attacks nearby sent shivers down their spines. The sand trembled, the earth roared, and the sight before these reinforcements left them in stunned silence. Quick, send a distress signal. At last, one sand ninja reacted, almost roaring at his comrades. Send it immediately, and ensure it reaches the village. We suspect we have discovered the whereabouts of the third Hokage. Reported at once. Yes. Though startled by the outburst, the sand ninjas quickly regained their composure. Without even needing to debate the significance of the countless puppets or the destructive power of the stone dragon, the incessantly attacking black iron sand was enough to convey the gravity of the situation. The third Hokage, the missing Hokage, the one renowned as the strongest, was actually present here? Regardless of the circumstances, this information needed to be relayed back to the village, and swiftly. Not just them, but other sand-hidden squads also immediately reacted. In that moment, countless signal flares and specially designated messenger hawks soared into the sky. The once blazing sky became even more resplendent. Chapter 22, Master Scorpion, Lord Danzo has sent his regards. Do we have any news yet? Apologies, Kazekage-sama. Not yet. Inside the Kazekage's office in Sand-Hidden Village, Raza glowered at the assembled ninjas, his mood exceedingly grim. Days had passed quietly. Yet Yakura remained missing without a trace, and the Mist Hidden seemed stubbornly fixated on capturing that woman. Moreover, the actions of the Rock Hidden were becoming increasingly aggressive. If this continued, the situation would only worsen. Raza felt utterly drained, nearly uttering a curse of useless and frustration. Thankfully, he managed to rein in his emotions and reluctantly spoke. We must intensify our search, but we also need to consolidate some forces to the north. We cannot afford to commit so many resources any longer. Understood. Upon hearing Raza's words, the faces of the Sand Ninjas reflected their helplessness and reluctance. Unfortunately, they had no alternative. The power struggles between ninja villages were ruthless, and every minor advantage had to be meticulously accounted for. Kazekage-sama. Just then, a voice suddenly called from outside the office, followed by urgent knocking. Come in. Raza furrowed his brow, sensing the visitor's lack of decorum, but now was not the time for such considerations. Quickly, the doors swung open, and a panting ninja rushed in, bowing respectfully before speaking rapidly. Kazekage-sama, there is urgent news. Is there news about Yakura? No. But this matter may be even more dire and significant. Raza felt a wave of disappointment. Yakura's whereabouts were his foremost concern. Yet, he patiently inquired, please, go on. According to the report, a large-scale battle has erupted in the central desert region, and one individual. The ninja hesitated for a moment before continuing, appearing visibly shaken. It seems they possess puppet techniques rivaling Elder Chiyo's, and everyone has noticed the black sand iron of the third Kazekage. As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of everyone in the office shifted dramatically, and the next moment, they all bolted outside. Damn it. Scorpion glanced at the approaching sand ninjas, and then at the two adversaries before him, his expression growing increasingly grim. These two brats were proving to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. In truth, he had intended to leave as soon as he spotted the first signal flare. Yet these two had effectively blocked his escape. Both moved with astonishing speed, employing a myriad of attack methods. Particularly infuriating was the one who had fired the initial signal flare, now standing atop a massive stone head, igniting Scorpion's ire. It was because of him that the situation had escalated to this point, and alongside another brat, he had made his escape nearly impossible. If he did not suppress them with attacks, he would be subjected to a barrage of chaotic fire and earth jutsu, leaving him with no recourse. Once he initiated an attack, escape would be out of the question, and with the sand ninjas drawing ever closer, it meant die. The more he thought about it, the angrier Scorpion became, swiftly controlling a multitude of puppets to charge at Shioza. The sound of snapping echoed as the floating puppets trembled. And in the next instant, a multitude of them surged towards Shioja. Some wielded blades while others hurled shurikens from a distance, an onslaught of overwhelming force. If only he had opted for some fire techniques earlier. The dense swarm of dark figures sent a shiver down Shioja's spine, prompting him to curse inwardly. Although fire techniques were unlikely to cause fatalities, their capacity for destruction and support was undeniably effective. However, his freedom of choice was already limited, as he had allocated most of his resources to enhancing his overall physical prowess. While Shioja harbored a desire to invest entirely in physical attributes, he recognized that a ninja's combat style could not rely solely on physicality. Even Guy possessed formidable chakra. Moreover, without investing in those ninjutsu and the chakra linked to physical attributes, his current combat prowess would not suffice. Nevertheless, he felt no trepidation in close quarters. Swiftly maneuvering the colossal stone dragon to envelop himself, the sound of clattering resonated as he prepared for the impending confrontation. Once everything settled, Shioja erupted from the dragon's body, casually seizing a ninja blade. Konoha style, mysterious moon. The blade conjured illusions, and in an instant, several puppets were shattered under his assault. As the remaining puppets hit the ground, Shioja suddenly raised a hand. With a thunderous roar, countless sharp spikes erupted from the stone dragon's body, decimating an untold number of puppets in the blink of an eye. Shioja's action showed no sign of pause as he keenly sensed the movements of Scorpion, ensuring he would not find an escape, all while remaining vigilant of the situation on the Sand Village's side. Concurrently, the ninja blade whirled rapidly in his grasp, overwhelming the puppets with his relentless strikes. In a fleeting moment, the stone dragon's surface bore the scars of numerous damaged puppets. However, this approach was not sustainable. After shattering yet another puppet with a decisive slash, Shioja took a moment to assess his condition, shaking his head in resignation. The level 3 curse mark and release rendered it impossible for him to engage in prolonged combat. While he himself remained unscathed, his chakra reserves were rapidly depleting. Even though he had been exceedingly frugal, it ultimately proved insufficient. In light of this, Shioze silently turned to gaze at the throng of sand ninjas steadily advancing towards them, their proximity to the center of battle merely 100 meters. They were spreading out, seemingly intending to encircle Shioze and his companions, which presented an opportunity for him. After watching the spectacle for so long, it would be remiss not to intervene, wouldn't he? With another swift strike, Shioze cleaved a puppet in twain, and without hesitation, he seized control of the stone dragon. Roar. The colossal stone dragon emitted a thunderous roar, and amidst the cacophony, it charged ferociously towards the sand ninja forces. The sand ninjas appeared caught off guard. By the time they sensed the impending danger, the stone dragon was already upon them. Quick, get out of the way. Terrified cries erupted, but to no avail, as the ferocious stone dragon continued its descent. Boom. The piercing sound of impact reverberated through the heavens, a massive cloud of dust swirling in the wake of the violent collision. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, debris swirling chaotically, while countless sharp stones erupted from the shattered body of the dragon, scattering in all directions. It was impossible to determine how many were rendered incapacitated by the shockwave, and those fortunate enough to escape injury now found themselves in dire straits. The air was filled with the sounds of agonized screams and desperate roars, a symphony of chaos in that moment. Shioza was acutely aware of the situation in Sunagakure when suddenly, his brows furrowed in surprise as he sensed several powerful chakra signatures swiftly approaching. With a fleeting glance into the distance, a look of astonishment adorned his face. But in that very moment, Scorpion, controlling the third Kazekage along with countless puppets, charged forward. The overwhelming pressure sent chills down one's spine. However, this time, Shioza did not evade. Instead, he swiftly formed hand seals. Senjutsu, release, Earth Spike. In an instant, countless sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground. The area of effect was immense, transforming the entire dune into a formidable stone forest in the blink of an eye. Countless puppets were obliterated in an instant, and even Scorpion's expression shifted slightly as he hastily commanded the third Kazekage to defend. At that moment, Shioza suddenly dashed to his side. Observing Scorpion, now shielded by iron sand, he merely smiled faintly. Lord Scorpion, the next phase is in your capable hands. Your grandfather, the legendary Chiyo, has arrived. Scorpion's gaze darkened significantly as he murmured, "Do you know who I am?" "As an underling of Lord Danzo, I am well aware," Shioza replied. Shioza nodded. And then with a smile, he said, "It seems you two find it difficult to depart, so let us consider this a farewell. By the way, Lord Danzo sends his regards." "Farewell." With those words, Shioja ran towards the exit without looking back, as the Umbu of Sunagakure encircled him at that moment. Meanwhile, outside the Kazekage building, a bespectacled youth observed the departing ninjas led by Rasha, then turned his gaze towards the seemingly desolate building. After a brief pause, he gradually took a step forward. Chapter 23, Lord Ezo, Lord Danzo sends his regards. Impossible in an abandoned village within the Land of Wind. Yakura stared vacantly at the documents in her hands. Beside her, Shioja, Wei, and Shizumi, who was incessantly applying eye drops, paid her no mind. The battle from a day prior had been anything but easy. That scoundrel, Scorpion, possessed an abundance of puppets that were both treacherous and perilous. What was most concerning was that this rogue could even soar through the air with the aid of his puppets, unlike Scorpion, who merely needed to strategize his puppets' combat. Shioja and the others had a multitude of considerations, the foremost being that they could not allow Scorpion to escape, which had drained a significant portion of their energy and chakra. Fortunately, everything seemed to progress relatively smoothly. Moreover, they ought to express their gratitude to Scorpion for his contribution to their cause. Casting a glance around the dilapidated dwelling, it was likely that this village was one of the many that Scorpion had extinguished during his acquisitions. Furthermore, it was precisely due to his identity, along with the figurine of the third Kazekage, that Orochimaru was afforded an opportunity. Not to mention that, as anticipated, Sunagakure was likely engaged in a large-scale pursuit of him. How are you feeling now? Just as Shioja was inwardly thanking Scorpion for his contribution to their endeavors, Wei approached and sat beside him. I never expected this mission to be so troublesome, nor did I foresee encountering such circumstances. As she spoke, her gaze briefly swept over Yakura, who remained fixated on the documents, before she turned back to Shioja. You truly are remarkable, she remarked. I have always been quite capable, senior, he replied. Shioja shrugged. Then humorously remarked, if I weren't somewhat formidable, how could I protect my seniors? When I speak of formidable, I am not merely referring to combat prowess. Shiyuin pressed her lips together, swiftly diverting the conversation. I mean, you astonishingly discern the strategies and intentions of Sunagakure. Indeed, you are truly remarkable. Jishue, peering from the side, was curious about how the documents were acquired, yet he refrained from probing further. At the very least, he did not believe Shoujo would fabricate anything in such matters, especially considering Shoujo's background in that particular department, which might afford him certain connections. However, the fact that Shioja could so accurately deduce the circumstances surrounding Sunagakure without any exceptional intelligence was indeed extraordinary. All right, enough about my prowess. Let us focus on how to address the aftermath. Shioza shook his head and stroked his chin thoughtfully. We have gathered almost all the necessary intelligence. It is time to consider our next steps and departure. Although they had left Sunagakure in disarray, it seemed they had fulfilled their mission. This was precisely why Shirshue entrusted Shioza with such sensitive information. After all, the consequences of falsifying such data could be dire. Naturally, Shirshue nodded, but then, pondering something, he asked somewhat obliquely, and what of your plan? How do you intend to deal with this, Yekon? The plan, of course, was to weaken Sunagakure. Shirshue had been keen on enhancing the Uchiha's reputation. The details of the plan would be revealed to the seniors later, and as for Yekon, he would certainly be returned. Shioza felt somewhat speechless. The plan was nearly complete, yet this person's mental response fluctuated between swift and sluggish. However, Shioza did not intend to over-explain. After contemplating for a moment while gazing at Jishue and Shiyin, he spoke. Nevertheless, esteemed seniors, there is a matter that requires your attention. Speak. Jishue and Shiyin expressed no intention of refusal. Shioza's abilities had garnered their recognition, and whatever ideas he proposed would likely receive their support, barring any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, Shioza's subsequent words caused their expressions to stiffen. Why have I yet to see anyone? In a verdant oasis near the Land of Rivers. Hai Lao Zong furrowed his brow, waiting for something. The memories of the recent battle were still vivid in his mind, particularly the sight of the third Kazekage's puppet, and that individual who left even him in disbelief. Is it you, Scorpion? Hai Lao Zhang fell into silence, pondering how to convey this matter to his sister while also considering how to mitigate its repercussions. That very night, a man named Shioi suddenly requested to meet him, revealing his current location and presenting a kunai. This kunai bore the distinct markings of Konoha, which, while not extraordinary, many villages could forge such items, was nonetheless significant given the current circumstances. Hai Lao Zong could not afford to be careless, especially considering that Shioi had utilized a shadow clone. Just how deeply was Konoha involved in this affair? A sense of unease settled within him, yet Taking into account various interests, he resolved to proceed with caution. Thus, he set off under the cover of night. However, waiting began to wear on his patience. And just as he questioned whether he had been deceived, he finally spotted two figures approaching him. That is, Hai Lao Zhang raised an eyebrow. One of them wore a mask, seemingly a member of the Umbu, while the other, Yakura, captured by Konoha? Hai Lao Zhang's expression darkened, but amidst his gloom, he felt a sense of relief. At least Yakura had been found. This was not entirely bad news. Greetings, Lord Hai Lao Zhang. The masked man, Shioza, spoke calmly as they reached him. You are from Konoha? Hai Lao Zhang scrutinized the figure before him, then spoke in a low voice. You possess remarkable courage to cause trouble in Sunagakure. Should I commend you or eliminate you? The decision rests entirely with you. Shioza spoke nonchalantly, casting a glance at the silent Yutsong before continuing. After all, the area was teeming with ambushes from the Umbu, with but a mere command from you. I could be surrounded. However, do you truly wish to proceed in this manner? Do you believe that after orchestrating so many events, Konoha will acknowledge your identity? Hai Lao Zhang remained unfazed. An Umbu member stirring up trouble in the Land of Wind, in many respects, equates to revealing oneself, which is tantamount to defeat. Unless one can return safely, everyone would tacitly agree to disregard what transpired. Yet, within the confines of other villages, such occurrences would not be recognized. Konoha certainly will not. But I do not merely represent Konoha. Shioze resolutely shook his head. The audacity to confront Hai Lao Zhang directly stemmed not only from his confidence in his own abilities, but also from a few other strategies he possessed. Moreover, Your Excellency should trust in our professionalism. We have essentially grasped the requisite intelligence. Should you take action, I believe certain information will inevitably be disseminated. For I represent a significant figure in this negotiation. What do you possess? Hai Lao Zhang inquired, his expression tinged with concern. Yet the unwavering certainty of the individual before him compelled him to speak. Shioze had been waiting for this moment. He immediately adopted a solemn demeanor and softly replied. Hai Lao Zhang, Lord Danzo sends his regards. Damn it, it's Danzo. Chapter 24. Danzo, you shall perish. Shimura Danzo was undoubtedly one of Hai Lao Zhang's most detested adversaries. After all, rivals often emerge from the same profession. Their clandestine battles within the shinobi world had persisted for ages, with Danzo's machinations having ensnared Sunagakure in numerous crises. With the revelation that this young man was affiliated with Danzo, Hai Lao Zhang could no longer afford to be complacent. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand and waved it, prompting the concealed members of the Sunagakure Umbu to swiftly retreat. Some matters were best kept from the ears of the Umbu, even if they were considered his trusted confidants. Who could it be? It turns out to be Danzo's men. Once all the Umbu had departed, a disdainful smile crept across Hai Lao Zhang's face. What is the matter? That fellow no longer possesses the courage he once had, too fearful to confront me in person? After the incident in the Land of Rain, what bravery does Danzo still hold? Shioza murmured to himself, yet he maintained his composure as he spoke. Lord Danzo does not wish to disturb your fishing, so allow a young man like myself to handle such trivial matters. Humph. K-Eyes let out a cold snort, having aged. He had gradually developed a fondness for fishing, only to be surprised that Danzo was aware of this. What on earth is happening with Sunagakure? How has it become as permeable as a sieve to Konoha? Speak plainly, what kind of collaboration does that fellow Danzo wish to discuss? I have grown old and have no time to squander here. Please remain calm, and do not underestimate your worth. Sunagakure cannot do without you and Lady Chiyo. Shioza spoke leisurely, yet the next steps would prove crucial. Successfully completing the system tasks while concurrently addressing the assignments given to him by Konoha and Danzo posed a considerable challenge. However, as the saying goes, as long as one's resolve remains steadfast, solutions will invariably outnumber obstacles. Under the guise of Danzo as the shadow of the Hokage, Shioza conceived numerous ideas. Your villages of Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure seemed to be engaged in a direct confrontation. Initially, we feared you might resort to extremes, yet upon our arrival at Sunagakure, we discerned certain truths. Oh, a jolt of surprise coursed through Kaibu, momentarily overshadowing his previous admonition to not waste time. He maintained his composure and inquired, what truths have you discerned? Negotiations will transpire between Sunagakure and Kirigakure, with this woman as the bargaining chip. In exchange for her, Kirigakure will withdraw, allowing you to contend with Inoki with greater ease, while simultaneously instilling a sense of caution in him. Shioja gestured towards the icy-faced Yetsong and observed the sudden change in Hai Lao Zhang's expression. He promptly added, there is no need for denial. We have already acquired your report. I believe this intelligence has reached Konoha, and the individuals in Kirigakure have commenced their investigation as well. What is it that you truly desire? Hai Lao Tsang's countenance darkened considerably. He was tempted to seize Xiuzha by the throat and demand vehemently. Are you truly speaking such words in front of Yetsong? Are you even here to negotiate? However, he swiftly regained his composure. For he understood that allowing Yetsong to be informed was, in fact, the most advantageous course for Konoha. Moreover, Lord Hai Lao Tsang, we recently engaged in combat with a formidable adversary. Xiuzha remained unfazed, calmly stating that individual possesses puppet mastery rivaling that of Lord Chiyo, and has even crafted a third-generation Kazekage puppet that retains its power from life. Most significantly, this person shares intricate ties with both you and Lord Chiyo. After all, it is none other than Scorpion, is it not? The fist of Kaibakuzu had already clenched in frustration. He had harbored suspicions that this fellow had been involved in the battle that day. Now, this young man has outright acknowledged it. Not only has he conceded, but he also possesses a wealth of additional information, which complicates matters considerably. And I almost forgot to mention, it is highly likely that this intelligence will also reach Konoha. Xiuzha appeared to recall something, prompting him to add a remark that nearly shattered the composure of Hai Lao Tsang. Enough of the pleasantries. What does Danzo truly desire, and what does Konoha ultimately seek? Hai Lao Tsang harbored no belief in Danzo's character or moral integrity. In this line of work, one is devoid of ethics, driven solely by self-interest. He could vividly envision a scenario where Konoha intentionally leaked information about their intention to sell Yetsong, who would undoubtedly be aware of it. When the Sand Village erupted in outrage, Yetsong might choose silence, causing the very cohesion of the sand to teeter on the brink of collapse. Furthermore, if news broke of Sasori's appearance, along with the likelihood of an assassination attempt on the third Kazekage, he wouldn't need to exert effort to suppress the fallout. He could simply await the inevitable consequences. It wasn't just him at stake. His sister would also face repercussions, and it wouldn't be surprising if they were both implicated. He had abandoned any thoughts of eliminating Xiuzha, irrespective of whether he could succeed. Such an act would be futile. Conversely, taking action could provoke Danzo, leaving him in a state of profound unease. Konoha required a stable sand village, rather than one prone to reckless ventures. Xiuzha chuckled, aware that the moment had nearly arrived. As for Lord Danzo, he expressed a desire for collaboration, noting that the temperament of the fourth Kazekage was exceedingly volatile. The Third Shinobi World War served as a prime illustration of this, did it not? The expression on Kaibara's face shifted dramatically, and Yakura beside him mirrored his concern. What on earth does this mean? Is there an attempt to interfere in the internal affairs of Sunagakure? Such audacity is truly astonishing. Do they believe us to be powerless? Yet, this remains merely a suggestion, intended to lay a foundation for more fruitful cooperation. As the gaze of those around them began to shift, Xiuzha promptly spoke up. The Hidden Leaf Village would naturally refrain from meddling in the affairs of other villages. However, as allies, mutual trust and cooperation for a win-win outcome are essential. It is not prudent to remain perpetually on guard, which could lead to misunderstandings and discomfort for all parties involved. Lord Danzo, on the other hand, desires a transformation within the Sand Village, as no one relishes the thought of a leader who might betray their loyal subordinates. Simultaneously, in an effort to deflect the blame for igniting the Third Great Ninja War, he seeks to place the responsibility squarely on the shoulders of Sasori and his kin. At this point, Xiuzha felt an odd sensation, as if he had encountered this scenario before. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized, could it be that this is the very essence of Danzo himself? Indeed, cooperation must yield mutual benefits, and Lord Danzo shall offer appropriate compensation in return. Xiuzha observed the two individuals before him, their expressions grim yet silent. He continued speaking, aware that before his journey through time, he had been quite the seasoned negotiator, adept at painting enticing visions that comforted and reassured. We shall unveil the intelligence regarding the Scorpion. He has indeed allied himself with a formidable organization. Furthermore, Lord Danzo would be amenable to strengthening our alliance and cooperative ties. We could share a portion of the missions from the Land of Rivers, along with some financial compensation. I wonder how you perceive this proposition? Aiza remained silent, his gaze fixed on Xiuzha, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Agreeing would essentially mean betraying his own shadow. Refusing might incite a flurry of rumors throughout the ninja world. And it was all too likely that his family would suffer the consequences. Moreover, Konoha was clearly intent on forcing Sunagakure to relinquish its northern interests. Damn Danzo. He thought furiously, realizing that Yakura had been sent here for more than just gathering information. This woman was being used as a witness, should he take action. She might very well turn against him to side with this Konoha brat. The offered portions and compensations were woefully inadequate. They simply would not suffice. Aiza felt paralyzed, unable to make a decision, and could only stall for time. I require a moment to contemplate this matter deeply. I cannot hastily reach a conclusion. It is unfortunate that we have not arrived at a consensus, though I trust that Lord Danzo will comprehend. Shuza feigned a nod, as if he had anticipated this scenario all along. However, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Given the conversation had reached this point, he was nearly certain that he had achieved his objective. The only task remaining was to strategize how to deceive those above while misleading those below upon his return to the village. I am quite curious about one question. Yet, at that moment, Hai Laotsong spoke once more. Why did Tuanzong choose to act in this manner? The goals of Lord Tuanzong have remained unchanged all along. Xiozha decisively smiled and spoke. Lord Danzo's ambition has always been to become Hokage. Do you not harbor a dream of becoming a leader yourself? Leader? Hearing this, Kaibao was nearly provoked to expletives. At over 60 years of age, how could one still indulge in such fantasies? Are you close to the grave? Chapter 25. Return to the village. Astonishing rewards. What a nuisance. In the depths of Konoha's root base, Danzo perused the scroll in his hands, his mind preoccupied with various thoughts. Recently, he had been experiencing a peculiar warmth in his ears, leading him to suspect that someone was maligning him. Upon further reflection, it seemed rather typical, after all. His enemies likely encircled the village in abundance. Moreover, his recent troubles were manifold. That fellow. He had dispatched to Shadow Kakashi and seized the opportunity to obtain his Sharingan. To his utter astonishment, had failed the mission? Most alarmingly, he had aided the poisoned Kakashi in escaping, a blatant defiance of Danzo's orders that he could not tolerate. Furthermore, this individual had the audacity to proclaim, I am not only a member of Root but also a ninja of Konoha. I should not harm my comrades. Did he truly place himself above all else? It appeared that Kakashi's Sharingan was no longer a viable option. Furrowing his brow, Danzo contemplated his next course of action. He resolved to transplant Uchiha Kageme's Sharingan and impose firmer control over K. Both Jinjutsu and curse seals would need to be employed. What release was a technique he could never relinquish. He must not allow to develop any sense of autonomy. Additionally, there was the matter of that young lad, Xiozha. The boy had returned and was currently with Nichiren. He wondered how the situation unfolded this time. Xiozha found himself uncertain about the nature of this mission. However, based on reports from his covert operatives in Sunagakure, the situation there seemed rather chaotic. What was the outcome? Had Yukura fallen? And what of Uchiha Shursui? Danzo held a firm belief in the capabilities of his root operatives, convinced that Xiozha had the potential to accomplish his objectives. Yet, the decision to eliminate Yukura was not paramount. His primary concern lay with Uchiha Shursui, that young scion of the Uchiha clan. Danzo-sama, I have intelligence, announced oilwoman Ryoma, who approached with utmost respect, presenting a scroll. Danzo acknowledged him with a casual nod, but upon glimpsing the emblem on the scroll, his brow furrowed in sudden apprehension. Was this not Orochimaru lurking in Sunagakure? What new intelligence could he possibly possess? However, as Danzo unfurled the scroll and cast a cursory glance, his expression darkened immediately. This brat has returned? Who granted him the audacity to leave Sunagakure? The root personnel had abandoned their designated positions. Returning to Konohagakure before the mission's conclusion, this was nothing short of treachery. Yet, as he pondered how to address Orochimaru, his gaze fell upon the contents inscribed on the back of the scroll, and he was struck dumb with astonishment. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, stared in disbelief at the report laid before him. He then turned to scrutinize Xiozha and his two companions with renewed intensity. For a moment, he found himself enveloped in confusion. Could it be that such a monumental task was accomplished by these three youths? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the third Hokage regained his composure, wrestling with his thoughts before finally speaking. You have executed your mission excellently, however. I have some inquiries that I hope you can clarify for me. At this juncture, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, Xiozha and his companions had just returned from the Land of Wind, and they had already detailed the intricacies of their mission. Yet here he was, appearing as if he had failed to grasp their accounts, which only underscored the extraordinary nature of their undertaking. Taking a moment to steady himself, his gaze shifted towards Xiozha. Xiozha, I understand that you were primarily in command of this operation, and I would like to hear your thoughts. Yes, Hokage-sama, Xiozha replied. Xiozha nodded decisively, having anticipated such a situation long before. Moreover, during his return journey, He had already devised a plan for deception from above and below. I would like to know how you discern the motives of Shain, Sarutobi Hizashi inquired directly, not bothering to dwell on the matter further. In addition, according to the intelligence, it appears you returned Yusong alone. I wish to gain a clearer understanding of certain aspects surrounding that. At the mention of this issue, both Shirzue and Shiin couldn't help but cast a glance at Shiozei, their eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. The final operation had been conducted solely by Shiozei, who had sent them to the border of the Land of Rivers. Although Shiozei was not far away, stationed at an oasis on the border, they were also responsible for the task of providing support. Regardless of who it might be, one would inevitably feel a sense of loss and discomfort, wouldn't they? In truth, Captain Shirzue had already articulated the judgment process quite clearly. Shioza was aware that the two individuals harbored some emotional turmoil, thus, he could only manage an awkward smile before speaking. I base my thoughts entirely on Yetsong's capabilities, the logistical support from Kirigakure, and the animosity between them. Not to mention our dealings with the Hyuga clan from a year ago. Cough, cough, cough. Before Shioza could finish his sentence, Sarutobi Hizashi interrupted him with a series of coughs. Although his reasoning was entirely sound, upon further reflection, he realized that understanding the situation merely required identifying the key points and reference points. However, it would be preferable to refrain from discussing the Hyuga matter. As for the meeting with KIs, I intentionally allowed Yetsong to remain conscious while simultaneously articulating my thoughts and stance from the perspective of Konoha. Shioja nodded, contemplating that Hinata was the one sent off, and now he was being silenced. No wonder no one would come to your aid in the future. However, he did not dwell on this, but continued to speak. Lord Hokage, I have always believed that the alliance with Sunagakure is unreliable. My mentor shares this sentiment as well. Since they wish to use Yakura as a bargaining chip, I firmly believe that this must not come to pass. It is quite a coincidence that we have encountered the Scorpion of the Red Sand. I have informed Oiroke that the intelligence regarding Scorpion has been dispatched. Should anything occur on my end, the information about Scorpion will spread throughout the Land of Wind. Moreover, you have battled him. He is wary of your strength. And with Shirzue and the others concealed, you have returned safely. Before Shioja could finish his words, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly completed his thoughts, and after expressing this, he couldn't help but sigh. This young man surpassed his expectations. He not only considers matters from the perspective of Konoha but also possesses remarkable skill, daring to think and act decisively when faced with challenges. Even though he is a commoner, there is no doubt that he is a genius, a visionary genius. In that moment, he felt as though he caught a glimpse of the youngest Hokage, Namake's Minato's shadow. It appears that efforts must be intensified, initially. It was merely due to Naruto's situation, but now, the performance of Xiao's and his companions this time was nothing short of perfection, exceeding even his expectations. Such exceptional talent could not possibly be allowed to remain under Danzo's influence. Upon joining the Umbu, they shall be under my command. I commend your efforts. With this thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled. You have executed this mission with remarkable excellence, and in light of your previous achievements, I shall grant you even greater rewards. Now, take this time to rest well, heroes of Konoha. Yes, Lord Hokage. The very mention of the term heroes sent waves of excitement through Shirzue and Yugao. Attaining such a title during peacetime is an arduous task. Yet this time, they have received the Hokage's endorsement, a profound honor indeed. Shioza felt a sense of weariness. Yet soon a look of surprise crossed his face as the system in his mind refreshed. Task completed. Investigate the secrets of Sunagakure. Task evaluation, S. Reward obtained, 8 freedom points. Due to facing a tremendous threat and exceeding expectations, a special reward was granted. Chapter 26, Towards Ashura? In the Land of Rain. The torrential downpour continued unabated. Scorpion trudged towards a village, his expression one of frustration, utterly unprepared for the betrayal he had encountered. He harbored no fear of the denizens of Sunagakure, yet a concerted assault by a multitude would undoubtedly overwhelm him. With no alternative, he had to abandon his pursuit of materials and head to the Land of Rain. You appear rather disheveled, Scorpion, a voice suddenly echoed. Scorpion looked up to see Pain, the leader of their organization, perched on the eaves, observing him. Encountered some troubles, but rest assured, no tales followed. Scorpion merely shook his head apathetically. He had no desire to elaborate, yet the memory of his dismal predicament stirred his ire. Pain, are you familiar with Danzo? Danzo. Pain paused momentarily, while Conan, concealed within a high tower, visibly changed her expression. You have encountered Danzo? No, it was one of his subordinates, a particularly sinister individual. Scorpion shook his head, his eyes ablaze with anger. and he had a companion who unleashed a bizarre chakra giant, which proved difficult to counter, forcing them to flee and causing me considerable trouble. Danzo, you say? Pain's expression remained inscrutable, yet he fell into a contemplative silence. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. I am aware. We shall deal with this fellow appropriately in due course. He shan't escape. With that, Pain's figure vanished from sight. Scorpion regarded the spot where Pain had stood with a curious look. He sensed Pain's disdain for Danzo, but felt no inclination to inquire further. Having suffered significant losses among his puppets, he needed to calm his mind and recuperate. A chakra giant, akin to a tailed beast, you say? Meanwhile, in Kirigakure, Obito pondered over the report in his hands, lost in thought. Shioza himself had not anticipated that this reward would be so bountiful. 8 points of freedom are no trifling matter. They could significantly enhance his physical abilities and perhaps even leave a surplus. Additionally, it seemed he had acquired something rather intriguing, the Ninja World Doctor. He had rarely received special rewards, and at first glance, this seemed to have originated from the legendary Hiruzen Sarutobi. Upon closer inspection, Shioza's eyes sparkled with excitement. In essence, this reward is a one-time boon, modeled after Hiruzen Sarutobi, albeit with some modifications by the system. By utilizing it, Shioza could learn any ninjutsu that aligns with the theoretical framework, ensuring success. Moreover, it could elevate his current ability cap to level 6. This was what truly captivated Shioza. It essentially meant that if he mastered a certain technique, he could save himself 21 points of freedom. The only drawback was that this ability was locked to his factory settings, representing his current stats. However, level 6 is still commendable, equating to a Jonin level, with the next step leading to an elite Jonin. Furthermore, given that Shioza is a numerical prodigy, combined with his curse seals, his overall strength is undoubtedly formidable. Who would have thought we would become heroes? Exiting the Hokage's office, Shien appeared somewhat dazed, feeling as though she had done nothing significant yet somehow attained the status of a hero. It was indeed surprising. Shirzue, too, felt a buzzing in his head, sensing something unreal about the situation. Yet, Shioza remained unfazed, aware that the two were likely experiencing the aftermath of their overwhelming sense of responsibility. In truth, Shioza mused, if he could simply slack off and earn a wage without hassle, would that not be a delightful scenario? However, for those with a strong sense of duty, such an idea could be rather intolerable. Thankfully, Shioza knew how to manage it. All right, enough of that. Now that we are back, let us prepare for a gathering tonight to celebrate our first successful mission. Celebrate? Shirzue tilted his head, pondering for a moment before smiling and nodding. That sounds like a splendid idea. We indeed deserve a celebration. As teammates, Shirzue had developed considerable trust in Shioza. After everything that had transpired, his perception and confidence in Shioza had notably deepened. During this operation, he had utilized his long-concealed power, the Manjiki Sharingan. This ability had remained undisclosed to others, and as of now, no one was aware of it. He had no intention of revealing it just yet. However, faced with formidable foes, he had no choice. Strangely, Shioza seemed unfazed by the matter. Neither in his report nor in his discussion with the Hokage did he delve into excessive detail. Shirzue speculated that perhaps Shioza was simply unfamiliar with the significance of those eyes, yet regardless, it greatly enhanced his goodwill towards him. Naturally, he intended to return and consult with the elders about it. No problem, Shien remarked, seeing that Shioza was not overly concerned. After a moment's thought, she added, tonight, I shall treat you all. I hardly exerted myself during this mission, so let me host the celebration. With someone offering to treat, Shioza readily agreed. As a ninja who had emerged from the roots, Shioza often questioned whether his task rewards had been withheld by Danzo. This left his pockets rather clean, whereas Shien, being a pure operative, seemed to fare much better than he did. Damn it, one and the same, the last time we agreed on rewards. They were postponed until now. Grumbling inwardly, Shioza maintained a warm smile as he bid farewell to Shirzue and Shien. He had other matters to attend to, such as dealing with that old schemer Danzo and the enigmatic Obito. If all went as expected, Obito should be waiting outside the village, having delivered intelligence to Danzo. However, the information he provided would be far more detailed than the flimsy excuse he had previously given Hiruzen Sarutobi. As he walked, Shioza suddenly spotted Kakashi striding towards the Hokage building with a serious expression. He contemplated greeting him, but recalled that he still owed him for the ramen last time. Deciding it best to postpone the interaction. Whatever was going on, it was of no concern to him. Shaking his head, Shioza redirected his focus to his system, including the one point he had remaining. He now possessed 9 points of freedom, which he intended to utilize wisely. System, enhance my physical attributes. Comprehensive physical attributes have been elevated to level 7. As soon as Shioza allocated all his freedom points, he instantly felt a transformation occurring within his body. Shioza was somewhat taken aback. The comprehensive physical prowess afforded by LV6 had already bestowed upon him unimaginable advantages. For instance, the remarkable functionality of his body and the remarkable recovery rate of his chakra, as well as enhancements in speed, strength, and perception, among others. However, upon advancing to LV7, he discovered that these abilities had undergone a significant enhancement once more, particularly in terms of perception and chakra control. He also uncovered an intriguing phenomenon. It appeared that a certain force could be harnessed, and it seemed he could manipulate this force to mend his own injuries. Shioza gently clenched his fist, and at that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, as if an enigmatic power was resonating within him. In that instant, a new notification suddenly appeared in his retina. Body development has reached a certain limit, breaking free from previous constraints and acquiring new abilities. Young Escape LV1. Upon seeing this prompt, Shioza stood in a daze for a while, suddenly struck by a peculiar thought. Breaking free from physical limitations, achieving comprehensive enhancement, and even acquiring Young Escape. Am I on the path to becoming an Ajura? However, as he pondered, he noticed Yun Ryoma standing in a shadowy corner not far away. Chapter 27. Comprehensive Enhancement. I shall become the next Ajura. Danzo-sama, it is as such. I hope for your understanding. Without these measures, our return would be exceedingly difficult. In the roots of Konoha, Shioza regarded Danzo with a semblance of respect. Particularly, casting a glance at Yun Ryoma beside him, as well as the root ninjas training outside. He deemed it prudent to maintain a semblance of decorum until a more opportune moment arose. Danzo, meanwhile, was immersed in deep contemplation. Although his demeanor was restrained, his gaze bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Sarutobi Hiruzen, even more incredulous. Danzo was indeed astonished, for he had never anticipated receiving such news. Much like Kabuto's reports, Shioza had managed to turn Sunagakure upside down, all while operating under his name. Yet, he found himself at a loss for any grounds to condemn him. From Konoha's perspective, forcibly disrupting the peace treaty between Sunagakure and Kirigakure equated to obliterating the very foundation of Sunagakure's resistance against Iwagakure. A weakened Sunagakure was undoubtedly aligned with Konoha's interests. That much was indisputable. Furthermore, Danzo harbored a disdain for Raza, still nursing grievances from the Third Shinobi World War. Shioza had inadvertently provided him with an ally in the form of Keiru. Even though Keiru had yet to agree, it was to be expected. Shioza lacked the authority, and the promises he made were hardly enticing. Keiru was too cautious to concede easily. Nonetheless, this was undeniably a positive development. At times, Danzo pondered whether he could achieve such results himself. No, you have done exceptionally well, remarkably so. After a considerable pause, Danzo finally stirred. Your growth pleases me. Your strategy is sound. As for your mission, her survival holds greater value. Consider it accomplished. Accomplished? After all my efforts, it is merely deemed accomplished? Shioza felt a surge of frustration, but just then, his interface suddenly flickered. Task completed. Resolve Yeet Song. Task evaluation. S. Reward obtained. 5 free points. Due to the completion of a high-difficulty task, a special reward was granted. Wind release from Toby. Momentarily taken aback, a respectful expression emerged on Shioza's face. Thank you, Lord Toby. Although the special reward was not particularly significant, given that he had not delved deeply into the chakra of the wind release attribute, the allure of those 5 free points was undeniable. Thus, did the difficulty of the task correlate with the evaluation and the accumulation of free points? Previously, Shioza had always adhered to the mentality of working for Toby, earning a meager stipend each month. What's the point of risking my life? Moreover, being a seasoned veteran, he had typically operated as an intern, accompanying the team on missions, which afforded him a relatively safe opportunity to slack off. Hence, his task completion was limited to merely fulfilling the requirements. Now, it appeared that he could intensify his efforts in certain aspects. Furthermore, he decided to overlook the matter concerning Do, as he had indeed contributed in this regard. As Shioza contemplated, Danzo continued to speak. However, you must remember that the roots must adhere to the rules of the roots. Do you understand? Yes, Lord Danzo. Shioza continually nodded. While Danzo appeared to be reminded of the troublesome, he simply waved his hand and said, You may leave now. Do should have returned. go and meet him. Furthermore, the subsequent coordination tasks with Sunagakure will be entrusted to you. Understood. I shall take my leave, the subordinate replied. Shiuza had long desired to depart. He had no interest in engaging in verbal sparring with Danzo. Moreover, he was eager to discover the nature of his rewards. Thus, he slightly bowed and decisively left the premises. As for the future collaboration with Sunagakure, Shiuza was not at all surprised. Danzo had thoroughly exhausted his elite Route 1.0 foot in the Land of Rain, and faced with the rampaging Nagato, many were unable to return. It was likely that Danzo now truly feared leaving Konoha, only daring to venture out once he became the 5-foot Hokage. The result? The former king's ambitions were cut short before they had barely begun. Arriving at a shaded area outside the entrance of Route, Shiuza comfortably seated himself to await Kabuto, while also taking the opportunity to examine his rewards. He had received an impressive 5 free points, a considerable windfall, although he had encountered rewards of 2 or 3 points before. Receiving 5 or 6 points at once was indeed rare for him. He needed to carefully contemplate how to allocate these points. He decided to elevate his Yang release to LV2, with the remainder added to his chakra capacity. The allure of Yang release was undeniable, and it seemed he had also acquired the peculiar trait of a numerical anomaly with it. While Yin release enhanced techniques, Yang release fortified physical prowess, which left Shiuza somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of the significance of physical attributes. In truth, he wished to invest points in Yin release, Yang release, and the Curse Seal. Along with the ninjutsu he excelled at, but with limited points at his disposal, he could only select those that would bolster his strength the most. Admittedly, even if he were to invest in Yin release and the Curse Seal, yielding noteworthy results, without a robust body to wield and manifest such power, it would be of little use. Ji Yuan shows a comprehensive physical quality. LV7 chakra, LV7 abilities, Curse Seal LV3, Yin release LV3, Yang release LV2, omitted. Free points. 0. Observing the changes in his attributes and feeling the vibrant chakra coursing through him, Shiuza nodded in satisfaction. At present, I can be considered an elite jonin. Can't I? Though the strength of my ninjutsu may be somewhat lacking, my foundational attributes are solid, and with the various enhancements, my power will only grow stronger. As for Danzo's wind release, can it truly be acquired at the jonin level? Shiuza found it somewhat amusing. This ability closely resembles that of the ninja world doctor, albeit the latter possesses a broader scope of expertise in ninjutsu. One can designate a specific technique for enhancement, whereas Danzo's wind release is limited solely to that element. Nevertheless, it is quite advantageous, as blaze release requires wind release. If I can elevate my fire release, I might just be able to experiment with it. Shiuza nodded, recognizing that this journey to the land of wind had unveiled certain shortcomings within himself. In specific circumstances, his offensive techniques proved insufficient, particularly the water release. In that desolate region of the land of wind, there was scarcely an opportunity to employ such a skill. Now, with the wind release to compensate, his combat prowess would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Once he had sufficiently enhanced his abilities, he would shift his focus to improving his physical condition. He was eager to ascertain whether he was truly progressing towards becoming an Ashura. The enhancement of Shiuza knows no bounds, as defined by the system. Yet, he himself harbors curiosity about the extent of his potential. And now it seems he has truly glimpsed some possibilities. What defines the might of Ashura? It lies in the power derived from the mutation of fruits, manifesting as Yang release. This, in terms of physical strength, aligns more closely with Shiuza than Indra Si. Even in the absence of Ashura's inherited Yang release, the prospect of infinite growth in his physical form instills hope within him. With this realization, let Naruto proceed on his path. I shall become the next Ashura. Clenching his fist, Shiuza resolutely made his decision. However, at that very moment, he noticed Do, now clad in the attire of Konoha, approaching him. Chapter 28. The Cruel Plan? An Assault on the Route? Congratulations on your return. In a fish grill restaurant, Shiuza smiled as he handed over a freshly grilled salt-crusted sea bream. He was aware that Do had a fondness for this delicacy, reminiscent of the time when Yanayu personally prepared it at the orphanage. Thank you. Do glanced at the grilled fish, perhaps recalling his painful experience at the route. He merely offered a sheepish smile in response. He then sighed and spoke with resignation. Nonetheless, now that I am back, it seems I will not be able to return to the orphanage. Shiuza nodded slightly. The route would not allow these individuals to casually approach their former kin. Tuanzo's previous words served as a warning, advising against foolishly engaging in actions that ought not to be taken. Although Shioja dismissed Danzo's words as mere nonsense, he understood that it was futile to pursue the matter, as he now had long since departed for Iwa Shinobi. Now, let us discuss the affairs of Sunagakure. Shioja pondered for a moment before softly uttering a phrase. He swiftly performed a series of hand seals, and an invisible barrier materialized beside them. Do reacted swiftly, instantly grasping Shioja's intent. He lowered his head slightly to obscure his mouth before speaking. Where do you think the dean might be at this moment? To this inquiry, I find myself unable to provide an answer. Shioja gazed at Do's performance with immense satisfaction. This lad truly understood the nuances. And it was no wonder that Orochimaru held such affection for him. However, I suspect he may very well become your next covert assignment. What does that mean? Do felt somewhat perplexed. Although he believed Shioja would not jest about such matters, he could not grasp the implications of Shioja's words. Could it be that Danzo would be so benevolent as to arrange a meeting for them? Yet, Shioja shook his head, sensing that Do remained rather naive. He intended to impart a valuable lesson to Do. Shioja had successfully escalated tensions, causing Danzo to be loathed by both Scorpion and Sunagakure. And it was inevitable that Danzo would take the fall. Thus, it would not be excessive to expand the scope of this situation, would it? The meaning was quite straightforward. Both you and the director are bound to encounter trouble. Shioja slightly covered his mouth and murmured. You have repeatedly expressed your desire to complete the mission and depart from the route. Yet have you considered the actions you have taken that would lead the route to permit your departure? The same applies to the director. She harbors an illusion regarding Danzo. And it seems that a calamity has already been seeded within this situation. Do not entertain thoughts of rebuttal. You must recall how Danzo coerced the director into entering the route initially. Shioja's words rendered Do speechless. He wished to retort, after all. Danzo was a high-ranking official in Konoha and should not be so untrustworthy. However, recalling the time he had eavesdropped on the conversation between Danzo and the director, coupled with the nature of the route's missions, he found himself at a loss. As for why it was said that he would be lurking in the same place as the director, Shioja gently tapped the table, signaling Do not to display such an expression, and then spoke in a low tone. When I was at the route, I once overheard the director inquiring with Danzo about obtaining photographs of the two of us. Let us consider a hypothetical scenario. If I were Danzo and you were my subordinate, exhibiting such disobedience, while your director harbored a similar mindset, the most prudent course to safeguard the secrets of the route would be to eliminate you. Yet, how might one achieve this without tainting their own hands? Ensuring your simultaneous demise? There exists a rather simple solution. We could present fabricated photographs to the director. After all, when we first entered the route, we were quite young. And how many years have passed since then? Time has changed, we have all matured, and when the moment arrives, even if you encounter the director, neither of you would recognize the other, for the director would no longer remember you. Do's expression shifted, visibly shaken. Alternatively, we might provide the director with our authentic photographs, then command her to eliminate the individuals depicted therein. Once all is said and done, we could reveal to the director the consequences of her actions, and thus, without Danzo lifting a finger, the director may well choose to take her own life. Do's countenance turned ashen. He did not need to ponder the devastating impact this revelation would have on the director. Upon witnessing this, Shioja could not help but nod. After all, not everyone possesses the prowess of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. One had personally slain the couple who had guided him, while the other had attained enlightenment in the forest and subsequently exterminated his entire clan, save for his younger brother. Yakushi Nanoyu is a normal individual, and at present, Kabuto is not yet deranged. Otherwise, after killing Nanoyu and realizing that she did not recognize him, he would not have succumbed to despair. Thus, from the very beginning, you have brought misfortune upon many, be it yourself, the director, or me. Shioja gazed at the vulnerable Do and continued to speak, but after a moment's reflection, he promptly added, of course, all of this is merely my conjecture. Everything hinges on future developments. For instance, it may not be long before you are sent out again. Do fell into a profound silence, rendered momentarily speechless. A sense of confusion enveloped him, as he still harbored a measure of faith in Danzo and the higher echelons of Konoha. Yet, Shioja was his childhood friend, having grown up together in the orphanage, and it was he who had inadvertently led him to this predicament. Do's capabilities had already been laid bare in the land of wind. The conclusion Shioja had drawn compelled Do, whether he wished to believe it or not, to contemplate it with utmost seriousness. However, he found himself at a loss, uncertain about whom he should trust, ensnared in his own bewilderment. What exactly do you desire, Shioja? After a considerable pause, Do gradually regained his composure. As a skilled spy, He understood the necessity of maintaining his calm. Me? Shioja blinked, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Naturally, the solution lies in taking multiple wives and living a good life. Did not the Buddha proclaim, to indulge in desires is to render all actions devoid of meaning? What the devil, is this what I asked you? Furthermore, did the Buddha truly say such a thing? Do's expression stiffened, and just as he was about to speak, Shioja continued. Of course, to lead a stable life, certain matters must be addressed. To delve into the depths is to confront the abyss, within the framework of the hidden village. Lacking strength and status renders one perpetually a tool. If we aspire to escape the abyss, transforming from mere tools into those who wield them, we must devise a method to ascend step by step. Why should we be perpetually suppressed by someone like Danzo? Why should we be subject to his whims regarding life and death? And why, I ask, can the person occupying that position not be one of us? Shioza is undoubtedly a seasoned individual, yet to embody such a character, one must at least lead a life of stability, wouldn't you agree? At the very core, he is perpetually at risk of being betrayed by Danzo, constantly subjected to a myriad of perilous tasks. Simultaneously, he endures forced indoctrination, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self, neither fully human nor ghostly. This is certainly an existence Shioza cannot abide. After all, he grew up watching Sun Wukong. If you are intent on extinguishing my life, must I not even have the right to resist? Shioza was indeed aware that such words ought not to be spoken to Do. However, he understood even more profoundly that if he did not leave something behind for Do, this spy would undoubtedly remain restless. Moreover, he could assert his confidence. Aren't you afraid I might relay these words to Danzo? After a considerable pause, Do finally inquired. Not at all. Shioza shook his head dismissively, then pointed to himself and subsequently to Du. I have rendered significant service to Danzo, and he is well aware of how I initially approached you upon entering the roots. Perhaps you harbor long-standing grievances against me and wish to see me harmed. Tell me, when the time comes, will he trust you or me? Of course, even if there are doubts regarding my loyalty, you would be dead by then. While I would still have the chance to escape, would I not? Du nearly lost his composure, acknowledging the validity of Shioza's words. Yet he could not help but feel that such audacity was somewhat excessive. Think it over, Shioza urged, gently patting Du's shoulder as he fell silent once more. Even if not for yourself, consider the orphanage. Do you wish to toil for a lifetime, earning meager compensation merely to support the orphanage? Or would you prefer to sign your name and allocate funds to aid more individuals like us, providing better futures for people like the director? Du found himself at a loss for words, though he could not deny that Shioza's proposition stirred something within him. The rest of Shioza's ambitions held little intrigue for him, yet that final statement struck a chord deep within. What must I do? After a moment, he calmly raised his gaze to meet Shioza's. Just as Shioza was about to respond, his attention was drawn to the door, and he dispelled the soundproof barrier. At that moment, a member of the Umbu rushed in, casting a quick glance at Du before whispering to Shioza. Lord Hokage commands that you gear up immediately and assemble at the roots. Shioza was taken aback. Could it be that they intended to assault the root? Chapter 29, The Enraged Danzo. Senior, what on earth is happening? Although Shioza appeared utterly bewildered, he could not disregard the command of the third Hokage. After gathering, he quietly inquired of Shi Yin beside him. In truth, he had begun to form certain conjectures, considering the timeline. It was highly probable that this pertained to the matter of Jia Bian Tianzong. Regardless, it was indeed prudent to familiarize himself with the situation. According to reports from his senior Kakashi, there was a suspected would-release ninja from the Root organization who intended to eliminate Kakashi. Shi Yin harbored no defenses against Shioza. Her understanding of Root and Danzo was rather superficial. Initially, she had planned to return home after the meeting to prepare for the evening's gathering, but fortuitously encountered Kakashi and noticed his injuries, prompting her to urge him to seek treatment. Consequently, they proceeded to meet the third Hokage together, ultimately receiving their assignment. The Hokage wished for Danzo to meet with him and had dispatched someone to inform her that she had previously trained there, thus being more familiar with the circumstances. However, it seemed Kakashi was reluctant to wait long and had ventured ahead alone. Indeed, it was as anticipated. Upon hearing these words, Shioza couldn't help but nod slightly. Indeed, this matter was as he suspected. Prior to their journey to the Sand Village, Sarutobi Hizashi had mentioned that Kakashi was to address the issue of Orochimaru, which had aroused his suspicions at the time. He hadn't anticipated that amidst his chaotic actions, the event would unfold as predicted. Wait a moment. He recalled that Kakashi's negotiations with the Root were rather unfavorable. Suddenly, a thought struck Shioza, igniting his interest, for this was a rare opportunity. We must act swiftly, The Hokage is assembling others, and we should first provide support to Kakashi-senpai. Yuen, unaware of Shioza's thoughts, grasped his hand and sprinted forward, unable to suppress her curiosity. Moreover, what is that place called Root truly like? Root. Shioza instinctively tightened his grip on Shiyen's hand, reflecting momentarily on how smooth her skin felt, before shaking his head and speaking. That was the training base for the elite of the Umbu. But it was also an exceedingly dreadful place. The strictest of regulations, the most brutal training, and the bloodiest of missions awaited there. Kakashi-senpai going there alone might indeed spell trouble, even with the Hokage's documents in hand. Is there truly a place in Konoha that operates outside the Hokage's oversight? Shiyen seemed taken aback as well. She was well aware that Danzo served as the Hokage's advisor, holding a position of considerable influence. Yet even so, such a place ought not to be beyond the Hokage's control, should it? Who could say? Shioza shrugged, reflecting on the fact that Danzo had failed to eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen. This was likely due in part to Hiruzen's lingering sentiments. Moreover, Danzo had become significantly more restrained after the recent upheaval caused by Nagato's rampage, which had decimated the root. Otherwise, given Danzo's previous demeanor, he would scarcely have regarded Hiruzen with any respect. Receiving a new mission, to assist Kakashi. Shioza glanced at his task list, nodding in satisfaction before firmly grasping Yuin's hand. Let us hasten. Kakashi-senpai may soon encounter conflict. Be prepared for battle. Yuin nodded earnestly, though her gaze briefly lingered on the hand he held. She wondered if Shioza was gripping her too tightly. Kakashi, I never expected you to come here on your own. In the root base, Danzo glared at Kakashi, who had just rescued A. Rage filled his eyes. After meeting with Shioza, he had gone to address the issues surrounding A, particularly since this youth possessed would release and had developed self-awareness, something Danzo could not tolerate. Yet he was utterly taken aback when Kakashi appeared bearing documentation from Hiruzen, evidently intent on absconding with A. Danzo had long harbored animosity towards Kakashi, having been outmaneuvered by him during the assassination attempt on Hiruzen. Now, Kakashi had the audacity to intrude upon Root's domain and attempt to abduct his most crucial subordinate. The culmination of old grievances and new animosities was too much for Danzo to bear. You dare trespass into Root's territory and attempt to take one of its ninjas? Do not presume I shall allow it. Kakashi scanned his surroundings, noting that he was already encircled by Root ninjas. All had drawn their weapons, and it was apparent that at Danzo's command, they would strike without hesitation. Lord Danzo, Kakashi, recognized the gravity of the situation and attempted to speak. But Danzo brusquely interrupted him. Silence. You shall not escape unscathed. As he spoke, Danzo gestured for his ninjas to attack. He had no desire to engage in prolonged conflict with Kakashi and A, for he knew that Kakashi's documentation was legitimate. Who knew when Hiruzen might arrive? He aimed to resolve the situation swiftly, perhaps even preserving Kakashi's Sharingan in the process. Be cautious. Kakashi warned A, preparing for combat. But at that moment, he paused and looked up. Wind release, vacuum sphere. A fierce gust of wind erupted from the top of the root base, sending several root ninjas crashing to the ground. Who goes there? Danzo exclaimed, startled, his apprehension about his old friend's arrival palpable, despite his reluctance to address him as Hokage. But upon looking up, his fury ignited. Even masked, was that not Shioza? Was he truly launching an assault on Root? Yet Shioza paid little heed to anything else, moving like lightning alongside Yuin, dispatching the Root ninjas in their path as they hastened toward Kakashi. With a physical prowess and chakra levels at LV7, he experienced combat like never before. The Root ninjas, under Danzo's orders, had all focused their attention on Kakashi and A, completely unaware of the approaching threat behind them. This allowed Shioza to appear as a veritable god of war, unmatched in prowess. Boom, boom, boom. With each punch and kick, he deftly evaded strikes and countered, executing his attacks with a fluidity that incited Danzo's wrath. Eliminate them. Without hesitation, Danzo commanded, and a portion of the Root ninjas redirected their efforts toward Shioza. Earth release, yellow spring swamp. Shioza swiftly gestured with his hands, as if performing an intricate dance, before bringing them together. In an instant, the earth transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring several Root ninjas who were unable to react in time, plunging them into the mire. However, many other Root ninjas quickly regained their composure, leaping high to evade the yellow spring swamp, while a torrent of ninjutsu and tools surged toward Shioza and Shiyen. Senior, may I borrow your blade? Shioza swiftly evaded an incoming technique, simultaneously grasping Shiyen's ninja blade. As he wielded it, he murmured softly to himself. The blade danced in his hands, creating a dazzling display of steel blossoms accompanied by the sharp clang of metal, effectively deflecting the majority of shuriken and senbon. At that moment, he and Shien successfully reached Kakashi and A. Damn it, Danzo clenched his fist tightly. Perplexed by Shu's intentions, his fury surging to a boiling point. Very well, he said in a low voice, before suddenly shouting, then you shall all remain here. Who do you intend to keep behind, Danzo? Just then, a voice interrupted him. Danzo froze momentarily, quickly lifting his gaze upward, only to find the entirety of the root base surrounded by ANBU ninjas. This scene washed over him like a cold deluge, and upon seeing the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, standing among the ANBU, he felt his blood run cold. Was this an attack on Root? Chapter 30, The Masked Man's Gaze. Seeing his root base completely encircled by ANBU, Danzo genuinely felt a chill. He was well aware of the numerous conflicts he harbored against his old friend, especially since he had once attempted to assassinate him. For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether his old friend intended to use this situation to eliminate him once and for all. Danzo, I know you harbor hatred for Kakashi, but you were crossing a line. Hiruzen did not descend but remained elevated, looking down at Danzo. I do not wish for any fellow villagers to suffer harm. You should understand that. Damn it, speaking so nobly, have you forgotten the true purpose of Root? Danzo muttered under his breath, fully aware that such thoughts could never be voiced, nor could he concede to the third's words. What are you saying, Hiruzen? I bear no grudge against Kakashi. He intruded upon the root base without permission. Without permission? Hiruzen shook his head, his tone grave. I issued a summons, but I heard you were pretending to be unavailable, which is why he sought you out, correct? Danzo refrained from speaking, uncertain of his old friend's intentions behind such pressure. However, casting a glance at A, who stood there, and at Shioza, who was before Kakashi, an idea suddenly struck him. Was he deliberately forcing him to hand over to Shioza? That boy from Sunagakure had indeed performed remarkably. It seemed there had been a miscommunication in the orders. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. Although Danzo's mind was filled with various thoughts, he stubbornly asserted, in that case, let us put Kakashi's matter aside for now. I summoned you for an entirely different reason. Hiruzen was not about to let Danzo evade the issue. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, you should know that wood release is a coveted technique for the village. We have undertaken high-risk experiments to acquire this power. Yet, you have concealed it within Root. Can you tell me why? Danzo's heart sank. It had indeed come. He could no longer maintain a calm facade and immediately sought to explain. I did so to protect and nurture it. I had no intention of hiding it. And such matters do not require a report. Yet, Danzo. Hiruzen adjusted the brim of his hat, his voice calm, yet irrefutable. The Jinchuriki is soon to attend school, and the sealing technique of wood release becomes increasingly vital to the village. Danzo found himself speechless. Once the topic of the Jinchuriki arose, the situation shifted dramatically. What could possibly be more crucial than the Jinchuriki? However, without as wood release, how could he control the Jinchuriki in the future? Thus, everything had been meticulously planned, demonstrating to Shioza that he must yield to the Hokage while simultaneously acquiring a. Danzo's fists clenched tightly. He realized he had been forced into this position solely because he was not the Hokage. Otherwise, who would dare to confront him in such a manner? Therefore, Danzo, I intend to incorporate him into the ANBU. After all, Root serves as a training ground for the ANBU, does it not? Hiruzen remained oblivious to the convoluted thoughts swirling in Danzo's mind and continued with his solemn demeanor. You have already delivered numerous exceptional talents to the ANBU, such as Shioza, and I hope you can be magnanimous now. However, as a token of gratitude for your contributions, I can absolve everything that has transpired, including the previous matter. The previous matter? Danzo instantly understood that Hiruzen was referring to Shioza's contact with Naruto, yet having already lost A. Did Hiruzen still feign concern? Danzo was seething with rage, his head snapping up to glare at Hiruzen. Very well, let it be so. Ultimately, Danzo yielded. The ANBU had completely surrounded Root, leaving him anxious about what further maneuvers might be in play. He genuinely worried that his old friend might seize this opportunity to decisively dismantle Root. However, he intended to speak privately with Hiruzen, after all. He had emerged from his ranks. Yet, Danzo pointed his finger at Shioza. Agreed. Hiruzen, sensing that matters had progressed sufficiently, did not oppose but did remind him. We shall await him outside. After all, he is a member of the ANBU. With that, he decisively waved for all ANBU to exit, leaving Danzo alone. His face darkened with concern. This truly was a matter of abduction. Shioza. Shien expressed her worry. Witnessing such high-stakes conflict for the first time left her somewhat unsettled, completely oblivious to Danzo's intentions for Shioza. Do not worry, wait for me outside. Shioza gently patted Shiyong's shoulder, then decisively approached Toanzo. What on earth are you doing? After everyone had departed, Toanzo could no longer contain himself. Are you also going to betray me like a? Do not forget that your dean is awaiting funding. And do not overlook the fact that the cursed seal upon you cannot be undone. What nonsense, retorted Yu Shiyanao. I am an Awagakure. And the cursed seal upon me has long since been released. Shioza inwardly scoffed, yet he believed it prudent to maintain a facade. Thus, he removed his mask. His expression somber as he spoke. Lord Danzo, I have not forgotten. I was merely conducting a test. A test? Danzo nearly laughed in disbelief. Is escorting Kakashi's companion considered a test? Indeed, it was a test. Shioza nodded earnestly. Lord Danzo's aspiration to become Hokage has always been my guiding objective. Otherwise, I would not have sought allies for him in the Sand Village, enabling Lord Danzo the opportunity to exert control over it. Danzo was momentarily at a loss for words, as Shioza's previous actions indeed appeared to be in his favor. However, to ascend to the position of Hokage, one must possess competent guardians. Shioza raised his head, casting a serious glance at Danzo, before surveying the surroundings of the route. Particularly, he observed those who appeared disheveled, having just crawled out from the depths of the underworld. He shook his head and murmured, Yet I am greatly disappointed. They cannot even withstand me. If troubles arise in the future, how will they protect Lord Danzo? Upon hearing this, the oil woman Ryoma, standing beside him, was taken aback. If others were to overhear this, the lad would surely find it impossible to leave the route unharmed today. Danzo himself was also taken aback. Injuring his own comrade essentially meant allowing Kakashi an auto-escape. Was there truly such an explanation? However, upon further reflection, he realized it might indeed be plausible. Shioza is not merely a family ninja. He was sent to infiltrate the Umbu. How could such a person bring such disgrace to his proud roots? Even if it were an ambush or an attack on the unprepared, one cannot deny that the performance of the roots has been exceedingly poor. This fellow, who claims to be the most loyal? I comprehend now. After a considerable pause, Danzo finally nodded, for Shioza still held a significant leverage over him. Yakushi Nanoyu represents an insurmountable obstacle for Shioza. Much like Yakushi Kabuto, he can easily manipulate the situation now. It seems I have misjudged you. You have indeed performed admirably. Clearly, the current personnel of the roots are still lacking and require far more rigorous training to improve. Shioza nodded. Yet inwardly, he silently felt a pang of anxiety for the members of the root. If all went as anticipated, they would likely face a fierce onslaught from Danzo, pushing them to the brink of physical and mental transcendence. However, perhaps this was for the best. When the time came for him to take the reins of the root, he would be left with a cadre of exceptionally capable subordinates. Shioza hopes that Danzo will leave him a favorable legacy. Well, you may leave now. Do not keep those outside waiting for too long. Although somewhat displeased, Danzo maintained a composed expression as he spoke. And do not forget who you are. Do you understand? Lord Danzo, I have always remembered that I act in accordance with your will, and all my endeavors are for the sake of the foundation of Konoha. With unparalleled skill, Shioza responded, which brought some comfort to Danzo's troubled heart. Today, he felt exceptionally constrained. Meanwhile, in a certain dimensional space above them, a masked figure was silently observing everything. Is this lad really a teammate of Uchiha Shursui? Chapter 31, The Buried Uchiha? Obito, what piques your interest in this young man? Under the silver moon. Within the dimensional space atop the Hokage rock in Konoha, a half-white face of a carnivorous plant curiously regarded Obito. He struggled to comprehend the significance of Obito's actions. Yet he remained indifferent, for the dark figure also failed to grasp Obito's intentions. I harbor no particular interest in him. He is merely a slightly formidable, ordinary individual. Obito shook his head. Although White Zetsu appeared somewhat foolish, these beings had remained by his side during his moments of utmost despair. And he found a certain willingness to converse with White Zetsu. What intrigues me is his teammate, Uchiha Shursui, as well as a new toy I have discovered. You previously referred to him as a seed, did you not? The white-faced creature inquired, a look of bewilderment crossing his features. However, upon catching Obito's glance, he quickly smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, whether it be a toy or a seed, it is all inconsequential. Upon retracting his gaze, Obito nodded succinctly. And the black half of the carnivorous plant spoke up. You intend to use this young boy to attempt to influence Uchiha Shursui, or even Uchiha Itachi, do you not? That is indeed my intention, Obito conceded without denial. With my assistance, Uchiha Itachi has already awakened his Sharingan, but that is not his ultimate potential. Uchiha Shursui has. without a doubt, attain the Manjiki Sharingan. Given these circumstances, it would be remiss not to explore this further, whether to understand the capabilities of Shirsue's eyes, to acquire those eyes, or to see if we can persuade him to depart from Konoha or help Uchiha Itachi advance further. All are endeavors worth pursuing. The carnivorous plant creature nodded, acknowledging that this was indeed a feasible plan, though it was also curious about one particular matter. A commendable idea. But how do you intend to execute it? Upon hearing this, Obito fell into silence, for he himself had not yet formulated a plan. After all, he often acted on impulse. For instance, upon accidentally overhearing Kakashi mention that Kushina was the previous Jinchuriki, the incident involving the Nine-Tails ensued. It seems I have been too hasty. The half-black face of the carnivorous plant was well acquainted with Obito. Although he found Obito's silence somewhat deafening, he swiftly added, "We do not possess extensive knowledge about this young boy. Perhaps we should first gather more information before devising a thorough strategy." "Yes, that shall be our course of action." Achoo. In a barbecue restaurant in Konoha, Shioja suddenly sneezed, prompting a concerned glance from Yuin beside him. "What is it? Are you catching a cold?" "I am uncertain." Shioja shook his head, contemplating for a moment before responding with a smile. "Perhaps someone is speaking ill of me." "You rascal." Shiin momentarily lost her composure, wondering who would be so tedious as to gossip about him for no reason. "I'm just teasing. Senior, come and savor my roasted dish." Without a moment's hesitation, Shioja picked up a piece of grilled meat and placed it in Shiin's bowl, causing her to feel a tinge of embarrassment. "I can manage myself. There is someone watching." She hesitated. "Does that mean when no one is around?" "Stop talking nonsense," Shioja interjected, observing the faint blush on Shiin's cheeks. He simply smiled, choosing not to respond. As a seasoned individual, he understood all too well that sometimes a lack of shame is indeed advantageous. The words he exchanged with Do about not indulging in desires, for all actions become devoid of life's joy, were not mere jest, while he would not take it to extremes. Is it not permissible to take a few wives in this world? Of course, Shioja was also a person of discernment, fully aware of priorities. At present, what mattered most to him was inheriting the legacy of Danzo. However, this does not imply he could not prepare for himself along the way. Moreover, the diverse culinary delights of Konoha are simply irresistible. After all, isn't this also a way to do some good within my capabilities? Shioja silently commended himself, while also casting his gaze towards the other attendees at the gathering. Although the initial plan was for a simple assembly of their trio, Shirsuei had yet to arrive for reasons unknown. However, following the incident involving Kakashi, their numbers had increased by 2. Kakashi, in a gesture of gratitude, approached them, bringing along the recently rescued Tenzo, who had just undergone a name change from A. Tenzo appeared somewhat reserved, yet he seemed to share a certain camaraderie with Shioja. Given their history as former colleagues, despite their past lack of interaction, "Shioza-kun, I must express my gratitude for everything you did this afternoon," Kakashi remarked with a smile, oblivious to the subtle exchanges between Shioja and Shiin. "Thank you. Shioja, if it weren't for you, I might not have found it so easy to escape," Tenzo chimed in, still somewhat accustomed to addressing Shioja by his former codename. "No need for thanks. It was the Hokage's orders. And please, refrain from calling me by that codename in the future. Congratulations on your newfound freedom." With a smile, Shioja nodded at the two and continued to serve meat to Shiin. However, after a moment's thought, he turned to Shiin and inquired, "It is rather peculiar. Why has Senior Jishue not yet arrived? He is usually the quickest to gather. Why is he so delayed today?" "Oh, you are unaware?" Shiin responded softly, pursing her lips slightly as she chose to feign ignorance of Shioja's actions. After the meeting, he mentioned that he wanted to take the rare opportunity to accompany his younger brother in training, so he might arrive a bit later this evening. Younger brother? Upon hearing these words, Shioja's expression became rather peculiar. The younger brother of Uchiha Shirsuei, was he not the infamous Uchiha Itachi, who had annihilated his own clan? It is worth mentioning that Shirsuei's brother was indeed a prodigy. Unbeknownst to Shioja, Shiin continued with a smile, "At such a young age, he has already graduated from school and nearly shattered Kakashi-senpai's record. I have heard that he is about to participate in the Chunin exams." Beside them, Kakashi scratched his head, surprised that the conversation had veered towards him. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "In fact, I believe that leaving school prematurely may not be beneficial, as it allows one to forge more friendships." Kakashi's words were heartfelt, as his own experiences had been rather arduous, to the point where he had contemplated relinquishing his own aspirations. Yet, unexpectedly, he was ultimately rescued by those friends he once regarded with disdain. It truly depends on the individual, especially considering he is an Uchiha. Shioza shrugged, noting that the Uchiha clan members tended to exhibit rather extreme personalities. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi had grown up alongside Uchiha Shisui. During class, he would utilize shadow clone jutsu to cope, while he himself ventured off to train with Shisui, clearly disregarding his classmates. Furthermore, even if Uchiha Itachi wished to remain in school, his deranged father would likely disapprove. After all, he was someone who, despite possessing the ability to resist, chose to abandon all opposition, witnessing his clan being slaughtered by his own progeny. Shioza, as a rational individual, found it impossible to fathom his thoughts. However, when the topic of the Uchihas arose, a sudden realization struck Shioza. He recalled that there was indeed a formidable Uchiha who was said to be buried underground. Talent was of paramount importance, and Shioza had always placed great emphasis on it. He pondered the possibility of seeking this individual in the future. Just as he contemplated this, a knock resounded at the door of their private room. Chapter 32. The concept of would release apologies. Apologies, I'm late. Within the room, Shisui looked at everyone with an apologetic expression. He expected to see you here, Kakashi-senpai. This afternoon, we encountered some rather unusual circumstances. Senpai. Upon hearing Jishui's words, Shioja could not help but break into a mischievous smile. Although it was indeed prudent to keep this matter confidential, it was undeniably an intriguing situation. More than merely interesting, one could assert that it was a momentous event for the Uchiha clan, akin to a significant upheaval. Who was scheming to annihilate the Uchiha? It was Danzo. And today, they had directly stormed into Danzo's lair, engaging in fierce combat within. In a certain sense, could this not be considered a form of preemptive vengeance? Regrettably, Jishui had not seized this opportunity for revenge, which was rather unfortunate. Ah, is that so? Jishui was evidently unaware of Shioja's contemplations. However, since Shioja had suggested secrecy, he pondered that it might be best not to inquire further. Nevertheless, he indeed had matters to attend to today. It was not merely accompanying Uchiha Itachi, as he had mentioned to Shiyin, but rather a discussion with the elders. The factions within the Uchiha clan were quite intricate. Prior to the Ninetales incident, there were 3 distinct factions. One faction was rather radical, inheriting the philosophy of Uchiha Shisui, fervently advocating the use of force to restore the Uchiha to their former glory. Another faction, represented by Jishui and his peers, yearned to peacefully integrate the Uchiha into the village of Konoha. The final faction was a more neutral group, the Sunshine People, who remained indifferent to conflicts, supporting whichever side emerged victorious. However, following the Ninetales incident, the entire Uchiha clan was forcibly relocated to a remote area. Coupled with the malicious rumors circulating within Konoha, the Uchiha could hardly endure the strain. Those who had previously belonged to the neutral faction now largely sided with the radicals, rendering life increasingly arduous for the more tempered individuals like Jishui. Fortunately, Jishui had entered the Umbu, which was a form of gaining the Hokage's trust. Yet, this was far from sufficient. They needed more individuals to earn such trust. Jishui felt that greater assistance was necessary. The mission that Shioja had undertaken had evidently impressed Jishui, and the performance of the 3rd Hokage had also left a lasting impression on him. Today, he had subtly discussed Shioja's affairs with the elders, regardless of the circumstances. Umbu missions were not to be spoken of lightly. Yet, he found it disheartening that his elders seemed to place greater trust in their own people. Enough of that. Shioja shook his head, lifting the cup of juice with a smile. It is currently our break time. Let us refrain from discussing matters related to our tasks. What a pity we cannot indulge in alcohol, otherwise, we would surely revel until intoxicated. Come now, we are ninjas. How can we recklessly consume liquor? Upon hearing this, Shiyin could not help but interject. Moreover, let us not forget the 3 prohibitions of a ninja. However, I have heard tales regarding Lord Jiraiya. Shioza blinked deliberately, turning his gaze towards Kakashi. Kakashi-senpai. It appears that Lord Jiraiya has never truly regarded the 3 prohibitions of a ninja, yet he remains an exceptionally powerful ninja, does he not? Kakashi coughed awkwardly several times, unable to provide a satisfactory response to such a question. Was it possible that the physical constitution of individuals varied? That seemed patently absurd. I believe we, as young ninjas, are particularly susceptible to the effects of alcohol, leading to drowsiness and dizziness, hence it is best to avoid it altogether. Tianzong, being rather earnest, scratched the back of his head and then looked at Shioza. I recall we have undertaken similar missions, waiting for our target to become inebriated before eliminating them. Yuen and Shirzue exchanged silent glances, having agreed not to delve into work-related matters. Yet, Shoza stroked his chin thoughtfully and nodded in agreement. Indeed. Inebriated individuals are the easiest to handle and can be easily disguised as accidental deaths, such as falling from a height. However, we have already taken many lives. A bit of alcohol. Enough. Yuen could no longer contain herself, firmly grasping Shoza's shoulder. Both of you should know when to stop. Senpai. You possess the Sharingan as well. I believe we can engage in a discussion. Shirzue, feeling slightly uncomfortable, turned to Kakashi with a smile. The matter of Kakashi's Sharingan had incited considerable controversy within the Uchiha clan, yet ultimately, their clan leader had quelled the issue. Shirzue was unaware of the reasons behind this, but having occurred, he felt no right to cast judgment. Nevertheless, he had to acknowledge that Kakashi, as an outsider, seemed to wield the Sharingan with remarkable proficiency. Though opportunities had been scarce in the past, the prospect of a meaningful exchange now seemed promising. All right, Kakashi acquiesced. And soon the two began to engage in quiet discussion. Meanwhile, Shoza pursed his lips, casting his gaze towards Tianzong across from him. Shoza was profoundly curious about wood release, a technique he ardently wished to acquire. Despite his current physical prowess, he could not guarantee his survival against the cells of Shinja Hashirama. Even the cells of White Zetsu were a gamble he dared not take. After all, he did not possess Tianzong's resilience nor the Sharingan to balance the scales. To Shoza, Shinja Hashirama represented the most unique Asura. Not only did his chakra seem more potent than that of Naruto with half of the nine tails, but his modus operandi also starkly contrasted with that of other Asuras. Throughout the millennia-long conflict between Indra and Asura, Indra had always held firm in his beliefs, while Asura championed the cause of unity. Yet, in Hashirama's case, while he did unite, he hardly required anyone's assistance, single-handedly overpowering Uchiha Madara. Thus, reliance on oneself remained paramount. Shoza stroked his chin, always believing that wood release was never truly a bloodline limit. Rather, it could be more accurately described as a bloodline elimination, even though he was not entirely clear on the proportions. He understood that Yamato's wood release was essentially a fusion of earth release and water release. However, it cannot be said that this form of wood release lacks lethality. Its greatest achievement lies in its contribution to the home improvement industry. Therefore, the essence of wood release must reside in the mastery of yang release. Only through a proportionate infusion of yang release's power can one attain the true essence of wood release. Shoza silently pondered, feeling that he was nearing the time to begin preparing for the construction of everything. Indeed, he was a numerical anomaly. But he was well aware of the impending dangers that lay ahead. Especially as he was set to inherit Danzo's legacy. Without sufficient strength, how could he aspire to claim it? What's the matter? Are you upset? Just as Shoza was deep in thought, a somewhat anxious voice pierced through his contemplation at Yuin's. I apologize. I merely felt that discussing such topics at this moment seemed somewhat. Don't overthink it, senior. I am not that petty. Shoza smiled and shook his head, interrupting Shien's words. Moreover, that was my issue. I found it difficult to control myself upon encountering former companions from the roots. I owe my gratitude to my senior for intervening in time. Is that so? Shien blinked, to which Shoza promptly nodded. Indeed. I hope that you will continue to look out for me in the future, if you please. I've mentioned it, just call me Shien. Initially, Shien shot Shoza a glare. But then she earnestly nodded. Rest assured, I shall certainly look out for you from now on. Yet, as her words faded, she suddenly froze. How long is this always meant to last? Chapter 33, Flying Thunder God Technique. Konoha truly is peaceful. Under the silver moonlight, Shoza and Shien walked side by side towards a residential area in Konoha. After the gathering concluded, Shoza took the initiative to uphold his gentlemanly demeanor and offered to escort Shien home, which left her both exasperated and amused. Though she was a girl, she was still a ninja. Ultimately, however, she did not refuse, and thus they set off together. Yet, gazing upon the serene landscape of Konoha, she couldn't help but express her sentiments. It was essential to note that her previous experiences in Sunagakure had been utterly dreadful, with relentless pursuers and an extremely harsh environment. Speaking of which, Shoza, what are your aspirations for the future? With a curious tilt of her head, Shien regarded Shoza, pondering her sudden inquiry. Me? Shoza cast a peculiar glance at Shien, feigning contemplation for a moment before he smiled and spoke. To become a formidable ninja like Lord Jiraiya. If possible, I aspire to be the man who becomes Hokage. Shien, upon hearing these words, found herself at a loss for words. as she sensed something amiss in his statement. Indeed, Lord Jiraiya was exceptionally powerful, yet had they not just been discussing his disregard for the 3 ninja prohibitions? Was he intending to follow in his footsteps? Furthermore, while the ambition to become Hokage seemed commendable, she could not shake the feeling that there was something peculiar about Shioza's assertion. Do your best. I believe you can achieve it, Shion finally said, albeit with a hint of resignation after a while, to which Shioza nodded in affirmation. Thank you, senior. I will strive diligently. Shioza remained oblivious to Shion's thoughts. Had he been aware, he would have nodded in agreement and offered a gesture of approval. As a time traveler, he found himself in a realm imbued with extraordinary powers. He believed that age was of no consequence. The only matter of significance was whether one possessed an appealing appearance. What of driving a grand vehicle? Even the headlights of such a car held their own charm. Just call me Shien, she remarked. Shien pursed her lips, sensing that this junior, Shioza, was not as compliant as she had envisioned. However, she soon halted in her tracks, grasping the corner of Shioza's garment. Shioza, look over there. That seems to be Naruto? Shioza lifted his head in confusion and, to his surprise, spotted Naruto, that little fellow, wandering alone in front of several shops. He appeared somewhat despondent, and it was likely that he was once again hungry. Witnessing this scene, Shioza pondered for a moment before deciding to approach. After all, the last time he had encountered Naruto, nothing untoward had transpired, and he was confident that this time would be no different. Particularly, he had never sought out Naruto with any ulterior motive. He was usually accompanied by others. What's troubling you, little one? He inquired as he and Shiyuin quickly made their way to Naruto's side, eliciting an immediate reaction from the boy. Big brother, big sister, it's you, Naruto exclaimed, turning around and his face lighting up upon seeing Shioza and Shiyuin. He had fondly remembered their previous invitation to enjoy ramen, even though he regretted not having asked for their names. Now, encountering them once more filled him with joy. However, just as he began to speak, his stomach let out a loud growl, causing him to freeze in embarrassment. Still not eaten anything? Shioza raised an eyebrow, sensing that this young lad seemed to be in quite a dire predicament. Having overslept, he found the door to Ichiraka Ramen closed. Naruto, with a hint of frustration, turned his gaze towards the already shuttered establishment, his eyes filled with dismay. Shioza and Xiang exchanged a glance, pondering the hour and the scarcity of open shops. Why didn't you come out earlier? Xiang inquired with a furrowed brow, a touch of exasperation in her tone, suspecting that this boy might not be the sharpest tool in the shed. Because I feel that most people don't like me. I usually come out when there are fewer folks around, Naruto replied, leaving Xiang momentarily speechless. He managed an awkward smile as he continued. Only Uncle Ichiraku, the Hokage, and the older brother and sister don't seem to dislike me. It's a pity they're closed. Otherwise, I would have treated you to some ramen. Clearly, Naruto had received his allowance for the month and had previously expressed his desire to treat others, creating a slight disconnect in the situation. You rascal, Xiang sighed, contemplating before she said, Shioza, you keep an eye on him. There aren't any shops open at this hour. I'll head to the convenience store to buy him something. Hey, big sister. Watching Xiang leave without a backward glance, Naruto hurriedly called out, only to be restrained by Shioza. Now, wait patiently. You can manage with instant noodles when you get home. But Naruto attempted to protest. But Shioza was not one to indulge him. Instant noodles are perfectly adequate. Back when I was on missions, I've eaten all sorts of things, cockroaches, rats, you name it. Is that what you meant? Naruto felt a bit dazed. He had intended to pay for his own meal, yet the conversation had taken such a revolting turn. Nevertheless, curiosity got the better of him, and he cautiously asked, do ninjas really eat those things? Of course. When on a mission, you eat whatever is available. Shioza immediately entered a mode of idle chatter. He had observed others partake in food, yet he found himself unable to indulge. However, this did not deter him from playfully deceiving the young one before him. Just as he was engrossed in his banter, an incongruous cough interrupted their exchange. Hokage-sama. Upon looking up, they beheld the third Hokage, an elderly man with a pipe in his mouth, approaching them. Upon seeing him, Naruto's expression transformed into one of excitement. Ah, Naruto, have you not eaten again? Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a ring of smoke, glancing at Naruto before shifting his gaze to Shioza. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Shioza, I see you are also here. Has the gathering this evening been proceeding smoothly? Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. Everything is going quite well this evening. Shioza nodded. Their activities tonight involved Uchiha Shursui, Mokutan, Tenzo, and the Sharingan-wielding Kakashi, all of whom were members of the Umbu. It would certainly be challenging for the third Hokage to remain oblivious to their presence. As long as things went smoothly, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and nodded. But he quickly shook his head and remarked, "So, after such a splendid gathering, why bring up such inappropriate topics? Moreover, not all ninjas behave in such a manner. You might frighten the children." It indeed seems that Shioja's words were somewhat unsuitable. Is it truly a lack of logistical support in Konoha? Or are you suggesting that Konoha is so impoverished that you cannot afford a decent meal? Roaches and rats are matters instigated by Danzo, and have no relation to the ordinary ninjas of Konoha, mind you. Even within the Umbu, such circumstances are hardly plausible. Shioja chuckled softly without retorting, acknowledging that as Hokage, whatever you say holds weight. However, speaking of which, you have accomplished numerous tasks. And it appears that I have yet to bestow upon you your rewards, correct? At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen shifted the topic and suddenly inquired with a smile. Ah, rewards? Naruto's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Naturally, as one who aspired to become Hokage, he was curious about all things ninja. Indeed, rewards. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently ruffled Naruto's hair with a kind gesture before continuing. Shioja is indeed a prodigy. He has completed many extraordinary tasks, and thus, it is only fitting that he receives a reward. I had been contemplating what form this reward should take. But now I believe I have arrived at a suitable idea for you to try. As he spoke, he retrieved a scroll from his robes and handed it over. Shioja swiftly extended his hand to catch it, and at that moment, he spoke again. This technique has been practiced by 2 former Hokages, and its complexity is considerable. I hope you will dedicate yourself to mastering it. Upon hearing these words, Shioja immediately comprehended the technique being referenced. It was most likely the Flying Thunder God. Casting a glance at Naruto, who was brimming with uncontainable excitement, Shioja sighed inwardly. Yes, Lord Hokage. Chapter 34. Uchiha Itachi? This was hardly a chance encounter. It was probably intentional. Seated in his own abode, Shioja contemplated the scroll in his hand while reflecting on the appearances of Naruto and Yugao, prompting him to shake his head in mild exasperation. The encounter with that old man tonight was indeed rather peculiar. He sensed that Naruto's arrival might have been mere coincidence, as the third Hokage was there to deliver something. It was just that they happened to cross paths with Naruto, and the Hokage unwittingly enlisted him as an extra in the performance. While such actions were not without merit, Shioja felt it was rather absurd. Nevertheless, if he was to play the role of an extra, so be it. As long as he reaped the benefits, he had no complaints. Glancing once more at the scroll in his hand and surveying his current residence, he ultimately nodded in satisfaction. Unlike the Root organization, which offered no employee benefits and required all personnel to reside within the base, the Umbu allowed members to leave when not on duty, although one could also opt to stay within the compound. The place known as Shioja can be considered as a provision from the Dark Faction, in a certain sense. It may even be regarded as a form of employee benefit. Although it may be somewhat modest, it is certainly preferable to sleeping on the floor in the dormitory at the Root. Furthermore, the remuneration provided by the Dark Faction does not seem to be insignificant. This evening, Shien not only hosted a gathering, but also treated Naruto to a plethora of items. If the compensation were inadequate, it would undoubtedly be quite burdensome. For now, let us examine this Flying Thunder God technique. As Shioja contemplated, he casually unfurled the scroll before him. He was acutely aware that once such a scroll was opened, it would inevitably be subject to a time constraint, leading to its automatic self-destruction upon the expiration of that period. Thus, he knew he had to act swiftly. His interest in the Flying Thunder God technique was particularly piqued, as it represented a rare spatial art in his original world. In Shioja's recollection, most spatial techniques were inherently linked to the Otsutsuki clan's abilities. Among humanity, only Obito's had achieved the feat of traversing space. Other techniques, such as the Heavenly Sending technique from the Cloud Village and the Summoning technique, could be considered, yet they offered little advantage in combat. The Flying Thunder God technique, however, truly embodied the integration of space and battle. An hour later, Shioja gazed at the flickering scroll in his hand, stroking his chin in deep contemplation. The technique, while seemingly intricate, was not as convoluted as he had initially imagined. Its structural components were relatively few. However, its complexity lay in the mastery required. The disparate elements combined demanded a level of proficiency beyond that of an ordinary individual. Firstly, physical prowess was paramount. Secondly, the sealing technique was essential, and finally, the summoning technique played a crucial role. The importance of physical fitness could not be overstated. as traversing space posed a significant challenge to bodily equilibrium. And the intense sensation of vertigo was not something most could endure. The sealing technique, in essence, was a variant of the Flying Thunder God's seals. The basic form of the technique allowed one to inscribe the seal onto a kunai in advance, while the advanced version necessitated the ability to deploy seals at any moment. As for the summoning technique, it was central to the spatial traversal aspect of the Flying Thunder God. Furthermore, mastery over chakra control and the quantity of one's own chakra were also critical factors, rendering the endeavor exceedingly challenging. However, Shioja mused, aside from the summoning technique, he possessed all other requisite capabilities. Shioza's eyes gleamed with excitement. He possessed remarkable physical prowess and adept control over chakra. Moreover, he had specifically mastered the LV5 sealing technique to counter Danzo's threats. It could be asserted that this technique suited him exceptionally well. Although summoning techniques posed their own challenges, he had detected a new technique, the theory of which was complete and coherent, triggering the ability, Ninja World Doctor, and prompting a question of activation. All of you useless fools, train with utmost seriousness. In the root base, Danzo glared furiously at the root ninjas who were struggling through various training exercises. Today's events had been particularly jolting for him. Not only was his base surrounded by the Umbu, but the very individuals he had painstakingly nurtured had been thoroughly defeated by Shioza, leaving him humiliated and restless. Thus, he did not wait for the next day and immediately unleashed his wrath upon the root members. Observing their diligent training slightly eased his ire, and he turned to enter his office. The oil woman, Ryoma, dared not utter a word upon seeing her boss's foul mood, yet dutifully presented the day's report. Lord Danzo, please review this. Danzo accepted the scroll absent-mindedly, not perusing it as he usually would. His mind was preoccupied with other matters. Shioza. Although there was no evidence, the commotion caused by Shioza's recent mission was far too significant. Furthermore, according to his own report, Shioza had concealed key information regarding his conversation with Kaibatsu. On the surface, his suppression of Sunagakure and the creation of a competent ally for Konoha warranted serious attention. He genuinely worried whether his old friend harbored intentions of poaching talent, as he stubbornly believed today's events served as a demonstration for Shioza. Even Saratobi Hiruzen must heed my words, so who should you listen to? No need for further discussion. Damn it, why am I not Hokage? This thought made Danzo's head feel as though it might burst with frustration, yet he gradually regained his composure. Reflecting on it now, he felt a twinge of fear. Although he had always criticized his old friend for indecisiveness, it seemed that a touch of hesitation was preferable. Otherwise, today, the Umbu would not merely be surrounding the root. With a deep sigh, Danzo pondered how to exact revenge without inciting trouble from his old friend. If he could also foster a sense of aversion toward Shioza and his friend, preventing any competition over talent, that would be splendid. Shaking his head in resignation, Danzo opened the scroll, choosing to immerse himself in work. After all, his position allowed him control over the life and death of most individuals. Upon unfurling the scroll, a particular piece of information caught his attention: Uchiha Itachi. As the premier anti-psychopath base of Konoha, this name had long been etched in his memory. Moreover, Uchiha Itachi harbored a certain grudge against Root, having previously defeated one of his elite ninjas at the tender age of 8. This was not merely a slap in the face to the defeated Root ninja, it was akin to a resounding slap directed at Danzo himself. This little brat is going to participate in the CH9 exams? Danzo was aware that his old friend held a favorable view of Uchiha Itachi. After all, he had awakened the Sharingan at such a young age, and Danzo had heard his friend describe the boy as possessing the mindset of a Hokage. Additionally, having been closely associated with Uchiha Shursui from a young age, it was possible that the mere thought of this deepened Danzo's discontent. One Uchiha Shursui was already a considerable nuisance. Would another potentially arise in the future? However, while Itachi was merely 10 years old, his power would only increase. Yet Shioza was also formidable. If Shioza were to confront him? With this thought, a plan began to take shape in Danzo's mind. Simultaneously, in the dimensional space, the masked Tobito also nodded in agreement, hinting at a plan of his own. Chapter 35. I am the Hokage. Danzo was the type to act immediately upon formulating an idea. Almost at dawn the next day, he rushed to the Hokage's office to seek out his old friend. Prior to arriving, he had mentally prepared himself for various scenarios. An argument was inevitable. Although he might not win, he yearned to vent his frustrations. He had been under tremendous pressure. What brings you here? Not bothering to knock, Danzo pushed the door open, startling Saratobi Hiruzen, who hastily closed the crystal ball on his desk before responding. I need to talk to you. Danzo scanned the room and immediately discerned what his old friend was preoccupied with, further fueling his anger. No wonder he could mentor someone like Jiraiya. It was also my fault for hesitating just long enough for the teacher to make a wrong decision. Despite his grievances, Danzo maintained a stoic demeanor. It's about the CH9 exams. The CH9 exams? Saratobi Hiruzen's mind immediately drifted to Uchiha Itachi, yet he kept his composure and inquired neutrally. Why do you care about this matter? Spare me the pretense, Hiruzen. Danzo had no interest in banter and bluntly stated, Uchiha Itachi intends to participate in the exams, correct? Indeed. Saratobi Hiruzen felt a headache brewing. He understood his old friend's deep-seated prejudice against the Uchiha clan. While he sometimes found their antics exasperating, he still wished for their integration into Konoha. Yes. With a resigned shake of his head, he continued, Uchiha Itachi is exceptionally talented, and at his age, his strength is sufficient to participate in the CH9 exams. However, his team is not complete. Danzo replied expressionlessly, his current team is not fully assembled, making a temporary formation impractical. His participation would violate regulations. Regulations are human constructs, Saratobi Hiruzen explained, feeling the pressure mount. Moreover, this examination is an internal assessment of Konoha. Even if he participates alone, it would not matter. That makes it even less acceptable. Danzo seized the opportunity to counter, asserting, regulations may indeed be human-made. But we cannot alter them for one individual. That would be unfair to others. And let us not forget, he is an Uchiha, a potentially destabilizing element. If he were to participate alone and succeed, it would undoubtedly cause a significant uproar, possibly inciting the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha are also a part of Konoha. Saratobi Hiruzen was beginning to lose his composure. What does it mean to be unfair to others? Is what you are doing truly fair to anyone else? Have you come here to preach to yourself? How absurd. I understand your grievances against them, but the Uchiha can indeed change. Do not forget Uchiha Kagami. He was merely one among the few, and after his passing, the Uchiha clan still harbors many like Uchiha Shursui. Danzo, too, is confrontational. Does he not realize that his old friend is already enraged? Yet, he comes here to argue. Moreover, he is not entirely wrong, under his meticulous machinations. The Uchiha have grown increasingly extreme, heavily influenced by Uchiha Shursui's ideology. This very Shursui once assassinated his teacher, who labeled him an extremist and incarcerated him. If it weren't for the necessity of unity in the face of war, to rally the Uchiha for the sake of Konoha, Shursui might have long succumbed to despair within his cell. We ought to adhere to our teacher's will and eradicate these malevolent Uchiha, rather than waver as you do. You have overstepped, Danzo. Saratobi Hiruzen could no longer contain himself and fixed a cold gaze upon Danzo. I am merely stating the facts. Danzo maintained his stoic demeanor, expressionless as he spoke. Enough. I am the Hokage. Upon hearing such a statement, Danzo felt an urge to chastise Saratobi Hiruzen for his lack of integrity, wielding the title of Hokage to suppress others, and he was quite tempted to storm out. However, considering the tasks he had yet to complete, he could only grit his teeth and respond, you will regret this. Regret or not, that is a matter for the future. Saratobi Hiruzen sensed that he might have been a bit too harsh. Although his old friend was a good person, his pettiness and vindictiveness were unmistakable. So he needed to temper his words. As Hokage, my duty is to unite everyone for the village. I shall not let any opportunity for peace slip away. Humph. Danzo scoffed. Yet he knew he could now present his own terms. If he wishes to participate, so be it. However, I have a proposal. Oh. Saratobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, sensing that this might be Danzo's true intention. Go on. I wish to assign a dedicated examiner for Uchiha Itachi. Danzo did not hold back, directly articulating his thoughts. This boy possesses extraordinary prowess. At the tender age of 8, he defeated a ninja from my root division. A typical examiner may not be able to assess his limits adequately. Who do you intend to recommend? For this role, I plan to appoint Shira Haizumi. Saratobi Hiruzen gazed at Danzo in silence. Was this truly meant to test Uchiha Itachi's limits? This was nothing short of blatant retribution. Indeed, Uchiha Itachi is remarkably talented, having awakened the Sharingan at such a young age and bested a root ninja at 8. However, Haizumi is not an ordinary individual either, having escaped unscathed from significant turmoil in Sunagakure. Assigning him as Uchiha Itachi's examiner raises considerable doubts in my mind. This matter. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, Saratobi Hiruzen found merit in Danzo's proposal. Danzo indeed understood him well. He harbored intentions of incorporating Uchiha Itachi into the Umbu. Itachi had always been astute, closely associated with Shursui, and most crucially, he was the son of Uchiha Fugaku. If his mindset could be influenced by Shursui, it would be advantageous for both Konoha and the Uchiha. Moreover, since Izumi and Shursui were teammates, a subtle suggestion from me, coupled with Shursui's influence, might yield fruitful results. Uchiha Itachi's capabilities are impressive, and testing him with an ordinary examiner would indeed be challenging. Izumi's formidable skills make him a suitable candidate for this role, and being in the Umbu allows for a flexible schedule. Danzo, expressionless, cast a glance at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Could you not refrain from mentioning his affiliation with the Umbu? He now regretted sending Izumi there, but it was too late to lament. Besides, his objectives had been achieved, rendering this journey worthwhile. Since you were so keen on observing him, I shall ensure he experiences a significant setback. Even if he passes, it will not be without difficulty. Chapter 36. The fate of Danzo is in our hands. Whoosh. Within a training ground in Konoha, Yakushi Kabuto stood frozen in place, while behind him, Izumi's figure abruptly materialized, a wind-enhanced kunai pressed against his throat. At that moment, Kabuto's mind was in a daze. Although he was aware that he was no match for Izumi, having been struck hard enough during training at the root base to question his very existence, finding himself defeated in an instant was utterly beyond his expectations. You have lost. Yet, Izumi, unfazed, withdrew the kunai, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Kabuto. I must say, I am rather disappointed. You are weaker than I anticipated. If you were to expose yourself while lurking outside, how would you survive? Kabuto silently regarded Izumi, and after a prolonged moment, he took a deep breath, shaking his head. Compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, I believe even the most formidable ninja would struggle to endure for long. However, when did you learn the Flying Thunder God? Kabuto felt somewhat numb, which was entirely understandable. As he stated, even a stronger ninja would experience a sense of helplessness when faced with the Flying Thunder God technique. Yet, he could not fathom how Izumi had suddenly mastered it. This was a reward from my mission in Sunagakure. It took me several months of diligent study to gradually unravel its secrets. Shioza shrugged with a smile and remarked, of course, I was merely jesting. I have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to a commendable degree, accomplishing it in less than a second. Naturally, the price was the depletion of that one-time capability bestowed by the Ninja World Doctor. However, Shioza felt no regret. For mastering the Flying Thunder God significantly enhances his efficiency in escaping from genuine peril. Strength can be gradually accumulated, but life is singular and precious, particularly in a world where even a single kunai can prove fatal. Nevertheless, Shioza remained prudent. Despite having learned this technique, he refrained from employing it immediately. During this period without missions, he dissected the elements of the Flying Thunder God and trained in front of Shursui and Yukino, crafting an illusion of his progress. Now, he believed he was nearly ready to utilize it, especially with the CH-9 exams approaching. Moreover, the Flying Thunder God is not as invincible as you might suggest. To my knowledge, there are indeed individuals capable of reacting and employing desperate measures in response. It is feasible to master it within a few months, yet your astonishment is quite palpable. Upon hearing the initial part of the statement, Do felt a deep sense of reflection, although he was somewhat incredulous regarding the latter part. Furthermore, given the remarkable speed of the Flying Thunder God, it seems exceedingly unlikely that anyone could keep pace. Shioza cast a glance at his pocket, clearly indicating that this fellow still lacks a certain understanding of the world. Not to mention the possibility of evading the Flying Thunder God technique using the might of the divine. The brothers from the Cloud-Hidden Village are indeed capable of keeping pace. The inherent flaw of the Flying Thunder God lies in its reliance on seal markings for positioning. As long as one can anticipate and evade, opportunities abound. Furthermore, when faced with an ambush from Minato Namikaze, Killer Bee had already aimed his ninja blade at his adversary's abdomen. Of course, his own head was also being threatened by a kunai. Nevertheless, this could be considered a form of mutual destruction. Now, enough of that. How have things been on your end during this period? Shioja shrugged and deftly changed the subject. What is the current situation with the root? Have you had the chance to visit the orphanage and gather some information? As soon as the topic of root arose, Do's lips involuntarily twitched, and he cast a disapproving glance at Shioja, hesitating to speak. The recent training regimen at Root has been so arduous that it defies belief. Do even questioned whether Danzo intended to drive them to their demise. The inhuman intensity of the training was unbearable, and the architect of this torment was none other than Shioja, who continued to jest. Shaking his head, Do decisively circumvented that topic, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. As for the orphanage, I did indeed seek some insights. The director has been absent for several years. Consequently, my greatest concern is that my fears may have materialized. Shioja nodded, confident in Do's ability to discreetly gather information. In the original narrative, he had refrained from taking action due to his trust in Danzo. But the current circumstances were markedly different. Has Danzo not assigned you any tasks yet, perhaps to infiltrate other villages? Do inquired. There is such an intention, but the specifics remain uncommunicated for now. With a resigned sigh, Do fixed his gaze on Shioja and asked, last time, you did not finish your thought. What exactly do you plan to do? The course of action is, in essence, rather straightforward. Shioja meticulously surveyed his surroundings before he spoke with a touch more seriousness. Naturally, it is to ensure that Lord Danzo's name resounds throughout the ninja world, echoing in the ears of all. Do's expression became somewhat rigid. Yet being a clever individual, he pondered momentarily and seemed to grasp the underlying meaning. You mean, akin to what you accomplished in the Land of Wind? It seems you have matured quite significantly. Shioja nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that Du has always been a person of great talent. Danzo has long harbored dreams of becoming Hokage, which naturally presents an avenue for us to exploit. In the Land of Wind, while your actions align with the interests of Konoha, all the animosity has been directed towards Danzo. Du seamlessly took over the conversation, his gaze betraying a hint of gravity. Regardless of what transpires in the future or how soon it may evolve, they will undoubtedly harbor resentment, which could potentially strain the relationship between Konoha and Suna. Moreover, as Danzo's reputation grows, so too does his ambition. Thus, within Konoha, although the Hokage accommodates him, I believe the Hokage would also prefer to avoid extreme and uncontrollable developments. Shioja provided a summary. However, whether his words can be substantiated remains uncertain, especially considering that Danzo managed to remain unscathed after the assassination of the Hokage. Nonetheless, such an assassination carries its consequences. Following the Uchiha clan's extermination, Danzo's authority within the root organization was once reclaimed. Furthermore, the deeds undertaken by Danzo could not possibly escape the notice of the third Hokage. At the very least, Shioja would not allow him to remain uninformed. Consequently, the unfolding of events is rather unpredictable. Thus, we must impose additional burdens upon Lord Danzo's shoulders. Shioja patted Do's shoulder and chuckled softly. After all, we are of the root, and naturally, we must serve Lord Danzo. Do couldn't help but retort quietly. You are truly wicked. This remark, however, displeased Shioja greatly. A person who has become addicted to grave digging, relentlessly extracting the residual value from the deceased, dares to call me wicked? What about the director? Do pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire. Let us first clarify the whereabouts of the director. But I still believe that your next mission should be at the infiltration point. Shioja, feeling a sense of apathy towards his companion, spoke directly. However, to ensure accuracy, he insisted that one should maintain their previous demeanor, emphasizing the need to withdraw after completing the final task while also expressing a desire to meet the dean. Understood? Yes. I comprehend, Do responded, nodding knowingly, having essentially embarked on a treacherous journey. Yet, he harbored no regrets. Whether it was the grand vision painted by Shioja, their shared bond stemming from the orphanage, or the deceit perpetuated by Danzo against their dean, each factor had irrevocably altered his inner convictions, compelling him to confront Danzo. Rest assured, Shioja remarked, seemingly sensing Do's lingering apprehension as he patted his shoulder once more. The fate of Danzo will undoubtedly rest in our hands. Do adjusted his glasses, striving to regain his composure, but soon a light chuckle escaped him. However, our destinies are still entwined with his. The Chunin exams are imminent. And you have been appointed as an examiner, have you not? Shioja pressed his lips together, but soon a thought crossed his mind, and he smiled, saying, Indeed. Accumulating experience is vital. Who knows, perhaps when you eventually exit the roots to take the exam, I might be one of the examiners. Do was momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed quite plausible. Therefore, if you do not wish to remain in a subservient position for life, it would be prudent for you to adopt a more courteous demeanor. Now you understand why one must hold power in reverence, don't you? Chapter 37. The assessment commences. The Chunin exams arrived as scheduled, yet the first month consisted solely of preliminary assessment tasks. Although this Chunin exam was an internal evaluation without the participation of other villages, all requisite components were still present. However, the crux of the matter lay in the final assessment. This concluding examination attracted numerous curious ninjas as spectators. Despite the absence of a formal ceremony or the utilization of grand facilities like a dojo, the event was held in a training ground protected by a barrier. The allure of excitement drew many, with several attendees there to cheer for their friends and family. Nissan, over here. In the crowd, Uchiha Sasuke waved at his elder brother, Uchiha Itachi, who was in the preparation area. He was determined to show his support for his beloved brother. Not only had he come, but many family members had also gathered, making them the most numerous supporters present. All right, Sasuke, do not distract your brother, Uchiha Fugaku remarked, glancing at his younger son and then at his elder son, who nodded back at him with a smile. He maintained a stoic expression, as Itachi needed to concentrate fully to face the impending rigorous assessments. Yes, father. Young Sasuke pressed his lips together, refraining from retorting, observing Sasuke's newfound silence. Fugaku's gaze shifted to Shursui, who was standing nearby in casual attire. Shursui, I have heard you mention that the examiner for this assessment is your friend. What is he like? Friend? Uchiha Izumi glanced curiously at Shursui. She too had come to cheer for Itachi and found this revelation particularly interesting. Indeed, he is a friend. Shursui nodded, though internally he muttered, after all, we are teammates. Furthermore, he is an exceptionally formidable individual, possessing terrifying abilities across the board. As long as Itachi performs well this time. Though Shursui might seem somewhat simple-minded at times, he comprehended the underlying intent behind Fugaku's inquiry. The clan leader clearly wished to ascertain whether Itachi had a chance of victory. It was true that Itachi was remarkably skilled, having previously defeated a member of the Roots. Yet now he faced Shioza, and as a teammate, Shursui was acutely aware of the extraordinary combat prowess Shioza possessed. The memory of that stone dragon still lingered vividly in his mind. Is your friend truly such a formidable opponent? Fugaku furrowed his brow, fully aware of Shursui's insinuation. What would the scenario be if it were you? Well, Shursui found himself at a loss for words. Yet he believed his odds of success would be somewhat greater, especially considering he possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. Enough of this scrutiny towards Shursui, Uchiha Makoto interjected, interrupting their conversation. She gently ruffled Sasuke's hair and smiled, saying, they're all friends. There is no need to compete for victory. Besides, we are here to support Itachi, are we not? All right, I understand. Seeing this, Fugaku ceased his inquiries, while young Sasuke remained blindly confident in his elder brother, shaking his tiny fist earnestly. Nissan will definitely win. Shursui couldn't help but chuckle at this, but soon he redirected his gaze, quietly reminding himself, regardless, Itachi will not be hurt. I have cautioned him numerous times and treated him to several meals. Shursui, naturally, did not want his younger brother to encounter any troubles, especially given his awareness of Itachi's approach to various matters. To avert any unforeseen incidents, upon learning that Shioza was to be the chief examiner, he intensified his efforts to bribe accordingly. His requests were not unreasonable. He simply wished for Itachi to remain unscathed. However, one might wonder, how did Shioza come to be an examiner? Shursui stroked his chin, pondering this curious matter. Meanwhile, in the examiner's backstage area, the third Hokage engaged in conversation with Shioza. Shioza, do you know why I agreed to appoint you as an examiner? Shioza appeared utterly perplexed, with the examination imminent. Why was he being subjected to such nonsensical inquiries? For the past month, these matters had gone unmentioned. Nevertheless, Shioza dutifully shook his head. I do not know, Lord Hokage. You are a child of the root, and your cognitive processes differ significantly from others. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled softly, placing a comforting hand on Shioza's shoulder, his visage adorned with a benevolent smile. Yet, you are also a ninja of Konoha. You have borne too much darkness in the past, and for that, I feel a deep sense of regret. Now, I sincerely hope you can stride towards the light. Upon hearing these words, Shioza found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Rather than voicing his thoughts, would it not be more prudent to sever ties with the root? Of course, he would not be foolish enough to express such sentiments aloud. For the existence of the root is undeniably significant, especially considering that he himself had set his sights on it. I am aware that Danzo might have imparted numerous negative narratives about the Uchiha clan to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen, noticing Shioza's silence, remained unfazed and continued with a warm smile. However, I wish to convey that whether you or the Uchiha, all are ninjas of Konoha, and I would prefer to see everyone coexist harmoniously. Uchiha Itachi is a prodigy of Konoha, and you along with Shursui are teammates, which is why I have decided to appoint you as his examiner. You are no longer a member of the root, and thus, I hope to witness a renewed, exceptional Konoha ninja in you, untainted by dark influences. Can you promise me this, Shioja? Damn it, such eloquent words. Yet it seems another merely here to blow hot air. Shioza was genuinely taken aback. The third Hokage seemed to be overly concerned about him causing any disturbances, thus he felt it necessary to reiterate his points. However, with Shursui having already blown the winds of change for quite some time, the third's intervention felt somewhat superfluous at this juncture. Moreover, that old curmudgeon Danzo had not shied away from sending word through various channels, the essence of which was to remind him of the disgrace of the root. New mission acquired: defeat Uchiha Itachi and impart the shame of the root upon him. New mission acquired: ensure Uchiha Itachi remains unharmed. Upon reviewing these two new missions, Shioza couldn't help but feel a tinge of absurdity. He truly sensed that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo were inherently at odds with one another. The missions they issued could not merely be described as contrasting, they were indeed fundamentally divergent. I understand, Lord Hokage. Despite this, Shioza had experienced tasks in Sunagakure, and he possessed ample experience even with these nearly contradictory missions. I shall not disappoint you. That is reassuring. A brighter smile spread across Sarutobi Hiruzen's wrinkled visage. I look forward to your performance. Do prepare yourself. The assessment was about to commence. Chapter 38. Do you remember the root ninja you once defeated? Under the eager gazes of all present, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally made his appearance at the examination venue. His arrival sparked a tremendous uproar, and although he was advanced in years, he still commanded great popularity in Konoha. After all, he relished giving speeches at the Ninja Academy, and he particularly enjoyed personally distributing forehead protectors to the graduating youngsters. Is it finally beginning? Uchiha Fugaku felt invigorated upon seeing the third Hokage. To be honest, his feelings towards Hiruzen were quite complex. He had initially placed his hopes on the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, with whom he had maintained a relatively good relationship. With the fourth Hokage at the helm, he believed that the relationship between Konoha and the Uchiha could be ameliorated, perhaps even integrated. Unfortunately, fate had been unkind, and the fourth Hokage had already passed away. The third Hokage, despite his intentions, had demonstrated through the Ninetales incident and the subsequent developments that he did not harbor the same level of trust towards them as the fourth had. Yet, there would always be opportunities. Shursui is our hope, perhaps Itachi could also. Fugaku mused inwardly as Hiruzen spoke up. Since everyone is present, let us commence the assessment. The participants were predominantly seasoned ninjas, so Hiruzen dispensed with unnecessary words and directly announced the examination rules. The Chunin exams were not overly complicated. The preliminary assessments had already culled the less capable candidates. The final assessment primarily focused on evaluating combat prowess, allowing for considerable leeway. It was not imperative to win. As long as one exhibited exceptional performance and demonstrated the qualities expected of a Chunin, they could pass. Soon, the order of participants was determined, with the first contestant being Uchiha Itachi. How convenient for me. Standing beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shioza wasted no time, striding towards the training field. Contestant Uchiha Itachi, please step forward. However, his appearance immediately stirred considerable controversy. Is this the examiner? How young? Hey, is this arrangement specifically for Uchiha? Though one should not gauge a ninja's strength solely by age, older ninjas typically possessed considerable experience. Just because you can't match my strength, does that imply my combat experience is lacking? These individuals were severely underestimating Shioza. Among the onlookers, Yuin felt a surge of discomfort. She was all too aware of Shioza's capabilities. Indeed, Shioza was formidable, yet few seemed to recognize this truth. Tins, standing nearby, echoed her sentiments. Having gradually adapted to his new life after leaving the root, and he too sought to cultivate more friendships. Shioza, a person who has similarly departed from the root, is in his eyes a good friend. I have heard that since he began his missions, he has already taken numerous lives. Ahem. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Kakashi, who was nearby. It is best not to discuss the specifics of such missions. And since we are all part of the Umbu, it is natural that we remain unaware of certain details. Kakashi is also on a break today and has come over to avoid being bothered by Guy. He is now grateful for his decision to come over, otherwise. With Tenzo speaking so recklessly, who knows what unfortunate consequences might arise. Brother, do your best. Itachi, go for it. Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi, upon noticing that Shioza seemed only slightly older than Itachi, became excited and cheered for him incessantly. Itachi, smiling, nodded at them before swiftly making his way onto the stage. However, once he ascended, the smile on his face vanished, replaced by a composure that belied his age. "Senior, I humbly request your guidance." He bowed deeply and spoke earnestly. Although Shioza appeared to be only slightly older, Itachi dared not harbor any thoughts of underestimating him. After all, his elder brother Shui had repeatedly advised him to treat Shioza with utmost seriousness. He even mentioned that his chances of victory in a battle against Shioza would be average at best. Itachi was well aware of his brother's formidable strength, and the fact that Shui had described Shioza in such terms already attested to Shioza's prowess. Moreover, he had ample reason to be entirely earnest. "Ah, how polite." Shioza arched an eyebrow and smiled. "However, your gaze suggests that you wish to triumph over me?" "Indeed, Senior." Itachi Uchiha did not deny it. His eyes briefly swept over his family, who were cheering for him amidst the crowd, before he continued earnestly, "I have my reasons for not wanting to lose, and it is only natural to give my all in this assessment." Itachi felt he could sacrifice everything for his younger brother. Moreover, his elder brother Shui was watching. His friend Izumi was cheering for him, and his parents were present. He did not wish to disappoint them. Fortunately, Shioza remained unaware of his thoughts, or else he would likely have posed the question, "Is this the reason you killed them? It seems that your family relationships are quite harmonious, are they not?" Shioza suddenly revealed a mischievous smile, yet he did not wait for Uchiha Itachi to utter a word before nodding in agreement. "The assessment indeed requires one to give their utmost effort. I genuinely wish to, but Shui has consistently urged me not to harm you. Nevertheless, you are merely a child, and I am the examiner. It is only natural for you to exert yourself fully." Uchiha Itachi fell momentarily silent, reflecting. "You do not appear to be significantly older than I." With the examiner and contestant now in position, the match commenced. Fortunately, the third Hokage also spoke up at this moment, and as his words echoed, the entire venue erupted in enthusiastic cheers. "Senior, please enlighten me." Uchiha Itachi's eyes transformed into the Sharingan, the crimson orb swirling with the Tomo, as he formed the contradiction seal. "Then let us begin." Shioza shrugged nonchalantly, slowly producing a kunai from his possession. He had already devised a plan to accomplish his task. While it posed some inconvenience, it was certainly not insurmountable. In an instant, Shioza dashed forward, resembling a fleeting phantom as he appeared directly before Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's previously composed expression abruptly shifted. His elder brother had warned him of Shioza's remarkable speed. However, the swiftness was such that while his eyes could perceive the movement, his body could not react in time. This was truly unexpected. With a powerful punch, the force of the wind struck Itachi's face, causing him to feel a sharp sting. Nevertheless, his reflexes were sufficiently quick. At the very moment the fist was about to connect, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the blow. "Nisan," Sasuke exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the perilous nature of the battle right from the outset, unable to contain his concern. Unfortunately, amidst the cacophony surrounding them, Uchiha Itachi was oblivious to his brother's shout, especially as Shioza encroached upon him, whispering a phrase that echoed ominously in his mind. "Do you remember the root ninja you once defeated?" Chapter 39. The might of flying thunder god Itachi was well aware of what root represented. 2 years prior, he had briefly entertained the notion that the Umbu were engaged in a deadly internal conflict, but through further understanding, he realized that within the shadows of Konoha's Umbu lay an even more profound and sinister organization. This entity was one his father preferred to avoid discussing, and Itachi could sense the deep-seated resentment harbored by his father towards it. Is this individual a product of that organization? Itachi mused, but soon found himself devoid of the mental bandwidth to ponder such matters. Shioza's formidable fist was once again barreling towards him. In that moment, Itachi was compelled to evade desperately, while Shioza seemed to embody a mere afterimage in relentless pursuit. "Nisan." Sasuke watched anxiously from the sidelines, his heart heavy with worry, even as their mother's reassurances fell on deaf ears. Shui, too, wore a troubled expression, witnessing his dear friend being overwhelmed without the slightest chance to retaliate weighed heavily on his spirit. The raucous cheers surrounding them grew increasingly grating to Uchiha Fugaku's ears. Shioza is holding back, after all. Though Shui felt a twinge of embarrassment, he maintained his composure, having faced numerous arduous missions alongside Shioza. He was acutely aware that his comrade was merely executing standard maneuvers, perhaps even exercising restraint. Otherwise, the colossal earth dragon would have undoubtedly manifested. Uchiha Fugaku was momentarily rendered speechless by Shusui's words, yet before he could articulate his thoughts, a collective gasp rippled through the audience. Turning swiftly, He was met with the sight of his eldest son being launched through the air by a single kick from Shioza, igniting a fresh wave of anxiety within him. Finally, the distance had been established. Yet, amidst the turmoil, Uchiha Itachi did not share such anxiety. Although he found himself severely pressured during the clash, he was also contemplating a countermeasure. Clearly, engaging in a taijutsu match with Shioza was unwise. His opponent's speed was simply too formidable, coupled with immense strength. Itachi could track the trajectory of Shioza's movements, but keeping pace was another matter entirely. Most critically, Shioza did not even meet his gaze, effectively nullifying Itachi's ability to employ Jinjutsu. How could he be so familiar with the Sharingan? Itachi found himself in a precarious situation. Yet he recognized that continuing to engage in a physical confrontation would be exceedingly foolish. Thus, he seized an opportunity to leverage Shioza's own momentum, allowing him to create some much-needed distance. This kick was a calculated decision on his part. Quite astute, indeed. Shioza raised an eyebrow, seemingly perceptive of Uchiha Itachi's intentions. However, he paid it little mind, choosing instead to remain stationary as he leisurely retrieved several shurikens. His two tasks were somewhat at odds. He needed to avoid harming Uchiha Itachi while simultaneously imparting a lesson upon him. After much contemplation, Shioza realized there was but one method: to overwhelm him entirely, using an irresistible force to compel his surrender. After creating some distance, Uchiha Itachi swiftly drew out several shurikens of his own. Yet, upon observing Shioza's lack of movement, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Was he truly that confident? Nevertheless, Shioza's behavior afforded Itachi an opportunity, and without hesitation, he launched the shurikens with great speed. Clang! 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 Dozens of shurikens soared into the sky, only to collide with one another moments later. This collision, seemingly a blunder, altered the trajectory of all the shurikens in an instant. They spread out like an intricate net in the sky, encircling Shioza from every conceivable angle. Brother! Itachi! Give it your all! Sasuke and Uchiha Izumi exclaimed, their excitement palpable at the sight. The unique application of shurikens, exclusive to the Uchiha clan, stirred their hearts anew. No matter how many times they witnessed it. How impressive! Is it truly possible to wield shurikens in such a manner? One might plead, recognizing it as a technique unique to the Uchiha. Not only they, but the onlookers buzzed with admiration. Such a display of skill was undeniably a visual delight. Yet, upon witnessing the scene, Xiang could not help but shake her head, and Shursui silently sighed. This was markedly different from the carpet-like coverage employed by Scorpion. Shioza indeed paid no heed to the kunai before him. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the kunai directly at Uchiha Itachi, rather than attempting to defend against the onslaught. However, his throw seemed rather off-target, as if he had not aimed at Uchiha Itachi at all. A prime opportunity. Observing this, Uchiha Itachi promptly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A colossal fireball was instantly unleashed, racing towards Shioza with a ferocious roar. In that moment, the sky was filled with a flurry of kunai, and this immense fireball seemed to encircle Shioza entirely. Tenzu furrowed his brow at the scene, contemplating whether to use wood release to assist Shioza. It appeared he had perhaps overestimated his own capabilities. Kakashi tilted his head slightly, although their bond had deepened since Shioza had aided him and Tenzu. His understanding of Shioza's combat prowess was limited. He recognized Shioza's strength, yet it seemed reckless to be so dismissive of the threat at hand. Rest assured, Shioza has a plan. Yueying remained remarkably composed, recalling Shioza's exceptional earth release techniques. In truth, his ninjutsu surpassed his physical combat skills. Is that so? Kakashi scratched the back of his head, but at that moment, his eyes caught sight of the kunai Shioza had thrown. Instantly, his pupils dilated. This kid has gone a bit too far with his leniency. Meanwhile, on the side with the best view of the examination, Sarutobi Hisashi observed intently, though he could not help but shake his head. Unlike Kakashi, he was well aware of Shioza's combat capabilities, while he hoped Shioza would not harm Uchiha Itachi. He had not anticipated such an extreme display of restraint. However, in the next instant, he froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. How could this be? Not only him, but everyone present gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle. Even Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui displayed expressions of sheer horror. It seemed you have already lost. At that moment, Uchiha Itachi's gaze remained fixed ahead, yet Shioza's voice suddenly resonated behind him. Impossible. Uchiha Itachi's heart jolted, but he could not react before being sent flying by a kick. His mind was in a haze, utterly unaware of what had transpired. Almost instinctively, as he flew backward, He attempted to regain control of his body, hoping to land smoothly and continue the fight. Yet at that instant, he caught sight of a kunai hurtling toward him. In the next moment, Shioza's figure appeared like a specter, followed by a powerful punch. With a resounding thud, Uchiha Itachi collided with the ground. Fortunately, Shioza had moderated his strength, so he sustained minimal injury. However, as he raised his head in bewilderment, he found himself unable to locate Shioza's form, only to feel an icy chill at his throat. For Shioza had, unbeknownst to him, moved behind him, a kunai poised at his neck. In that instant, the arena fell into a profound silence, countless spectators staring in astonishment at Shioza. They had recognized the technique he employed, and it seemed they glimpsed in him the once dreaded golden figure that struck terror into the hearts of their enemies. Chapter 40. Uchiha Kabuto. And so, with the atmosphere thick with silence, Shioza quietly retracted his kunai, simultaneously extending his hand towards Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, still in a daze, gazed blankly at Shioza, his mind devoid. Shioza paid him no heed, lightly patting his shoulder as if to convey encouragement from an elder to a junior, before turning his gaze toward the direction of Sarutobi Hiruzen. However, at that moment, the previously silent examination hall erupted into a cacophony of cheers, as if a tempest had swept through. The Flying Thunder God technique, it was indeed the revered Flying Thunder God. Unbelievable, utterly astonishing. Such formidable prowess. Amidst this fervent uproar, countless individuals began to engage in spirited discussions. While the significance of the Flying Thunder God to Konoha may not rival that of Wood Release, it certainly holds great merit. Especially for the shinobi who experienced the Ninetales incident, they can never forget the might of the Flying Thunder God. To them, that fateful night was rescued by this very technique. The rampaging Ninetales was poised to unleash a tailed beast bomb upon Konoha. And had it not been for the Fourth Hokage's intervention through the Flying Thunder God, that catastrophic explosion would have undoubtedly befallen the village. Furthermore, had the Fourth Hokage not shifted the entire Ninetales away from Konoha, the devastation that night would have been far greater. Many shinobi believe that while Wood Release serves as a potent symbol for Konoha, it is the Flying Thunder God that stands as the village's most advantageous force at present. Thus, witnessing the return of the Flying Thunder God within Konoha, how could they possibly contain their excitement? Hokage-sama, the mission is complete. Upon hearing such resounding cheers, Shioza's expression appeared seemingly indifferent, yet internally, he was profoundly gratified. In aspiring to inherit the legacy of Danzo, it was imperative to demonstrate a certain level of prowess, coupled with an esteemed reputation. Fortuitously, this Chunin exam provided him with the perfect opportunity, along with associated responsibilities. Shioza must seize and utilize this opportunity well, otherwise, it would be a grave disrespect to such a hard-won chance. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also overwhelmed with astonishment. He truly did not anticipate that Shioza would master the Flying Thunder God technique. When he bestowed this technique upon Shioza, it was partly due to Shioza's exceptional performance on his missions, which warranted appropriate rewards. Furthermore, he hoped to fully transform Shioza, a core member, to align with his own ideals. After much contemplation, it seemed that the Flying Thunder God, a technique of the Hokage, was the most fitting choice. Now, however, his mind was in a whirl, for he realized that Shioza's talent surpassed his expectations by a significant margin. Not only had Shioza learned it, but he had done so in a mere few months. Well done. Nevertheless, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly regained his composure, and a radiant smile blossomed upon his wrinkled face. Shioza has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, which is undoubtedly a tremendous boon for Konoha. The village is currently in a vulnerable position, and having a stalwart like Shioza serves as a powerful morale booster for everyone. With this thought in mind, he decisively extended his hand and clapped Shioza's shoulder twice with enthusiasm. Well done, Shioza. Shioza observed as Sarutobi Hizashi transitioned from shock and bewilderment to excitement and delight, momentarily questioning whether he was witnessing a transformation of countenance. However, Sarutobi Hizashi remained unfazed, continuing with a smile. The Flying Thunder God technique is no ordinary jutsu. I never anticipated that after Minato, I would have the fortune to witness its brilliance once more. Shioza, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to you, and at the same time, extend my warmest congratulations. Thank you very much, Lord Hokage. Shioza nodded with a smile, observing the eloquence displayed by the third generation, which undoubtedly surpassed that of Danzo by a considerable margin. You should take a good rest. The assessments will continue shortly. Though I suspect there may not be many spectators left, Sarutobi Hizashi remarked playfully, gesturing towards the cheering crowd and shaking his head. Kakashi and the others were watching. I imagine they are quite excited, so we shouldn't keep them waiting much longer. Furthermore, once the examination concludes, I have something to present to you. At this point, he paused slightly before continuing. It comprises insights and notes from my mentor, the second Hokage, as well as the fourth Hokage, Minato, regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. I believe this knowledge will be of utmost relevance to you at this juncture. Thank you very much, Lord Hokage. Shuza nodded in acquiescence, not declining the offer. Although his proficiency with the Flying Thunder God technique and the strategies associated with it could entirely be enhanced through skill points, thereby ingraining them into his consciousness, the presence of these notes would somewhat obscure the issue of his excessive mastery. After all, he had acquired the LV6 version of the Flying Thunder God technique directly from the renowned ninja world scholar. While Shuza was uncertain of the extent to which the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had perfected the Flying Thunder God, he was acutely aware of one fact. He could perceive all the Flying Thunder God marks left by this illustrious fourth Hokage, just like at this very moment. As Shoujo approached the cheering Yuyuin and her companions with a smile, his peripheral vision seemingly caught a fleeting glimpse of a large tree not far away. In his perception, that very spot bore a Flying Thunder God seal. Uchiha Obito, what brings him here? It appears that this young man is not to be underestimated. Concealed behind the great tree, the black half-face of the carnivorous plant monster addressed Obito in a hushed tone. I have thoroughly investigated his background. He is merely an ordinary orphan, yet he has honed his skills within Danzo's root. He excels in earth release and possesses remarkable water release techniques. And it seems he has now mastered the Flying Thunder God technique as well. Obito observed Shoujo, who was now gathered with Yuyuin, Kakashi, and others, sharing laughter and joy. His gaze somewhat unfriendly. Kakashi was of no concern to him. Ever since Rin's demise at Kakashi's hands, his heart had long since perished. His greatest aspiration now was to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi, to create a world of his own, one that included Rin and a true version of Kakashi. What troubled him, however, was the Flying Thunder God technique. He could not forget how he had been decisively taught a lesson by Minato using it. Nevertheless, the plan must proceed. This young man's identity and his mastery of the Flying Thunder God could provide me with ample inspiration. Oh, Kurizetsu glanced at Obito in surprise, but soon grasped his intent. You intend to exploit his identity from root and his Flying Thunder God technique for your own ends? Indeed. Obito nodded affirmatively, speaking calmly. I am aware of Danzo's prejudice against the Uchiha. I have been observing his actions over the years. Since this boy emerged from Danzo's domain, it is hardly surprising that he holds animosity towards the Uchiha. Moreover, if a mere Uchiha were to suddenly come under attack without a trace left behind, who do you think they would suspect? Clearly, they would only suspect someone capable of such a feat. Obito's gaze shifted to the distance, towards the direction of Itachi and Shisui Uchiha. These two are truly his targets. Chapter 41. So where is she buried? I never expected you to have mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. It's merely luck, and I owe my gratitude to the Hokage for imparting this technique to me. Otherwise, I could never have learned it. That evening, within a private room of a barbecue restaurant in Konoha, Yuyuin's eyes reflected a hint of incredulity. As a teammate, she felt she had come to trust and understand Shoujo well. Yet, this individual seemed to consistently create significant waves, challenging everyone's perception of him. What is the Flying Thunder God? It is a technique invented by the second Hokage and further popularized by the fourth. To call it a Hokage's technique would not be an exaggeration. After all, it seems no one other than the Hokage has truly mastered it, right? Yet, compared to Yuyuin's astonishment, Shoujo appeared notably modest. However, he must concede one fact. He had perhaps underestimated the influence of the Flying Thunder God in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen displayed a blend of shock and delight. He could comprehend the astonishment one would feel upon witnessing such a young individual mastering a technique of such high difficulty without any guidance. It would surely leave anyone astounded. And the significance of the Flying Thunder God to Konoha was indeed a source of joy. However, from the conclusion of the exam until now, it had only been a matter of hours, and it seemed as though Shoujo had suddenly become renowned in Konoha. Wherever he went, it appeared there were those who could recognize him and immediately began recounting tales of Shoujo and the Flying Thunder God. Such circumstances left Shoujo somewhat bemused. No need for modesty. The difficulty of this technique is exceptionally high, and even with instruction, not everyone can master it, Kakashi remarked with a shrug, recalling how his teacher had taught this technique to Noara Rin and others. Unfortunately, they seemed to lack the aptitude, and despite his teacher's thorough guidance, They ultimately could not grasp it. Yet soon, his expression grew serious, and he quietly inquired, after you mastered this technique, was there no issue on the other side? Rest assured, Shioja is now an Umbu ninja. We all have the protection of the Hokage, Tenzo interjected with a smile. However, Shioja nearly lost his composure upon hearing this, as he knew the exam had not yet concluded when Oil Girl Ryoma had already approached him. That wretched Danzo was exceedingly concerned about Shioja mastering the Flying Thunder God, and in order to inherit Danzo's legacy, Shioja decided to placate him for the time being. Fortunately, all of this was not particularly troublesome, for Danzo was, after all, a person brimming with self-confidence. Moreover, he was not without his benefits, defeating Uchiha Itachi, making him understand the disgrace of root. Mission evaluation, a reward, 1 freedom point mission completed. Ensure Uchiha Itachi remains unharmed. Mission evaluation, S reward, 2 freedom points alright. Enough of that, it is time to celebrate. Shaking his head, Shioja said with a smile, then mischievously glanced at Kakashi. And Kakashi-senpai, I saw Guy-senpai searching for you earlier. The mere thought of that fellow Guy made Kakashi's scalp tingle. Guy is a wonderful person, though he can be a bit too serious at times. Indeed, Guy-senpai is quite admirable. Yuen nodded in agreement. They were all students from the same few years and were generally well acquainted. I actually believe Guy-senpai is pursuing and practicing his own dreams. Shiuza tilted his head slightly, pondering for a moment before casually speaking. I have heard tales of some of the esteemed Elder Akai's past experiences, and I must say, I hold a great admiration for him. Shioza's words are far from mere idle talk. Akai's story is indeed inspirational and truly deserving of admiration, to say nothing of other aspects. His unwavering dedication to honing his physique over decades, fully embodying his father's will, has forged his body to nearly bear the immense power of the 8 gates. As a humble ninja, he compelled Uchiha Madara, who has already attained the level of the 6 paths, to concede. In terms of taijutsu, I would willingly regard you as the strongest. This alone speaks volumes. Although Shioja puts in considerable effort, he possesses a clear understanding of himself. For he is but a mere shadow. Senior Kai is indeed worthy of admiration. Upon hearing these words, Shien expressed her deep sentiments, while Kakashi, standing nearby, revealed his crescent-shaped eyes. Indeed, he has always harbored a distinct dream of his own and has tirelessly pursued it. He has consistently been a commendable individual. And what of you? Upon hearing these words, Shioja's gaze instinctively shifted towards Kakashi. Although this individual no longer exhibited the same coldness of his past, it remained ambiguous whether he was merely living on behalf of Obito. This transformation, particularly his demeanor during his time in Team 7, undeniably bore the essence of Obito. It would have been easier to accept if Obito had truly perished. After all, he was a hero who had saved Shioja's life. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that Obito was alive and well, having even instigated the Nine-Tails incident, and now he had made his way to Konoha. Was he plotting something against Itachi Uchiha or Shisui Uchiha, or did he have other ulterior motives? Although Obito was somewhat of age, his formidable strength rendered him a significant threat. To be candid, Shioja harbored a disdain for Obito. As one of the most notorious wolves in the ranks of Hokage, his absurdity rivaled that of Itachi Uchiha. While Shioja currently possessed the Flying Thunder God technique to counter Kamui, dealing with such a Mangekyou Sharingan was best approached with another Mangekyou. Each Mangekyou bore its own unique abilities, yet they were at least of comparable caliber. Shioja had long believed that the most effective method to counter such spatial abilities was through Genjutsu. Even if one were to hide within the realm of Kamui, one's eyes could not simply disregard the enemy, could they? This premise inevitably led him to ponder the existence of the Uchiha buried for centuries yet somehow still alive. While Shisui was indeed a viable option, and Shioja could certainly leverage him to apply pressure on Obito, the legacy Obito inherited from Madara Uchiha was rather extensive, and he yearned for an ally who would be entirely devoted to him. As for Shisui, their relationship was merely that of colleagues, and Shioja was even tasked with monitoring him. Thus, his primary focus remained on that individual, particularly given his experience with games. He was acutely aware of just how extraordinary this person's abilities could be. However, the pressing question remained. Did this person truly exist? And if so, where was she buried? What a conundrum indeed. Shioja helplessly shook his head, while Shiyin noticed the shift in his emotions. What's wrong? She inquired. It's nothing, he replied. Shioja promptly regained his composure, gazing earnestly at Shiyin. I was merely contemplating some matters concerning you, my esteemed senior. Me? Shiyin responded, momentarily flustered, uncertain of Shioza's intent. Shioza smiled and continued, "Indeed, I believe your hair looks far more captivating when left down rather than tied up. You little rascal, are you jesting with me? How many times must I remind you to simply call me Shiyan?" The private room of the barbecue restaurant was filled with laughter and merriment. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned increasingly grim. Chapter 42. A Turbulent Heart, Tuanzong. Uchiha Fugaku's mood was exceptionally foul as he had just received some exceedingly bad news. His son's dismal defeat had already left him dissatisfied. He did not harbor the illusion that his eldest son could withstand the Flying Thunder God technique. As the clan leader, he was acutely aware that historically, Uchiha Izuna, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara, had been vanquished by the second Hokage, Shinja Tobirama, using the same technique. Moreover, at that time, Uchiha Izuna possessed the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. It was entirely reasonable for Itachi, being merely 10 years old and approaching 11, to be unable to counter such a technique. He had faith that his son would not repeat such a mistake in the future. To him, Uchiha Izuna's defeat was not due to the inadequacy of the Mangeki, but rather his own carelessness. The Mangeki was one of the Uchiha's most formidable powers. Yet now, Uchiha Itachi was to confront the Flying Thunder God and be directly dispatched before all. How could Uchiha Fugaku endure such humiliation, even in a standard assessment? Was it truly necessary to make things so difficult for Itachi? Upon returning home, Uchiha Itachi delivered a shocking revelation that left Fugaku speechless. As the examiner, the boy who had mastered the Flying Thunder God had posed a life-threatening question to Itachi. This inquiry instantly provided Uchiha Fugaku with a dreadful realization. The boy acted with intent, and Konoha was complicit. This was an act of vengeance. "Itachi, I shall ask you once more. Are you certain that he said it in that manner?" Uchiha Fugaku inquired gravely, taking a deep breath. "Yes, father," Uchiha Itachi replied earnestly, sitting across from Fugaku with his head slightly bowed as he recounted the incident. "He asked me if I remembered the root ninja I once defeated. However, he soon lifted his head and hesitated before asking, 'Father, what exactly is the root organization?'" Root. Uchiha Fugaku felt conflicted, uncertain whether to divulge such matters to Itachi at this juncture. After all, the implications were vast. However, one thing was clear: Tuanzong had always harbored malice towards the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku could not forget that it was Tuanzong who directly intervened on the night of the Nine-Tails attack, obstructing their efforts to provide aid. Subsequently, Tuanzong had directed the aftermath of the Nine-Tails incident, relegating the Uchiha to this isolated corner. These events had spawned numerous subsequent issues. For instance, many speculated that the Nine-Tails incident was linked to the Uchiha. Otherwise, why did they not come to the rescue? Moreover, the forced relocation to their current position had ignited significant dissatisfaction within the clan, empowering the more radical factions. All of this stemmed from Tuanzong. The mere thought filled Uchiha Fugaku with seething rage. Yet regrettably, he had never contemplated whether he bore any responsibility in this matter. "This is a question I cannot answer at present, for it encompasses far too much." Uchiha Fugaku forced himself to remain composed as he addressed his eldest son. "Perhaps in the future, you will come to understand, but for now, it is still too early for you." "Is that so?" "I understand, father," Uchiha Itachi nodded, refraining from further inquiries, having grown accustomed to such situations. Throughout his life, his father had emphasized that as a competent ninja, one must ultimately rely on oneself. Thus, he was accustomed to contemplating matters independently, making his own judgments. His father's silence was not of great concern to him. However, after a moment's reflection, he posed a question. "Then, father, should we inform Shursui about this matter?" "Shursui is in the Umbu. He is our teammate, and I believe he can manage it well." Uchiha Fugaku pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Shursui serves as a bridge within the Umbu. Through him, we can convey certain messages to the third Hokage. For now, it is best not to alter anything." "I understand, father," Uchiha Itachi acknowledged, rising to take his leave. "I shall take my leave now." "Yes, go rest." Uchiha Fugaku replied softly, watching his son's departing figure as his fist gradually clenched. "Third Hokage, what are your true intentions?" In the presence of his eldest son, there were matters he preferred not to elaborate on, yet his mind could not help but ponder certain thoughts. That Shi Yuan Shioza was linked to Tuanzong. Did the third Hokage remain unaware? If so, why permit Tuanzang's people to assess his son? Why allow Tuanzang's agents to team up with Shursui? Unless he still harbored distrust towards us? Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes, having dedicated himself to resolving conflicts through peaceful means. Yet the outcome had manifested in such a manner. causing his heart to waver. Under the ethereal moonlight, in the cemetery of Konoha, Uchiha Kabuto stood quietly before a gravestone. This gravestone belonged to Nohara Rin, the resilient and cheerful girl who lay at eternal rest. Having witnessed Rin's death, he had once been engulfed in despair, yet he never forgot her innermost desires. Thus, he did not conceal Rin's remains, but allowed Konoha to honor her as a hero, ensuring she would forever rest here. Soon, the time for our reunion will not be far off, Rin. Uchiha Kabuto murmured softly, only to furrow his brow moments later. From the ground beside him, an unusual monster resembling a pitcher plant emerged, its white half-face smiling as it addressed him. Kabuto, I have gathered information. In a few days, Uchiha Itachi will be on a mission. I believe this will present you with an opportunity. Oh, he is leaving the village? Although Kabuto was interrupted during a profound soul exchange with his beloved, causing considerable frustration within him, he managed to maintain his composure and inquired, what about that brat Hidezawa? If he has a mission, it could complicate matters. It appeared that he had no tasks recently. At that moment, Kurizetsu interjected with a sinister chuckle, even if he does, it would be within the village. I propose we deliberately draw his attention. That would suffice. Indeed. Kabuto Uchiha nodded thoughtfully. Deliberately attracting his notice and leading him to the scene of the incident would not be detrimental. If he were discovered, it would only be advantageous, even if he departed. It was of little consequence, for he had subsequent plans in place. With this in mind, Kabuto's spirits lifted significantly. After all, whether it was acquiring Shirsue's eyes or nurturing the seeds he had meticulously cultivated, it was all beneficial for him. Chapter 43. Enhancement of Yang released. The aftermath of the Chunin exams continued to resonate, and the reemergence of the Flying Thunder God could hardly fail to capture attention and stir excitement among the populace. However, this had little bearing on Hidezawa, who, having transitioned directly from the orphanage to the root, now lurked within the Umbu. It was quite challenging for the ninjas of Konoha to ascertain his whereabouts, especially since he was not someone like Kakashi, whose recognition was unparalleled. The Umbu's mask design was indeed absurd. If everyone sported short, similarly colored hair, it would be reasonable not to recognize them while masked. Yet, in this world, hair color was often a topic of much discussion. Take Kakashi's stark white hair, for example, or the violet-tinged locks of Yugao, both of which were easily identifiable at a glance. It was no wonder that Kakashi could be recognized no matter where he went. Shioza was not plagued by such troubles, at least not for the time being. During this period, he had been predominantly engaged in tasks within the village. And in his leisure moments, he secretly enjoyed eavesdropping on the crowd to hear their flattering remarks about him. However, Shioza now found himself grappling with a different concern. Naruto, have you finished eating? Are you not heading back yet? Shioza called out to Naruto, who was seated beside him in the Ichiraka ramen shop. Just a moment. Just a moment. Naruto mumbled through a mouthful of noodles. He then gulped down the remaining broth in his bowl and patted his belly contentedly. Finally full. So, little Naruto leaped off his chair, his right fist clenched in excitement. Big brother, let us go train. What a handful. Shioza rolled his eyes and, after settling the bill with his smiling, squint-eyed boss, turned to Naruto and said, aren't you skipping school tomorrow? Hurry up and head home. Upon hearing this, little Naruto felt somewhat dejected. He wished to continue learning and to showcase his talents at school in the future. However, in the presence of Shioza, he dared not voice too many objections, for Shioza was one of the few who did not harbor disdain for him and treated him kindly. Moreover, refrain from venturing into the mountains to gather mushrooms on your own. Even if you do collect some to eat, please do not involve me. And it's best to consult Lord Hokage first. Shioza stroked his chin thoughtfully, and after a moment, he suddenly smiled and said, I believe that the Hokage would be more than willing to share exquisite delicacies with you. Upon encountering Naruto, Shioza found himself unburdened by oversight, save for the necessity of drafting a report to elucidate certain matters. This task, however, did not perturb him, for he viewed it as merely another duty. Yet, today was somewhat peculiar, as his team was assigned a patrol mission. It appeared that Shirsue's attitude towards Shioza remained unchanged despite the Chunin exams. It was uncertain whether this was an act or if Uchiha Itachi had indeed said nothing at all. After fulfilling their obligation, Shioza intended to escort Shien home, only to discover that she had aspirations to further her studies at the medical department, leaving him to traverse the path alone. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon Naruto returning from the mountains behind Konoha, a basket brimming with vibrant mushrooms in tow. Observing Naruto's exuberance as he enthusiastically invited Shioza to partake in mushroom soup, Shioja could not help but ponder whether Naruto harbored intentions of assassination. However, it soon struck him that Naruto, true to his resilient nature, had miraculously emerged unscathed. Ah, does Big Brother not like mushrooms? Naruto inquired with a hint of disappointment. Blinking his eyes, Shioja chuckled and shook his head. No, little one, you must understand the virtue of respecting one's elders. Such delightful offerings ought to be reserved for them first. Is not the Hokage the elder you should hold in the highest regard? After a moment of contemplation, Naruto nodded earnestly. I understand now. Next time, I shall bring them for Hokage Grandpa. Very well then. Make haste and return home, Shioja concluded. Shioja nodded in satisfaction, giving Naruto a gentle push to urge him along. Remember to make more friends at school. Children are not inclined to harbor much malice. If possible, cultivate friendships with those of affluence, for you owe me quite a few bowls of ramen. Naruto stumbled slightly, likely due to the force of Shioza's push. However, Shioza paid him little mind and turned to head home. As he walked, thoughts of the young boy occupied his mind. Naruto's conduct at school was indeed concerning. Presently, he was not particularly disruptive, likely due to the unfamiliarity of his peers. Having endured both overt and covert bullying for years, he naturally exhibited some restraint. Yet, once he realized that mischief could attract attention, he became bold enough to deface the portraits of past Hokages. The more he sought validation from others, the more he engaged in attention-seeking behavior, creating a vicious cycle. Reflecting on this, Shioza shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret. After all, the Hokage rock bore no visage of Danzo. It seemed he would never have such a legacy. Ji Yuan shows a physical aptitude, LV7 chakra, LV7 abilities, Flying Thunder God technique LV6, Wind Release LV6, Earth Release LV6, Water Release LV5, Curse Seal LV4, Yin Release LV3, Yang Release LV2. Free points. 3. As he continued his walk, Shioza decided to access his status panel. Though he had remained within the village during this time, he had not slackened in his pursuit of self-improvement. The only drawback was the lack of significant missions, coupled with the relative peace in Konoha, which had limited his opportunities for tasks. Consequently, his accrued free points were somewhat meager, yet he had managed to elevate his curse seal to LV4. Alas, attaining LV5 would signify the rank of Jonin. It appeared he still needed to exert greater effort. Shioza could not help but mutter under his breath. Yet he had to acknowledge that this enhancement was indeed quite remarkable for him. The curse mark was designed for comprehensive augmentation. Although both LV3 and LV4 fell within the same category, there was nonetheless a notable increase in both potency and endurance. It was the latter, endurance, that Shioza valued most highly. Thus, he resolved to enhance his Yang release this time. As he contemplated, his Yang release promptly ascended to LV3, and his free points immediately transformed into 1 point. The elevation of his Yang release instilled in Shioza a profound sense of transformation within his body. As the latent power concealed within the Yang release began to coalesce, he seemed to sense that once he harnessed this power, he could instantaneously augment his physical strength once more, which would undoubtedly yield superior results in combat. However, the scarcity of free points was still a concern. He wished to emulate the prowess of Senju Hashirama, only to find himself resembling Senju Tobirama instead. Feeling the changes within himself, Shioza silently scoffed. Flying Thunder God, Water Release, exceptional physical attributes, and rapid reflexes. Wasn't this an unmistakable likeness to Senju Tobirama? The only drawback appeared to be his limited secret techniques, which fell short of achieving a level where he could seamlessly alternate between water release and forbidden techniques. Nevertheless, the budget version was still acceptable. Yet, he recognized the need to exert more effort. He was still far from sufficient. Chapter 44. Target. Senju Shioza's ambition is distinctly clear. He desires to supplant Naruto and emerge as the new generation of Ashura, although he may be a mere imitation. When one's strength reaches a certain pinnacle, who dares to assert that a counterfeit cannot surpass the original? Nevertheless, the path to becoming the new Ashura is indeed arduous for Shioza. If we were to consider Uchiha's aspiration to replace Sasuke as Indra, the task would be comparatively simpler. After all, Uchiha Madara has unequivocally laid out the roadmap for future advancement. Provided one possesses a brother and is fortunate enough to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, striving to reach his level is not an impossible endeavor. At the very least, during a certain period, one would find themselves without a formidable rival. Moreover, even in the absence of a brother, should the opportunity to awaken the Manjiki arise, one could still attain a status akin to Obito's. However, Ashura's journey is fraught with greater challenges, primarily due to the ambiguous path laid out before him. The wood release of Shinja Hashirama and Naruto's tailed beast chakra mode. The tailed beast to realm Shioza dares not contemplate at this juncture, thus he must focus on the wood release of Hashirama. Indeed, while Indra need only contemplate enhancing his Sharingan, Ashura has a multitude of considerations to address, particularly for an ordinary individual devoid of any inherent bloodline. The considerations multiply significantly. Fortunately, he is a prodigy. In release, water release, and earth release must align on a singular path for the possibility of fusion to exist. The higher the level of a singular release technique, the deeper Shioza's comprehension becomes, and with greater understanding. He can discern the nodes where fusion with other elemental techniques might occur. However, such nodes are notoriously elusive, likely beyond the reach of an ordinary person throughout their lifetime. Otherwise, in a vast ninja world teeming with countless shinobi, why are bloodline clans so lamentably scarce? Yet for Shioza, this presents no insurmountable obstacle. As long as there is a measure of freedom, everything becomes negotiable. Yet beyond these elemental attributes, physical prowess and chakra must also be kept in harmony. Chakra is the foundation of all, and robust physical fitness allows for the accommodation of greater chakra reserves, especially since he has gleaned insights from the scorching release experiences acquired from Yakura, which elucidates the sheer magnitude of chakra necessary for merging bloodline limits. In truth, given Shioza's current physical condition, his own chakra training should not be lacking, but the progress remains disproportionately slow. Furthermore, the chakra he channels, combined with his physical attributes, results in an astonishing recovery efficiency. Speaking of which, should he contemplate merging a scorching release first to test the waters? As Shioza strolled along, he contemplated the experiential report, which had provided him with a rough understanding of how to integrate the technique of scorch release. He realized he could easily copy the homework to actualize it. However, the challenge lay in his adherence to the traditional spirit of Konoha, where the ninjas of the Land of Fire excelled not in the principles of fire release. His proficiency in fire release was still merely at level 2. Nevertheless, he decided to take it one step at a time, focusing primarily on whether he could potentially conjure wood release. Shioza shook his head. Wood release was indeed a crucial asset, and he had hoped to use it to deceive others. In order to ascertain whether the Uchiha, buried deep underground, truly existed, and to potentially excavate it, he needed to clarify numerous matters. Relying on the Uchiha clan was futile, as they themselves were oblivious to the whereabouts of their ultimate weapon. Otherwise, they would have sought to reclaim it, for it was a precious Mangeki. The only ones he could contemplate were the Uzumaki, Sarutobi, and Senju, who had participated in the siege. Unfortunately, the Uzumaki clan had been annihilated, and their records were predominantly contained within Konoha. Shioza lacked the audacity to pilfer them. As for the Sarutobi clan, it would be more prudent to attempt to steal the Uzumaki records from Konoha's secret vault. After much contemplation, it appeared that the Senju clan, which seemed to be lost yet still existed, particularly with someone like Tsunade holding significant sway, was the most viable option. Especially since Shioza's focus was now directed towards wood release, it seemed that the most promising target lay with the Senju. However, as he proceeded, Shioza suddenly furrowed his brow. Not far from him, he vaguely discerned a shadow flickering. Moreover, he sensed a unique flying thunder god mark suddenly manifesting. Obito was preparing to set forth. Standing atop the highest peak of the mountains behind Konoha, he gazed down upon the entire village. At that moment, a creature resembling a pitcher plant erupted from the ground. Speaking in a deep voice, "I believe now presents an opportune moment." Black Zetsu and White Zetsu had been closely monitoring Itachi Uchiha for days. Although Obito's plan was articulated with a veneer of high emotional intelligence as not yet perfect, the notion of perfection was often inconsequential. What truly mattered was sowing seeds of doubt within one's heart. Doubt is the most terrifying weapon. Once it takes root, it will inevitably create fissures that gradually intensify. Ultimately, without any resolution, everything would spiral towards ruin. Obito was unperturbed by the possibility of such doubt not materializing, for according to his investigations, Shioza was indeed a root member. Intriguingly, the young boy had undertaken a mission at such a late hour, presenting an unexpected opportunity for them. Nodding, Obito smiled softly, and Black Zetsu mirrored his gesture. Having recently become a nin, he was particularly enthusiastic. Operating at night was less likely to attract attention, a rather prudent approach. As for Shioza, what was his current status? Nodding, Obito recalled his own fervor during missions in his youth. Albeit his motivation then was to be with a certain individual. Alas, that person was no longer present. Shioza has made contact with the new Jinchuriki. White Zetsu interjected. Honestly, that fellow appears exceedingly crude. When the Jinchuriki offered him food, he nearly assaulted the child. Food? Obito found this puzzling. He was accustomed to White Zetsu's erratic remarks, and nothing he said surprised him anymore. Indeed, food, White Zetsu nodded, his face awash with regret. The Jinchuriki child toiled for hours gathering mushrooms in the mountains, only to be treated in such a manner. Obito, I support your plan. What is this nonsense? Obito groaned, relieved that Black Zetsu understood his curiosity. However, Shioza has already parted ways with the Jinchuriki boy. I believe we can draw his attention now. That is excellent. Obito nodded, relieved to have at least one reliable ally. Let us prepare for action, tonight. We shall deliver a surprise. No problem, Black Zetsu agreed, though his other half continued to shake its head and lament. What a pity for that large basket of mushrooms. They looked so splendid and delectable. Upon hearing this, Obito nearly stumbled. Even he understood that such items were not meant for consumption. Chapter 45. Who is the prey? Itachi Uchiha finished packing his personal gear and cast a glance at his still-spirited younger brother before ultimately vanishing into the night. He regarded his first mission as a Nin with utmost seriousness, displaying commendable enthusiasm in all aspects. Although his new teammates might not be entirely pleased, he hoped to complete the mission swiftly. This would allow him to return and spend time with Sasuke. Itachi moved with remarkable speed, soon departing the Uchiha clan grounds. Honestly, the current atmosphere of the Uchiha clan did not sit well with him. Many spoke of clan and family, which seemed to starkly contrast with what he had heard from Lord Hokage. Suddenly, Itachi paused, sensing something amiss. Who goes there? Step forward. As he spoke, his eyes transformed into a crimson hue, fixating intently on his surroundings. Being targeted within Konoha was a rare occurrence. However, he quickly recalled the times when he had witnessed individuals hunting fellow villagers mercilessly. Swish, swish, swish. Yet, the only response was a flurry of shuriken slicing through the air towards him. Is it a root member? Itachi pondered, summoning a kunai as he dodged and deflected the incoming projectiles. Just then, as one shuriken flew past him, his Sharingan detected a peculiar seal inscribed upon it. At that moment, he distinctly perceived a masked figure materializing beside him. What is happening? Shioza gazed in bewilderment towards the shadowy figure, his mind teeming with questions. It was rare for him to opt for a leisurely stroll home to ponder certain issues rather than employing the Flying Thunder God technique for a swift return, only to encounter such an unexpected situation. Ordinarily, curiosity would compel him to investigate further. However, at that moment, he sensed the emergence of a peculiar Flying Thunder God seal, which rendered him hesitant to act recklessly. He was acutely aware that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this movable seal could only belong to that erratic individual, Uchiha Obito. The Flying Thunder God seal was not easily dispelled, and Obito, in his madness, had once come to Konoha in hopes of being recognized by the Fourth Hokage for his own salvation. Yet, it seemed he had never contemplated whether he himself harbored any issues, much like Uchiha Fugaku. Concealing his face behind a mask and deliberately altering his voice to obscure his identity, he initially affixed explosive tags to the infant Naruto, and subsequently forcefully unleashed the Nine Tails from Kushina's body. Such a blatant intent to harm his wife and child would surely infuriate even the most tempered of Fourth Hokages. And indeed, Uchiha Obito was enraged. Otherwise, he would not have had the audacity to mock the Fourth Hokage for failing to recognize him in the past. What kind of twisted logic was that? Shioza could not help but press his lips together. He found it utterly impossible to empathize with such a deranged individual. Furthermore, he wholeheartedly agreed with the malevolent observations of the legendary Senju Tobirama regarding the Sharingan. The Uchiha clan, it seemed, only descended further into madness with each awakening of their eyes, particularly after the activation of the Manjiki Sharingan, which was undeniably a mark of insanity. Contemplating this, Shioza chose to ignore the situation entirely and strode homeward without a backward glance. The darkness surrounding him appeared to matter little. Observing Shioza's demeanor, the hidden carnivorous plant creature, White Zetsu, helplessly inquired from the shadows. Black Zetsu, too, felt a sense of exasperation. This fellow seemed to operate outside the bounds of reason. When confronted with unfamiliar and enigmatic individuals, should one not conduct a thorough investigation, regardless of whether one belonged to the root or the Umbu? After all, you are a ninja of Konoha. Although, according to the plan, it was unnecessary for Shioza to intervene, and he was thoroughly annoyed by Obito's so-called strategy. Yet, As the embodiment of Uchiha Madara's will, he found himself compelled to assist Obito, and, since he was to undertake this task, he resolved to execute it with utmost perfection. Informed that individual accompanying Obito to ascertain whether the battle has concluded, Black Zetsu declared, though somewhat begrudgingly, "This lad can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to return. Prompt Obito to hasten his actions, and remember to bring Uchiha Itachi along." "Oh, understood," White Zetsu nodded, accepting Black Zetsu's directives without further contemplation. After a considerable distance had been traversed, Shioza discreetly glanced back at the unfolding circumstances. What was truly occurring? The inexplicable shadow. Obito's Flying Thunder God mark. All these chaotic elements combined to create an unsettling atmosphere. Suddenly, a possibility dawned upon him. Could it be that Uchiha Shursui, his teammate, intended to exploit this connection? Shioza found himself bewildered, yet if his conjecture held true, the situation would undoubtedly become rather intricate. As he continued on his path, an unexpected surge of unique energy resonated within him, and in that fleeting moment, the mark of the Flying Thunder God felt astonishingly close. However, this sensation swiftly dissipated, as if nothing had transpired at all. Shioza furrowed his brow, torn between hesitance and vigilance as he turned his gaze towards the approaching corner. In an instant, his pupils dilated with shock. Before him lay Uchiha Itachi, sprawled upon the ground, his body battered and unconscious. In that fleeting moment, Shioza seemed to grasp the nefarious intentions of that scoundrel, Uchiha Obito. Indeed, it was Shursui. Had that scoundrel betrayed me? Shioza realized that he need not leave, for doing so would only serve to affirm his presence. Uchiha Obito possessed Kimui by donning a mask and feigning a certain demeanor. He might indeed mislead others into believing he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Itachi had not perished. Perhaps the memories from before his unconsciousness were shattered by Shioza. It appears I had even uttered certain words intentionally to vex Danzo. Shioza pressed his lips together, pondering whether Obito had heard his words. Given that he possessed both Kurizetsu and Shirazetsu, it was likely that he had meticulously investigated Shioza's identity. This, in turn, implied that escape was utterly impossible for him. Shioza is a member of the Root organization, and it is well known that Danzo harbors a deep-seated animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, Uchiha Itachi has previously triumphed over the ninjas of Root. Thus, it is only natural for Shioza, as Danzo's enforcer, to take action against Uchiha Itachi. In the midst of the Chunin exams, public scrutiny would prevent him from striking lethally, yet it is entirely plausible that he might resort to underhanded methods to eliminate his target. Should Uchiha Itachi find himself on the brink of death, Uchiha Shursui would undoubtedly harbor grievances against Konoha, making it reasonable for him to entertain darker thoughts. Sighing silently at this realization, Shioza gently withdrew a kunai, acknowledging the inevitability of his course of action. It appears there is no turning back, however. I am eager to discover who my prey truly is. Chapter 46. Wait, is he going to kill Uchiha Itachi? This young lad is indeed unpredictable. He intends to act without regard for the consequences. Within the dimensional space, Black Zetsu stood alongside Obito, unable to suppress a scoff. Obito, catching this remark, let out a disdainful huff before responding, "Indeed, this is why Konoha has become increasingly decayed. In our time, we were willing to sacrifice everything for this village, especially Rin. It is apparent that Rin's trust was misplaced." Humph, Konoha. Having spent considerable time in the village hidden in the mist, Obito had gleaned the reasons behind Rin's tragic fate at Kakashi's hands. She sacrificed herself to prevent the Three Tails from wreaking havoc in Konoha. For such a cause, she chose death. Yet, knowing the truth does not equate to forgiving Kakashi, nor does it mean he would endorse Rin's ideals and actions. His singular ambition now is to forge a world of his own, one that truly embodies Rin and is inhabited by Kakashi and others. While Obito's heart swelled with self-pity, Black Zetsu cast him a sidelong glance, reflecting, that woman, Rin Noera, was essentially a victim of our machinations. However, he refrained from voicing this thought. Acutely aware of Obito's madness in the village hidden in the mist, which was, in essence, a quest for vengeance for that woman. After all, the Mist Village had sealed the Three Tails within her, and their relentless pursuit ultimately led Rin to her demise at Kakashi's hands. Ironically, this course of action was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara himself. Rin Nohara's death was merely a script penned by Uchiha Madara, with Obito serving as nothing more than a pawn. Yet, this pawn now wields an ever-growing arsenal of resources. Perhaps he will eventually uncover some truths. The young man is on the move, shaking his head. Black Detsa chose not to dwell further on the matter. After all, a bomb lay within Obito's heart, should he dare to rebel. It would simply send him to reunite with Rin Noara. Black Detsa's gaze shifted to Shiozei, who had drawn a kunai, leaving him somewhat perplexed. What does this young man intend to do? Obito, looking down with an air of disdain, stated coolly, whatever he is planning is merely a futile struggle. Does he truly believe he can kill Uchiha Itachi? Yet, no sooner had Obito spoken than he heard Shiozei muttering to himself. It appears someone is attempting to frame me. I wonder who it could be. Shiozei, wielding a kunai, tilted his head in deep contemplation. Furthermore, this individual ventured out in the dead of night. Was he on a mission? What could be the intention of those who conspired against me? What do they truly seek? Yet, at this moment, I seem unable to elucidate the matter. There are no other traces, no clear indications, and not a soul has witnessed the event. I was the sole presence at the scene, and the assailant deliberately left the evidence with me. Perhaps a meticulously crafted plan was already in place. Upon awakening, Uchiha Itachi would likely be the first to suspect my involvement, wouldn't he? But, aside from myself, who else possesses the ability to use the Flying Thunder God technique? It's possible that it wasn't even the Flying Thunder God, but rather a similar space-time ninjutsu? Indeed, hearing Shiozei's murmurs, Obito and Kagaya exchanged knowing nods in silence. Upon encountering Uchiha Itachi, he was able to swiftly formulate such numerous thoughts, even deducing some of their plans and intentions. This alone attests to the remarkable aptitude of this young lad. The ability to analyze intelligence is undoubtedly one of a ninja's most crucial skills. It appears there is no alternative. After all, I am affiliated with Root, and Lord Danzo has always held a disdain for the Uchiha clan. No matter how I view the situation, I cannot provide a clear explanation, and it may even implicate Root. Shiozei continued to mutter to himself as he gradually approached Uchiha Itachi. The kunai in his hand glimmered with a chilling light, exuding an aura both frigid and ominous. I apologize, but I cannot implicate the Root. Thus, I must impose upon you. You have just recently become a nin, under my assessment no less. While I feel a twinge of guilt, I trust that you would be willing to assist your examiner, wouldn't you? What could this little brat be up to? Upon hearing Shiozei's words and observing his movements, Obito and Kagaya were momentarily taken aback. A sense of foreboding abruptly welled up within them as Shiozei spoke once more. Having just achieved the rank of nin, your enthusiasm is particularly fervent, and in a bid to prove yourself as an exemplary Uchiha ninja, you have resolved to undertake a mission alone. Regrettably, the task's difficulty surpassed your expectations, leaving you isolated and ultimately meeting your demise in the field. No. Are you truly daring enough to act? Upon hearing this, both Obito and Kagaya were rendered speechless. They had not anticipated such audacity from this youth. Although Shiozei belonged to the Umbu, Uchiha Itachi's stature was anything but ordinary. As the son of the clan leader, his death would profoundly impact Konoha. Furthermore, as a member of the Umbu, he had been fervently engaged with its ranks. They had assumed he would adhere to the Umbu's protocols. However, they now realized that this little rascal had no such intentions. He was willing to risk everything for his own sake. And let us not forget, you are still an exceptional Uchiha. I am certain your eyes would not escape the attention of our enemies. Shiozei shook the kunai in his hand. And then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he continued, rest assured, I shall carry your eyes and live on with your will. At this moment, Obito found it difficult to maintain his composure. Those words bore an uncanny resemblance to what he had once uttered while buried beneath the stone mill, directed towards Kakashi. Go in peace. Perhaps when your body is turned to bones, I will unexpectedly find it and bring it back. Shiozei seems to have made a resolute decision, and his aura has grown increasingly frigid. Soon, you will be able to reunite with your family, will you not? Well then, it is time for you to embark on your journey. Farewell, Uchiha Itachi. Damn it, you truly are insane. At this moment, Obito could no longer contain himself. A torrent of furious curses surged within him. Uchiha Itachi was a seed he had high hopes for, an invaluable piece on the chessboard, and he could not allow this promising talent to perish here. Yet, it felt as though he was about to be the one to extinguish that potential, which was utterly unbearable for Obito. Stop! The overwhelmed Obito let out a furious roar, and in the next instant, his figure surged forth from the Kamui space. His immediate goal was to prevent Shiozei from descending into madness, and even if Itachi were to be killed, it absolutely could not be permitted for Shiozei to handle it in such a manner. At the very least, someone must witness it to provoke Uchiha Shiozei. However, the moment he reappeared, A kunai was hurtling rapidly towards him. In the next heartbeat, Shioza vanished, and his voice accompanied the kunai, reaching Obito's ears. You finally emerged. You bastard. Chapter 47. Yesterday's reappearance. Obito stared at the sudden kunai and listened to the voice that brushed past his ear. For an instant, he was left bewildered, and the face behind his mask flushed with anger. Damn it, tricked? This little brat had been trying to lure him out all along, only to make a move? Feeling the whistling sound of the kunai slicing through the air behind him, Obito quickly activated Kimui to transform himself while simultaneously attempting to evade. After all, with only one eye, his transformation speed was naturally inferior to that of having two, and at such a critical distance, he could only rely on himself. Swish. Two figures brushed past each other, and soon they both landed on the ground. Uchiha Obito lowered his gaze to inspect his left arm, where blood flowed steadily from his shoulder. Very well. Obito's eyes darkened. He could scarcely recall the last time he had been injured. Perhaps the last time was 5 or 6 years ago, precisely the night he unleashed the Nine Tails. Moreover, it was also the result of being struck by the Flying Thunder God technique. New mission acquired. Defeat the attacker. Are you the one who attacked him? Shioza cast a glance at his panel, then raised an eyebrow as he regarded Obito. He truly wished to avoid confronting Obito so soon. After all, one ought to possess sufficient strength before such an encounter. To his astonishment, Obito, that scoundrel, had the audacity to frame him. Nevertheless, Shioza felt a glimmer of hope for redemption. At the very least, he could not bear the full brunt of the animosity directed towards him. The Sharingan? Are you of the Uchiha clan? Suddenly, Shioza seemed to grasp something significant, and he immediately lowered his gaze, fixating intently on Obito's feet, then spoke with fierce intensity. Indeed. You Uchihas are all deranged. Is it because I defeated him during the Chunin exams that you have resorted to such treachery against me? Lord Danzo was absolutely correct. You Uchihas are all wicked villains. Obito was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this absurdity? Yet, he instinctively replied in a chilling tone. You need not concern yourself with my identity. All that matters is your intent to kill him. Upon uttering those words, Obito himself struggled to maintain composure. Was the narrative beginning to veer off course? It was he who had attacked Uchiha Itachi, after all. Indeed, it appears that you Uchihas are truly malevolent. Shioza immediately seized the implications of Dato's words, his gaze darkening with discontent. You have come to conspire against me, and I shall keep you here. As he spoke, Shioza hurled a kunai toward Dato. Madman. Dato muttered under his breath, thinking, do you believe yourself to be Minato Namikaze, that you can detain me? Yet, he made no move to evade. The kunai passed through his form effortlessly. With the power of Kamui, Dato could virtually disregard physical assaults, while simultaneously pondering his next course of action. Encountering such a lunatic, one who, upon realizing he had been framed, sought to obliterate all evidence, was exceedingly vexing for Dato. He could not allow Shioza to eliminate Uchiha Itachi so easily, as that would jeopardize his own plans. If this fool were to compel the Yamamoto clan to scrutinize memories, it would lead to a multitude of complications. Although Dato was unperturbed by the prospect of exposure, after all, with Kamui, he could traverse the entire ninja world at will. He knew that the Akatsuki was still in its formative phase. Thus, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary entanglements at this juncture. Therefore, he resolved to take action, intending to obscure Shioza's memories, ensuring that he forgot Dato while solidifying the narrative that he had attacked Uchiha Itachi. Moreover, this brat had injured him. Half of Uchiha Dato's body was composed of Zetsu, yet it was rather unfortunate that Shioza struck his corporeal form. Let this be a fitting retribution for the past. You are not Minato Namikaze. In the next instant, Dato launched himself at Shioza, who promptly followed suit. The distance between them was minimal, and both moved with impressive speed, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. As a metallic clang echoed, a dark iron chain fell from Dato's sleeve, which he grasped tightly in his hand. Shioza's gaze did not linger on Obito's face. In the fleeting moment of proximity, his kunai was thrust forth with precision. Yet, no unexpected turn of events unfolded, as his kunai pierced through Obito's form. Simultaneously, Obito retaliated, iron chains coiling towards Shioza. But just as they neared him, his figure abruptly vanished, only to re-emerge upon a grand tree. Truly, such an enigmatic spatial technique. I believe I have discerned the manner in which you have concealed your true intentions. Shioza spoke in a leisurely manner, his gaze sweeping over the motionless figure of Uchiha Itachi sprawled on the ground. Notably, he observed a fresh wound on Itachi's body, oozing blood. He quietly remarked, all it takes is a single shuriken to divert his attention. and then you can launch your attack from an unseen angle using your space technique. Isn't that so? Your prattle is rather excessive, Obito retorted with a cold snort. Although feeling somewhat embarrassed by this individual's insight into his actions, he acknowledged that such an analysis was warranted given Shioza's evident capabilities. However, he added, at this moment, you have no chance whatsoever. Your fate is already sealed. What if I were to call for assistance now? Shioza blinked and suddenly smiled as he inquired. Although it is quite challenging for me to elucidate the predicament concerning Uchiha Itachi, once I summon someone, your only option will be to depart. Otherwise, you will jeopardize the Uchiha clan. All I need is for the members of the Yamashiro clan to inspect my memories, and then you shall be utterly exposed. Obito opened his mouth, yet for a moment he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, it seems that what one fears most often comes to pass. Is this little brat doing it on purpose? Nonetheless, it is better to let it be. If my memories are truly examined, it would inevitably reveal the matters concerning Lord Danzo. Shioza suddenly shook his head once more, letting out a sigh of resignation. Forget it. Let us resolve this matter here, he said. However, I must confess that I have uncovered a secret. Obito furrowed his brow, but in the next moment, Shioza abruptly hurled dozens of shurikens, which densely enveloped Obito entirely. Childish, Obito scoffed, dismissing the scattered shurikens with indifference. His gaze swiftly shifted to Shioza, who had emerged from the side. Your actions are utterly meaningless. The kunai in Shioza's hand once more sliced through Obito's body, piercing him directly once again. Seizing this opportunity, Obito was consumed by the singular desire to apprehend Shioza and alter his memories. This time, he was truly courting death. The proximity was too great. Obito merely needed to extend his hand to grasp Shioza. Meanwhile, Shioza remained quietly vigilant. At the precise moment Obito made his move, a tumult of chakras surged within him. Cursed Seal, activate. Yin release, activate. Yang release, activate. The triad of powers surged forth, bestowing upon Shioza a comprehensive enhancement. In that instant, Obito's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed the profound change within Shioza. Alas, it was too late for him to retract his hand. It was all happening far too quickly. In the fleeting moment of Obito's astonishment, the figure before him abruptly vanished. Wind release, vacuum blade. The next instant, a searing pain radiated through Obito's back. That piercing force seemed poised to penetrate his very being. Obito let out a pained growl, and behind him, Shioza's kunai shimmered with a resplendent glow. Chapter 48. You are Uchiha Obito, are you not? Curse be it. At this moment, Obito was utterly bewildered, as if everything had devolved into a cycle of reincarnation. Years ago, he had been vanquished in a manner akin to this by Minato Namikaze, and now he found himself defeated in the same fashion once more. This sensation left Obito in profound shock. He could scarcely fathom the unfolding events. Why? Despite wielding Kamui, did he perpetually succumb to the Flying Thunder God? Were all those who mastered the Flying Thunder God destined to counter him relentlessly? At this moment, Obito's gaze brimmed with enmity. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he faded from the battlefield. Perched atop a grand tree, he fixed his gaze intently upon Shioza, his eyes radiating a hatred so potent it seemed capable of tearing him asunder. Do not look at me that way. I have uncovered a little secret of yours. Shioza shrugged his shoulders, having now relinquished all his abilities. With a calm gaze, he slowly addressed Obito, remarking, although I cannot fathom why you possess such powers. It seems rather unusual for the Sharingan to exhibit such capabilities. Nonetheless, it is possible that your bloodline has some unique traits. However, the only visible aspect of your lineage is a single Sharingan. To truly harness its potential, one would typically require 2 eyes. Thus, it appears your abilities are similarly constrained. Consequently, I have observed that your use of space-time techniques is not as rapid as one might expect. Shioza's words rendered Obito momentarily speechless. He had to concede the truth in them. The Sharingan has always existed in pairs, and only a complete set could fully unleash one's abilities. However, he had relinquished one of his Sharingan to Kakashi, and he felt no need to reclaim what he had given away. Even if he were to reclaim it, it would only be within the world he had meticulously crafted. Unexpectedly, this very factor allowed the individual before him to seize the opportunity. Slowness, after all, signifies the presence of a chance. Shioza, gripping a kunai, turned his back to the moonlight and spoke calmly. Moreover, I noticed that your attacks are typically intangible. Yet when you strike, it is likely to be substantial. Therefore, it suffices to wait for your move before I retaliate, wouldn't you agree? Obito clenched his fist tighter. To act himself would be to expose a vulnerability, a chance. This sensation often made him feel as if he were once again facing his former mentor, Minato Namikaze. In the past, he had only engaged in a few simple exchanges with him, yet those encounters had unveiled his own shortcomings, which were then exploited. The individual before him now seemed to embody the same essence, perhaps even swifter than Minato. Could it be that this person is yet another incarnation of Minato Namikaze? Obito gritted his teeth, silently lamenting, as he appeared to have forgotten just moments ago when he firmly believed, "You are not Minato Namikaze." Ah, indeed. There was another matter I observed. Just as Obito's inner fury reached its zenith, Shioza suddenly spoke again. He leisurely produced a flare, igniting it and sending it skyward before remarking with a subtle smile, "Your eyes are quite intriguing. Kakashi possesses a Sharingan in his left eye, while you have it in your right. Furthermore, considering you consistently conceal your left eye and have ostensibly lost one, could it be that you are the Obito Uchiha who was said to have perished on the Kanabi Bridge?" You. The words spoken by Shioja struck like a deluge of icy water, thoroughly soaking Dato to his core. He gazed at Shioja in utter astonishment, unable to fathom how this individual had come to such a conclusion. Even his own mentor had failed to discern this truth. Although he had acted against his teacher's son and had taken action against Kushina, the esteemed Minato Namikaze had completely overlooked him, failing to recognize his presence at all. If those closest to him could not see through his disguise, how could a stranger, with whom he had merely exchanged blows for a few fleeting moments, possibly identify him? What nonsensical ramblings are you indulging in? Despite the tremors coursing through his entire being, Dato managed to respond in a voice as frigid as ice. "As for the name Uchiha Dato, I am unfamiliar with it. However, it seems you possess an audacious disregard for your own life, considering you intend to summon assistance." The matter has already reached its conclusion. Shioja nodded slowly. Having revealed all that needed to be shown, there was no further need for this battle to continue. He raised the kunai in his hand and said in a measured tone, "I believe this can serve as proof of my claims." The mention of the kunai caused a slight change in Obito's expression as he suddenly recalled the gift left to him by his master. The Flying Thunder God technique? The Fourth Hokage indeed served as my witness. Initially, I thought I had misperceived the situation, yet it turns out I was correct. Shioza maintained a deliberate avoidance of Obito's gaze while offering a calm smile. "Moreover, if I am not mistaken, you were indeed responsible for the Ninetales incident back then, correct? Otherwise, you would not bear such a mark. It is quite unexpected to encounter such a formidable adversary tonight." Lord Danzo was indeed correct. The Uchiha clan represents the malevolence of Konoha, Obito Uchiha. At this moment, Obito found himself at a loss for words, never having anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. How could this young man, with his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, exhibit such prowess? Furthermore, the Flying Thunder God seal left by Minato Namikaze years ago had inadvertently aided this child, resulting in the collapse of all his meticulously laid plans. Damn this brat, and damn Danzo for mentoring him. You both deserve your fates. As Obito gazed intently at Shioza for a considerable time, he was abruptly alerted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Taking a deep breath, he felt a surge of chakra, and in the next instant, his form transformed into a spiral, swiftly vanishing from the spot. Did he not even bother to refute the claim, effectively conceding to it? Shioza observed the direction in which Obito had departed, tilting his head slightly as he pondered silently. However, he sensed that Obito was likely overwhelmed with anger, and he had no desire to encounter the other members of the Konoha Anbu, particularly Kakashi. Furthermore, he realized that he must contemplate how to effectively eliminate the Flying Thunder God seal. Shioza stroked his chin, recognizing that erasing the Flying Thunder God's mark was no trivial endeavor. In fact, within the original narrative, he had yet to accomplish this feat even by the Fourth Great Ninja War, and was significantly impacted by Minato Namikaze, who adeptly utilized this very mark against him. Shioza bore this mark, which served as the finest testament to him. Certainly, his own words held little weight, but what if someone else could vouch for him? Gradually approaching Uchiha Itachi, Shioza delivered a kick in his direction. After listening for so long, must one still feign ignorance? "Senior, your strike was rather harsh." Uchiha Itachi weakly opened his eyes. He had indeed awakened long ago, albeit roused by pain. When Shioja engaged in combat with that enigmatic Uchiha, he stealthily struck at him. Although he had been unconscious, his state was not particularly profound, and the intense pain naturally roused him from his slumber. Nevertheless, he maintained the composure befitting a ninja, daring not to move an inch. He was keenly aware of everything that transpired and discreetly observed the situation. It was not a significant burden. Shioza shook his head, raising his gaze to the shadowy figures of the dark ninjas that had emerged from the beams above. Suddenly, a faint smile graced his lips. At least it is preferable to dying in the wilderness, where even one's corpse would remain unfound. Chapter 49. Kakashi. How is this possible? Damn it. In a forest outside of Konoha, Obito's silhouette materialized abruptly. Yet, the moment he appeared, he unleashed a fierce punch against a nearby tree. Leaves cascaded down, mirroring the chaos within his heart. He had been utterly outsmarted by a mere child. That child was an absolute lunatic, acting with such reckless abandon yet possessing a twisted logic. However, that logic was utterly incongruent with the mindset of a Konoha ninja, making it lethal for Obito. Do not be angry. Those from the root are inherently like this. Just as Obito was on the verge of exploding with rage, a pitcher plant burst forth from the ground nearby, revealing Black Zetsu, who shook his head at Obito's state. He had long suspected that Obito's plan was flawed. Yet he could not change Obito's mind, and voicing such thoughts now seemed futile. As far as I know, Shimura Danzo harbors deep-seated malice towards the Uchiha clan, so it is no surprise that those he nurtured exhibit such traits. Obito was already familiar with that name and understood that he was an advisor to the Hokage, but his knowledge remained largely superficial. As the disciple of the second Hokage, that particular Hokage had always approached the Uchiha with caution and suspicion. Black Zetsu discerned Obito's thoughts without him having to inquire. He had perfectly inherited his master's will and advanced it further. A rat-like individual, Obito scoffed. His gaze darkened with resentment. His anger was not solely directed at Shioza, but had escalated into a profound hatred for Danzo. It was Danzo, that deranged old man, who had fostered the maniacal Shioza, resulting in the failure of his plan and a lesson at the hands of the Flying Thunder God technique. This grudge would not be forgotten. Forget it. There will be opportunities in the future. Shaking his head, Obito preferred not to dwell on it. Yet one lingering issue gnawed at him. However, the fact that the boy had deduced his identity was rather troublesome. They lacked evidence, but he certainly should have remained more discreet. Black Zetsu nodded in agreement. The boy's astonishing reflexes were indeed remarkable. However, the matter at hand that required resolution was the curse mark of the Flying Thunder God technique that he must find a way to address. Indeed, Obito acknowledged. After Minato's death, no one could utilize the Flying Thunder God, thus he had not regarded it as a threat. Moreover, his unfamiliarity with the technique left him unaware that the curse mark could actually be universally applicable. After this debacle, he needed to devise a strategy, otherwise, he would always find himself at a disadvantage whenever encountering this adversary. This was not a situation he desired to endure. The very thought of it ignited Obito's fury anew. Shioza was a pawn of Danzo, and he instinctively assumed that the Flying Thunder God was a gift from Danzo. Coupled with the events of the day, Danzo had effectively marked himself in Obito's mind. You truly deserve damnation, Shimura Danzo. What is happening? Why do I feel somewhat unsettled? In Konoha, within the Hokage's office, Danzo suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. He furrowed his brows, scanning his surroundings. However, upon noticing the gathering of Uchiha within the office, he felt a sense of inevitability. Although night had fallen, the Hokage's office remained brightly lit. Given the magnitude of the situation, any delay in addressing it could lead to dire consequences. Uchiha, why is that boy still alive? Danzo mused coldly, while Hiruzen Sarutobi beside him gently rubbed his temples. Such an incident occurring late at night, with an attack on the village and the victim being Uchiha Itachi? If this matter were not handled with care, the Uchiha clan could very well erupt in fury. In fact, there was a moment when he suspected that Shioza might have orchestrated it when he saw him alongside Itachi. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure and waited for all the relevant individuals to arrive before addressing the first group, which included Kakashi. Now that everyone is present, let us discuss the matter at hand. Hiruzen sighed helplessly, glancing at Shioza before settling his gaze upon Itachi. Itachi, as the victim, please recount the events that transpired. Yes, Lord Hokage. Although Itachi appeared disheveled, he had received some basic treatment and was now in a stable condition. He lowered his head respectfully and began to speak slowly. Tonight, I intended to depart early for a mission, but was unexpectedly ambushed en route, the assailant employing space-based ninjutsu. I did not even see the individual. I merely caught sight of a kunai before losing consciousness. For a moment, I suspected that it was Shioza Senpai's doing. Upon hearing this, everyone present could not help but frown, and Uchiha's representatives began to murmur among themselves. However, Uchiha Fu remained silent, his furrowed brow silencing the others. Hiruzen glanced at Danzo, instinctively considering whether it was an order from him, but quickly shook his head. Shioza, being exceptionally intelligent, could undoubtedly handle this matter discreetly, especially with his mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique. However, new troubles have emerged. Are there others who possess similar skills? Yet, it has been established that it was not the esteemed Shioza who was responsible, but rather another individual. Sarutobi Hiruzen, despite his reluctance to hear anything further, found himself compelled to listen. Uchiha Itachi seemed somewhat hesitant, but ultimately continued to speak. While I lay unconscious, Senior Shioza awakened me and subsequently engaged in battle with that mysterious figure. During that time, I observed quietly. That person wielded space techniques, and based on Senior Shioza's assessment, he might be an Uchiha. What? How can that be? The revelation caused an audible stir among those present, particularly among the Uchiha clan, whose expressions shifted dramatically. Uchiha Fugaku gazed incredulously at Uchiha Itachi, yet his attention swiftly turned to Shioza. Space techniques. Uchiha. Could it be? At this moment, Danzo also rose, his gaze darkly sweeping over the Uchiha assembly, an ominous aura emanating from him that sent shivers down spines. Meanwhile, the others could not suppress their whispers. Except for Nara Shikaku, who nudged his companions Yamanaka and Noichi and Akimichi Choza, urging them to maintain silence. This was not a matter for them to engage in. Silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned grave as he fixed his earnest gaze upon Uchiha Itachi. Are you certain of what you have stated? Yes, Lord Hokage, Itachi affirmed. Fully aware of the implications his words carried, yet he showed no inclination to retract them. Very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen then turned his attention to Shioza. Pondering for a moment before quietly inquiring, Shioza, what is your perspective? Lord Hokage, he speaks the truth, Shioza replied resolutely. After listening for a considerable time, Shioza realized something and nodded directly. Moreover, I harbor doubts regarding that individual's identity. Sarutobi Hizashi paused momentarily and inquired, when I ask about the situation. Why do you mention identity? Are you suggesting it might be Shursui? However, after pondering for a moment, he decided to follow Shioza's lead and asked, please, share your thoughts. I suspect. Shioza nodded earnestly and spoke with utmost seriousness. That individual may very well be Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Itachi exhibited no reaction to this statement, for he had already regained consciousness and had naturally heard Shioza's words. The others fell into a momentary silence, reflecting on the enigma that was Uchiha Obito, both renowned and obscure. However, Kakashi, who remained behind, could no longer contain his composure. He stepped forward, incredulity etched upon his face. How is that possible? Chapter 50. The Explosion of Gold Coins. Kakashi's expression was one of disbelief, tinged with a hint of anger. Obito was his closest friend, a hero of Konoha who had long since perished in battle. The very notion that Shioza would resurrect Obito's name, now as an assailant, was something Kakashi found utterly incomprehensible and unacceptable. Shioza, are you mistaken? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused momentarily upon hearing that name, but quickly recalled the origins of Kakashi's eye, thus understanding the depth of Kakashi's fury. After a moment's contemplation, he interjected, Obito has been dead for some time, and when he died, his eye. Never mind. Please continue with your findings. Indeed, Shioza was aware that this matter was not easily believable, yet he remained indifferent, for he had witnesses, and without evidence. He felt no concern. After completing my task, I intended to return home, only to unexpectedly encounter that rascal, Naruto. Shioza briefly recounted his circumstances, expressing no fear regarding Naruto's matter. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen remained unperturbed upon hearing it. However, as he narrated his perception of spatial fluctuations and the discovery of Uchiha Itachi, Hiruzen's brow furrowed in concern. Yet, he quickly regretted his reaction, for Shioza proceeded to elaborate extensively on his destruction of evidence plan. Was it truly appropriate to speak so candidly in front of everyone? Even if one were to deceive, there ought to be some restraint in the details shared. A sidelong glance at Uchiha Fugaku revealed a grim expression upon his face. Meanwhile, Danzo, though appearing composed, seemed to harbor a sense of regret. The others remained taciturn, recognizing the delicacy of the situation and refraining from comment. Enough. Reluctantly, Sarutobi Hiruzen had to interject. Are you suggesting that you emerged out of concern for the obliteration of evidence? Indeed. Although Shioza felt somewhat helpless due to the interruption, he nonetheless nodded obediently. Upon seeing him, I suddenly realized that he possessed a Sharingan, albeit in a rather peculiar form. As he spoke, Shioza took out paper and penned a sketch, quickly outlining the shape of Obito's Meijiki Sharingan. It appeared somewhat like this, and upon witnessing it, I initially suspected that this was a retaliation from the Uchiha clan, especially since I had proctored Uchiha Itachi during the Nin exams. He handed the completed drawing to Sarutobi Izashi, whose expression darkened as he gazed upon the illustration. He subsequently passed it on to Uchiha Fugaku and Danzo, now nearly certain that this was indeed the Meijiki Sharingan. Apologies, though I lack the authority to criticize. It seems you harbor some misconceptions about us. The Uchiha are not so petty. Uchiha Fugaku remarked gravely after examining the sketch. Moreover, such eyes no longer exist within the Uchiha clan. It has been quite some time since we have seen the emergence of such ocular abilities. Indeed, it was unmistakably a Sharingan, yet a more advanced form. Shimura Danzo also scrutinized the drawing, casting a deep glance at Uchiha before turning his attention back to Shioza. Now, could you elucidate why you believe the Uchiha have framed you? How did you ascertain his identity, and how did you respond to him? These three inquiries are pivotal. Understanding them might enable him to take action against the Uchiha. The Uchiha clan has been rather restless of late. A more advanced form? Shioza deliberately blinked. Yet he refrained from inquiring further. Subsequently, I engaged in combat with him and ascertained that he was indeed employing space techniques. Interestingly, his utilization of these abilities appeared rather sluggish, and the fluctuations of chakra emanated solely from his eyes. Moreover, only one eye exhibited a response, leading me to conclude that he possessed only a single such eye. At this juncture, Shioza turned his gaze towards Kakashi. His eye mirrored that of the esteemed Kakashi-senpai, being the left eye. Furthermore, to my knowledge, his body seemingly remained unfound and was not interred back in Konoha. Shioza's words plunged everyone present into silence. Though it might be mere coincidence, it undeniably offers a plausible avenue for speculation. Furthermore, to substantiate this, one need only have Kakashi activate his Sharingan. Perhaps it could yield a different answer. Having Kakashi unlock his Meijiki Sharingan in advance would serve as one of Shioza's most compelling witnesses. Kakashi's eyes had long since reached this level, yet due to Obito's premature demise, no one believed he could achieve such mastery. It was only after being thoroughly bested by Uchiha Itachi that he gradually uncovered the potential of his eyes. Thus, Shioza's request was entirely feasible. Frame me? I shall simply shatter your mask, you fool. I can assist in the endeavor. Uchiha Fugaku mused, and after some contemplation, he boldly stepped forward, receiving a nod of approval from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Then, I shall trouble you with this task. Kakashi, please remain at ease. Uchiha Fugaku approached Kakashi, his eyes instantly shifting into the state of Sharingan. Kakashi felt a twinge of resistance within, yet ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Just as all eyes were fixed on the unfolding scene, Shioza unexpectedly spoke once more. Moreover, I suspect he may very well be connected to the Ninetales incident. This assertion struck like a thunderclap, momentarily rendering everyone speechless. Even Uchiha Fugaku's body stiffened for an instant. But it took only a moment for the room to erupt in chaos. What? How is that possible? What on earth is going on? Are you aware of what you were saying? The Ninetales incident is a deep wound for the majority of Konoha's populace, as that night many lost their loved ones and friends. That night, they also suffered the loss of the Fourth Hokage and his wife, leaving Konoha bereft of talent for a time. Furthermore, Danzo spread rumors claiming that the Sharingan controlled the Ninetales, attributing all blame to the Uchiha clan, effectively manipulating public opinion to shift the focus of blame. It is undeniable that the Ninetales incident had a profound impact on Konoha. Now Shioza is asserting that the mysterious figure he encountered is linked to this event. How can they remain calm? What on earth is happening? Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression grew grave, his gaze fixed intently on Shioza as he inquired. The assault on Uchiha Itachi tonight had unexpectedly unveiled so many questions, leaving him with an extraordinary headache. It is the Flying Thunder God technique. Shioza sighed and elucidated. Upon the appearance of that individual utilizing space techniques, I sensed the Flying Thunder God seal upon him. Although the markings of the Flying Thunder God differ, mastery allows for seamless communication. The seal upon that individual is not that of the second Hokage, but rather a remnant of the Fourth Hokage. Coupled with the persistent rumors within the village that the Ninetales incident was orchestrated by the Uchiha clan, it is difficult to dismiss the possibility that he was the one behind that fateful night. It was through this very seal that I was able to successfully launch a surprise attack and injure him. Shioza's words left everyone utterly astonished, yet upon deeper reflection, it appeared that everything fell into place perfectly. The Nine-Tails rampage was undoubtedly orchestrated by human hands, a consensus shared among all. The Sharingan indeed possesses the capability to control the Nine-Tails. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had witnessed Uchiha Madara exerting such control. The enigmatic assailant, endowed with a Mangeki Sharingan, indicated that he could replicate the feats accomplished by Uchiha Madara. Furthermore, possessing space-time techniques suggested he could contend with Minato without succumbing to demise. Everything aligned. It all made sense. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly emitted a pained groan, his exposed Sharingan seeming to react violently, spinning uncontrollably. In an instant, the black Tomo converged, revealing an eye identical to the form Shioza had envisioned. Just then, a flicker coursed through Shioza's retina. Task completed. Defeat the assailant. Task evaluation. Reward acquired. 7 freedom points. Hidden task completed. Unveil the identity of Uchiha Obito. Task evaluation. Reward acquired. 6 freedom points due to the adversary being Uchiha Obito and the prior revelation of his identity fulfilling the hidden task. Achieving an completion rating granted an exceptional reward. Would release experience insight. Chapter 51. Burying Obito alive. Had he just struck gold? Gazing at his interface, Shioza's initial thought was precisely that. Setting aside the substantial freedom points, the would release experience insight was undoubtedly something he had long coveted. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. What type of would release was this? He possessed a degree of self-awareness. While he intended to tread the path of Ashura anew, he had a fair understanding of Ashura's powers. The strength of would release was, to some extent, derived from the mutated fruits of the divine tree. This he understood. Even if alternatives existed, everything required contemplation and empirical practice. However, given the existence of such a remarkable boon, it would facilitate his rapid integration of would release. Irrespective of its efficacy, at the very least, it appeared promising. After mulling it over, Shioza decided it best not to dwell on it further. The meeting had yet to conclude, and he lacked the leisure for contemplation. All matters could await resolution once he addressed the current predicament. Truly, the Mangeki. As Shioza contemplated his harvest, Uchiha Fugaku was engulfed in a cacophony of thoughts. Gazing upon Kakashi's eye, adorned with dart-like patterns, his emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. Regret washed over him as he pondered why he had not reclaimed that eye when he had the chance. It was not merely avarice that stirred within him. Indeed, he harbored aspirations for that eye, yet he himself possessed a similar one. What troubled him more profoundly was the turmoil and complications that such an eye might incite. The Uchiha clan was far from tranquil at this moment. The kaleidoscope. Danzo's gaze was fixated on Kakashi's eye, his fists clenched in frustration. Initially, he had dispatched Auto seize Kakashi's eye. But to his astonishment, Ahad spared Kakashi and developed an unintended will of his own. Ultimately, under pressure from his old friend, he was compelled to relinquish A, which had already inflicted substantial losses upon him, particularly considering it was the wood release. Now, it appeared that he had not only lost the wood release, but also a precious kaleidoscope Sharingan. Damned. Danzo was beside himself with rage, pounding his chest in despair. The third Hokage had fallen into a contemplative silence, and the others were rendered speechless. Many of their gazes involuntarily drifted toward the very Shioza who had ignited this entire affair, standing there as if untouched by the chaos he had wrought. What a paradox of fortune and misfortune this young man embodied, having unraveled such a monumental event from what seemed a mere triviality through his analysis and inquiry. It was now nearly certain who had orchestrated the attack on Konoha, instigated the Nine-Tails incident, and caused the demise of the Fourth Hokage. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage finally spoke with conviction, yet, in consideration of Kakashi's feelings, he continued cautiously. However, whether he was truly Uchiha Obito remained uncertain. Perhaps he had indeed acquired Obito's eye. I had always referred to him as Hokage-sama, and in the end, he tacitly accepted this appellation. Shioza suddenly interjected a remark, then turned to face Uchiha Itachi. Right, kid? Upon hearing this, both Uchiha Itachi and Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a moment of tension. Itachi pondered that Shioza was hardly older than himself, while Hiruzen mused over why Shioza was so fixated on Uchiha Obito. Indeed, senior. Nevertheless, Uchiha Itachi ultimately nodded obediently. Shioza's account of how he had deceived others and the plan to obliterate evidence left him deeply unsettled. He genuinely believed that if that individual had not emerged, Shioza might have truly intended to execute such a scheme. Without evidence, it was prudent to refrain from hasty conclusions. After all, Obito was a hero of Konoha. Hiruzen thought that he should consider Kakashi's feelings. In truth, he had already concluded that it was Uchiha Obito. The activation of the Mangekyou Sharingan was no trivial feat, likely achievable only by him. However, it would be wise to pursue this line of thought. Shioza, you are currently the only one who has encountered him and can contend with him. This crucial task may need to be entrusted to you. I have no objections. Shioza nodded. He would not overlook such an overt act of retribution. However, I require certain individuals and some information, as my understanding of him is rather limited. No problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate to agree. He was currently brimming with fury. The repeated provocations against Konoha, culminating in the death of the Fourth Hokage, could not go unavenged. As for personnel, whether from the Umbu or other ninjas, you may request their deployment. Regarding the information, it may pose some challenges, but I shall endeavor to the utmost, even seeking the collaboration of the Uchiha clan to fulfill your needs. The Uchiha will certainly cooperate wholeheartedly. Uchiha Fugaku immediately affirmed, regardless of his internal thoughts. He felt compelled to express his support at this moment. Very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, casting a glance over everyone present before speaking in a somber tone. Until a definitive conclusion is reached regarding today's events, I do not wish for Konoha to experience any disturbances. The ramifications of this matter are exceedingly significant. I trust everyone understands the gravity of this request. Yes, Hokage-sama. All present nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the substantial implications, particularly concerning the Nine Tails and the Fourth Hokage. Should chaos ensue without a clear outcome, the resulting situation could spiral beyond control, with public opinion becoming unpredictable. This principle of confidentiality was well understood by all in attendance. Hokage-sama, I will organize the information shortly. However, I have already considered the personnel. May I submit the request for deployment now? After a brief pause, Shioja spoke again, to which Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Please proceed. Let me know which individuals you require. I recommend Kakashi, as he possesses another Sharingan. Indeed. The esteemed Kakashi is among those I need. Shioza did not refuse. Since he intended to discuss Dato, he would see it through to the end. Moreover, I hope to deploy Shizue and Shien from the Umbu. They are my comrades. Additionally, I wish for Tens to be involved. Later that evening, within the root base, Danzo sat in silence, his mind fixated on Kakashi's eye. His inner fury had not waned with the passage of time. Rather, it had intensified. To him, that I should have rightfully belonged to him, but the treachery of Ahad rendered everything futile. Such matters weighed heavily upon him, and the notion of forgiveness was utterly foreign. Just as his anger reached its peak, Yamanaka Ryoma entered the room. Though Danzo was seething with rage, he forced himself to suppress the outburst. The Sand Village had already conducted an investigation, confirming what Shiera Shioza had stated. Ryoma, sensing his employer's ire, spoke in a hushed tone. It appeared that Kaizo was preparing something, while Yakura had already aligned himself closely with Kaizo and Chio. Furthermore, according to reports from our covert operatives, Kaizo had reached out to us, inquiring about certain resources and requesting confirmation on various matters. However, we must ascertain further details for. I understand. This revelation finally quelled the fury etched on Danzo's face. Although he was convinced he had grasped the vital weakness of Shioza, his inherently suspicious nature prevented him from placing complete trust in it. Naturally, he would conduct further investigations. At present, everything seemed to be unfolding favorably. It appeared that Shiera Shioza was indeed someone one could trust. Chapter 52. My growth is unrestrained. At long last, it was over. Late at night, Shioza had finally completed all the tasks at hand and returned home. The sudden appearance of Dato had indeed caught him off guard. And this scoundrel had orchestrated a conspiracy against him. To be honest, had it not been for the Flying Thunder God technique, Shioza would be trembling in fear at this very moment. After all, faced with such a predicament, an ordinary person would find themselves at a complete loss for words. At the time when Shioza acquired the knowledge of the ninja world's esteemed scholar, he whimsically pondered whether he could directly learn the art of wood release. If the theoretical principles were sound, perhaps he could transcend the limitations imposed by his bloodline and the fruit. However, after much contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. After all, he lacked access to the necessary materials, and even if he risked the repercussions of abandoning his Konoha affiliation to take a chance, he soon realized that while he could grasp the concepts, the absence of bloodline power rendered him incapable of practical application. This would merely lead him to a futile endeavor. Thus, upon mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, he adhered to the principle of learning to escape when outmatched and employed it directly. Little did he expect that it would inadvertently assist me in a significant way. Shioza took a deep breath, his mind consumed by thoughts of the deranged Uchiha Obito. After careful contemplation, he began to ascertain the possible reasons behind this lunatic's pursuit of him. It seemed that my earlier conjecture was indeed correct. It was Uchiha Shursui. Consider this. A covert operative from Konoha assassinated a member of the Uchiha clan, and it was, in fact, a member of the root organization who executed the deed. Regardless of the perspective one adopts, this unequivocally signifies Konoha's profound distrust of the Uchiha. Coupled with the notable unrest within the Uchiha community, it is conceivable that Uchiha Shursui, spurred by provocation, might resort to irrational actions. Should he awaken his Sharingan, it is not beyond the realm of possibility that he might contemplate defection. Shioza pressed his lips together, and he sensed that Uchiha Obito was not entirely averse to his act of slaying Uchiha Itachi. Rather, he would have preferred that it be done in the presence of Uchiha Shursui. After all, Obito, in his erratic nature, could potentially be salvaged in a critical moment. Thus, do not blame me for leading you into this predicament, Uchiha Obito. Shioza's character cannot be described as petty. Yet it is certainly far removed from the realm of magnanimity. Since Dato dares to take action, Shioza must, by all means, retaliate. However, my plans have been somewhat disrupted at this moment. Shioza let out a sigh, but he quickly regained his composure. He decided to explore the experience of wood release first, hoping for some new insights. With this thought in mind, he refrained from directly allocating points and instead summoned a system to initiate the wood release experience. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind. At that moment, he seemed to enter a remarkably unique state. Memories ebbed and flowed within his consciousness, interweaving vivid sensations and experiences throughout his being. In that instant, it felt as though he had genuinely undergone a metamorphosis, experiencing the complete process of wielding wood release. Soon, he opened his eyes, though a hint of furrow appeared on his brow. As expected, it was Uchiha Obito's wood release, but this wood release. Shioza shook his head. When he was shaking people, Tianzong was also present. To be honest, he would have preferred to possess Tianzong's wood release. Although Obito's wood release is commendable and relatively close to the orthodox style, the issue lies in its reliance on instinct. In other words, his wood release is primarily driven by the cells of Senju Hashirama. The power derived from the fruit's mutation or Ashura's chakra is something Shioza completely lacks. However, there is a silver lining. I can at least ascertain the significance of the yang release. During my experiences, Shioza distinctly felt that throughout the integration and release of the technique, yang release consistently occupied a central role. It is the power of yang release that, when combined with the earth and water chakra natures, elicited an extraordinary reaction. It bestowed upon the resulting would release an incredible vitality, rendering it less fearful of flames and endowing it with remarkable solidity and resilience. One could assert that it is this formidable yang release that forged the awe-inspiring wood release, enabling Senju Hashirama to become the most exceptional Ashura, capable of defeating the seemingly invincible Uchiha Madara without relying on tailed beasts or others. Such an intense yang release truly inspires reverence. I fear that even reaching level 10 would not equate to its might. Shioza shook his head. Even the cells within Obito had left him utterly astounded. What would the reality be if a genuine person were to appear? Fortunately, Shioza remained unconcerned, for his growth knows no bounds. Ji Yuan Shioja Physical Aptitude, LV7 Chakra, LV7 Abilities, Flying Thunder God LV6, Yin Release LV3, Yang Release LV3 Free Points, 14. As he opened the interface and gazed at his current attributes, Shioja stroked his chin thoughtfully. It would be wise to prepare in advance, especially since I now possess the formula. The bloodline limit and the fusion of bloodline elimination indeed bear a resemblance to a formula. But the prerequisite is a precise understanding of the chakra fusion ratio. Additionally, ample chakra must be available to sustain the entire fusion process. Shioja has gained an understanding of proportions. However, it must be noted that there remains a deficiency in chakra. Yet, this is hardly a significant concern. The world of ninjas still possesses a plethora of remarkable treasures. His yang release has advanced to level LV6, with 2 free points available. In what felt like the blink of an eye, he distinctly sensed a profound transformation within his body. The latent power residing within him surged, continuously growing stronger. Under the nurturing influence of this power, he perceived an enhancement in his physical resilience. It was truly a marvelous sensation. Shioza clenched his fist, acutely aware that this sensation was not a mere figment of his imagination, and that he could now harness even greater power within himself. However, it did come at a considerable cost. Glancing at his freedom points, he was suddenly engulfed by a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of the time before liberation. Nevertheless, his immediate objective remained clear: to elevate his water release technique to level 6 and seek a sufficient chakra source, enabling him to experiment thoroughly. The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Shioza stretched languidly. He had grown accustomed to rising early. In truth, even if he were not inclined to do so, there was no alternative. Under the oppressive thumb of Danzo, he was compelled to train at the break of dawn. A late awakening could result in a barrage of heavy blows, leaving him with no opportunity to indulge in a leisurely slumber, a reality he gradually learned to accept. Today, he had numerous matters to attend to, such as the documentation and personnel he had applied for the previous night, which should soon arrive. If he was to ensnare Obito, he must do so thoroughly, ensuring that this individual had no chance of altering the course of events. However, upon pushing open the door, he was taken aback to find Oil Girl Ryoma lurking in the shadows. "What brings you here?" he inquired. "Lord Danzo has assigned you a new mission," Ryoma replied, equally surprised, for his own stealth abilities were formidable. Otherwise, he would not have been entrusted with so many infiltration and intelligence-gathering tasks. Shioza's perceptiveness appears to be considerably sharper than he had initially anticipated. However, he refrains from elaborating further and instead retrieves a scroll, stating, "Lord Danzo has confirmed that a sum will be allocated to the orphanage in recognition of your recent accomplishments. Furthermore, Lord Danzo has conveyed that if you perform admirably, you shall reap even greater rewards." Chapter 53. The Isolated Uchiha. The previous chapter contained an error. In fact, the LV6 Yang release. Additionally, to clarify, the protagonist relies on would release to navigate the early stages and locate Uchiha Obito, with the ultimate goal of acquiring the bloodline limit, madness. He strides towards the Uchiha clan, their designated assembly point for the day. Yet, Shioza's mind lingers on his earlier encounter with Oil Girl Ryoma, prompting him to mutter a curse under his breath. He realizes that Danzo, the old schemer, is indeed quite shameless. Allocating funds to the orphanage is merely his obligation. Now, by presenting this to him, it seems as though Danzo is attempting to portray himself as a paragon of virtue, inciting Shioza's ire. Does this man lack even the skill to craft a convincing facade? It is said that Danzo excels at manipulating the hearts of men, yet after years of following him, Shioza has discerned that he indeed possesses a peculiar mastery over minds, but in a rather physical sense. In contrast, Orochimaru, despite having turned rogue, still commands a considerable following within Konoha. The disparity between the two is truly striking. However, regarding his current mission, that scoundrel Danzo has assigned him 2 new tasks. 1. Obtain a new mission. 2. Acquire Obito's Sharingan 3. Engage with Sunagakure. The first task he dismisses entirely, as he does not believe himself capable of seizing a Mangeki Sharingan from Obito, who wields Kimui and is an Aji. Danzo's obsession with the Sharingan seems to have driven him to madness, daring to entertain such thoughts. Nevertheless, the second task piques his interest. It is evidently a long-term endeavor, currently merely in the investigative phase. Even if he were to uncover something significant, it would likely require further deliberation from above. In the meantime, he has the opportunity to attend to affairs in Sunagakure. Shioja did not oppose this task, especially as a sudden thought crossed his mind. The hidden sand village seemingly harbored an unclaimed entity capable of providing an immense reservoir of chakra, the dragon vein, which is indeed a remarkable and invaluable asset. To be frank, had Minato Namikaze still been alive, he would likely have refrained from acting impulsively. He had left the Flying Thunder God mark at the dragon vein to prevent the emergence of another in Lushan, ensuring he could provide support at any moment. However, with his demise, the advantage now fell to me, though the distance poses a challenge. The farther the Flying Thunder God technique is employed, the greater the consumption of chakra, and it is not even my own mark. Furthermore, the nature of the seal on the dragon vein remains uncertain. Thus, he exhibited a facet of reason and refrained from reckless action. Shioja, you have arrived. Upon reaching the gathering point outside the Uchiha clan, Yuin was the first to approach with genuine concern. I heard about last night's events. I truly did not expect such occurrences. Are you all right? Rest assured, I am fine. Shioza's face broke into a smile. Indeed, It is such gentle and beautiful girls who can bring joy to one's heart. However, he remained mindful of the occasion. Particularly in the presence of Kakashi, Shirzue, and Tenzo. He refrained from speaking excessively and, taking advantage of the moment when Shiyang was distracted, gently took her hand and approached the group. "Good morning, Senior Kakashi." With a smile, Shioja greeted those around him, while Shien appeared somewhat dazed, unable to respond. "Is Jishue all right?" he inquired. "Thank you, Shioja-kun. I owe you my gratitude." Jishue nodded in acknowledgement, and Kakashi, having regained some composure, met Shioja's gaze with a slight nod, choosing not to utter a word. Observing this, Jishue promptly interjected, "All right, let us proceed. The clan leader is already awaiting our arrival." With that, he led the group towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Presently, the Uchiha clan's lands are situated on the outskirts of Konoha. In Shioja's recollection, this unfortunate clan had endured 2 forced relocations. The first division occurred during the era of Shinji Tobarama, who, under the pretext of recognizing the Uchiha as a prominent clan within the shinobi world, allocated them the largest residential area. He also established a powerful police department, binding them to it, which ultimately resulted in their initial displacement to the fringes of the village. The second relocation was orchestrated by Shioja's employer, Shimura Danzo. Exploiting the chaos wrought by the Nine-Tails rampage, he initiated a new round of territorial division among the clans. With the tacit approval of the Third Hokage, the Uchiha were once again relegated to an even more peripheral area, further distanced from the vibrant heart of Konoha and alarmingly close to the village's prison. Thus, the Uchiha found themselves thoroughly ensnared. This history of marginalization is a source of considerable indignation for the Uchiha, whose inherently proud nature leads them to avoid explanations for their grievances. Confronted with the prevailing public sentiment in the village, they often resort to physical means to silence their detractors, further intensifying the animosity directed towards them by the residents of Konoha. This vicious cycle has only served to deepen the rift between both parties. As it stands, entry into the Uchiha's territory has become strictly prohibited. The surroundings seem rather pleasant, however. Shioza surveyed his surroundings and turned to Shirzue and Kakashi with a smile. "It seems that your clansmen are not particularly welcoming towards us. Could it be due to you, Kakashi-senpai?" Kakashi, at a loss for words, absent-mindedly touched his covered Sharingan, which indeed had caused quite a stir in the past. "Could it possibly be you, Shioza?" Taienzo interjected with a sly grin. "After all, you did teach a lesson to the clan leader's son without allowing him any substantial retaliation. I have heard that there was considerable controversy surrounding his promotion to Chunin." The promotion of Uchiha Itachi to Chunin was indeed contentious, especially since he was swiftly defeated by Shioza's Flying Thunder God technique without any chance to counter. Although most would falter against the Flying Thunder God, the voices of dissent would still persist. His hasty departure for a late-night mission likely stemmed from both eagerness for his first Chunin task and a desire to redeem himself. "Enough of this speculation. We have arrived," Shirzue interjected, shaking his head. "Surely, we cannot claim that the Uchiha clan would reject anyone." Soon, they arrived at a residence, Uchiha Fugaku's abode. Guided by a servant, they entered a pavilion where Uchiha Fugaku awaited them. "Fugaku-sama," he greeted, "please, take a seat." Upon seeing the guests, Uchiha Fugaku appeared somewhat weary as he invited Shioza and the others to sit. He was indeed fatigued. After bringing Itachi home the previous night, certain news had inevitably spread. Fugaku felt powerless against the situation, for the Manjiki Sharingan was of utmost importance to any Uchiha. Its emergence had greatly incited the extremists within the clan, who convened hastily, with some expressing a desire to actively seek out that enigmatic Uchiha. This matter nearly provoked Uchiha Fugaku into a furious outburst. It was that scoundrel who caused the demise of the Fourth Hokage, and it was that same scoundrel who rendered all his investments futile. Moreover, Konoha was currently fixated on that mysterious Uchiha. If any rash actions were taken now, it would only serve to solidify the connection between the Uchiha and the Nine-Tails. The Nine-Tails incident was a perilous topic for both the Uchiha and Konoha. If such ties were confirmed at this juncture, their options would be severely limited, either rise in rebellion against Konoha or resign themselves to fate and await judgment. Uchiha Fugaku's resolve had begun to waver. He was no longer averse to employing extreme measures. However, he was not foolish. Any association with the Nine-Tails incident would render them public enemies of Konoha. While employing drastic tactics would undoubtedly position them against Konoha, it would at least avoid inciting public outrage. The meeting that night extended late into the hours, during which Konoha sought critical information from the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku harbored deep dissatisfaction, and even the clan elders opposed the idea, yet he ultimately sighed in resignation. Circumstances were stronger than individual will. He had to compromise. However, while conceding, he would still withhold essential information. This dilemma weighed heavily upon his heart. Chapter 54. He might be in the mist. I understand your intentions, for this matter is of utmost gravity. Despite a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind, Uchiha Fugaku quickly composed himself and spoke flatly. However, I hope you comprehend that the information I can disclose is quite limited, as I must consider the welfare of my clan. I understand, Fugaku-sama. Shioza nodded. In truth, the specifics mattered little to him as he was already well informed. What he sought was merely a pretext. However, considering the gravity of the matter, we hoped for information of genuine utility. How could we dare to be dismissive of the Hokage's command? Uchiha Fugaku, with a calm demeanor, nodded slightly before speaking in a neutral tone. What you desire is detailed information regarding Uchiha Obito. This has already been prepared, and I can provide it to you now. However, I cannot disclose many intricacies regarding the evolution of the Sharingan. I can only impart some fundamental knowledge. He was tempted to mockingly inquire, doesn't Konoha already possess this knowledge? Why come to me? Although Senju Tobirama may not have appeared to be a ruler of men, there was no denying his formidable research prowess. Uchiha Shursui had acknowledged this, and it was debatable whether Tobirama had conducted in-depth studies on the Sharingan. Nonetheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, for some things, when weighed, could not be measured lightly. The significance of the truth could be overwhelming. The Sharingan symbolizes power, yet it is also a curse. At this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku paused momentarily, then spoke with a weightier tone. It is only after losing certain things that these eyes can undergo transformation. The moment one experiences loss, it brings forth endless suffering. Whether it be Itachi, myself, or Shursui, we have all endured such pain. Having conveyed these cryptic sentiments, Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes, falling silent. For him, he had said all that was necessary. The rest was left to the interpretation of others. However, just then, Kakashi, who had remained somewhat reticent, furrowed his brow and interjected. Obito awakened his eyes while beside me. He did not lose anything. He did so to protect me. Yet, my Sharingan was indeed awakened due to my comrades. Shursui sighed in rebuttal, but he quickly shook his head and suggested, let us examine the information on Uchiha Obito instead. I believe this will prove more advantageous to us. No, I have an idea, he added. Shoujo was not in a hurry. He gazed intently at Uchiha Fugaku. May I inquire? Even when it comes to your so-called advanced eyes, is it the same? Ordinarily, that would indeed be the case. Uchiha Fugaku opened his eyes and regarded Shoujo for a moment before nodding, yet his words came to a halt at that juncture. I understand. Shoujo chuckled, feeling that was sufficient for him. Although the information was somewhat scant, it seemed adequate nonetheless. Shien and Tianzong wore expressions of perplexity, and even Shursui, Kakashi, and Uchiha Fugaku gazed at him in utter bewilderment, as they had yet to grasp the situation. If what the clan leader Fugaku stated holds true, then I can ascertain that the individual in question is none other than Uchiha Obito. Shioza candidly reached a conclusion, which caused Kakashi's expression to tighten momentarily. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Shioza shook his head and said, let us not rush to conclusions. Considering the information from clan leader Fugaku and the insights from senior Kakashi, I have gained a general understanding of the situation regarding the Sharingan. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku maintained a stoic demeanor, yet internally, he could not help but smirk coldly. Is this the extent of your understanding of the Sharingan based on such scant information? You are all mistaken. Shioja continued to speak, gazing earnestly at Kakashi, while clan leader Fugaku expounded upon loss, what you, esteemed Kakashi, elucidate is protection. May I infer that the awakening of the Sharingan is, in essence, a manifestation of one's inner state, attainable only through the ignition of profound emotions? To put it simply, it is a matter of psychological stimulation. Psychological stimulation? Shursui murmured, while Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows, harboring doubts about whether Shioja had perused the records of Konoha. Indeed, psychological stimulation. Shioze nodded and continued. The Uchiha clan participated in the meeting last night. They are aware of this matter, so I am unafraid to speak. The fallen comrades and the intense desire to protect are merely fluctuations of emotion, a stimulation of one's own feelings. Such stimulation can enhance the Sharingan. As Fugaku, the clan leader, once stated, the evolution of the eye is generally the same. Can I then interpret this as a deeper level? A deeper level. Shursui murmured softly. and Kakashi's face suddenly grew pale, while Shien and Taienzo appeared somewhat bewildered. At this moment, Fugaku's expression darkened. He began to doubt whether this young man had seen the intelligence in Konoha and was intentionally trying to provoke him. He spoke only fragments. Yet this young man had articulated the answer directly. Yes, a deeper level. Shioja wrapped his fingers against the table, letting out a deep sigh. We are all somewhat familiar with the experiences of Senior Kakashi, and I have heard that Uchiha Obito shared a close bond with him. Furthermore, Rin Noara was someone he cherished deeply. Thus, had Uchiha Obito been present on that fateful day, what might the outcome have been? The consequences are all too clear to elaborate upon. A profound silence descended upon everyone in the room, as they bore witness to their dear friend taking the life of the one he held most dear. Such torment and disarray are beyond the comprehension of any ordinary person. According to Kakashi's account, it appeared that Obito was imbued with the spirit of protective will. The shattering of that protective will brought forth a harrowing loss, and in this instance, it was magnified. Under such extreme emotional strain, it is indeed conceivable that he could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. This thought simultaneously emerged in the minds of Shursui and Uchiha Fugaku, and they could nearly ascertain that the individual in question was indeed Uchiha Obito. After all, there are no records of outsiders awakening their eyes under such intense emotions, Shioja-kun. We must return immediately to report, Shursui declared, rising from his seat. He cast a glance at the dazed Kakashi, feeling a pang of discomfort but speaking earnestly nonetheless. It is now all but confirmed. It must be him. Impossible. Kakashi abruptly stood, his eyes closed, revealing no trace of emotion. Even so, he should seek revenge upon me. Why would he strike at my teacher? Why? Do you recall your own circumstances at that time? Shuza let out a sigh, shaking his head softly as he spoke. Back then, when you and Senior Noara Rin were pursued by the mist, the squad leader, the Fourth Hokage, never made an appearance. Do you think he might place the blame on Lord Fourth Hokage, believing that the tragedy occurred due to his absence? He cannot possibly. Kakashi wished to argue, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The fury of misplaced blame is a terrifying force in such circumstances. No one can maintain their composure. Moreover, I believe I can somewhat deduce his whereabouts. Shioza stroked his chin and continued. This time Shiyong seemed to have grasped the meaning. Are you suggesting that he is in the Misty Hidden? Precisely. Shioja nodded slightly and glanced at Kakashi, speaking softly. After all, it was the pursuit by the mist that led to this incident, and his abilities were shrouded in mystery and peculiarity. Given what he had done to Konoha, it was likely that the mist would not let him go. Chapter 55. The Shadow of Minato. Bounty on Obito. Is that so? In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo both wore somber expressions. Beside them, Tsunade and Midogate also furrowed their brows, while below them were Shioja and others. Along with Uchiha Fugaku. In the presence of everyone, Shioja conducted a series of reasonable inferences that seemed to irrevocably implicate Uchiha Obito in his crimes. Moreover, the information he presented was of a confidential nature, compelling Uchiha Fugaku to attend despite his reluctance. However, as Shioja recounted his speculations and analyses once more, the four great leaders of Konoha found themselves increasingly unsettled. Among the revelations, what astonished them the most was Shioja's assessment of the Sharingan. As senior members of Konoha and disciples of the second Hokage, they had naturally reviewed their mentor's records upon gaining significant authority within the village. Although Shioja is a member of the Umbu and hails from the root, neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Shimura Danzo has provided him with relevant information. How could this young man make such precise judgments based on two disparate examples? The accuracy of his analysis is remarkable, but he has also extrapolated from these judgments to even deduce the current whereabouts of Uchiha Obito. Is his analytical and judgmental prowess not a touch extraordinary? Can you be certain? After a prolonged silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer restrain himself and inquired, Lord Hokage, this is merely speculation. Shioza shook his head in response, convinced beyond a shadow of a doubt. By deducing the answer, he felt certain that such a conclusion could not be wildly inaccurate. However, he was not foolish enough to admit it outright. Nevertheless, he believed the issue was not insurmountable. They had all reviewed the information on Obito. Though not particularly intelligent in his youth, he was undeniably a kind-hearted individual. His bonds with Kakashi and Lin were profound, yet when such connections were shattered, the emotional turmoil he would experience would be overwhelming. It was even possible that he had completely collapsed, unable to remain the Obito of old. Danzo, observing silently, nodded in agreement, then cast a sidelong glance at the taciturn Uchiha Fugaku before smirking. Ah, Those with pure hearts are often the first to fall into darkness when faced with adversity. The more innocent they are, the more extreme their descent into despair. Before he could finish his thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted with a strategic cough, casting a sharp glare at Danzo. Such words should not be spoken lightly, especially not in the presence of the Uchiha. Do you wish to incite further chaos? It seemed that Shioza's assessment held considerable weight. Hiruzen had little desire to engage Danzo in further dialogue, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Regardless of who we are, once hatred and resentment take root, individuals may act in ways they ought not to. We should reach out to the Mist Village for intelligence. Mito Minion chimed in, understanding the sentiments of his two old friends but eager to smooth over the tension. However, the situation in the Mist Village appears chaotic, making it difficult to extract concrete information from the Land of Water. Indeed, but my subordinates have gathered some preliminary reports, Danzo interjected, seemingly unbothered by Hiruzen's discontent. They seem to be continuing their blood mist policy, with an apparent trend towards expansion, though we lack more detailed intel. The previously silent Tsurugi Koharu expressed her astonishment. This policy is still ongoing? While it significantly enhances the quality of their shinobi, this approach is excessively brutal. There was no denying that the Mist Village had long maintained high standards for its shinobi, but the cost of nurturing such excellence was unfathomable. Out of an entire class, perhaps only 1 or 2 would graduate, and the price of success was often the defeat, or even death of their peers. The cruelty involved was indeed staggering. It appears we must delve deeper into the circumstances of the Mist Village, Hiruzen acknowledged, though he felt a twinge of frustration. The mist had entirely closed itself off, making it nearly impossible to acquire information, and their state of madness only added to the challenge. During the Third Great Ninja War, their actions in the Land of Whirlpools had shown that they still resembled humanity, yet they had devolved into something akin to beasts. Conducting an investigation in such a closed-off and frenzied environment would be exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, they could not afford to overlook Obito, no matter how challenging the task. We must initiate a full-scale manhunt for Obito in the Land of Fire and its vicinity, making him believe our focus is here while we gradually infiltrate the mist. Hiruzen resolved, his gaze firm as he turned to Uchiha Fugaku. Patriarch Fugaku, we hope for your cooperation during this time. This is not only a matter for Konoha but also for the Uchiha clan. We rely on your support. Fugaku did not decline, fully aware that refusal was not an option. Just as Hiruzen had stated, this was a matter that concerned both Konoha and the Uchiha. However, his eyes subtly flickered towards Shioza, and the other prominent figures of Konoha couldn't help but steal glances. This young man not only possessed combat talent reminiscent of Minato, but also shared a keen analytical mind that bore traces of the same brilliance. Are you all right, Kakashi-senpai? As they exited the Hokage's office, Shioza and his companions felt their mission had reached a temporary conclusion. For the time being, their concerns seemed distant, awaiting developments from the Mist Village. They needed assurance that they could safely return to Konoha, while Shioza, endowed with the Flying Thunder God technique, had little to fear. He was certainly unwilling to face Obito alone. Currently, he felt exceptionally pleased, having turned the tables on Obito, who had once ensnared him. Let us see you flaunt your deceit now. I'll leave you with nothing. Yet, while Shioza reveled in his triumph, Kakashi appeared unusually pensive. Noticing this, Shioza couldn't help but inquire. I did not foresee the situation developing in this manner, Kakashi replied with a wry smile, brushing his hand over the eye concealed beneath his mask. However, I still believe this matter requires thorough investigation. Rest assured, I am a Konoha ninja, and I know my responsibilities. With that, Kakashi fell silent, yet a resolute determination grew within him. Obito, you once pulled me back from the brink. Now it is my turn to bring you back, no matter what. Watching Kakashi's retreating figure, Shursui sighed, while Izumi was at a loss for words. Aware of Kakashi's inner turmoil, it was Kakashi's influence that had prompted him to oppose Danzo, ultimately leading him to depart from the route. Kakashi-senpai, is he all right? Yugao whispered, unable to contain her concern, while Shioza found himself speechless. Obito's actions had truly unsettled him. Mission accomplished. Uncover Obito's identity. 2. Mission evaluation. A rewards. 3 free points. At that moment, Shioza's interface suddenly refreshed, and his eyes lit up upon seeing the screen. Yet, it was undeniable that Obito was a fundamentally good person. Chapter 56. Ready. Obito was indeed a good person, a fact Shioza could not dispute. Despite the fact that this wretched individual had ensnared him, the benefits he had provided were simply extraordinary, not to mention the insights gained from his experience with would release. The one-time influx of free points alone had made him considerably wealthier, especially since Obito had delivered them right when he needed them most. How could he not feel elated? I must enhance my water release. Without hesitation, Shioza silently made his request. Enhancement complete. Shioza Shiera overall physical quality. LV7 chakra, LV7 abilities. Flying Thunder God LV6. Water release LV6, Earth release LV6, Yang release LV6 free points. 0 as he reviewed his current key attributes, a smile crept across Shioza's face. Achieving 3 LV6 skill points was no small feat, even though he possesses numerous other skills. Achieving level 6 in these 3 attributes will enable him to embark on preliminary endeavors. Wood release. Wood release is indeed the cornerstone of his future deceptions. Although, in terms of personal prowess, engaging in battles akin to Gundam seems somewhat outdated, the presence of Gundam in the current version remains unparalleled. What lies ahead for me is the fusion of bloodline limits, a protracted journey. If I can successfully activate Gundam, it would undoubtedly be a fortuitous development. Shioja possesses a meticulously crafted career plan. He is acutely aware of his aspirations and the means to achieve them. As an ordinary individual seeking advancement, he understands that he must venture along the path of the bloodline network. This is a necessity he cannot evade, yet he remains confident in his abilities, particularly regarding his initial endeavor with Wood Release, where he has already glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Now, all that remains is to gather sufficient chakra to commence his attempts. Upon arriving home, as Shioja pondered these matters, Shien gently broke the silence beside him. The meeting had concluded, leading to their natural dispersal, primarily due to Shioja's astonishing efficiency, which left them momentarily devoid of tasks. It would be absurd to dispatch them to the land of water unprepared. Such an action would not constitute an investigation but rather a reckless gambit. After the disbandment, Shioja awaited Ji Shuei and Tian Tsang's departure before unceremoniously offering to escort Shien home. Although she considered protesting, she found herself unable to resist Shioja's fervent enthusiasm. Now that they had reached her residence, she felt compelled to express herself. Furthermore, there is no need for you to escort me next time. I am your senior, and I am not as frail as you may presume. However, should we encounter Uchiha Obito again, it may prove challenging for even a senior like myself to withstand. Shioza blinked, leaving Shien momentarily speechless. She was inclined to remark, how could that guy Obito Uchiha possibly come to trouble me? However, upon reflection, it seemed wiser to refrain from broaching such a topic. Shioza seemingly did not provoke Uchiha Obito, yet he found himself unexpectedly attacked, nearly falling victim to a well-orchestrated frame-up. Although it could be argued that he had some connection with the Uchiha clan, being a teammate of Shursui and having proctored over Uchiha Itachi, his own affiliation with Shursui complicates matters considerably. Well, I understand now. I shall take my leave, Yiyuan said, pursing her lips before finally speaking up. However, Shioza remained motionless, gazing at her with curiosity. Will you not invite me up for a cup of tea? Yiyuan struggled to maintain her composure, but fortunately, Shioza did not press her too hard. He swiftly retrieved a kunai from the pouch at his waist and handed it to her. Senior, take this. If anything arises, please infuse it with chakra at once. I will sense it and rush to your aid immediately. After a moment of hesitation, Yiyuan ultimately nodded and accepted the kunai from Shioza. She recognized that this particular kunai was likely linked to the Flying Thunder God technique, a tool that could certainly help her evade various troubles. Thank you. I will be on my way now. You should also return and rest. With that, Yiyuan dashed upstairs without sparing Shioza a second glance, leaving him no opportunity for further conversation. Watching this unfold, Shioza couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He was still quite young. Even if he were to go upstairs for tea, it would genuinely be for tea. Shaking his head, he turned and made his way down a street, soon pausing in an empty alley. Have you been following me all this time, yet still hesitate to reveal yourself? Wasn't it to avoid disturbing you, Shioza? From the shadows, Orochimaru slowly stepped forward, his glasses glimmering faintly. I never anticipated such a transformation after you left the route. Do you hold a fondness for her? My capacity for acceptance has always been quite profound. Shioza did not deny it, but inwardly murmured to himself, only for beautiful women. Speaking of which, what brings you to me? Does Danzo have another task? Indeed, he mentioned that there were no further developments regarding Uchiha Obito's mission, and that now was the opportune moment to resolve matters with the Sand Village. Yakushi Kabuto nodded helplessly, which nearly provoked an eye roll from Shioza. That old eccentric Danzo truly treats people like beasts, working them to the bone. Just as the matter concerning Uchiha Obito had recently concluded, Another bewildering task was thrust upon him, leaving no room for respite. If it weren't for the necessity of maintaining Konoha's structure while addressing this issue, Shiose would have considered utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to eliminate him under the cover of night. Very well, I understand. Will you be accompanying me on this endeavor? Shiose nodded thoughtfully and, filled with curiosity, inquired, He asked me to accompany you, but after the mission is completed, I shall not return to Konoha. What does that imply? Shiose furrowed his brow, and suddenly a conjecture struck him. Could it be that you subsequently— You were correct. The face of the pharmacist though revealed a hint of bitterness, and the fury in his gaze quietly surged. I followed your suggestion and expressed a desire to withdraw from the route and meet with the director, but he refused, assigning me another task instead. The destination of this task is a Wagakure. As for Obito, there seems to be no feasible solution for now. Within the Mizukage building of the Land of Water, Kuro shook his head regretfully at Obito and spoke calmly. This technique is exceedingly difficult to eliminate using ordinary methods. It is indeed quite challenging. Perhaps I will need to conduct further research, or you might attempt to utilize White Zetsu. Employing White Zetsu would entail scraping the flesh from his body and then covering it with White Zetsu's form. Such agony is something even ninjas struggle to endure. And should this be done, Obito will require time to adapt once more. While it may not be as troublesome as it was when he initially adjusted, it will still consume some time. Well, if it cannot be resolved, then it cannot be resolved. I still hope to have a proper conversation with that little brat. Upon hearing this, Obito felt a surge of displeasure, yet he ultimately shook his head. This grudge must be avenged. It had been a long time since he had been so thoroughly deceived. And the fact that Ji Yuan Shouza recognized him through mere analysis piqued his interest. After all, even his master had failed to identify him. Do as you wish, but I still advise you to keep a low profile for the time being. Kuro sighed internally, unable to comprehend Obito's line of thinking. Was it truly amusing to leave such flaws exposed? Unfortunately, he could not persuade Obito, but given that Obito was not easily dispatched, he acquiesced. I know. Obito nodded. But just as he was about to say more, a white head suddenly emerged from the ground. It seemed that maintaining a low profile would prove somewhat difficult. Obito and Kuro exchanged baffled glances at White Zetsu, who cheerfully remarked, because, you see, Obito's bounty notice has spread far and wide. Chapter 57. Akatsuki Organization meeting. Konoha's efficiency remains remarkably high. In just about a month, the bounty notice for Uchiha Obito has circulated through neighboring countries. Although his great achievements were not explicitly stated, after all, Konoha could not afford to lose face. His capabilities were also not clearly outlined, save for the annotation of extremely dangerous. Furthermore, Konoha has offered a substantial bounty for him. Driven by such a generous reward, countless bounty hunters have been drawn in. Despite Konoha's clear warning that this individual is extremely dangerous, to bounty hunters whose sole focus is wealth, this is of little concern. To them, any adversary is deemed extremely dangerous. One more does not make a difference. Moreover, it appears that major ninja villages are also quite interested in this fugitive Uchiha. Even if they are unaware of his actual deeds, his surname alone is enticing enough. Uchiha signifies the Sharingan, and the label of extremely dangerous indicates that this individual possesses a significant level of Sharingan mastery. In the face of such bloodline allure, the entire ninja world seems to be stirred by the prospect of Uchiha Obito. Damn it. However, at that moment, Uchiha Obito felt no joy. He could not comprehend why Konoha had gone off the deep end. Had they conclusively identified him based solely on Ji Yuan Shouza as few words? Or had he inadvertently revealed some flaw? Obito was perplexed, and he had no time to ponder these matters further, as a meeting was being convened by the Akatsuki. He was indeed the one operating from the shadows, yet there were times when his presence was essential. Moreover, this meeting called by Nagato was of utmost importance, necessitating his participation. He could only send White Zetsu to gather some information. With that thought in mind, Uchiha Obito set off with Kuro to attend the meeting. Though Kuro was somewhat puzzled, why was Nagato so anxious? What could be so pressing this time? I don't know. Who can tell what that fool is thinking? Obito shook his head. He had no way of knowing Nagato's thoughts, nor did he care. To him, Nagato was merely a tool. It mattered little what Nagato thought. All he needed to do was manage that tool effectively. Transforming into a whirlpool, he soon arrived at the Akatsuki's base with Kuro. At that moment, within the Akatsuki base, Scorpion, Kakuzu, as well as Nagato's clone and Konan had already gathered. Since everyone is here, let us commence the meeting. Nagato, upon seeing the two arrive, wasted no time in speaking. This meeting is crucial. We may very well be welcoming a new ally. A new ally? Obito raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect. The Akatsuki was currently understaffed, particularly in terms of core members. Perhaps due to past failures, Nagato had begun to adopt an elite recruitment strategy. Only powerful ninjas, especially rogue ninjas, would be his focal point, and such stringent criteria had left them with only Scorpion and Kakuzu as their operatives. Wait, a new ally. Could it be? Suddenly, Kuro froze, as if realizing something, while Kakuzu let out a cold laugh. Of course, it might also pertain to our bounty, considering we have no idea what Uchiha Obito is thinking. Moreover, Konoha has offered an irresistible incentive. Upon hearing that familiar name, Obito's entire being stiffened. Now he understood. They were attempting to leverage him. Meanwhile, Kuro let out a sigh, confirming his earlier thoughts. Uchiha Obito, this rogue ninja, branded as extremely dangerous by Konoha, was indeed the target for the Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito? Obito spoke in a low voice, his tone laced with disbelief and an undercurrent of anger. He had never anticipated that being wanted would lead to such aftereffects. He truly wished to march into Konoha and strangle that damned Jiyuan Shioza. Not to mention that old fool Shimura Danzo, who had nurtured this little madman and caused him such dire straits. Indeed, Uchiha Obito. Nagato nodded, affirming Obito's notion. This individual aligns perfectly with our requirements, and given his notoriety in Konoha, he must possess considerable strength. However, in the face of the formidable coalition of great ninja villages, he requires protection. I believe the Akatsuki organization would be his optimal choice. I summoned you here because I feel you should be acquainted with him, should you not? Nagato's intent was clear. As Uchiha Madara, he wished to comprehend Obito, another member of the Uchiha clan. Yet Obito was overwhelmed with frustration. Even if he were not Uchiha Madara, he would still possess knowledge of the situation, for indeed, he was Uchiha Obito. Assimilation? What nonsense! Am I not already within the Akatsuki? Casting another glance at Black Zetsu beside him, Obito observed that Black Zetsu remained silent, head bowed in contemplation. It dawned on him that this fellow was unreliable. After all, who had ever encountered such absurd circumstances? Perhaps that was the case. Obito replied ambiguously, pondering for a moment before hesitantly speaking. Are you truly intent on recruiting that individual? Uchiha people are notoriously proud. They are not easily swayed. Thus, we wish to utilize you to gain a deeper understanding. Nagato spoke indifferently, harboring distrust toward the one claiming to be Uchiha Madara. Yet he could not deny that this individual held potential value. Regardless, you are the most convenient option, and perhaps you might resonate with him on some level. Resonate? How could one not resonate? I understand his every thought. Obito's fist clenched tightly, yet he found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke in a subdued tone. I cannot guarantee that I can persuade him, and I will need time to truly comprehend him. No problem. Manage it as you see fit. Nagato nodded, though he added a cautionary note. If you fail, eliminate him if you can. If not, return with intelligence. As he is exceedingly valuable, I would prefer you return with information. We are in dire need of funds at the moment. Kakuzu nodded in agreement, expressing his strong endorsement of the sentiment. For him, the prospect of a substantial sum was far more enticing than the uncertainty of an unfamiliar ally whose background remained unknown. Understood. Obito endeavored to control his emotions to regain his composure. Alas, he faltered. The immense frustration only stoked the flames of his inner fury. Who could have anticipated that a mere visit to Konoha would lead to such a twisted predicament, where the notions of I investigate myself and I eliminate myself would manifest into reality? And all this transpired in his own experience? At this moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. You all deserve to perish. Chapter 58. The Theft of the Dragon Vein. Amidst Obito's internal turmoil, at the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, Shuz and Yakushi Kabuto had discreetly arrived. A month had afforded them ample time to prepare, particularly with the incessant pressure from Danzo, that wretched old man. Left with no choice, Shuz calculated the timing and decisively set forth. By the way, what are your plans moving forward? Gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of yellow sand, whipped into waves by the howling cold wind, Yakushi Kabuto turned to inquire. You mentioned wanting the sand-hidden village to despise Danzo. Although it seems you have succeeded thus far, how do you intend to handle the negotiations now? Naturally, we will negotiate in accordance with Danzo's intentions. Upon hearing these words, Shioja could not help but chuckle. He tightened the windproof scarf around his neck and murmured, negotiations are indeed of paramount importance. When an agreement is reached, it benefits both parties. However, failure to do so could lead to dire consequences. This is something you cannot possibly overlook. In essence, Our task is quite straightforward. We must adhere strictly to the highest standards set forth by Lord Danzo. Upon hearing this, Yakushi Kabuto was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Naturally, negotiations have their standards, encompassing an ideal price and a personal bottom line, with the space in between reserved for haggling. Upon opening his mouth, Shioja intended to negotiate according to Danzo's ideal price, which unmistakably suggested a path towards a breakdown in discussions. "Hey, don't lose your mind," Yakushi Kabuto exclaimed, unable to contain himself any longer. "If your intention is to keep me here, you need only to say so directly. There is no need for such theatrics. You can utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to escape, but I cannot. The wrath of Sunagakure will inevitably be unleashed upon me. Please, I am not mad. And neither are you facing imminent demise." Shioza rolled his eyes, feeling that Yakushi Kabuto was excessively sensitive. "We are merely laborers, serving Danzo. Grievances have their sources, and any blame should be directed at him. Furthermore, my audacity to come here and act as I do is not without reason. I can disclose to you in advance that I possess the intelligence they seek. Moreover, the information is genuine, and they are compelled to acquire it. We might even negotiate a lower price. Your implication is clear." Yakushi Kabuto, being exceptionally astute, grasped Shioza's intent in an instant. This fellow possesses something of even greater significance. Continuing to drive down the price would indeed incite their wrath, yet they would hesitate to retaliate. Shall we persist in fanning the flames? What does it mean to fan the flames? It is nothing less than extolling the grandeur and achievements of Lord Danzo. Shioza cast a glance at Yakushi Kabuto, sensing that this individual was utterly incapable of articulating his thoughts. Did I not make it clear? We are mere employees of Lord Danzo. Any issues or matters pertain solely to his directives and hold no relevance to us. Yakushi Kabuto instinctively adjusted his glasses, feeling that he could not stoop to such shamelessness. What praise and accolades are being uttered? This is nothing but a sinister whispering in the dark. So why embellish it with grandiloquent language? Furthermore, when you were in Sunagakure, take heed. When engaging in nefarious deeds, it is prudent to leave behind traces, and those traces. Shioza was not yet finished. He continued to expound upon his theories, while Yakushi Kabuto could no longer contain himself. All right, I understand. I will leave traces of Danzo as subtly as possible. But what if you are wrong? He questioned. Even if I were mistaken, do you not desire to wield power yourself, to do something for the orphanage and its director? Danzo believed he had grasped Shioza's lifeline. Having brainwashed him since childhood and ensured the eradication of any potential slander through his cursed seal, thus forming a bond of trust from a physical standpoint. However, in reality, it was Shioza who held Kabuto's lifeline. Kabuto had not been deeply brainwashed, as he had been sent to other villages to lie in wait quite early on. Lacking extensive knowledge about Danzo, he naturally bore no cursed seal, and Shioza was all too familiar with this individual's character and certain inclinations. Of course, it was precisely because of Kabuto's personality, potential, and the absence of brainwashing and cursed seals that Shioza was willing to seek him out. The original text did not mention this. Let us assume it was not established. Furthermore, you left the village early and do not possess a profound understanding of Danzo. In contrast, I am quite aware of his nature. He would undoubtedly act this way. You are truly confident. Kabuto shook his head in resignation, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed Shioza handing him a kunai. What is this? Although unsure of when events would unfold, it was prudent to be prepared. Shioza smiled and spoke. As you near the completion of your task, I am concerned that Danzo may orchestrate a meeting between you and the director, or perhaps arrange for you to encounter one another during other missions. Whether you are to assassinate her or she to eliminate you, though these are mere speculations, it is prudent to prepare in advance. You should remain vigilant. It would be wise. You, my friend, have quite a dark disposition. Yakushi Kabuto complained, yet he dutifully accepted the kunai. Suddenly, he jested. Am I the first boy to receive your kunai? You certainly weren't like this at the orphanage. You talk too much, came the reply. Shioza rolled his eyes, and for a fleeting moment, he truly wished to reclaim the hidden weapon. However, Do suddenly interjected, posing a question. Given the considerable distance between Konoha and Iwagakure, can you even make it there? Even if you do manage to arrive, do you possess any combat capabilities left? This is the very issue we must address tonight. Shioza's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. At this distance, it was sufficiently ample for him. Are you prepared? What? Yakushi Kabuto felt an inexplicable confusion. But in the next instant, Shioza hurled a shoe akin to the ground, while one hand rested on his shoulder. A resonant hum accompanied the surge of chakra, causing Yakushi Kabuto to feel lightheaded, as everything before him seemed to distort. As his vision regained clarity, the sensation of dizziness remained potent, and he abruptly realized he had been transported inside a towering structure. This is struggling to suppress the urge to retch. Yao Shirdo turned to look at Xiuza, only to find him ingesting military rations. This place is Lulan. As Xiuza chewed on the military rations, he spoke with a slight breathlessness. I believe I need not introduce to you the history and past of this place, do I? I am aware that here. The enigmatic figure of Yakushi Kabuto struggled to rise, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. He was instantly captivated by the kunai embedded in the ground. The design of this kunai. It belongs to the Fourth Hokage. He once graced this very location and sealed away something of significance. Xiuza nodded slightly, gradually making his way forward, patiently awaiting the effects of the soldier's pill while concurrently replenishing his chakra. He cast his gaze upon the kunai scattered on the ground. I had heard whispers of this mission and had clandestinely perused numerous tomes and scrolls, which led me to a revelation. The revelation? Yakushi Kabuto murmured softly, already aware of Xiuza's intentions. Indeed, buried here lies a vast reservoir of chakra, a relic that, while belonging to Lulan, could also be deemed ownerless in essence. Xiuza revealed a faint smile as he turned to face Yakushi Kabuto, speaking slowly. The sand-hidden village has always been fixated on it, seeking to harness its power to grow stronger. However, one must ponder whether it is preferable to ally with a partner devoid of ambition and threat, or with one brimming with ambition, capable of striking at any moment. Thus, for the sake of Konoha, I believe it is prudent to sever their ambitions. Yakushi Kabuto found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure. He had encountered shameless individuals before, as he himself could be considered one of them. Yet, encountering someone as uniquely audacious as Xiuza was a first for him. You dare to steal and yet speak with such lofty ideals. Chapter 59. Seizing and instantly refining, whether it is theft or expressing gratitude for nature's gifts, the power of the dragon vein is something Xiuza never intended to share with others, especially since what he stated is indeed the truth. Remaining here only serves to incite the people of the sand-hidden village, and in the future, it may even attract the so-called Lushan. Given this, it would be wiser to act preemptively, preventing this power from being coveted constantly. This aligns with the will of the roots, everything for Konoha. Of course, this endeavor is not without its risks. His sealing techniques had not been developed for quite some time. Whether it be Danzo or Uchiha Obito, neither had afforded Xiuza any additional time for preparation. Nevertheless, a level 5 sealing technique should suffice to unlock the current seal, and what I must do is Xiuza's gaze was somewhat vacant. His objective was to seize the moment when the dragon vein chakra erupted, to grasp it firmly and refine it instantaneously. While this assertion may seem somewhat exaggerated, it is not far from the truth. Whether it pertains to bloodline limits, bloodline elimination, or Xiuza's ultimate aspiration of bloodline amalgamation, the fusion of these elements necessitates an unimaginably vast reservoir of chakra. Such an immense chakra is, in reality, exceedingly difficult for an ordinary individual to attain. The limitations of human physical capacity are evident, and not everyone possesses the ability to generate chakra. If that were not the case, why would the ninja world still be populated by so many commoners? Each year, the Ninja Academy conducts assessments to determine whether candidates possess the innate talent for ninjutsu. Xiuza is undoubtedly gifted, for he would not have been forcibly taken by Danzo otherwise. Moreover, his current formidable physical prowess inherently contributes to a remarkable reservoir of chakra. With his chakra now elevated to LV7, not only has he experienced substantial enhancements in control, application, and, most importantly, recovery, but he has also witnessed an increase in quantity. Nevertheless, he still feels that the amount of chakra at his disposal is insufficient during the process of bloodline fusion. It appears that once these matters are resolved, he must redirect his focus towards improving his physical attributes and chakra. The cursed freedom points remain woefully inadequate. Xiuza sighed inwardly, recognizing that physical prowess is fundamental. A physical quality of LV7 can merely be deemed as that of an elite J-nin. Only at LV10 does one attain the status of a Kage. If he wishes to match the physical capabilities of Senja Hashirama, he would undoubtedly require a level exceeding LV12. As for those Otsutsuki, he must focus on the present for now. Xiuza found himself unable to entertain any thoughts. The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed, ultimately leading to an exacerbation of his decision-making difficulties. While focusing on a single enhancement could indeed be advantageous, circumstances sometimes necessitated a more nuanced approach. Without the earth escape technique, if he solely concentrated on water escape, he would likely have been rendered a fool in his previous task. Moreover, he still had to integrate the bloodline limits, leaving him with no choice but to remain a mere vessel. Having nearly recovered, he resolved to prepare for what lay ahead, requesting his companion to keep an eye on external movements. "Do you not require my assistance?" Do adjusted his glasses, softly inquiring, only to be met with an exasperated roll of Shioza's eyes. "Are you proficient in sealing techniques? I can assist with vigilance." Do, demonstrating his awareness of the situation, promptly shifted his approach upon realizing his limitations, which earned a nod of approval from Shioza. Crouching down, Shioza began to carefully examine the sealing technique before him. However, as he drew closer, he sensed something unusual emanating from within the seal. He could faintly perceive a chakra relentlessly roaring. Yet all its fluctuations were effectively contained by the sealing technique. "This is rather extraordinary. At first, I thought it was merely the wind, but to my surprise, Do also became aware of this anomaly, swallowing hard as he turned his gaze towards Shioza. "Are you truly capable of handling this? Do not cause any unforeseen complications." "Do not worry. I am fully aware of what I am doing." Shioza felt somewhat overwhelmed, yet he responded, not out of stubbornness, but because he had indeed uncovered something intriguing. The four symbol seals, could their effects truly be so remarkable? After meticulous observation, Shioza was able to ascertain the nature of the seal left behind by Namikaze Minato. It was the four symbol seal. Although the initial entry of the four symbol seal was not particularly formidable, mastering it proved to be quite a challenge. Minato's technique was exceptionally sophisticated. He employed multiple layers of intricacy to interlock the four symbol seal, effectively immobilizing the dragon vein. This intricate confinement produced an intriguing effect. Should one seal be compromised by the dragon vein, the remaining seals could swiftly counteract the breach. Moreover, the damaged seal could utilize the chakra dispersed by the dragon vein for restoration. After all, the dragon vein was composed of pure chakra, making it an ideal substance for repair. Even in the worst-case scenario, should the seals encounter issues, assistance could be promptly summoned through the Flying Thunder God technique. Shioza gazed at the specially crafted kunai beneath his feet, letting out a sigh. The Fourth Hokage indeed possessed a meticulous mind. Unfortunately, fate is often unkind to the gifted. He was betrayed by his own esteemed disciple and ultimately chose to end his own life. Otherwise, Shioza would have had no chance whatsoever. Moreover, it was fortunate that it was the four symbol seal. Had it been the 8 trigram seal, he would have been utterly hopeless. The 8 trigram seal was employed to imprison the Nine Tails, and currently, Shioza had no means to counter it. Thus, let us commence. Taking a deep breath, he extended his finger, a faint chakra manifesting at his fingertip, which he then directed towards the weakened side of the seal. Although his sealing technique was not of the highest caliber, the four symbol seal had long been classified among them. Moreover, what he intended to accomplish was not overly complicated. He aimed to create a breach in the seal, allowing the dragon vein to continually deplete the seal's power, thus minimizing the danger upon its emergence. During this interval, he could also finalize his preliminary preparations. As he punctured the seal, a violent surge of chakra began to tremble. The flames within the tower flickered ominously, and an inexplicable sense of oppression enveloped both him and Kabuto. "Have you prepared the evacuation plan?" Kabuto adjusted his glasses, feeling the intensifying aura, and inquired with a furrowed brow. "Rest assured, I would never jest with my own life." Shioza nodded lightly, settling himself beside the seal before quietly closing his eyes. Seeing this, Do refrained from further words, instead surveying the surrounding environment with keen eyes, before commencing the arrangement of various traps. Reluctantly drawn into this predicament by Shioza, Do chose to place his trust in him. After all, they were both raised by Director Yanoyu, friends from the orphanage, and upon entering the roots, he understood the profound significance of such camaraderie. For him, perhaps the only individuals he could truly trust were Director Yanoyu and this audacious fellow, Shioza. Meanwhile, Shioza began to refine the chakra within him. The earth element was his most familiar, as it was the one he most frequently employed in battle. Following closely was the water element. Regrettably, due to the constraints of the terrain, he was reluctant to expend excessive chakra, resulting in a lower frequency of water usage in the current skirmish. Nevertheless, its rank, only slightly below that of the earth element, underscored his fondness for water techniques. Once he fully mobilized these two types of chakra, he leisurely initiated the activation of his yang release. As these three forces were completely summoned, he began to operate according to the formula in his mind. However, at that very moment, an unsettling sensation overwhelmed him. Chapter 60. Do, how could this be possible? What is this? Shioza stood in astonishment. acutely aware of the turbulent chakra coursing through his being. He realized that the situation appeared to deviate from his expectations. It was not that he was unable to control the chakra within him. Rather, the control afforded by his LV7 chakra level was remarkably extraordinary. Nor was it the case that his chakra struggled to harmonize. Instead, the unfolding of events seemed to progress with an almost unsettling ease. Is this the power of the formula? The fusion of Shioja operates entirely according to the formula derived from his understanding of wood release. However, considering his somewhat dismal academic performance in mathematics, he initially believed that applying such formulas could prove rather cumbersome. After all, while one may deceive others, mathematics remains an unwavering truth. If it does not compute, it simply does not. Yet now, he realizes that he has become somewhat empirical in his approach. He unconsciously integrates chakra into the formula, and everything unfolds with remarkable ease. This is indeed a fortuitous development, as future fusions involving other bloodline limits or even the elimination of bloodlines will be much more effortless. However, this unexpected smoothness has left Shioja somewhat bewildered. The accelerated pace of fusion has ushered in a stage of significant chakra consumption, and the magnitude of this depletion is truly astonishing. Shioja felt beads of perspiration forming between his brows as he merged three distinct chakra attributes. Maintaining this state was essential to solidify the fusion and allow it to permeate throughout his entire being. This process necessitated a continuous supply of chakra, leading him to a profound realization: the scarcity of bloodline ninjas and the rarity of new bloodline clans. The consumption of chakra was extraordinarily immense, and it was likely that the mere act of fusion would deter countless ninjas from attempting it. Shioja, while sustaining the fusion with his own chakra, fixed his gaze intently upon the nearby seal. He harbored a sense that perhaps the chakra required for the bloodline limit fusion was the utmost limit of a conventional ninja. Throughout the ages, it seemed that only one prominent bloodline limit, dust release, had emerged within the ninja world. Of course, Senja Hashirama could also be considered one. Yet it is indeed challenging to classify this individual as a normal ninja. As for progressing further, it is likely that external forces would be necessary for assistance. Shioja's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the seal of the dragon vein. He felt no qualms about relying on external forces for fusion. At merely LV7, which would normally equate to the level of an elite Jonin, he did not believe he could rival the increasingly formidable Inoki or the superhuman Hashirama Senju. Moreover, utilizing external means in advance could be seen as a form of early adaptation, preparing himself for further advancement in the future. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Sweat poured down Shioja's forehead, cascading onto the ground as his chakra neared depletion. What the hell was he doing? Beside him, Do observed Shioja's deteriorating condition. Noting the chaotic churn and consumption of chakra within him, he had no inkling of what this individual was up to, yet he dared not intrude, suspecting that Shioja was engaged in something of great significance. Yet, as the seal's breach widened, the oppressive aura emanating from the dense chakra intensified, igniting his worries. Suddenly, a roar reminiscent of a furious howl reverberated throughout the towering structure. In the next instant, the frenzied chakra unleashed a deafening cacophony of roars. The terrifying chakra trembled violently, and within moments, the top of the tower collapsed. The falling debris, under the influence of the raging chakra, transformed into fine particles, swirling like a sandstorm that engulfed the entire tower. As Do dodged the onslaught of debris, his gaze fixed upon Shioja, who remained seated. Turning his head, he noticed that the ancient city of Lulan began to stir through the shattered tower, prompting him to realize that remaining there was no longer an option. What an immature individual. Do gritted his teeth, refusing to abandon Shioja, and trudged through the swirling sands and rubble toward him. At that moment, Shioja suddenly opened his eyes. Now was the time. He swiftly raised his hand, and due to their proximity, his hand plunged directly into the chakra of the dragon vein. Amidst the rumbling, he found himself harnessing the tumultuous chakra. The dragon vein roared, and Shioja adeptly channeled his chakra into his body, surging towards the chakra he was merging with. Truly, one must give thanks to the Fourth Hokage. Feeling the surge, Shioja couldn't help but express his gratitude. As he tore open the seal, the interconnected seals instinctively sought to restore themselves, consequently consuming the chakra of the dragon vein. Simultaneously, for the dragon vein to break free from the seal, it had to engage in a fierce struggle against the remaining seals, leading to significant depletion of its power. Moreover, Shioja was not foolish. The opening he created was not as grand as he had envisioned, and the dragon vein could not be completely extracted in one go. This presented him with the opportunity for sustainable exploitation, allowing him to continuously absorb the already exhausted chakra of the dragon vein that seeped out from the seal. With the influx of this immense, pure chakra, the fusion of the three powers within Shioja accelerated rapidly. Amidst this ongoing amalgamation, his inner strength solidified, becoming resilient and seamlessly intertwining into one cohesive force. At that moment, a radiant white light emanated from Shioja, accompanied by an inexplicable chakra radiating from his being. What was happening? Do stood in astonishment. Though he still needed to keep an eye on the crowd converging outside the tower, Shioja's current state was utterly peculiar. As the chakra intensified and solidified, a violent roar erupted from above him. Do instinctively covered his ears, the sound reverberating painfully against his eardrums, while he felt the ground tremble violently beneath him. Yet, as he scrutinized the scene before him, his expression froze in disbelief. An ancient, towering tree sprang from the earth, winding around Shioja and continuously extending and growing. Soon, this great tree burst through the shattered apex of the tower, its lush branches enveloping the structure. Most importantly, Do sensed a powerful chakra brewing within this magnificent tree. Witnessing this spectacle, Do was utterly transfixed, his mind repeating a singular phrase. How could this be possible? How is this even conceivable? Chapter 61. Senju Shioja? It has succeeded. Shioze silently attuned himself to the condition of his body, particularly aware of the profound strength that had seamlessly intertwined with his being. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of pride. After all, what did it matter if he lacked a noble lineage? Was he not still a formidable presence? What is this? The apothecary Do, noticing the tranquility that enveloped the surroundings, dared to approach further. He gazed at the towering tree and then glanced at Shioze, momentarily lost in a daze, before instinctively uttering, "Are you of the Thousand Hands clan?" "I am uncertain." Shioze yearned to retort, "I am certainly not." Yet, he deemed it prudent to refrain from such remarks. In pursuit of the information he sought, he must resort to cunning and subterfuge. "You are unaware?" Do gazed incredulously at the towering tree, casting a glance at Shioza, who was presently absorbing the dragon vein. He instinctively adjusted his glasses. "The wood release has manifested. And you remain oblivious." "I have integrated it myself." Shioza cast a fleeting glance at the pharmacist Do, and as he absorbed the remnants of the dragon's veins, he began to attune himself to his unique wood release. His wood release was extraordinary, distinctly different from the conventional furniture ninjutsu of the Yamato clan, for he had integrated it based on the formula he acquired from Obito. Within his wood release lay a substantial amount of yang release as its foundation, yielding remarkable effects. However, it did not reach the level of Hashirama Senju, which was capable of directly contending with Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. In fact, when combined with sage techniques, it had decisively overwhelmed both the Susanoo and the Nine Tails in a fierce confrontation. Nevertheless, his own abilities were not lacking. Rather, his wood release exhibited considerable potential for further advancement. Acquiring new power, wood release, which is formed from the amalgamation of earth release, water release, and yang release. Due to its possession of 3 chakra attributes, each upgrade enhances all 3 attributes simultaneously. Current wood release level, LV6. Upon seeing this notification, Shioza was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded in understanding. This situation was not unusual. In fact, it was quite normal. He had balanced the 3 attributes to reach LV6, thereby obtaining his current wood release. Consequently, any subsequent enhancement of the wood release would naturally elevate these 3 powers in unison. This certainly simplified matters, albeit at the cost of increased consumption. Shioza pressed his lips together. Combining the 3 abilities yielded intriguing results. However, at that moment, a new piece of information surfaced. Due to the fusion of wood release, his bloodline exhibited some peculiar alterations. Please take note of the changes in the bloodline. Upon encountering this information, Shioza momentarily paused in astonishment, yet he quickly nodded in acknowledgement. If his memory served him correctly, the powers of bloodline limits were inherited through genetic ties, much like the numerous bloodlines found on the neighboring island of the Mist. Furthermore, he distinctly recalled that only 3 clans possessed bloodline limits that were not derived from chakra fusion. 2 of these clans were from Konoha, the Hyuga, and the Uchiha, while the Mist had 1 remaining clan, the Take-Dorai, which had been nearly extinguished, leaving only a lone survivor. The mutations of these 3 families were fundamentally based on their physical forms, and it was entirely natural for their bloodlines to flow. However, how did the other clans, reliant on chakra fusion, continue to propagate their legacies? Now, Shioza understood. The fusion of chakra could indeed alter bloodlines. After all, the ultimate trajectory of chakra fusion leads to the entwinement of bloodlines. Shioza sighed, reflecting on his own transformation while absent-mindedly stroking his chin. Although the fusion of chakra can alter one's bloodline, it also resembles the situation with the Uchiha and the Kagaya. There are always those who cannot activate their abilities. The most complete manifestation of the Shikatsumiyaku is found in Kimimaro, yet it remains uncertain whether others could awaken it, as they have all perished, leaving no opportunity for investigation. However, Shioza is relatively familiar with the Uchiha clan, many of whom are unable to unlock the Sharingan, making each pair of eyes exceedingly precious. Similarly, there are numerous individuals unable to activate ordinary bloodline limits. For instance, both the Earth and Black Earth, each inheriting the dust release. Of course, some have activated their abilities to an extraordinary degree, unlocking two at once. It is highly probable that some may be like Koharu Utatane. Koharu possesses two bloodline limits, and the original work does not seem to indicate that she fused them herself, thus significantly increasing the likelihood of inheriting such powers. Moreover, speaking of Inoki, it is perhaps the aberration of his bloodline that has rendered him increasingly formidable with age, while this may also relate to his combat style. Compared to the similarly aged Hiruzen Sarutobi, he is undeniably stronger by a considerable margin. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, his prowess was thoroughly displayed. Ji Yuan shows a physical comprehensive quality, LV9 chakra, LV9 abilities, wood release LV6, water release LV6, earth release LV6, yang release LV6. Flying Thunder God LV6 free points. 0 opening the panel, Shioza scrutinized the changes within himself and was momentarily taken aback. His physical quality and chakra had remarkably developed in tandem, experiencing such significant growth. A full 30 free points had been prompted merely by the nascent wood release. Witnessing this, Shioza could not help but break into a smile. The advantages bestowed upon him by the fusion of a single wood release were far beyond his expectations. It seems that this path must be pursued further. Shioza secretly made a resolution in his heart. He was well aware that the growth resulting from future integrations would likely not be as remarkable as this one. However, as long as there was growth, it would undoubtedly be a positive development. Particularly, there remained a considerable amount of chakra from the dragon vein that had yet to be utilized. Therefore, I shall not hold back. I will seal it all within myself. Shioza had no intention of leaving the dragon vein for the land of wind. Such a notion of gratitude for nature's gifts was better accepted in its entirety. Had this been in the past, he might have contemplated the matter more thoroughly. But with his current physical prowess, he was more than capable of bearing the burden, particularly after being sealed for so long and expending considerable energy. Coupled with the fact that he had absorbed so much, sealing it away was no longer a daunting task. Without a trace of hesitation, Shioza decisively shattered the remaining seal. A surge of tumultuous chakra erupted once more, yet this time it lacked the previous volatility, revealing a persistent sense of frailty. The four-symbol seal. As he absorbed the last remnants of the dragon vein's chakra, he immediately set about placing a seal upon himself, mirroring that which Minato Namikaze had left behind. In that instant, the entire tower fell into a profound silence. Is it over? Yakushi Kabuto observed the wild chakra dissipate entirely, then lifted his gaze to the towering giant tree. Unable to restrain himself, he finally inquired, "Should I now refer to you as Senju Shioza? If you wish to avoid reminiscing about our training sessions upon entering the route together, I advise you to refrain from speaking recklessly." Shioza cast a glare at the pharmacist. Yet at that moment, he also heard the clamor from outside the tower. He realized that staying here was no longer an option. "Let us depart. The necessary tasks have been completed, and it is time for us to proceed to the next phase of our endeavor." Shioza is currently in high spirits, having acquired wood release, which has significantly enhanced his abilities. Naturally, this has infused him with joy. The only task that remains is to deal with Danzo. Allowing him to secure more freedom, his future is indeed filled with hope. Yakushi Kabuto nodded, earnestly observing Shioza, his heart unable to suppress a surge of excitement. Wood release. Upon witnessing the emergence of this technique, his heart brimmed with optimism. Chapter 62. Danzo, you truly deserve to die? Once again, it is you. This little brat. The following day, at an oasis on the border between the land of wind and the land of rivers, Kaizi's expression darkened upon catching sight of Shioza. This little brat had left a profound impression on him, to the point that he overlooked the masked individual beside Shioza. "Lord Kaizi, I did not expect it to be you this time as well." Shioza's face radiated with genuine joy, a smile that was anything but superficial. It appeared to stem from the depths of his heart. He glanced around, and soon spotted a familiar figure behind Hai Lao Zhang, waving cheerfully. "Lord Yakura. It has been quite a while. I have missed our last parting dearly." Yakura merely raised an eyebrow in silence. while the overlooked Yakushi Kabuto couldn't help but bow his head slightly. It seemed he began to grasp the essence of the tolerance Shioza had mentioned. Enough of idle chatter. I have pressing matters to attend to, Hai Lao Zong asserted, gesturing for the others to retreat to the periphery of the oasis, leaving Yukura standing alone. Since the previous incident, Yukura had begun to follow Hai Lao Zhang, who had also disclosed several matters concerning the village to him. In truth, there were some things Hai Lao Zhang wished to keep to himself, yet he understood that failure to disclose them might prompt Yukura to flee under the cover of night. Sunagakure was inherently unable to rival Konoha or even Iwagakure. Its barren geography and languishing economy hampered their development. If they could leverage Yukura for gain, he might reluctantly acquiesce. However, should the scheme unravel, leaving them with nothing, the crux would lie in retaining Yukura and earning her trust. The only course of action for Hai Lao Zhang was to be forthright. Only honesty could salvage the situation to some extent. Moreover, he indeed had other matters to address. According to reports from the Swift Eagle, a horrifying incident had transpired in the southern region of the Land of Wind last night. The chakra of the dragon vein had erupted. This eruption seemingly birthed a colossal tree, an occurrence that involuntarily recalled Konoha to his mind. Yet, he quickly shook his head. While there was a possibility that Konoha was involved, it was not particularly high. The Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had never harbored any covetous desires regarding the power of the dragon vein. Nevertheless, Konoha remained the prime suspect, though any suspicion warranted thorough investigation, especially at this juncture. He would still have to rely on Konoha. Very well, let us get straight to the point. Shioza nodded and spoke with a smile. It was evident that you have made the right choice, and we shall undoubtedly lend you our full support. Damn it. Who in their right mind would wish to collaborate with Danzo? Hizo let out a cold snort inwardly, yet he remained silent, merely fixing a frosty gaze upon Shioza. Of course, collaboration demands sacrifice, and Lord Danzo is well aware of this. Shioza remained unfazed, continuing to smile as he spoke. As a representative of the engaged parties, he and Yakushi Kabuto had reviewed the terms, and he was well aware of Danzo's bottom line. Now was the time for him to act. And he would certainly emphasize Danzo's stance, for he was indeed a diligent worker. However, the demands put forth by your esteemed self were somewhat excessive. According to Lord Danzo's intentions, we can provide Sunagakure with a certain quantity of provisions. Yet, regarding the negotiations with the Land of Earth, we must maintain silence. As Konoha is a major ninja village, and we shall not interfere in the affairs of other nations and villages. Upon hearing this, Hayuzo's eyes widened in disbelief, while Yakushi Kabuto lowered his head even further. Both men simultaneously recalled a phrase. How could this little brat, Shioza, utter such shameless words? Not interfere? What then were all your previous statements? What are you doing now? We are allies. Should you not offer your cooperation in our actions as allies? Unable to contain himself, Hayuzo fixed his gaze on Shioza and spoke coldly. This is Lord Danzo's will. I have no authority to criticize. Shioza shook his head, adopting a serious demeanor. Furthermore, Lord Danzo anticipated that you would respond in this manner, thus he has a question to pose to you. While you contend with the disturbances from the mist and resolutely oppose the rock, potentially reigniting the flames of war, have you considered that Konoha and Suna are allies? Your actions are indeed irresponsible, posing a threat to Konoha as well. Kaibakuzu found himself at a loss for words, yet his heart seethed with anger. Had it not been for your interference in Konoha, which led to the theft of Suna's intelligence and the exposure of the Yakura incident, would Suna be in such a passive position now? Nonetheless, a lack of support will necessitate compensation in other ways. Shioza continued to speak in a tone that was neither enthusiastic nor indifferent. Lord Danzo has promised that he would allocate additional tasks from the Land of Rivers to you. Furthermore, once he ascends to the position of Hokage, he intends to assign all missions in the vicinity of the Land of Rivers to you as well. Damn it. Is this yet another empty promise? Haibo Zhang was nearly driven to laughter. The Land of Rivers had already been divided between Konoha and Sunagakure. Naturally, whichever side exhibited greater strength would receive more collaborative tasks. However, the notion of winner takes all is sometimes immutable. Konoha's superiority means they are sought after more frequently. Given the same price, missions from Konoha will naturally be more numerous. There are even instances when Sunagakure, despite engaging in a price war, cannot compete with Konoha, as some individuals place greater trust in quality. By making such a promise, Danzo's words are nothing more than hot air. As for when you will become Hokage, who knows? Are you from Konoha truly overstepping your bounds? Haibo Zhang refrained from turning away and storming off, which was already a concession. He stared fiercely at Shioza, his gaze a blend of fury and murderous intent. If this is your attitude, then there is no need for further discussion. Moreover, I am unafraid to inform you that while our situation in Sunagakure is indeed dire, when pushed to the brink, we are capable of significant actions. You and Konoha may be reluctant to engage in a new war, but sometimes conflict does not unfold according to your desires. Haibo Zhang's threat was unequivocal, if pressed hard enough. They would stand firm against Iwagakure. Should hostilities erupt, Konoha, as an ally, would undoubtedly be implicated, and regardless of Konoha's involvement, Iwagakure would inevitably take action. The same goes for Kumogakure and, of course, Kirigakure would not miss the opportunity. One could say this threat was quite lethal. But let us not be hasty. We have two pieces of intelligence for you that will certainly pique your interest. However, Shioza remained unfazed, smiling as he spoke. Speak. Haibo Zhang, with a grim expression, gazed at Shioza, his mood truly abysmal. According to reliable intelligence, there may be issues concerning your village's Jonin, Yoshi. Shioza clasped his hands around his chest. While both Hailao Zhang and Yi-san's expressions shifted simultaneously, even Yakushi Kabuto was momentarily taken aback. But he swiftly concluded that this must be a unique bargaining chip bestowed upon Shioza by Danzo. The technique of manipulating sand with the subconscious mind. This technique is not unfamiliar to you, is it? How could this be possible? Hailao Zhang's countenance darkened. Few possess mastery over this technique, and those who do are all exceptional puppeteers. Could it be? As for the second piece of information concerning the scorpion of the red sand, Shioza's fingers danced lightly, maintaining a smile upon his face. He found himself amidst an organization rife with traitorous ninjas, known as Akatsuki, likely situated in the Land of Rain. Akatsuki, the Land of Rain. Is it Hanzo the Salamander? Haiden's gaze darkened considerably. They had investigated Scorpion's whereabouts for quite some time, yet to no avail. It was utterly unexpected that Danzo had managed to obtain such information. What infuriated him further was the revelation that Scorpion had allied himself with Hanzo. It is worth noting that Lord Danzo is also concerned about the possibility of your undertaking any extreme actions, hence, the compensation will not be insignificant. Shioza gazed at Hailao Zhang and ultimately shook his head. We shall provide a certain sum of compensation. I believe this is precisely what your Sunagakure urgently requires. Upon hearing this, Hailao Zhang's expression softened slightly. Sunagakure was indeed impoverished, and any form of financial support was of utmost significance. Yet, soon after, an unprecedented sense of indignation welled up within him. He felt that Danzo was merely bestowing charity upon them, casting aside a mere bone out of pity. At that moment, he could no longer contain his emotions. Danzo, you truly deserve contempt. Chapter 63. The Scapegoat. What methods did you employ to coerce him into compliance? Inside the root base of Konoha, Danzo stared in disbelief at the report in his hands, and then raised his head to look at Shioza with incredulity. For a fleeting moment, he questioned whether Shioza had deceived him, for the success of this mission was astonishingly remarkable. However, such words remained unspoken, and he did not believe that this clever young man would err in such matters. Yet, the entire situation was utterly absurd. The answer that Shioza had brought back had undeniably crushed both Sunagakure and Hailao Zhang. Lord Danzo, I acted strictly in accordance with your instructions. Upon hearing these words, Shioza felt a surge of discontent. What does it mean to say that I coerced him? It is clearly you, Lord Danzo. The negotiations with Sunagakure have concluded. And regardless of Suki's intentions, this matter has been resolved. Shioza felt a tinge of regret and inwardly chastised Sand Hidden for their lack of gratitude, denying him any opportunity to engage with the most beautiful back in the Hokage. It is worth noting that he had saved Yekong's life, yet after the negotiations concluded, Sand Hidden stormed off in a fit of anger. However, he found himself powerless in the situation. After escorting the medicine master to the borders of the Land of Iron, he turned back toward the Leaf Village. Yet, in the face of Danzo's scrutiny, who even sought to hold him accountable for the matter, he found himself unwilling to accept such treatment. Lord Danzo, the situation in Sand Hidden is, in fact, even more dire than we had anticipated. Therefore, I took the liberty of modifying the negotiation terms, and I kindly ask for your understanding. Shioza lowered his head and spoke softly. Yet his primary intention was to evade responsibility. I diminished our bargaining power, for I discerned that Sunagakure was presently in a precarious position, beset by the ongoing disturbances from Kirigakure, while simultaneously losing their leverage in negotiations with them. The offensive from Onoki had not abated. Yet the entanglement with Kirigakure rendered the Fourth Hokage proclamations mere bluster, as all actions had come to a standstill. It is unlikely they would dare to mobilize their forces, even if Onoki were to completely conquer those smaller nations. Moreover, Danzo's ally, the composed Suki, would not gamble with the fate of the village. His reliance now rests solely upon our alliance. The resources we provide are undoubtedly beneficial to them. I am well aware of this, yet it is insufficient. Danzo nodded. Though he occasionally exhibited excessive confidence, he often lost sight of direction when matters concerned him directly. However, this does not imply that he is oblivious to the issues at hand in other situations. As the saying goes, a bystander sees clearly, and he possesses a certain understanding of the challenges facing Sunagakure. Shioza heard the statement without displaying any reaction, yet internally, he couldn't help but press his lips together. At this moment, why are you being so clever? I have traded using the intelligence of Rio and Scorpion. Nevertheless, Shioza was not without his own preparations. Certain matters had likely already begun to escalate. Indeed, it was insufficient, yet they now faced a grave dilemma. Shioza lowered his head and spoke softly. After the negotiations concluded, we specifically inquired about the situation in Sunagakure, and it appears that there is an issue with the Dragon Vein. The mention of the Dragon Vein caused Danzo to pause momentarily, before a flicker of understanding crossed his face. Sunagakure has always harbored ambitions regarding the Dragon Vein. Yet internal and external factors have hindered their actions. With the Dragon Vein now in turmoil, their internal anxiety is undoubtedly heightened, as they are genuinely impoverished. It seems imperative to delve deeper into the circumstances surrounding the Dragon Vein. Danzo's gaze flickered. He perceived no inherent problem with the Dragon Vein's predicament. On the contrary, it could be advantageous for Konoha. Neither he nor Hiruzen Sarutobi desires for Sunagakure to harness the Dragon Vein's power. I understand, he acknowledged. You were fortunate this time. Yet your performance was commendable. Having pondered these matters, Danzo nodded and continued, however, excessively squeezing them may not serve our interests well. It could provoke dissatisfaction within their ranks. Let us regard this situation as a subtle warning for them, encouraging a clearer perception of reality. Nevertheless, we can afford to offer a bit more in compensation, after all. They are in dire need of funds. Every endeavor requires financial resources, and scarcity is a common plight. Shioza blinked, while Danzo pondered for a moment before gesturing grandly. Let us grant them a bit more. It falls well within my purview. As for subsequent matters, we shall discuss them once I ascend to the position of Hokage. Danzo brimmed with confidence, though it was evident that he was not foolish enough to apply excessive pressure, fearing the potential backlash that could ensue. Shioza nodded in satisfaction. Grateful for the gifts of nature, he realized that not only did he benefit, but he could also exploit certain aspects for his advantage. The Dragon Vein was indeed remarkable. However, he recognized the necessity of making additional arrangements. As he departed from the root base, Shioza could not help but mutter quietly to himself. In Lulon, a magnificent tree had emerged. Though no one could pinpoint its origin, many had witnessed its presence. Furthermore, Shioza needed to devise a suitable excuse to unleash would release. The intertwining of these two events would inevitably draw suspicion his way. Thus, he required a scapegoat. Someone to shoulder the blame, while allowing him to utilize would release seamlessly and justifiably. By fortunate coincidence, there existed within his list of adversaries an individual of varying stature and abilities, whose traits aligned perfectly with his requirements. Indeed, you are quite the good Samaritan, Shioza mused, lifting his gaze skyward. The bright sunlight felt slightly blinding. Yet his spirits soared with joy. For the first time, he found himself eagerly anticipating that individual to seek him out for trouble. What is this sensation? Why do my ears feel warm? In the land of fire, Obito stood atop a grand tree, gazing into the distance, though an odd feeling lingered. He dismissed it, for he had other matters demanding his attention. Obito, are you certain this is the course you wish to take? Beside him, the carnivorous plant sighed in resignation. Indeed. While Uchiha Shursui may have awakened his Mangeki Sharingan, your decision remains perilously reckless. We cannot fathom his true intentions. Approaching him in such a manner may yield unforeseen consequences. Fear not, I have my own plans, Obito replied with a sidelong glance, refraining from elaborating further. His current objective was to confront Uchiha Shursui. Having been significantly wronged by Shioza and Konoha, particularly with the Akatsuki organization plotting against him, his fury surged to great heights. If he did not exact revenge, he would find it impossible to justify his inaction. During this period, he had commissioned Black Zetsu to conduct extensive investigations, acquiring a wealth of intriguing information. Consequently, his focus shifted towards Shursui, a young man whose aspirations aligned with Konoha, striving for the reconciliation of his clan with the village. Yet, Konoha's actions were unlikely to satisfy him. We are both aware of Danzo's machinations. Thus, there is no need to dwell on trivial matters, Obito remarked, gazing thoughtfully at the sky. For an Uchiha, the more pure-hearted one is, the more devastating the fall when their beliefs shatter. Chapter 64. Obito's Pursuit. Black Zetsu found himself helpless in the face of Obito's convictions. Undeniably, Obito's assertions held truth. For the Uchiha, their paths were invariably extreme. They were either excessively benevolent or driven to madness. Obito clearly belonged to the latter category, yet he seemed entirely oblivious to this self-awareness. Furthermore, Black Zetsu had always scoffed at the plans devised by Obito. The Ninetales incident had been a stroke of luck. Had it not been for the demise of Minato and Kushina, Obito would not have enjoyed such respite. Yet, he remained restless, stirring trouble with another individual capable of utilizing Flying Thunder God. Now, not only had his identity been exposed, but he was also being fervently pursued by the Land of Fire. Regrettably, he appeared to learn nothing from his experiences, as he had now set his sights on Uchiha Shursui. Although they possessed comprehensive intelligence regarding Danzo's schemes and Obito remained concealed within Kamui, the perceptive Shizuir could not detect his presence. Nevertheless, Black Zetsu found it hard to believe in the viability of Obito's plan, genuinely fearing that it might lead to disaster. We shall take it one step at a time. By the way, where have you been lately? I haven't seen you around for days. Amidst Black Zetsu's turmoil, in a dumpling shop within Konoha, Yuin curiously inquired of Shioza while savoring her dumplings. Although Shioza can be somewhat clumsy and occasionally engages in actions that she may deem less than commendable, she has never failed to acknowledge that he is an exceptional teammate, someone who is both trustworthy and dependable. During their days off, Shioza frequently seeks her company, whether it be for outings or to receive her guidance and training. They invariably embark on these endeavors together. Moreover, she is well aware that such training sessions are, in fact, Shioza's way of assisting her in her personal development. Shioza possesses an impressive mastery of swordsmanship. The moment he hears any of my techniques, he comprehends them instantly. Remarkably, he has even refined them beyond my own understanding. Coupled with his astonishing speed, strength, and abundant chakra, I find myself with little chance of victory. Initially, I believed that true genius resembled that of my esteemed senior Kakashi, yet Shioza seems to surpass even him in prowess. However, in recent days, Shioza has mysteriously vanished, not only neglecting to seek me out, but also eluding my attempts to find him. This has piqued my curiosity. Perhaps he is engaged in some mission? Jishui, observing from the side, blinked knowingly. He understood that some matters are best left unasked. It is not merely a mission. Rather, I am enveloped by an inexplicable sensation. Shioza shook his head. He certainly would not confess to the matter of the mission. Seizing the opportunity, he began to lay the groundwork for himself while indulging in idle chatter. I have a persistent sensation that my chakra is in turmoil, accompanied by a peculiar and exhilarating feeling of fervor. Consequently, after visiting the hospital and receiving no conclusive results, I resolved to seek a tranquil place for meditation. In Konoha, no one has inherited wood release, at least no one has awakened it through their bloodline autonomously. Those currently wielding wood release have done so through transplantation, leaving the true state of awakening for wood release shrouded in mystery. Shioza engaged in a rather nonsensical discourse, which served both to defend himself and to provide a general overview of the unfolding events. Is there anything discomforting? Shiyuin immediately placed her hand atop Shioza's. For although she belonged to the Umbu, she had been diligently studying alongside the medical team and had acquired some proficiency in medical ninjutsu. Rest assured, she reassured him. However, as soon as her hand made contact, Shioza seized it firmly, and before she could withdraw, he cheerfully remarked, "I feel quite well. In fact, that is precisely why I use the term wonderful." Shiyuin glanced at her hand, now firmly grasped, momentarily at a loss for words. Jishui, witnessing this scene, broke into a smile yet refrained from offering any commentary. After a brief contemplation, he earnestly stated, "Shioza, you must take care of your health. If necessary, consider taking a leave of absence, as your responsibilities are indeed substantial. Particularly concerning the traitor, Uchiha Obito, his matters will require your utmost attention." Jishui's words resonated with sincerity. Yet inexplicably, he felt a chill enveloping him, as if he were being watched. As a ninja, he often relied on his instinctual sense of danger, which had proven to be a lifesaver. However, upon surveying his surroundings, he found no one seemingly observing him. "Understood," he replied. Shioza nodded, having noticed the change in Shirzue's expression, and instinctively began to survey his surroundings. Unfortunately, he found nothing of note, and thus he smiled and remarked, "I believe it is you, senior, who ought to rest more. Being overly suspicious is not beneficial. You think I'm just a nuisance, don't you?" Shirzue jested. but his words prompted a barely restrained reaction from Shien. "Sure, senpai," she began, a hint of displeasure in her voice, attempting to withdraw her hand. But at that moment, Shirzue stood up. "All right, I won't intrude any longer. I've finished eating, and I wish to return and spend some time with my brother. Enjoy yourselves." With that, he winked at Shioza and Shien, to which Shioza responded with an earnest nod. However, Shien found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. "Is this truly how you two will carry on? It's your fault. Shirzue-senpai has left because of you." As she watched Shirzue depart, Shien turned to glare at Shioza. But before she could voice any further complaints, a voice filled with surprise called out from behind her. Hey, Shien, is that you?" "Oh, you too." Turning around, she saw Hondo entering, pulling a long Hong, her expression one of amusement as she observed Shien's hand being held. What was that feeling just now? As Shirzue walked along the path toward the Uchiha clan, he could not help but ponder the matter. The sensation of being watched, akin to a prickling sensation on his back, was alarmingly vivid, compelling him to reflect deeply. At that moment, an unusual chakra began to twist, causing Shirzue to narrow his gaze. He subtly drew out a kunai, simultaneously activating his Sharingan, uncertain of the identity of the approaching figure, yet convinced that preparation was prudent. "Quite vigilant, I see. Well done," a low voice echoed, followed by the emergence of a shadowy figure. This individual wore a peculiar whirlpool mask, through which a crimson Sharingan was visible. "It's you, Uchiha Obito," Shirzue exclaimed instinctively, his expression shifting dramatically upon recognizing him. Upon hearing his name, Obito's fist clenched slightly, as if he felt utterly exposed. However, he quickly regained his composure, gazing at Shirzue with indifference. "I have stated I am not Uchiha Obito. But if you insist on calling me that, it matters not. I have come to discuss certain matters with you. You still wish to deny it? Your eyes have already revealed the truth," Shirzue countered, unwilling to be swayed. His eyes transformed into a kaleidoscope of patterns. As a member of the team tasked with capturing Obito, he could not afford to conceal anything upon recognizing the nature of Obito's eyes. "Indeed, you possess those eyes." Obito acknowledged, mentally nodding as he subtly diverted his gaze. "For now, I am not your enemy. Rather, I have come to enlighten you about certain truths." "Certain truths?" Shirzue responded, puzzled yet alert, while Obito smiled enigmatically. "Precisely, I am here to reveal to you the entire truth regarding Konoha and the Uchiha." Chapter 65. Obito's Verbal Manipulation Truth. Shirzue stared intently at Uchiha Obito, now certain that the man's physical presence was not here at all. Shioza meticulously reported the combat intelligence concerning Obito, fully aware of the latter's penchant for concealing himself within the fabric of space, revealing his true form only upon striking. However, he remained uncertain whether Uchiha Obito would be susceptible to genjutsu within that alternate realm, which is why he refrained from acting rashly. For the time being, he decided to engage in a slow exchange of words with this Uchiha Obito, assessing the situation as it unfolded. "Indeed, the truth." Uchiha Obito nodded, his gaze steady upon Shirzue, speaking in a deep, measured tone. "I wonder what perception you hold regarding your comrade, Shiren Shioza." "Shioza?" Shirzue's brow furrowed slightly. To claim ignorance about Shioza would be nothing short of a falsehood. Shioza has never concealed his relationship with Danzo from the very beginning. He made it clear that he hails from a profound training institution within the Umbu. The nature of this place may be unclear to Shirzue, yet he understands that it belongs to Danzo's domain. Shiera Shioza is indeed one of Danzo's, and Danzo is notorious as the shadow of the ninja world. Obito smiled calmly, noting that a wealth of intelligence has been provided to him by Black Zetsu. As the disciple of the second Hokage, he has perfectly inherited the second Hokage's disdain for the Uchiha clan. Furthermore, as a classmate of the third Hokage, he enjoys unprecedented protection. "Are you aware of the incident that transpired in Konoha, where the famed Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake, committed suicide?" Shirzue remained silent, yet he had certainly heard of it, as it was a significant event, and one of his colleagues in the Umbu was Kakashi. However, what connection does this event have to Danzo? What nonsense are you spouting? After a moment of contemplation, Shirzue's face revealed a hint of disdain. "Since you claim it was suicide, could there possibly be someone who murdered him?" "Murder is hard to ascertain, but he was indeed driven to his death, coerced by Konoha's public opinion." Obito interjected, acknowledging that the intelligence may not be entirely accurate, as some matters are rarely documented, yet he could assert it as a premise. Danzo has committed his fair share of misdeeds, and Shirzue has encountered some himself, particularly considering Shioza's existence. Even if Shirzue does not completely lose his composure, he will undoubtedly undergo significant changes. This presents him with an opportunity. Konoha was embroiled in a fierce battle at that time, where every mission was of utmost importance, yet Konoha White Fang defied this norm. He chose to save a life at the expense of his mission, resulting in immense losses for Konoha, a situation that had to be eradicated in those dire times. Moreover, given his considerable prestige, with a little more effort, he might have even aspired to become the Fourth Hokage. While Danzo harbored a deep-seated desire to attain the Hokage title himself, it must be acknowledged that after spending several years in Kirigakure, having manipulated the Mizukage from behind the scenes for such a prolonged period, Obito has absorbed quite a bit of cunning and various deceptive tactics. Were he to act, he might flounder, yet weaving tales using examples from Kirigakure would pose no challenge for him. Additionally, he understands that discussing such matters requires a blend of truth and fabrication. Perhaps 9 parts truth to 1 part fiction for optimal effect. Thus, he swayed public opinion, inciting the denizens of Konoha to vilify their erstwhile hero. Konoha White Fang, proud of his traditional values, ultimately succumbed to despair. Observing Shusui's silence and wariness, Obito continued. Perhaps even he hadn't anticipated Konoha White Fang's suicide. But the situation had reached a point where Konoha had no better options. It served as a cautionary tale. Furthermore, as a classmate of the third Hokage, he managed to evade blame, and this was merely a fraction of his misdeeds. Do you not perceive how this incident mirrors the current public sentiment surrounding your Uchiha clan? Moreover, do you know who was responsible for your second forced relocation? It was, once again, Danzo. At this moment, Shisui found himself at a loss for words. Although he was convinced that the man before him was a cunning adversary, the tangled web of truths and fabrications undeniably affected him. The emergence of Uchiha Obito has already demonstrated that the criticism directed towards the Uchiha by the residents of Konoha is entirely unfounded. Yet, it is undeniable that such sentiments persist. Coupled with the Uchiha's coerced relocation, could it be? As I mentioned, as a disciple of the second Hokage, he inherited the will of this Hokage, brimming with animosity towards the Uchiha clan. Obito observed Shusui's silence and continued. This animosity stems from Uchiha Madara, from the long-standing enmity between the Senju and Uchiha during the Warring States period, and from the countless brothers he has lost. Perhaps the first Hokage has let go, but the second Hokage cannot, and the Uchiha likewise cannot release their grievances. Thus, the second Hokage facilitated your first relocation, while Shimura Danzo orchestrated your second. But does that signify the end? No, they harbor no trust in you. You naively believe that integrating exemplary clan members into the Umbu would serve as a bridge for communication. Yet, Shirashioza is one of Danzo's own. Why would he become your ally, and is his identity unknown to the third Hokage? At this juncture, Uchiha Obito paused momentarily before delivering his profound assertion. Do not delude yourselves. You are nothing. All your efforts are in vain. Shimura Danzo will not spare you, and Konoha is unlikely to release you either. This is the truth of your Uchiha clan. Hearing these words, Shisui fell into a deep silence, utterly unsure how to respond. Reason dictated that this individual was an enemy, unworthy of trust, and was merely deceiving and manipulating him. Yet, his emotions urged him to recognize the delicate and perhaps deteriorating relationship between the Uchiha and Konoha. And you? You attacked and framed Shioza. What do you consider yourself? After an extended silence, Shisui finally spoke coldly, while Uchiha Obito merely shook his head gently. I can assure you, I did intend to lure Shirashioza into action, but I never contemplated causing Uchiha Itachi's demise. That night, while he sought to draw me out, I sensed his murderous intent. I can unequivocally state that had I not emerged, he would have resorted to killing and looting to clear his name, abandoning the corpses in desolation. As a member of Root, such actions would pose no moral dilemma for him. What about the Night of the Ninetales? Yet, at that moment, a voice accompanied by the sound of light footsteps abruptly interrupted, catching the attention of both Uchiha Obito and Shisui. They turned in astonishment towards the source. There, on the nearly deserted path leading to the Uchiha, a figure was slowly approaching them. Shioza? Shirashioza. Shisui gazed at Shioza in disbelief. While Uchiha Obito's expression shifted dramatically, neither could comprehend how Shioza had arrived here, especially Obito, who had concealed himself within space. How could this individual have found his way here? Chapter 66. 5 minutes Shioza, I must take my leave. I still need to report to the medical team. Farewell. Shiyuin waved at Shioza and then dashed towards the Umbu without looking back. Watching Shiyuin's hasty retreat, Shioza turned to see the teasing grin on Akane's face. And he could only shrug helplessly. Hey, you're Shioza, right? Akane, somewhat familiar, approached and playfully threw her arms around Shioza's neck, grinning as she spoke. Aren't you going to chase after her? That wouldn't be very considerate, would it? Akane, enough. Hong felt a headache coming on. Fully aware of her friend's nature, and she turned to Shioza, slightly embarrassed. I apologize, please don't take offense. Oh, you were the one from the recent Chunin exams. Akane-senpai, Hong-senpai, greetings to you both. Shioza beheld the sight of Hong with an expression of astonishment. Even Hongdo mirrored this sentiment, clearly recognizing him. After all, his remarkable technique, the Flying Thunder God, during the Chunin exams had indeed stirred quite a commotion. Had he not been a member of the Umbu, his fame would surely have been even more pronounced. So it is you, this rascal, Hongdo exclaimed. Her excitement palpable as she scrutinized Shioza before breaking into a smile. No wonder you've been elusive since then. Turns out you were just like Shiin. Never mind. Let's not dwell on that. Care for some dumplings? It's on me. Thank you. Shioza smiled, finding Hongdo to be quite an intriguing character. Despite her usual eccentricity, it is undeniable that she possesses a commendable nature. However, should she ever face betrayal, it is likely that she would erupt entirely. The influence of Orochimaru on her is profoundly significant. Nevertheless, that can wait for another time. I have had my fill and am grateful for the generosity of my esteemed senior. With that, Shioza rose to depart, as he sensed an unusual fluctuation in chakra. What could this be? It felt reminiscent of the faint traces of the Flying Thunder God technique. As Shioza walked, he couldn't help but ponder deeply. Ultimately, he arrived at a decision to follow that elusive sensation and investigate further. The feeling was so vague that he found it impossible to attempt a direct teleportation. Could it be that enigmatic figure, Uchiha Obito? Shioza raised an eyebrow, pondering to himself that such an elusive sense of detachment could only be instigated by Obito. However, he had previously remained undetected while concealed within the Kamui dimension. Suddenly, a realization struck him. His overall aptitude had only been at LV7. Yet the recent integration of Wood Release had propelled him to a significant leap forward. The elevation to LV9 brought a comprehensive enhancement, which inherently included an augmentation of his perceptive abilities. Thus, if Obito were truly to refrain from removing his mark, would he not always be able to sense its presence? Shioza blinked, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Faced with the good man Obito, his enthusiasm was completely ignited. Not to mention, he had long considered making Obito his scapegoat, relying on his Wood Release techniques. The mere encounter with Obito had already granted him a substantial number of freedom points, which endeared Obito to Shioza immensely. This aspect was certainly beyond what Danzo could offer. Task completed. Engage with the Sand Village task evaluation. S reward obtained. For freedom points, while 4 freedom points were indeed considerable for someone like Shioza, whose demands were rapidly escalating, it felt somewhat inadequate. He felt a tinge of helplessness regarding Danzo's stinginess. However, the arrival of Obito was, in fact, a rather fortuitous event. New task acquired. Defeat the intruders from Konoha. Upon seeing the newly refreshed task, Shioza nodded. Obito had not disappointed him. Moreover, the prospect of uncovering more information about Obito, along with hidden tasks, made it impossible for Shioza not to develop a fondness for such a benevolent character. His speed was commendable, and he had already discerned that this path led to the Uchiha clan, soon spotting Shirsue's figure. What left him both amused and perplexed was the fact that Obito was actually spreading conspiracy theories to Shirsue. Indeed, Obito was quite the wise one. Yet it was undeniable that, at times, his verbal jutsu remained remarkably effective. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deceive Nagato, who, despite his ongoing distrust and skepticism, had still followed Obito's lead in several matters. Similarly, it was improbable for such an exceptionally talented ninja like Kisame to remain entirely obedient. The line between truth and falsehood is indeed a delicate one, capable of misleading, though it is possible that there is a kernel of truth in all of it. Shioza pondered quietly to himself, yet he had no intention of allowing Obito to continue. With a gentle clap of his hands, Shioza stepped outside with measured grace. Sensing that he had likely been discovered by Korezetsu and Shirazetsu, there was little point in remaining hidden. It would be far more advantageous to take the initiative. Moreover, it had been nearly 5 minutes since he had faintly sensed the Flying Thunder God mark. What of that fateful night of the Ninetales? Shioza's face bore a hint of derision as he cast a glance at the astonished Shirsue, then shifted his gaze to the now silent Obito. How do you intend to explain the events of the Ninetales attack? The Fourth Hokage was your mentor, and I have perused numerous documents. Both he and his wife, the esteemed Kushina, treated you with great care, yet you took their lives? You truly exemplify the qualities of an exemplary disciple, Uchiha Obito. At the moment Shioza appeared, Obito's fury had already begun to ignite, and upon hearing these words, his anger became unbearable. He deliberately refrained from discussing the Nine Tails incident, instead steering Shishui's thoughts towards the issue of Danzo. Yet, now, with Shioza's sudden arrival, the focus had shifted back to him, which infuriated Obito to no end. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, regarding Shioza with indifference before releasing a cold chuckle. Shishui, observe this. This fellow has appeared without hesitation. What does that signify? He harbors no trust in you. The Umbu of Konoha, Root, the Hokage, and the Hokage's advisors all lack faith in you, Uchiha. Do not delude yourself, Even though you conceal yourself within a dimensional space, I can still faintly perceive your mark. Shioza gently shook his head, subsequently revealing a mocking expression. Furthermore, did you not assert that I am a member of Konoha's Umbu? And remember, Shisui, you too are part of Konoha's Umbu. Do you place your trust in me, your companion who has braved countless dangers alongside you in the land of wind, or do you prefer to believe this deceitful traitor, whose words are nothing but fabrications? Moreover, he is a wanted criminal of Konoha. Capturing or eliminating him would be beneficial for all. At this moment, Shisui felt a twinge of confusion. But Shioza's final remark served as a reminder. Indeed, regardless of the current plight of the Uchiha, it is imperative to address the threat posed by Obito Uchiha. If he is captured or slain, the conflict between Konoha and the Uchiha regarding the Nine Tails incident will at least be resolved. With this thought, Shisui's gaze transformed, brimming with lethal intent. Damn brat. Obito's eyes burned with escalating fury, yet at that very moment, several shuriken hurtled towards him at remarkable speed. Initially, Obito intended to retort with scorn, but suddenly he realized a troubling fact. He had seemingly been trapped in Kamui for 5 minutes. With a resounding splash, blood erupted into the air. Shioza's kunai gleamed with a chilling light as it materialized beside him, and his voice echoed through the air. Do you truly believe you can evade forever? Last time, I had already discerned the approximate duration of your concealment. Chapter 67. Your technique and you are alike. Uchiha Obito's face, concealed beneath his mask, was a portrait of astonishment. The 5 minutes of Kamui's duration constituted his most profound secret. With the power of those fleeting moments, Obito could triumph over countless adversaries. After all, at this juncture, few could withstand his onslaught for even 5 minutes, and each of his strikes recalibrated the passage of time. Yet this time, he had genuinely encountered a formidable foe. The lessons of the past were vividly etched in his memory. While bearing the Flying Thunder God mark, he dared not act recklessly. Thus, upon arriving in Konoha, he had remained ensconced within his Kamui dimension. Who would have imagined that this little rascal would dare to confront him again, unraveling his greatest secret? And once more, he found himself wounded at the hands of this audacious youth? Truly, the art of evasion was remarkable. After striking decisively, Shioza initially intended to capitalize on his momentum. However, he soon realized that the sensation of the Flying Thunder God had weakened once more, leading him to comprehend that Obito had retreated into the Kamui dimension. Thus, he stood his ground, a mocking expression adorning his face, with disdain unmistakably evident. Truly, he was akin to a rodent, scuttling away into the sewers. Such evasion was indeed unexpected. Among the Uchiha I know, you alone exhibit such behavior. The audacious little brat. Upon hearing these words, Obito could scarcely contain himself. When had he ever endured such humiliation? Yet, here he was, having suffered 2 injuries at the hands of this boy, compounded by 2 instances of ridicule. Rage was surging within him. Are you perplexed as to why your secrets have been laid bare? What Shioza must do now is to provoke Obito, compelling him to make more moves and ultimately reveal his would-release technique. The last time you came, I sensed something was amiss, periodically. A peculiar Flying Thunder God mark would manifest. This sensation was particularly pronounced during the Ch-Nin exams, which prompted me to calculate meticulously. The Ch-Nin exams. Obito's gaze flickered slightly, as he naturally understood Shioza's intent. At that time, he was indeed observing, yet he had not anticipated that his condition would be exposed then. It was merely that I had not considered it could be you. The derision upon Shioza's face remains unabated. After our confrontation, I found myself pondering this very question. And your appearance this time has provided me with an answer. Every art has its limits, and 5 minutes is evidently the extent of your capabilities. Thus, at this moment, you, a mere mouse, possess no chance of victory. What other tricks do you have at your disposal? Shioza's words rendered Obito utterly silent. He had not anticipated that his exposure would manifest in such a manner. This young boy possesses an astutely keen perception. able to grasp even the most subtle nuances with remarkable precision. Yet, it was precisely Shioza's utterance that prevented Obito, who had been contemplating a retreat, from choosing to depart. Was it a deliberate provocation, or perhaps a reminder that it was time for him to withdraw? Obito's gaze wavered slightly. Regardless of the intent, he found himself exceedingly displeased. For him, enduring such humiliation at the hands of this boy was utterly intolerable. Does he truly believe that these are my only methods? Obito's voice was low and hoarse, as the chakra within him surged with relentless vigor. In the next instant, his figure lunged fiercely towards Shioza, his bloodied shoulder having fully healed in that moment. Allow me to demonstrate what other abilities I possess. Go, Shursui. All right. Upon witnessing this, Shioza displayed no semblance of hesitation. He brandished his kunai and leaped into action. While behind him, Shursui swiftly unsheathed a short blade. At that moment, his gaze was solely fixed on Obito, for only by vanquishing Obito could many matters be clarified. Shioza surged ahead, his seal inactivated, yet the power of Yang Release quietly surged within him. The activation of Yang Release elevated his already formidable physical prowess to unprecedented heights, granting him a remarkable leap in speed and strength. This sensation bore a striking resemblance to the Sage Mode, though the sole distinction lay in the absence of any enhancement to his techniques under the influence of Yang Release. Nonetheless, that was sufficient. The kunai glimmered with a cold gleam as it sliced through Obito's form, yet regrettably, Obito remained concealed within his kamui. Time and again, Shioza could not help but admire the shamelessness of such a technique. Die. Obito seized upon Shioza's momentary stiffness, and in an instant, a black rod appeared in his grasp, crashing down towards Shioza with tremendous force. Only you can evade? As the black rod descended, only a fleeting shadow remained. Shioza had already utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to create distance. At that moment, Shursui had also followed suit, his short blade swiftly cleaving towards Obito. Humph, Obito scoffed, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes as he calmly observed the descent of the ninja blade. Buzz. The blade struck down, yet Obito remained unscathed. Since you are aware of my secret, do you think I would not retaliate? Suddenly, Obito made his move, swiftly reaching out to grasp Shursui. In an instant, Shursui felt an overwhelming force drawing him in, as if an unseen power were relentlessly tugging at him. Just as abruptly, this fierce attraction vanished, and Shioza found himself before Obito, the kunai descending once more with great ferocity. The three figures separated in an instant, in that fleeting exchange. It seemed as though they had struck only at the air itself, none truly landing a definitive blow upon the other. Truly, what a cunning mouse. Upon witnessing this, Shioza took the initiative to tease. Is this what you call a strategy? It truly defies belief. Humph. Dato let out a cold snort. He had originally intended to utter some harsh words, but before he could speak, Shioza suddenly interjected, speaking of which, your abilities are rather intriguing. They seem to embody a sense of escapism, perfectly complementing your notion of perfection. Silence, you brat. Dato's expression shifted instantaneously upon hearing these words. Meanwhile, Shursui, standing nearby, felt somewhat bewildered, yet he refrained from speaking. He surmised that Shioza's intention was to provoke this individual, compelling him to reveal his true capabilities, thus presenting them with an opportunity. I have reviewed the materials and drawn some conclusions. Shioza paid no heed to Obito, continuing to speak leisurely. You were once remarkably kind, and you placed immense value on bonds. Kakashi and Rin Noara were undoubtedly the individuals you cherished most. I believe you witnessed Kakashi take Rin's life, which shattered your heart and plunged you into darkness. A person like you, who was once so benevolent, must now be engulfed in profound darkness. You have likely begun to deny the very existence of this world. Thus, your ability is indeed a perfect reflection of your current self, as it enables you to escape from this reality. Am I correct, Uchiha Obito? As his words hung in the air, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. Shizum cast a disbelieving glance at Obito, before fully focusing on Shioza. Could it be that this fellow had perused the records of the Manjiki Sharingan? Meanwhile, Obito's body seemed to quiver slightly, yet in an instant, he raised his head abruptly, his crimson gaze appearing as if it would devour Shioza whole. A surge of chakra erupted violently from his being, altering the very air around them. In that fleeting moment, the ground trembled slightly, prompting Shioza and Shizum to react swiftly, leaping into the air. At that precise moment, a colossal tree suddenly erupted from the ground. In the midst of Shizum's astonished expression and Shioza's subtle smirk, Obito vanished and reappeared beside Shioza. Sharp wooden spikes manifested in his hand, and his voice emerged like that of a demon from the depths of hell, hoarse and resonant. I have spoken. Silence yourself. Chapter 68. Would release. I have spoken. Silence yourself. Obito's voice echoed like a ghoul. As the wooden spikes in his grasp radiated a terrifying chakra, Shioza swiftly leapt into action, his shuriken darting forth with remarkable speed. In an instant, the two figures intertwined. Yet Shioza soon found himself collapsing to the ground. His body had been pierced by a wooden spike, crimson droplets cascading down, splattering onto the surface of the white whirlpool mask, rendering it eerily enchanting. A tedious spectacle. However, Obito's gaze sharpened. He turned to face Shursui. While Shioza had already positioned himself behind Shursui, did no one inform you that beneath these eyes, you are utterly exposed? With a plume of smoke, the fallen Shioza transformed into a mere wooden stump. Yet, at that moment, Shioza's expression was grave as he observed the wooden spike in Obito's hand, and he whispered, Shursui, is that what release? Indeed, Shursui replied, his own expression tinged with seriousness and cold intensity. If all goes as expected, then it is. The wood release. A symbol of the Leaf Village, wielded by a renegade Uchiha who not only awakened the Mangeki, but also possessed the powers of wood release. Such a revelation sent chills down Shursui's spine. He was utterly perplexed about how Obito had acquired such abilities. Yet if the village were to pursue this matter earnestly, it could lead to significant trouble. He resolved that Obito must be contained here at all costs. Shursui had made up his mind. Even if it required the use of Kodo Amatsukami, this threat must be neutralized. With that thought, Shursui's eyes began to spin rapidly, and he quietly urged Shioza beside him. Coordinate with me. I must seize the opportunity to employ my ocular technique against him. Such a menace cannot be allowed to linger in this world. Understood. Shioza nodded slightly, yet internally he found himself lamenting. Illusions, it should be said, ought not to be hindered by the barriers of space, particularly the Kodo Amatsukami of Shursui, which possesses an almost divine quality, forcibly altering one's will without the slightest awareness of the victim. Such a technique, Shioza mused, ought not to exist at all. Perhaps this is the very reason for Shursui's premature downfall. It is partly due to his character, but also significantly influenced by the overwhelming impact of such a technique on the unfolding events. However, when it comes to confronting Uchiha Obito, it seems that Kodo Amatsukami may not suffice, as Uchiha Obito possesses a rather unique nature. Shioza gripped the kunai tightly, quietly reflecting that Uchiha Obito was a man who had withstood the onslaught of the Ten Tails consciousness. The thought of desiring a woman was pivotal to Obito's unwavering resolve. Moreover, with Kagaya's watchful gaze and his possession of Izanagi, even a blow from the deity of the heavens would not spell his doom. Most importantly, this stage belonged to him. With this realization, Shioza felt a surge of determination. Escalating the situation was precisely what he needed to do. Gazing at a tree of modest stature, a plan began to form in Shioza's mind. What could be more captivating than would release? Senior, I shall take the lead. Watch for the opportune moment to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Shioza swiftly drew several kunai and hurled them towards Obito's position. The kunai pierced through Obito's body, embedding themselves into the tree and ground behind him. In the next instant, Shioza materialized at Obito's rear. Naive. Obito scoffed, swiftly retaliating as sharp wooden spikes surged towards Shioza. Be careful. Shursui shouted a warning from the sidelines, simultaneously forming hand seals. Fire style, great fire dragon technique. Accompanied by the tremor of chakra, a colossal fire dragon roared forth, charging directly at Obito. At that precise moment, Shioza pivoted, suddenly appearing behind Obito. A simultaneous assault. He left Obito no room for reprieve. Yet, a cold smile crept across Obito's face as the Sharingan in his exposed eye began to spin. Did he truly believe he would fall for such tactics a third time? With a thunderous roar, massive wooden constructs erupted before and behind him. The wooden formation in front transformed into a shield, instantly blocking the oncoming torrent of fire, while the one behind morphed into a towering tree, spiraling upward with sharp wooden spikes. Twisting vines lunged toward Shioza, and Obito's gaze was filled with murderous intent. Shioza remarked that every technique has its limits, including his own divine might and the Flying Thunder God. His mentor, the Flying Thunder God, could only teleport twice, and he found it hard to believe Shioza could manage 3. However, Shioza appeared unfazed, even wearing a slight smile that caught Obito's attention. In the next moment, an unusual chakra surged forth, causing Obito's expression to shift dramatically. How is this possible? Are you certain it's from Uchiha's side? On the way to the Uchiha compound, Sarutobi Hiruzen, accompanied by several Umbu, hurriedly advanced. Yet, he couldn't help but inquire of the sensory team member beside him. Indeed, Hokage-sama. The ninja replied, his voice barely above a whisper. We've detected a strong chakra presence here, along with signs of battle. As confirmed by all members of the sensory team, Hiruzen nodded. The Uchiha were indeed under their close surveillance, with the Umbu keeping a watchful eye on them. The sudden surge of chakra from an unmonitored area compelled him to exercise caution. Turning to the side, he glanced at Tsukuyomi and Kakashi, pondering before he spoke. Has Shiozei not arrived yet? Hokage-sama, Shiozei has returned home, and he seems to be feeling unwell, which may account for his delayed response, Tsukuyomi explained. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen could only sigh. The medical team had recorded Shiozei visiting several times, expressing that he felt an anomaly in his chakra. Yet no issues were discovered. There was little to be done, and he lamented the absence of strength. After all, this was the flying thunder god. As for Shursui, he refrained from asking. Though Shursui was an admirable individual, his identity was far too sensitive. And you, Kakashi? How are your eyes? Hokage-sama, I believe I am fine. Kakashi replied softly. Since discovering his own possession of the Manjiki Sharingan, his workload had diminished significantly. Aside from accompanying Shiozei on missions, he spent the rest of his time studying and mastering this eye, still unable to wield it with complete ease. Nevertheless, the power of the Manjiki Sharingan was undeniably formidable. Very well, Hiruzen sighed, but before he could elaborate further, a powerful surge of chakra erupted. In an instant, everyone present witnessed a tree rising from the ground. Gazing at the magnificent tree radiating robust chakra, brimming with life, all onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions shifting in alarm. Without needing Hiruzen's prompting, they hastened their pace. That was would release, a technique exclusive to the First Hokage. When they reached the battlefield, they were astonished to find two figures locked in fierce combat. Surrounding them were trees and vines entwined in a chaotic struggle. Each combatant brandished sharp wooden spikes. One of whom was the notorious rogue ninja, Uchiha Kabuto. The other was Shiozei. Chapter 69, Beneath the Mask would release Shiozei? Everyone present stared at the sharp wooden spikes extending from Shiozei's arm, observing the surrounding vines assisting him in battle. For a moment, their minds buzzed in confusion. No one could comprehend the situation, as it was far too surreal. Tenz, you the third Hokage quickly regained his composure. Casting a deep gaze at Shiozei before glancing at Kabuto, who was also utilizing wood release. He turned to Tenz, who appeared momentarily stunned. Hokage-sama. It is indeed wood release, Tenz responded, snapping back to reality. And not just Shiozei, the rogue ninja Uchiha Kabuto is also wielding it. Wood release Hiruzen's gaze faltered slightly, a flicker of anger igniting within him. Wood release was the spiritual emblem of Konoha, a power that belonged to them. Why did it seem that anyone could wield it now? Tenz's situation was understandable. He had been chosen by Orochimaru for experimentation, the sole survivor. But what of Shiozei? Why could he utilize wood release? Was it yet another secret experiment orchestrated by Danzo? Or perhaps his earlier visits to the medical team? Claiming something was amiss with his chakra? Hiruzen grasped the crux of the matter, though further investigation was necessary. Moreover, Shiozei's ability was not inherently negative, as he was still one of their own from Konoha. Yet, why could Kabuto also wield wood release? Hokage-sama, we should intervene to assist Shiozei, Tenz suggested. Shiozei's wood release appeared rather immature, seemingly relying on instinct for combat, and it seemed stronger than Tenz's. Relying on instinct stronger than you? Hiruzen queried, puzzled, as he was unfamiliar with wood release techniques. Yes, Shiozei's wood release surpasses mine, Tenz whispered, quickly explaining. However, his wood release carries a unique essence, a peculiar power. It feels almost alive, which is vastly different from my own. It seems he does not consciously control it. It merely manifests freely. Alive, not consciously controlled. Hiruzen's eyes gleamed with understanding. Prepare to act. Let us provide support. With that thought, he raised his hand, but then seemed to recall something, adding, the Uchiha are not the enemies. The enemy is Uchiha Kabuto. Mark that distinction. He had clearly noticed Shursui, who appeared to be preparing for something nearby. Such an obvious distinction between friend and foe was not lost on him. Yes, Hokage-sama. The remaining ninjas responded promptly. However, just then, the battlefield shifted once more. Damn it. Obito's mood was particularly foul as he fought, caught off guard by the bizarre capabilities of the Shiwan Shiozei. The ability to utilize the Flying Thunder God was already troublesome enough. After all, even a regular person could learn it. His former mentor, Minato Namikaze, had mastered it. Moreover, he bore the mark left by Minato, making it a given that it would be challenging to contend with. But how could this kid also wield wood release? Was he an experimental subject, or perhaps a descendant of the Senju clan? In the depths of his mind, Obito found himself in a state of confusion. Yet the present circumstances left little room for contemplation. He relentlessly employed his Kamui to navigate the delicate interplay between reality and illusion. Amidst his ongoing assaults and evasions, the notion of retreat began to weigh heavily on his thoughts. Continuing the battle seemed futile, for Shizun was akin to a flea, deftly evading capture through the use of the Flying Thunder God technique. Moreover, with a mark upon him, the threat of a sudden ambush loomed ever closer. Despite his attempts to defend with would release, it was not his primary offensive technique, and his proficiency in it was far from exceptional. Furthermore, even the most meticulous plans could falter, leaving room for oversight. As for Uchiha Shursui, he too appeared to be preparing for something. Obito had not forgotten about Shursui, and the mere thought of him ignited a fiery rage within. After all his efforts to counsel and persuade, had he truly achieved less than Shizun with just a few words? You think you can escape? At that moment, Shizun's voice rang out abruptly. Yet it made sense. The third Hokage had already arrived with reinforcements, and Obito was powerless against him. Thus, fleeing like a cornered rat seemed the wisest course of action. Silence. Obito's gaze turned menacing, as he had no desire to hear even a single word from Shizun. He could not fathom why, but whenever this scoundrel spoke, an uncontrollable surge of fury would surge within him. Admit it, you are nothing more than a rat scurrying through the sewers. Shioza continued his relentless assault, a smile gracing his visage. The shadows surrounding the battlefield had taken their positions, encircling the area with precision. The third Hokage approached slowly, no longer clad in his crimson Hokage robe, but rather adorned in his battle armor. Moreover, the Uchiha clan members hastened to the scene, aware of the turmoil that had unfolded so close to their encampment. In a moment of disdain, he declared, "You are but a pitiable wretch, consumed by darkness and perpetually fleeing from reality, all because of Kakashi and Rin Noara. I warned you to be silent." Obito bellowed, his strikes becoming increasingly swift. Yet he remained vigilant, observing the movements around him. His keen eye spotted Kakashi amidst the throng, and he noticed the transformation of the eye he had bestowed upon him. Is that the Manjiki? Obito's gaze sharpened, and in that instant, he was struck with the realization that the very fabric of space seemed to be affected, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Damn it, that eye. Now Shursui. Shioza keenly sensed an unusual presence in the space, and in that moment, the mark of Flying Thunder God became vividly clear. He immediately called out and activated Flying Thunder God, appearing beside Shiyin. Senior, may I borrow your dagger? He swiftly drew Shiyin's short blade and returned to stand before Obito. He dared not draw closer, should he fall into Obito's Kamui. He would have no choice but to await Kakashi's rescue, a predicament he would never willingly embrace. BT Anshin, Radiance. Jishui had long been preparing for this moment, waiting for the precise instant to strike. In an instant, his eyes converged with an enigmatic force, a power that was formless yet surged relentlessly towards Obito. At that moment, Obito seemed to succumb to a trance. Within his mental realm, a colossal imprint of Jishui's kaleidoscope sun loomed. The sun radiated an intense heat, making him feel as though everything he knew was on the brink of annihilation. Obito emitted a pained groan, and at that very moment, the short blade in Shioza's hand flashed by. His mask was cleaved in twain, revealing his visage to every ninja present. Greetings, Uchiha Obito, and, oh, how hideous you are. Chapter 70. Insights into Inyang release training next time. Do not take such reckless risks. Your comrades are scattered throughout the village. I understand, Lord Hokage. And you, Jishui, when encountering such nefarious villains, it is best to signal for assistance rather than attempting to resolve matters alone. My apologies, Lord Hokage. In the late hours of the night, within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen regarded the two individuals before him, shaking his head in resignation, albeit with a hint of a smile. The true meaning behind this mixture of resignation and mirth was likely known only to him. What a pity, however, that the villain managed to escape. Lord Hokage, he likely employed the Uchiha's secret technique, Izanagi, allowing him to evade fatal attacks and flee. Upon hearing this, Jishui effortlessly interjected an explanation, prompting Shioza to purse his lips. Such audacity in voicing such claims was no surprise. It was clear why he felt emboldened to speak of his BT Anshin. The existence of Izanagi was known in Konoha, even documented in various texts, which is why there had been no official response. Yet, should one truly divulge the capabilities of his kaleidoscope, it would not be long before Danzo came knocking. The battle had concluded, and Uchiha Obito had escaped. Shioza felt utterly powerless in the face of this individual's retreat. Ji Shui had likely employed a lethal technique of Bitian Shun, directly obliterating Obito's consciousness. But regrettably, Obito was a master at self-preservation and retreat. Moreover, with the hidden assistance of Black Zetsu, their chances of success were further diminished. As Obito drifted into a stupor, his mask shattered by Shioza. A massive tree abruptly erupted from the ground, forcing Shioza to evade immediately. In that instant, he distinctly sensed a surge of chakra, and simultaneously, the mark of Flying Thunder God shifted from its original location. Shioza quickly comprehended that this individual had most likely activated Izanagi and rapidly entered Kamui to escape. Was this a premeditated maneuver on his part, or was Black Zetsu subtly assisting him? Shioza seems to recall a time when he indulged in manga and anime, particularly during the tumultuous battles of the Uchiha's 4 legendary Mangekyou Sharingan. One character utilized Izanagi to resurrect both himself and his subordinates, a feat that could only be described as a glaring inconsistency. It is also possible that Obito, in his quest for stability, preemptively activated Izanagi to trigger automatically in the event of his consciousness faltering. With the battle concluded, there was naturally a lack of detailed reporting. Shioza could discern that Shui bore a heavy heart. He appeared reluctant to divulge the matters concerning Obito. After all, this involved Danzo and, more critically, the upper echelons of Konoha. Several times, Shui cast hesitant glances towards Shioza, as if he struggled to find the words. Observing this, Shioza took the initiative to smooth over the situation during the report. He clearly stated that he had noticed a faint mark of the Flying Thunder God following Shui and had thus accompanied him. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen heard this, he refrained from further inquiries, which demonstrated his trust in his subordinate. Moreover, there was an even more pressing matter that filled him with confusion. Why was that individual capable of would release? And as for you, Shioza-kun, Lord Hokage, I too am uncertain as to why I can perform would release. Shioza decisively shook his head, revealing a look of perplexity. As I engaged him in combat, I suddenly sensed the eruption of his chakra, which seemed to resonate with the chakra within me. At the moment he employed the wood release technique, he appeared to believe I could replicate it as well. As he spoke, Shioza extended his hand, and his chakra stirred slightly. In the next instant, a sharp wooden spike erupted from his palm. This piercing wooden shard emanated a unique chakra, previously imperceptible, yet at that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen could distinctly perceive it. Was this sensation akin to the life force that Tenzo had described? Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, recognizing that this would release was indeed markedly different from Tenzo's. This realization led him to a profound conclusion. This young man might genuinely be a descendant of the Senju clan. The Senju clan is known to inherit the wood release, an established truth, and they had long scattered throughout the Hidden Leaf village. Their family insignia had been nearly obliterated, aimed at bridging the divide between clan ninjas and civilian ninjas. Thus, the possibility of Shioza being a descendant of the Senju clan was indeed substantial. A naturally awakened would release. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an overwhelming exhilaration. This young man was a boundless source of surprises. Initially, he believed he had discovered an exceptional Umbu operative, only to later feel as though he had unearthed a new Minato Namikaze. Yet now, he realized that this lad seemed to have leaped over his mentor, propelling himself toward the legacy of the first Hokage. Thank you, Danzo. Nevertheless, he forced himself to remain composed, aware that myriad troubles lay ahead. He knew that the ever-persistent Danzo would not relent, and he yearned to delve deeper into Shioza's circumstances. Shioza had perused the dossier long ago, yet he now deemed it prudent to examine it with greater diligence. Ideally, he would unravel the lineage of his ancestors as well. Of course, if clarity eludes him, it is of little consequence. Often, war orphans find themselves devoid of detailed information. Nevertheless, as long as Shioza belongs to Konoha, all is well. I comprehend. Sarutobi Hizashi suppressed his elation and nodded earnestly. I shall provide you with the materials on wood release during this period. Devote yourself to studying alongside Kakashi and refrain from undertaking any missions for the time being. Upon hearing this, Shioza's expression became somewhat awkward. It seemed this was not what he had hoped for. Furthermore, I shall bring Tsunade back. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not afford Shioza the opportunity to refuse, continuing his discourse. The matter regarding Uchiha Obito possessing wood release is rather complicated. It would be prudent to have Tsunade return for a thorough investigation. Moreover, there might be some connection between you two, which would facilitate mutual support in the future. What connection could there possibly be? Shioza silently scoffed. Yet he ultimately nodded in agreement. Retrieving Tsunade was undoubtedly advantageous for him. He had long desired to savor the brilliance of such grand headlights. As for Shisui, it would be prudent for you to refrain from using your eyes recklessly. After addressing Shiozei's concerns, Sarutobi Hizen's gaze finally settled upon Shisui. You too are a prodigy, providing me with endless surprises, but I hope your talents can endure, contributing earnestly to Konoha. Therefore, safeguard your eyes. If you are inclined, I would like you to remain here alongside Shiozei. Of course, if Lord Hokage, I am willing to stay with Shiozei, Shisui replied without hesitation, devoid of any unnecessary words. He understood well the troubles his eyes could bring. Within his clan, the implications of Uchiha Obito's mention of Danzo were significant. This was the reason he had concealed the truth, but circumstances had shifted, and remaining by the side of the third Hokage could at least mitigate some troubles. Most importantly, he yearned to learn more about Danzo through Shiozei. However, Shiozei had no time to ponder such matters. His focus was entirely on his own panel. Task completed. Defeat the intruders of Konoha. Task evaluation. S. Rewards obtained. For free points. Hidden task completed. Expose Uchiha Obito. 3. Task evaluation. A. Rewards obtained. 5 free points. Due to the accomplishment of a hidden task and achieving an A rating, he received a special reward. Insights into Yin-Yang release. Chapter 71. The Flames of Ambition. In a secluded gorge within the Land of Fire, the space suddenly warped, and in the next moment, Obito stumbled forth from this distorted realm. Damn it, the mask was once again affixed to his face, yet the eyes visible beneath radiated fury and malevolence. He had never anticipated such a crushing defeat. Had it not been for his habitual setup of his Izanagi, he would have truly been lost. Obito, are you all right? The ground trembled suddenly as a carnivorous plant erupted from below, revealing Black Zetsu's half-visage, which regarded the enraged Obito with hesitation before inquiring. He had not expected Obito to be reduced to such a state, even though he had never had faith in Obito's so-called plan. Yet, given Obito's abilities, escape should have been feasible. Now, it seemed his situation was dire indeed. I'm fine. After all, it is Izanagi. Obito's voice remained hoarse, yet his gaze flickered with intensity. However, those two individuals were truly astonishing. What on earth transpired? Even with the Flying Thunder God technique, such an outcome was unexpected. Black Zetsu had begun to suspect that this was likely the work of that Uchiha Shisui, yet he could not resist asking. Of course, aside from Uchiha Shisui, his primary concern remained that young boy, Hoshigaki Shiozei. Mokuton, such a power is exceedingly unique, or rather, Mokuton was indirectly compelled into existence by him. Across millennia, the battles between Indra and Ashura were marked by Indra facing Ashura, supported by a multitude of clans. Ultimately, when it came to Uchiha Madara, the tailed beast became his, while Ashura faced him alone. It is difficult to ascertain whether this reflects Ashura's potential or the singular prowess of Shinja Hashirama, particularly with the exaggerated strength of Mokuton. Has the power of the God Tree's fruit mutated to such an extent? Ashura inherited the yang release power of Kagai Atsutsuki, which flourished further in Hashirama's hands. Whether in physical resilience or chakra strength, most importantly, he materialized this yang release power, even manifesting abilities akin to the God Tree. Naturally, Hoshigaki Shiozei could not be compared to Senju Hashirama. That young boy's Mokuton lacked the essence of the God Tree. However, this boy's Mokuton still possessed formidable vitality. And the power of yang release was fully utilized. The full utilization of yang release signifies a certain potential. Why has no one been able to inherit Hashirama's Mokuton? The reason is simple. Yang release is not easily manipulated. Even when Konoha conducts such experiments, they ultimately merge earth release and water release, unable to reach Hashirama's caliber. Indeed, the achievements of Ashura play a significant role here, yet isn't Ashura's power fundamentally yang release? This young boy warrants careful attention. Black Zetsu mused while Obito's gaze grew increasingly fierce. Uchiha Shisui, that man's Mangeki. As expected, Black Zetsu's thoughts were interrupted. Yet he nodded in agreement with Obito's musings. It aligned with his own suspicions. That man's eyes are indeed problematic. His genjutsu is extraordinarily potent. Obito inhaled deeply, his voice slightly hoarse. Without even making eye contact, he could forcibly draw me into a realm of consciousness, incinerating my awareness. Those eyes are terrifying indeed. Such power is remarkably unique. Black Zetsu frowned upon hearing this. The ability to act upon consciousness without direct confrontation is exceedingly domineering and perilous. You must exercise caution in the future. Even if you hide within Kimui's dimension, you may not be safe. I understand, but I must obtain those eyes. Obito nodded. Shisui's eyes are too dangerous, and such power must be grasped in his own hands to ensure safety. However, this necessitates careful planning, and compared to Shursui and Shosei. His thoughts were predominantly occupied with Kakashi. My other eye Shioza's ability to directly unleash that strike-through Kamui is largely attributed to Kakashi's influence, or perhaps it is a testament to his own capabilities. Furthermore, based on Kakashi's previous actions, he has come to grasp the essence of his other eye. The offensive aspect of Kamui resides in his left eye, does it not? Obito has utilized his right eye for an extended duration. Well aware that it is primarily defensive in nature, it allows him to distort himself, entering an alternate dimension to evade all forms of physical harm. However, its offensive capabilities are rather feeble, merely capable of drawing enemies into this realm. Today he has realized that his left eye leans towards attack, capable of directly tearing and distorting any target within his line of sight. Can it even breach my space, posing a direct threat to me? Contemplating this, he clenched his fist slightly, the exposed Sharingan flickering momentarily. No one knows what thoughts swirl within him. The clan leader, Shursue's eyes. Meanwhile, within the Uchiha clan, a high-level meeting is once again convened. To confront Uchiha Obito, Shursui has employed the Manjiki Sharingan, igniting a fervor in the hearts of many. Initially, the Uchiha were still reeling from the emergence of wood-release techniques, but they were taken by surprise at how swiftly Shursui brought them delight. Indeed, it must be the Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku nodded indifferently, astonished that Shursui possessed such eyes. For a moment, he felt a sense of unease. He knew well how challenging it was to awaken such eyes, so why had two pairs suddenly emerged? One belonging to Uchiha Obito, and the other to Shursui. What could this signify? Clan leader, we must nurture Shursui diligently. We cannot allow him to be deceived. At this juncture, an elder spoke up, his gaze resolute and voice sharp. Konoha will not easily release Shursui. Only here can he find protection, and only we can help him master the power of his eyes. Indeed, clan leader, we absolutely cannot allow Konoha to taint Shursui. Moreover, clan leader, regarding Kakashi's eye. In an instant, the entire meeting hall erupted into a cacophony. While Uchiha Fugaku listened silently, he could not help but sigh. Shursui's Sharingan has indeed invigorated the clan. It was as if a spark had ignited upon dry hay, and one could only imagine how ferocious that blaze would become. Yet, now that the fire was lit, could it truly reach the targets they wished to incinerate? And could such a great conflagration truly be extinguished by anyone? Uchiha Fugaku felt a sense of confusion, but the flame within him seemed to have been ignited as well. Chapter 72. Thank you, Obito Konoha, Root Base. Danzo gazed at the report in his hand, a hint of excitement surfacing on his usually impassive face. Jiyuan Shioza, or perhaps it is Senju Shioza. The news of Uchiha Obito's emergence in Konoha had swiftly reached him. As the Hokage's advisor, he was privy to most matters concerning Konoha. Even if some issues did not require his intervention, he could always involve himself if he so desired. With Uchiha Obito's appearance, Danzo remained unmoved. After all, why would his Root team risk their lives? During the Ninetales incident, he refrained from sending Root operatives to the front lines, opting instead to monitor the Uchiha and prevent any rash actions. Although in hindsight, this command may appear foolish. Who truly knows the extent of Uchiha Obito's connection to the Uchiha clan? Yet, he felt a twinge of regret for not witnessing Shioza's would release firsthand. Nevertheless, detailed reports from the front lines soon reached him. Incredible! I thought only Kakashi possessed would release, yet Jiyuan Shioza has awakened it as well? Danzo's eyes flickered. The power gained through transplantation could never compare to that which was self-awakened. After all, one was acquired from an external source, while the other was innately possessed, leading to a fundamental difference in mastery and effectiveness. Danzo's pace quickened. Upon learning of this development, he immediately began perusing Shioza's dossier. Regrettably, all he could ascertain was that Shioza was a war orphan, both of his parents being Konoha shinobi who had perished in battle. The details surrounding his parents remained vague. He could only confirm they were Konoha ninjas who died in service. Beyond that, he could uncover no further information. This was to be expected, as Konoha had only been established for about 50 to 60 years, and many records were still incomplete. Moreover, given the continuous wars of that era, it was not unusual for details to be lost. Confirming that he was entirely Konoha's was sufficient. Yet it was unfortunate that he could not determine if there were any other relatives in his lineage. The purpose of reviewing the family tree was to see if he could uncover more individuals, for if Shioza could awaken, perhaps other relatives could as well. However, it mattered little. For him, the most pressing issue was how to secure Shioza's position. He had been completely placed in the Umbu under Hiruzen Sarutobi's pretense of training, leaving him with no opportunity to act. How infuriating. As Danzo pondered Shioza's current situation, the flicker of joy on his face vanished completely. Wood release held immense significance for Konoha. Otherwise, his old friend would not have forcibly taken Kakashi to the root. Now that Shioza possessed wood release, how could that old friend possibly let it go so easily? Fortunately, Ji-Yuan Shioza is quite different from Kakashi. Danzo's expression gradually darkened. Kakashi was a true orphan, having grown up entirely within the root, with no ties to the outside world. In contrast, Shioza, though an orphan, had been raised in an orphanage, possessing his own bonds. Moreover, Shioza bore his cursed seal. As long as he managed these two aspects well, Shioza would not dare to betray easily. Additionally, two figures required close attention. One was Uchiha Shisui, and the other was Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Shisui's possession of the Mangeki was both astonishing and bewildering to Danzo, simultaneously stirring a potent desire within him. Such power must not be allowed to exist within the Uchiha. Possessing such strength would undoubtedly drive them to madness. Furthermore, this power is the key to awakening another Uchiha Madara. He would not allow these unstable Uchihas to wield such power. The fact that Uchiha Obito also possesses wood release only deepened his concerns and seriousness. The dissemination of wood release's power, especially in the hands of an Uchiha, was absolutely intolerable. The elimination of Uchiha Obito must be expedited. Such a threat cannot be allowed to continue living. Danzo has resolved, no matter the cost, to eliminate Uchiha Obito from existence. Moreover, it is imperative to acquire the body of Obito for meticulous examination. Only in this manner can we unravel the enigma of his wood release technique, and simultaneously, it will facilitate my transplantation efforts. The strength of Konoha must remain within Konoha. Danzo clenched his fists, but soon he seemed to recall something. Wait, according to reports, a colossal tree has emerged in Lulan. That is wood release. Could it be? In an instant, Danzo deduced with high probability that Uchiha Obito had ventured to Lulan, likely intent on seizing its power. However, he quickly regained his composure. Attacking Lulan to acquire strength seems to serve Konoha's interests as well. Furthermore, the negotiations with Shiozai proceeded smoothly, and this individual's actions were undoubtedly influential. Humph, it appears I owe you my gratitude, Uchiha Obito. Yuin, have you come to conduct my examination? At this moment, you should be using your code name, and don't you prefer to call me Senpai? Yet, did you not insist that I refrain from addressing you as such? Within the Umbu base, Shiozai sat on a bed in a solitary chamber, wearing a smile as he gazed at Yuin, who was unmasked. After meeting with the third Hokage the previous night, Shiozai had been retained within Umbu, alongside that fellow Shisui. The living conditions in Umbu are significantly better than in Root, where one is perpetually crammed into a room, sleeping on the floor amidst a throng of others. In Umbu, at least there are beds. Moreover, given the unique circumstances of Shiozai and his companions, they were afforded the luxury of resting in private quarters, a privilege that far surpassed their experiences en route. However, what Shiozai did not anticipate was that after a night of exhaustion, intending to indulge in a bit of rest, he was awakened by Yuin's knock at the door. Yuin had been diligently studying with the medical team, and as Shiozai's teammate, her presence for the examination was entirely appropriate. During working hours, we are to use code names. How many times must I reiterate this? Yuin shook her head, though she was disinclined to correct Shiozai further. Swiftly, she placed her hand upon him, and a surge of green chakra emanated as she earnestly commenced her work. Nevertheless, she could not resist stealing a glance at Shiozai, and then softly remarked, I never expected you to be so formidable. That is wood release, after all. What of wood release? That brat Tens can perform it as well, he retorted. Shiozai blinked, and then suddenly reached out to rest his hand on the one that Shiyin was using to examine him. What are you doing? Shiyin exclaimed, startled. Yet, Shiozai replied with a tone of righteous authority, Senpai, your hand is rather cold. This makes me quite uncomfortable. You. Shiyin wanted to withdraw her hand, but she still needed to continue the examination. With a glare at Shiozai, who was gazing up at the ceiling, she sighed and chose not to argue further. Keep your hand still. An inaccurate examination would not bode well for you. I understand. Shiozai nodded with a smile, indeed refraining from making any sudden movements, which allowed Shiyin to breathe a sigh of relief. Seizing this opportunity, Shiozai began to examine the fruits of his labor from the previous night. The concept of yin-yang release? To be candid, he was momentarily taken aback upon encountering this notion. If memory serves correctly, this appears to be the method taught by Uchiha Obito for controlling both yin and yang release. However, Shiozai had already mastered these two abilities, having not only materialized them but also transformed his passive skills into active ones that he could wield independently. Given this context, what utility did such a revelation hold for him? Furthermore, with the obligation to report and having received an abundance of would-release scrolls upon residing here, he momentarily set aside this reward. Yet, upon further inspection, he realized he might have misjudged certain aspects. The insight was indeed profound, and yin-yang release was genuinely that. But this understanding was not Obito's, it belonged to Kagaya's will. Whether it was Uchiha Madara or Kagaya, both had adhered to a principle of holding back when it came to Obito, imparting only a fraction of knowledge. After all, endowed with Kamui, even a partial understanding was sufficient for him to traverse the shinobi world. Yet what Shioza received was the complete version, while the others aligned with his initial assumptions. It also contained vital information regarding the fusion of yin and yang release. This was of utmost importance and equally critical. Yin-yang release. Shioza's eyes shimmered with a glimmer of light, even though he currently could not achieve fusion. The insights he gained were akin to the principles of wood release and scorch release. This signifies that when the time is ripe in the future, he would be able to replicate these formulas once more. It seems I must extend my gratitude to you, Uchiha Obito. Chapter 73 LV10 Shioza truly wishes to express his heartfelt gratitude to Uchiha Obito, despite his perception of Obito as less than virtuous. He is likely to be seen as a perennial sycophant, the backbone of jesters, the highest card in a deck, the mascot of McDonald's, a major client of Batman, and a prominent figure in Gotham City. While such an evaluation may appear somewhat excessive, it reflects the multifaceted information stored within Shioza's memory. It seems that Noara Rin has always held an affection for Kakashi, yet Kakashi, due to Obito, neither dares nor wishes to reciprocate. In essence, Obito's affection is unrequited, and he has transformed this unreciprocated love into his own creed, manifesting as the passive skill desire for women, a will so resolute that even the Tintails cannot shatter it. Nevertheless, he remains a good person. As Shioza held on to the hand of Shiyin, who was assisting him with an examination, he gazed upon his status panel. Zahara shows a comprehensive physical quality, LV9 chakra, LV9 abilities, would release LV6, Flying Thunder God LV6, Taijutsu LV5, Sealing Technique LV5, Curse Seal LV5, In Release LV3. Free points. 12 Upon observing the 12 free points, Shioza began to contemplate how best to allocate them. The optimal choice would naturally be to invest in physical quality or would release, considering that his physical quality has already reached LV9, which is the pinnacle for an elite Jonin. Advancing further would elevate him to the status of shadows, a temptation that Shioza finds difficult to resist. However, he also yearns for wood release. Alas, he cannot invest in it at this moment. LV6 wood release requires a combination of 3 elements. In simpler terms, allocating a single point to wood release necessitates enhancing the other 3 as well, amounting to a total of 18 points. Currently, he is far from possessing such an abundance of free points, and he must await future opportunities, which leaves him somewhat perplexed. As for the others, Flying Thunder God also holds significant value. This technique has provided Shioza with immense assistance, and mastering it further could lead to even greater development. Moreover, Taijutsu, Curse Seal, and In Release are all highly valuable. Although his Taijutsu is only at LV5, he can still achieve commendable results owing to his physical quality. The Sage mode associated with the Cursed Seal offers comprehensive enhancements, while In Release is crucial for his future endeavors in Yin-Yang Release fusion. In summary, it appears that he still lacks sufficient free points. Shioza helplessly shook his head, contemplating deeply before arriving at a resolute decision. He resolved to first enhance his foundational abilities, subsequently focusing on the improvement of his sealing techniques and In Release. Allocating points had always been a source of both joy and frustration. The options were abundant, yet his available points were rather insufficient. Having recently mastered wood release and possessing formulas for both blaze release and the potential acquisition of yin-yang release, it was only natural for him to pursue these directions. His overall physical prowess had been elevated, current level, LV10. In release had advanced, current level, LV4. Available points, 0. The moment his physical attributes reached LV10, Shioza suddenly felt the surge of yang release energy erupting within him. In an instant, his entire being trembled as this yang energy violently permeated every corner of his body, causing him to feel an unusual warmth enveloping him. An inexplicable pain simultaneously manifested within, leading to involuntary spasms throughout his muscles. Noticing the sudden change, Shiyin, who was assisting him, immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Are you all right? Hold on. I'll fetch someone." She instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand to seek assistance, for although she had studied in the medical unit for a time, her skills paled in comparison to those of the dedicated medical ninjas. However, Shioza firmly grasped her hand, preventing her from leaving. No need, just give it a moment. At this moment, Shioza's complexion appeared somewhat pale. He himself had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such a state. Are you truly unscathed? Shien's eyes were filled with concern, yet Shioza remained resolute. Rest assured, I am genuinely fine. I merely wished to circulate my chakra to see if I could better synchronize with you. I did not expect it to turn out this way. Shioza truly did not anticipate the overwhelming surge of yang release this time. The difference between his previous state and now was strikingly pronounced. However, this was only to be expected, as his enhancement was a holistic advancement rather than a mere elevation of a single aspect. This comprehensive growth is precisely why, despite his panel strength appearing rather unremarkable, he is capable of engaging in fierce exchanges with numerous formidable ninjas, and even triumphing over them. The brilliance of a jack of all trades lies in its well-roundedness. Your strengths are not only matched but may even surpass your own, while your weaknesses are equally fortified. This is the allure of being a statistical anomaly. Yet, the path to becoming such an anomaly often entails a modicum of suffering during the enhancement process. Particularly, the physical form he has achieved through the mastery of wood release, now at LV9, has yet to fully adjust and acclimate, making the recurrence of such sensations entirely normal. It appears that after this enhancement, a period of proper adaptation will be essential, which also presents an opportunity to bolster other abilities. The intense pain caused Shioza to convulse, as if countless minuscule insects were gnawing at his entire being. This agony compelled him to grit his teeth and endure. He could feel the explosive yang release coursing through his muscles, blood, and bones, continuously refining and fortifying every facet of his physique and nerves. Even in the absence of movement, he could sense an increase in his speed, strength, and stamina. He even believed that his chakra recovery had significantly improved, allowing for a greater reservoir within his body. Furthermore, his reflexes, response time, and bodily coordination seemed to have undergone an astonishing enhancement, particularly his coordination, which had reached an exaggerated level. He felt as though he had attained an unimaginable mastery over his own body, enabling him to perform extraordinary feats in conjunction with his heightened perception. He could discern the rate of his heartbeat, the velocity of his blood flow, the rhythm of his pulse, and the condition of his muscles, extending this awareness even further. For instance, if he were to sustain an injury, he could assess the depth of the wound, the speed at which blood would escape, and how long he could endure. He could also determine which movements would exert the least impact on the injury and the rate at which it would heal, among other variables. This transformation, Shioza could not help but murmur softly. Yet at that very moment, the explosive force of his yang release began to wane, and the excruciating pain gradually dissipated. And instead emerged an overwhelming sense of relief, accompanied by a faint feeling of weakness, while his entire body was drenched in perspiration. How are you feeling now? Xiang had been quietly observing Shioza. The chakra in her hand had transformed into the soothing green light of medical ninjutsu. Noticing the cessation of the muscular tremors in Shioza's body, she immediately inquired with genuine concern. I am fine. Shioza wished to rise and stretch his weary limbs. Yet his body felt feeble, causing him to stumble slightly. Oh, be careful, Xian exclaimed, swiftly wrapping her arms around Shioza, her eyes brimming with concern. Your condition is quite peculiar. Everything appears to be fine, yet there exists an inexplicable fragility within you. It resembles the sensation I experienced not long ago. Shioza blinked, yet his peripheral vision cast a downward glance, revealing that he had perhaps underestimated the growth of his esteemed predecessor. Shioza, do you have a moment? Just as Shioza silently reflected on this, Xian remained curious about the changes in his physique when, suddenly, a voice pierced the air. Chapter 74. A subordinate who does not amuse their superior is not a good subordinate. Shioza, are you all right? Of course, I am fine. But it would be preferable if you were not. In a small grove behind the Dark Division, Jishui and Shioza strolled together. However, Jishui appeared somewhat cautious, while Shioza's expression was decidedly sour. This was not a reflection of any particular animosity. After all, anyone would be displeased if their good fortune was interrupted. Fortunately, despite his displeasure, Shioza did not dwell on it, for he understood the meaning of "there's always tomorrow," whether as a verb or an adjective. He cast a curious glance at Jishui and quietly inquired, "What brings you to seek me out in such a secluded place? You must know that it is best for us to remain within the Dark Division at this time. There are certain matters I wish to discuss with you privately." Jishui replied, surveying their surroundings before continuing in a hushed tone. I appreciate your cover. Uchiha Obito's remarks that night were utterly outrageous. Outrageous, you say? Shioza blinked, finding no offense in the words spoken by Dato, despite their conspiratorial undertones. He believed that evaluating Danzo from the perspective of conspiracy theories was hardly unjust. After all, it was quite possible that he had indeed committed certain deeds. You did not seek me out merely to express your gratitude, did you? Shioja shook his head and cast a light smile at Jishui. It is Uchiha Obito's words that trouble your mind, is it not? Upon hearing this, Jishui fell into a deep silence, and after a moment of inner turmoil, he earnestly nodded. The issue concerning Danzo had lingered in his heart, a burden he could not shake off. Though merely a night had passed, he had tossed and turned. For if all of this were indeed true, what would it mean for his family and village? What course of action should he take, and what fate awaited his clan? He was uncertain, yet he recognized the necessity to seek further understanding. Indeed, that Uchiha Obito was truly a nefarious character. Shioza was not surprised. Although Uchiha Shisui was not particularly astute, his motivations differed significantly from those of Uchiha Itachi when viewed from the perspective of their original timeline. In his heart, he held both his clan and his village dear, and his act of suicide represented a surrender born from a state of profound dilemma, leaving him with no viable path forward. Had he possessed a bit more resolve, whether in confronting his family or the higher-ups of Konoha, perhaps the outcome could have been altered. However, now that he has come to seek Shioza, it is likely a reflection of the camaraderie forged during their time together, as well as the protection Shioza offered him, which may have fostered a sense of trust. Given this, why shouldn't Shioza entertain himself at Danzo's expense? After all, Shioza has always adhered to the principle that a subordinate who allows their superior to live too comfortably is not fulfilling their duty. I believe you have misunderstood. Uchiha Obito's criticisms of Lord Danzo were entirely unnecessary to bring up. Although Shioja intended to amuse Danzo, he believed it prudent to express certain matters with subtlety. Simultaneously, he activated his heightened perception to meticulously survey his surroundings. Following this enhancement, both the range and intricacy of his sensory abilities had undergone a remarkable amplification. Presently, he could even discern whether a bug possessed chakra, alleviating his concerns regarding the Oil Woman clan. Lord Danzo, devoted to the welfare of Konoha, though often misunderstood, remained steadfast in pursuing his own convictions. Pursuing one's own convictions? Jishui found himself perplexed by this statement. Shioja chuckled softly and continued, "Never mind that. I recently encountered a brief tale, and I wonder if you would be inclined to hear it?" Jishui, somewhat bewildered, listened as Shioja pressed on. "Allow me to pose a question. Suppose a bandit infiltrates a village with the intent to plunder. The villagers unite in resistance and manage to drive him away. Yet he leaves behind a child. Some villagers argue that this child, being the offspring of the bandit, is destined to follow in his father's destructive path and advocate for the child's execution. Conversely, others believe the child is a blank slate. Despite exhibiting traits similar to the bandit, he could still be educated. In such a scenario, which choice would you make?" Jishui hesitated, as if grasping the underlying message. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "I would choose the latter. Perhaps this child could be transformed through education." "Indeed, perhaps he could." Shioja nodded, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face. However, the first group opposed this, leading them to place a wager. In their quest to demonstrate that the child was destined to tread the path of the outlaw, they employed various means of manipulation and coercion. Conversely, the second group, undeterred by the bet, sought solely to guide the child toward a righteous path through education. One might wonder what the ultimate outcome would be. Jishui furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous undertone in this narrative. One side endeavored to prove and alter the course through relentless guidance and pressure, while the other relied solely on educational methods without interference. It seemed that no matter how one looked at it, the outcome would likely be unfavorable. Furthermore, he gradually comprehended Shioja's intention. This appeared to be a reflection of his own family. In the end, the child, under continuous guidance and coercion, grew and ultimately, upon reaching adulthood, gradually transformed into a figure reminiscent of his father. Shioza did not wait for Jishui to speak. Instead, he quietly began to express his thoughts. The first type of individual, without hesitation, raised the knife once more, and when all was said and done, he smugly proclaimed, "See, I have triumphed. This child is just as I intended." Yet, this was clearly erroneous. Jishui gritted his teeth and shook his head. He simply could not accept this outcome. It was evident that the manipulation and coercion were orchestrated by him, molded to align with his own desires. How could this possibly be deemed a victory? Indeed, how could this be considered a triumph? Shioza turned his head calmly to gaze at Shishui. To shoot an arrow before drawing the target is to reverse cause and effect. How can such an approach be deemed victorious? It is merely a matter of adhering to one's preconceived notions and intentions, resulting in this very predicament. Upon hearing these words, Shishui, recalling the nonsensical remarks of Uchiha Obito from the previous night, suddenly grasped the underlying truth. Indeed, Shimura Danzo was only willing to trust his own judgments, even if it meant reversing cause and effect and shooting arrows before drawing the target. How could he be so? Shishui found himself bewildered by the entirety of this situation. He could not comprehend why things had unfolded this way, leaving him in a state of confusion. Utterly unsure of how to proceed. He was still aware of the circumstances within his clan. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to remain in the Umbu rather than return home. Yet, what should he do now? In fact, I am curious about one thing. At that moment, Shioza suddenly stretched and continued. When I first heard this story, I always found it peculiar. Why did that child lack any personal thoughts? Shishui looked at Shioza in surprise, only to see him shake his head and turn away, seemingly preparing to leave. To shoot an arrow before drawing the target is inadvisable. One cannot gamble with human nature, yet equally, one must not lack personal thoughts and will. Of course, it is also possible that I am overthinking it. A child truly may not possess many thoughts, just beginning to grasp the world in all its confusion and ignorance. If it were an adult, perhaps they would be able to perceive certain truths, would they not? Adults, perceiving certain truths. Shishui murmured, while Shioza gently waved his hand. All right. The little story is concluded. I must return to rest. There is no need to dwell on the nonsensical words of Uchiha Obito. He is merely a villain. One must possess their own thoughts. Learning to discern for oneself is essential. With that, Shioza departed without looking back, leaving Shishui standing in place. His gaze flickered, as if he were deeply contemplating something. Gradually, his expression began to solidify with determination. Chapter 75, Wood Release. Birth of the Tree Realm. Shioza was not particularly concerned with how Uchiha Shishui was contemplating things. As for whether he would turn around and expose him, perhaps casually chatting with the third Hokage, that was an even lesser worry. Uchiha Shishui had said nothing. It was Shioza who provided him with cover, which already indicated his inherent vigilance. If he were to report now, the one who would face misfortune would not be Shioza, but himself. After all, I am of the legitimate lineage of Konoha, with Wood Release coupled with Flying Thunder God. How could he, as a mere Uchiha, compare? At times, the so-called legitimate lineage of Konoha holds some weight, at least in terms of popularity. Meanwhile, the Uchiha, labeled as the son of a villain, has been subtly corrupted by Danzo. It goes without saying who would be the unfortunate one in this scenario. One can only wonder how Danzo is faring with his schemes. In the depths of his mind, Shioza quietly contemplated his unwavering dedication to providing amusement for Danzo, ensuring that his superior could subsequently enjoy a serene and fulfilling retirement. In the days that followed, although Shioza found himself rather bored, he occupied his time either by feigning diligence in his studies or by playfully teasing Shiyin until her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Overall, he had settled into his state of relative tranquility. After all, the enhancement of his physical prowess was indeed significant, necessitating a period of adjustment to his own body. Furthermore, he felt compelled to delve into and reflect upon the residual powers of the dragon veins, which remained sealed within him. Despite their imprisonment, these energies exhibited an uncanny ability to regenerate, reminiscent of the tailed beasts. The chakra of the dragon veins left Shioza in a state of disbelief. Such self-restorative capabilities appeared to be a trait exclusive to the tailed beasts. Take, for instance, the Ninetales. Its chakra was nothing short of extraordinary. Even when divided, it astonishingly retained its consciousness. Moreover, even a mere fragment of chakra collected by another could regenerate, seemingly capable of birthing a new tailed beast. Of course, any creation would likely be but a hollow shell, with the true essence residing within the Fourth Hokage and Naruto Uzumaki. Nevertheless, the prospect was sufficiently daunting should the consciousness of the Ninetales within Naruto or Minato dissipate. That fragment of awareness might autonomously manifest in this empty vessel. Fortunately, the dragon veins lacked consciousness, possessing only instinctual ferocity, which facilitated the accumulation of power for future utilization. However, I must also devise a means to expend a portion of this energy in due course. Shioza's sealing technique remains at the level of LV5. Ever since he broke the curse seal placed by Danzo, he has scarcely devoted further attention to it. After all, it suffices for his needs. This has made him somewhat troubled when dealing with entities such as the Dragon Vein, as the prospect of sealing such a vast amount of chakra poses significant risks should it fail. Consequently, occasionally expending a portion of it or enhancing his sealing technique has become quite essential. For me, as long as the level is adequate, learning new techniques is remarkably effortless. Thus, time gradually slipped away, and approximately a month passed in the blink of an eye. One early morning, just as Shioza planned to seek out Shiyin once more, Sarutobi Hiruzen unexpectedly approached him and guided him to a training ground. "Shizukuin, how have you been during this period?" Upon their meeting, a smile emerged on Sarutobi's wrinkled visage, though it was evident to anyone that his smile bore a hint of strain. Fortunately, with diligent study and the company of esteemed seniors such as Kakashi, Shursui, and Shiyin, I have been living quite a fulfilling life. Shioja nodded slightly, although it was somewhat tedious without any tasks to undertake. Having Shiyin's company was not entirely unpleasant, was it? Sarutobi Hizashi pressed his lips together. After all, the last moments with Shiyin were of utmost significance to you, weren't they? Despite his infrequent visits to the Umbu during this period, it did not imply that he was oblivious to the circumstances within the organization. The Umbu was, after all, his sanctuary. Shioza, this fellow, possesses a certain awareness of the intricacies of the dark side, and he does not harbor any objections to matters of affection. Even if he is somewhat younger, it matters not. During the Warring States period, individuals of even lesser age were commonplace. However, the crux of the matter lies in Shioza's apparent oblivion to his own significance. This lad has mastered the Flying Thunder God technique and has even awakened the wood release on his own. Aside from the incessant headaches caused by Shioza's affairs, another source of vexation has emerged, and that is the Uchiha clan. After Uchiha Shursui activated his Manjiki Sharingan, he voluntarily chose to remain in the dark side, much to the discontent of his kin. This situation has truly become a source of irritation for him. Moreover, it seems that within their clan, there are subtle stirrings of unrest. It is evident that whether it is Uchiha Bido or Uchiha Shursui, their Manjiki Sharingan has ignited a flame of discord that should never have been kindled within their family. Additionally, his old classmate Danzo has begun to engage in some dubious machinations once more. Today, I have come with good news to share with you. Sighing, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, dismissing these troubling thoughts. He gazed earnestly at Shioza and said, "However, before I impart this news, I wish to assess your progress during this period, to determine whether you have been diligent in your studies. I hope you understand. You are the future of Konoha. Whether it be the Flying Thunder God or Wood Release, both hold immeasurable importance." Shioja scratched his head, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand, Lord Hokage. May I inquire what you intend to assess today?" "Follow me." Sarutobi Hiruzen gestured before him. "I wish to evaluate your Wood Release abilities. Although this may seem rather demanding, you have only been training for a month. Nevertheless, Wood Release holds immense significance for us, and I hope you will exert yourself even further, Shojakuin." Upon hearing the words, Shioja blinked in surprise. He had anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen would engage him directly in a sparring match. As it turned out, was this merely the nature of the evaluation? Of course, he comprehended the intent behind Sarutobi's remarks. It seemed he had been caught slacking during this period, which had displeased the third Hokage. Was this a subtle way to admonish him to refrain from excessive idleness? Thus, if he performed admirably, perhaps he might consider granting him a modest request. Noticing that Shioja remained still, Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment before taking the initiative to speak. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. But may I inquire what the good news you mentioned entails?" Shioja nodded slightly, then began to form seals with some awkwardness while simultaneously inquiring. Observing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched slightly. How carelessly one must have been to struggle with such basic seals. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, and, after a moment of contemplation, deliberately encouraged, "I have received news about Tsunade. Initially, I intended to have you attempt to bring her back, but if you do not meet the expectations, it may prove quite challenging." "Tsunade?" Shioza blinked, clearly intrigued by the unfolding situation. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could finish his sentence, Shioza abruptly clasped his hands together, unleashing a surge of chakra from within. Would release. Birth of the tree world. The grass of the training ground trembled as robust tree roots forcefully erupted from the earth. The roots swiftly expanded, intertwining with vines, and before long, towering trees emerged before them. Sarutobi Hiruzen widened his eyes in astonishment. What was happening? Hadn't this boy been slacking off just moments ago? What a surprise. "Lord Hokage, At this moment, Shioja suddenly turned his head, gazing earnestly at Saratobi Hizashi. I believe I have met the requirements, haven't I? In that fleeting moment, Saratobi Hizashi truly wished to slap himself. Chapter 76, Vast, Vast, Vast. In that instant, Saratobi Hizashi felt as though he had been deceived. Wasn't it reported that this little brat had been slacking off recently? Yet, glancing at the towering trees surrounding the grove and sensing the chakra emanating from within, along with the vibrant life force, he began to question whether there was a mole in his umbu. Was this kid really just slacking off? After a prolonged silence, Saratobi Hizashi finally managed to utter a single sentence. Have you already mastered it? It can't be that difficult, can it? Shioja blinked, finding the task surprisingly effortless, as reaching LV6 was undeniably akin to that of a jonin. Below this level, many techniques were not as challenging to master as one might presume. However, the efficacy of these techniques still relied on an individual's overall abilities in the specific level of the technique employed. In simpler terms, the foundational level of LV6 ensured a jonin's performance, and when coupled with a substantial infusion of chakra, the potency of the technique could be further amplified. Shioja felt quite content with this. After all, the human body functions in harmony, and it is implausible for one skill to be exceptionally prominent while others falter. Even a formidable practitioner like Kisame, who solely specialized in water techniques, would not possess such extraordinary prowess without that explosive chakra, comparable to a tailed beast. Not difficult. Saratobi Hiruzen's lips twitched as he cast another glance at the towering trees, momentarily at a loss for words. He recalled his earlier remarks and found it difficult to insincerely claim, "You're not quite there yet." However, he genuinely wished for Shioja to refrain from venturing out, as the boy's talent was astonishing to the point of incredulity. "Lord Hokage, may I now meet Lady Tsunade?" Just as Saratobi Hiruzen remained in contemplation, Shioja curiously inquired. Well, Saratobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, ultimately conceding with a reluctant nod. "No problem, this task is entrusted to you." Despite his reluctance, Saratobi Hiruzen recognized there were no better alternatives at this juncture. Moreover, upon further reflection, Shioja was indeed a commendable choice to send, especially considering his proficiency in wood release. Additionally, with Uchiha Obito, that wretched individual, also possessing wood release, the likelihood of persuading Tsunade would only increase. This time, take your own team, with Yugao present. She can temper your impulsiveness while also allowing Shursui to clear his mind. Understood, Lord Hokage. Shioza immediately nodded, for he was already quite familiar with this small team. It was indeed more suitable to execute these tasks alongside acquaintances. As for Jishui's need for a respite, Shioza did not require further inquiry to understand. It was likely that the Uchiha clan was on the brink of madness. After all, leaving a pair of Manjiki Sharingan within the Umbu must have driven them to the edge of insanity. Who would have thought that their search would lead them to Lady Tsunade? Within the forests of the Land of Fire, three figures swiftly traversed the branches, making their way toward the Land of the Cedar. Along the journey, Shiyang could not help but express her admiration as a semi-medical ninja. She held Tsunade in the highest regard. Indeed, no medical ninja in Konoha could overlook Tsunade's significance. Yet, Shiyang cast a glance at Shioza, fully aware that the primary motive for retrieving Tsunade was likely linked to him. In truth, calling her back was not an extraordinary matter, particularly since that Uchiha Obito was also adept in wood release, was he not? Shioja shrugged his shoulders and quickened his pace, but he cast a glance at Jishui, who appeared somewhat pensive beside him. "What is the matter?"